What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Rock's return fusion with Black Dragon Clan 1RR Chapter 1 Sleeping for 36 years, the king returns, kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. Sea Circle Calendar 1520. Somewhere under the surface of the ocean on the Grand Line. This is a seabed that is deeper than the Fishman Island, which is 10,000 meters below the sea. There was no sky, nothing but darkness and dead silence. Not even the mightiest sea kings can withstand the terrifying water pressure here. There is no living creature around, it can be said to be a complete dead zone. And a ruined canyon island, at this moment, he was lying quietly at the bottom of this dark and dead deep sea. Valley of the Gods is the name of this canyon island. 36 years ago, a shocking war broke out on this island. Warring parties. One side is the former sea overlord Rocks and the pirate group he led. On the other side is the team formed by the later marine hero Garp and the One Piece Roger. This war finally ended with the fall of Rocks and the disintegration of the Rocks pirate group. The Valley of the Gods also sank to the bottom of the sea because of this earth-shattering battle. Since then, it has been completely wiped off the map by the world government. Now, in the Valley of the Gods at the bottom of the deep sea, a small hillside formed by the accumulation of mud and sand suddenly exploded without warning. A huge pothole was revealed. Inside the pit lay a tall and skinny figure. He is not lying on the ground, but his figure is suspended in the low sky. Around him, there seemed to be an invisible energy surrounding him. Open black lens bracket ding. The deep sleep is over, and the host is waking up. The Black King dhogg template is being activated. It was as if a ray of light suddenly lit up in the dark universe. A cold mechanical sound rang in his mind, awakening Rock's long-sleeping consciousness. At the same time, the invisible energy wrapped around him began to swarm into his body. At this moment, his body, which was extremely emaciated after sleeping for 36 years, was infused with new nutrients. It inflates and fills up quickly like an inflated balloon. Advertisement. It quickly returned to its former healthy appearance. Those strong muscles actually had a faint metallic luster, as hard as diamonds. And with the thin body returning to its original state and even surpassing the past. Rock's eyes also opened slowly at this moment. A pair of golden pupils were revealed. In the deep eyes, there seems to be endless gold flames burning. Even this dark deep sea became brighter because Rock's opened his eyes. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host for waking up from a 36-year sleep. Close black lens bracket. The cold mechanical sound came again. Rocks, who had been asleep for 36 years, couldn't help feeling a little dazed. In fact, he is a time traveler. In the previous life, because the safety rope was unfortunately broken while experiencing a famous bungee jumping project, he was honored to be a member of the army of traversers. And also traveled to the world of One Piece that I am very familiar with. However, the time traveled through was almost 100 years earlier than the original plot. The era of great pirates is far from beginning. The moment when he was still a baby and heard that he was named Rocks D. Zebek by his parents in this world. Rocks understood his identity. I have directly crossed over and become the overlord of the sea before the era of the great pirate. Even among the 4 sea emperors who will occupy New World in the future, 3 of them were once his subordinates. In addition, there are many famous big pirates like Golden Lion, Captain John, Silver Axe, Ochaku, etc., who have also worked for themselves. After knowing all this, the Rock's ambitions are on fire. With his amazing talent and the help of the system, his strength has grown rapidly. Soon he became a famous big pirate, then, just like in the original plot, formed the Rock's pirates, gathered Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, Golden Lion and others under his own hands. Become a veritable sea overlord. Even marine and world government are extremely afraid of it. In this way, the time came to the battle of the Valley of the Gods. In fact, Rocks is very clear that in the original plot, he was defeated by Garp and Roger in this battle. But this time, there are memories and systems that belong exclusively to the Traverser. Advertisement. Rocks thinks that his strength is much stronger than in the original book. In addition, it has been prepared in advance. He was very sure that he could not lose this time. So, without any hesitation, Rocks still provoked the Valley of Gods war as in the original plot. At the beginning of the war, he did show invincible power. Even if Garp and Roger join forces, they still can't do anything to him. The balance of victory has been in favor of the Rocks pirates from the very beginning. However, perhaps because of the butterfly effect, something happened that the Rocks didn't expect. The 5 elders who were supposed to stay in Mariajoy, the land of Liu Shang on the red soil, suddenly appeared and joined the battle. The battle situation became anxious in an instant. Afterwards, several cadres under Rocks also rebelled and backstabbed him. Under such a combination of inside and outside, even though he possesses a strength that far surpasses that of the past, he can only be defeated with hatred in the end. 5 elders et al. To be sure, he didn't even hesitate to sink the entire island of the Valley of the Gods into the bottom of the sea together with Rock's body. Well, it's near death. Rocks was saved by the system and fell into a deep sleep. It was not until today, 36 years later, that he finally woke up. At this point in his thoughts, Rocks couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I didn't expect that I would end up on the same path as Rocks in the original book. However, now that I'm awake, I will definitely sell all the accounts from that year. Let me create another era that belongs to Rocks. While talking to himself, a stern and extremely haughty aura suddenly burst out from him. All the surrounding seawater trembled violently. It seems to be prostrating and bowing down to the sea overlord who has returned after 36 years. At the same time, the cold system notification sounded again. Open black lens bracket ding. Black King dhogg template activated successfully. Close black lens bracket. Current integration progress. 20%. Close black lens bracket chapter 2 integrate the Black King dhogg template. Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. Black King dhogg template. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Rox paused slightly. He remembered that when he was awakened by the system before, he had indeed vaguely heard such words. But because the consciousness at that time was still relatively chaotic, so I didn't pay too much attention to it. Now that he heard the reminder that the Black King template was successfully activated again, he couldn't help being overjoyed. As a veteran anime and novel fan in his previous life, he is naturally very familiar with the Black King dhogg. That is the strongest in the novel, dragon family, known as Oriental Harry Potter. Is the ancestor of all dragons, it is comparable to the existence of gods. Is synonymous with despair, in a word, hang up the sky. He was naturally overjoyed to have obtained such a strong person template just after waking up. With the fall of the system prompt tone, the next moment, a strong and domineering force began to pour into Rock's body continuously. He could clearly feel that he was undergoing some kind of indescribable transformation. An unprecedented sense of strength surged into my heart. This transformation did not last long and was completed soon. The system energy that had surrounded Rox and protected him for 36 years had completely dissipated. Rox stood up and slowly landed in the huge pothole. The terrifying water pressure of this deep sea seems to have no effect on it at all. And even if there is seawater all around, he can still breathe normally. Is it because of the fusion of the Black King template? Feeling the changes in his own body, Rox muttered to himself. He was very sure that even his past self would never be able to do such a thing. The fusion of the Black King dhogg template not only brought him great strength. He was also endowed with the most noble blood of the dragon. Let his life level have a huge leap, can easily survive in any harsh environment. 20% fusion progress is enough for me to be invincible in this world. The powerful force gushing out of his body made Rox very sure of this. Today, he is no longer just the sea overlord he once was. Still the Black Emperor who rules the world. Advertisement. The world will definitely tremble because of his return. On the day I return to the world, all rebels will die. In the endless deep sea, Rox slowly uttered this classic quote belonging to the Black King. At the same time, a kind of empathy was born. His experience with the Black King is somewhat similar. Black King dhogg was betrayed by the White King and the 4 Dragon Kings created by him. And also united with human beings to deal with themselves, and was finally killed. And Rox was also betrayed by his subordinates and joined forces with the enemy, so he ushered in the defeat in the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago. The difference is, until the time when Rox crossed in the previous life, the Black King did not really return in the plot of the Dragon Clan. And he reckoned that with the urinating nature of a certain old thief, fans of the Dragon Clan would not be able to see that scene in their lifetime. But Rox is different, after 36 years of sleep. He, the former overlord of the sea, has returned in an even more terrifying posture. The whole world will surely crawl under his feet. System, how to improve the fusion progress of the Black King template. Rox thought for a while, asking the system in his mind. Although 20% of the fusion progress is indeed enough for him to be invincible in this world. But who would think that their strength is too strong? Rox also wanted to experience for himself how terrifying the full power of the Black King dhogg was. Soon, the system gave a reply. Host only needs to continue to expand the forces under his command and build a mixed-race army to increase the progress of fusion, close black lens bracket. Hearing such an answer, Rox frowned slightly. Building an army of mixed races? Interesting. When he fused the power of the Black King just now, he already knew what abilities he had mastered of the Black King. Creating a hybrid is one of them. Hybrid species, as the name suggests, are species that contain some dragon blood in their bodies. The dragon blood endows these hybrids with great power, and also allows them to master an extraordinary ability called Speaking Spirit. Today's Rox can rely on the power of the Black King. Transform other species into hybrids with their own blood. He is somewhat interested in building an army of mixed races. Although there is no one in this world who is his opponent. Advertisement, but as a king, it is naturally impossible for him to do everything himself. Whether it's his plan to rule the world, or his revenge against those guys from the Valley of the Gods, he needs someone to pave the way and warm him up. Therefore, it is absolutely necessary to cultivate a group of subordinates and forces of their own. And the betrayal of several cadres of the Rox pirates at the beginning has made him no longer trust others easily. The best choice is only the mixed race that is suppressed by blood and absolutely obedient to the king himself. In that case, let me try it first, Rox muttered to himself. Then, he suddenly looked up, his gaze turned to the top of the seabed. The right hand is slightly raised, palm bent. A powerful suction burst out instantly from his palm. The seawater where the palm was pointing began to rush towards the Rox position rapidly and crazily. And in the package of the endless seawater, faintly, one can see a huge figure also attracting it. In an instant, the huge figure was engulfed by the sea and fell in front of Rox. That's Sea King's in the shape of a whale. The figure is nearly 10,000 meters long. Bigger than the sea kings that Shirahoshi summoned to take Noah's Ark in the Fishman Island. However, such a behemoth. In front of rocks, there was no resistance. It is easily handled like a toy. At this moment, the whale sea kings was suddenly sucked by rocks from the sea above to the bottom of the tens of thousands of meters of deep sea. The terrifying water pressure hit instantly. Its huge body had faint signs of being crushed. There were many crack marks on the skin, and blood was oozing out. A painful scream came out of his mouth, obviously not long to live. However, at this moment, Rocks aimed at the whale and Sea King slightly raised his hand again. A smear of blood suddenly penetrated into its body. The next moment, a sudden change happened. Chapter 3 Create a hybrid, the whale Leviathan, kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. Along with the bloody light, it melted into the body of the whale Sea Kings. The scars on his body that were originally blasted by the terrifying water pressure began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a moment, it was as good as ever. The screams had long since ceased. But its changes did not stop there. On the originally smooth skin of the whale Sea Kings, pitch black scales began to emerge. Like a dragon scale, the scales instantly covered the whole body. The fins on both sides have become much larger, looking like a pair of dragon scale wings. A row of sharp spikes grew out of its body. This appearance, just looking at it, is terrifying. Roar, the whale that has completed its metamorphosis from Sea Kings to hybrid lets out a roar. It is no longer like the sound of a whale, it's a bit like a dragon chant. Not long ago, the terrifying deep sea pressure that almost killed it no longer threatened it at all. Seeing the scene in front of him, Rocks nodded in satisfaction. This first hybrid transformation was obviously very successful. This huge body is good to use as a mount. In that case, I will call you Leviathan from now on. Rocks sized up the huge body of the whale and said slowly. At the same time, a majestic aura like an emperor also instantly permeated with his opening. Feel this majestic momentum. The whale hybrid named Leviathan immediately bowed his head towards Rocks. Put on a very respectful gesture, word Ling Emperor. This is the exclusive speech spirit of Black King Dhogg. It is also the beginning of all speech spirits. The serial number in the Ling periodic table is open black lens bracket 01 close black lens bracket. When the word spirit is activated, it will cause absolute spiritual shock to all the dragons and hybrids in the domain. The opponent can be completely suppressed by majesty alone. A bit similar to Conqueror's Haki in Dragon Clan. With a light leap, Rocks landed firmly on Leviathan's back. Leviathan was tens of thousands of meters long, with an extremely broad back. Like a vast plane, Rocks landed in the front position. Advertisement raising his hand slightly, he instantly built a huge dark throne with the dragon scales on Leviathan's body. Then he sat firmly on the dark throne. Okay, take me up there. One order. The Leviathan let out a low groan in response. Then began to swim quickly towards the sea above. The overlord of the sea who woke up after 36 years of sleep is finally going to return to the sea. 10,000 meters under the sea, near the Fishman Island. A huge and dilapidated sailing ship is slowly moving forward. Like a ghost ship floating in the deep sea. The Flying Holenman is the name of this ship. And its captain is a murloc named Vander Dakenix. At this moment, on the deck of the ship, Vander Dakenix, who was wearing bubble coating, was frantically throwing various weapons. Spears, great axes, arrows, etc. While throwing, he kept muttering something in his mouth. Princess Shirahoshi, my beautiful fiancé, I hope you can feel my sincere love for you. Even if you hide in that hard shell tower, I must convey my love to you. As he spoke, a crazy and morbid smile appeared on Vander Dakenix's face. He is the demon fruit power that ate the paramecia fruit. Therefore, even as a murloc, he was still cursed by the sea. It can only rely on the bubble coating wrapped around its body to perform various activities in the sea. His ability is that as long as the palm touches the target, anything he throws can automatically track the target to Tianya Cape. Unless it is shot down or blocked by an obstacle, it is absolutely impossible to stop. At this moment, all kinds of weapons thrown at will by Vander Dakenix. Strange arcs were drawn in the seawater, and then they flew quickly in the direction of the Fishman Island. To be precise, it flew towards the mermaid princess Shirahoshi hiding in the hard shell tower on the Fishman Island. However, at this moment, a gigantic figure suddenly rushed out from under the deep sea. Blocked between the Flying Horan and the Fishman Island. The originally huge Flying Halonran was as small as a bug in front of that behemoth. All the weapons that Vander Dakenix threw earlier were blocked by him. The sharp weapon slammed into the body of the behemoth. Advertisement, but it didn't even leave a trace. On the contrary, those weapons were all shattered by the shock. Seeing this scene, Vander Dakenix and other murlocs on deck. All were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the deck. It's a monster. Isn't this size too big? Is it the Sea Kings from deeper under the sea? Why does it appear here? Rao is a murloc who has been drifting in the deep sea all year round and is used to seeing all kinds of Sea Kings. He couldn't help being shocked by the whale-like monster in front of him. The black ones on it are scales. Why is it so hard? My weapon didn't leave any trace on it. Facing such a terrifying monster, Vander Dakenix trembled with fright. His gaze followed the body of the whale monster all the way up. Then, his eyes suddenly opened wide, pupil constriction. Immediately afterwards, he exclaimed, "Look quickly, there seems to be a human being on the monster's back." Hearing the captain's exclamation, the other Murlocs also looked at the whale monsters back in amazement. Then I saw, at the front of the huge whale monster's back, there is indeed a figure, sitting on the dark throne. For a moment, everyone was horrified. On top of this 10,000-meter long terrifying monster, is there actually someone? Could it be that he is the master of this monster? This is too unbelievable. However, it's not waiting for them to take a closer look at what the figure on the black throne looks like. The huge whale monster directly one tail slammed into the hull of the Flying Hollander. This ghost ship that has been drifting in the deep sea for hundreds of years. In an instant, it was photographed into a pile of debris. As for King van der Dakenix and the Murlocs on board, under such a terrifying impact, it was directly blasted into a ball of blood foam. Can't die anymore. Chapter 4. You will repay your betrayal with blood, kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. Rox didn't care about the situation of Van der Dakenix and others. In his eyes, this group of people is no different from the bugs they crushed to death. Let Leviathan shoot them to death, just because they think they are too loud. Without any stop, Leviathan continued to swim with Rox towards the Fishman Island. Originally, Rox intended to return directly to the surface of the sea. But after floating for a certain distance, it was an unexpected discovery that the Fishman Island is actually nearby. So, he changed his plan. I plan to go to the Fishman Island first. As for purpose, first, I wanted to go to the Fishman Island to find out what the specific timeline is now. Although it has been determined that 36 years after the Battle of the Valley of the Gods is Sea Circle Calendar 1520. That was the year Luffy went to sea, but this year can also be divided into several time periods. Let's first understand the specific time now, so that Rox can make specific arrangements for his next plan. As for another purpose, it was Rox who wanted to meet Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess from Legendary. It's not because he peeped at the beauty of the mermaid princess, but because, in addition to Shirahoshi's beauty that is not lost to the pirate queen Hancock, there is another special feature. That's who she really is. Poseidon, one of the three ancient weapons, Poseidon, possesses the terrifying ability to command all sea kings. Rox had an idea. A special being like Shirahoshi. He might be able to use his ability to turn the opponent into a powerful hybrid. Even become one of the 4 dragon kings in Legendary, the king of sea and water. If this idea can be successful, then the Rox will not only have a strong command. The integration of the Black King template will also be improved. It is for this reason that Rox decided to go to the Fishman Island first. Advertisement: the Fishman Island, Coral Hill, inside the Mermaid Cafe. Rox, wearing a black mask, sits at the bar. There is a cup of coffee on the table in front of him and a newspaper in his hand. Under his orders, Leviathan stopped in the deep sea some distance from the Fishman Island. So as not to attract unnecessary attention, he himself put on a black mask to cover his face. It's not that the Rox are afraid of getting in trouble. It's because, before the specific action plan for the future is determined, he didn't intend to reveal his identity so early and let the world know the news of his return. The return of the king must be grand. Naturally, the news cannot be leaked so easily. And right now, Rox has chosen a suitable opportunity and occasion. He looked at the newspaper in his hand. On the front page of the newspaper, the headline of the front page news reads impressively: Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division Captain, Fire Fist Ace, will be publicly executed in Naval Headquarters Marineford in a week's time. Seeing this news, Rox instantly understood the timeline he was in now. A week before Summit War broke out, a week later, in order to rescue Fire Fist Ace, the Whitebeard Pirates will start a battle of the century between Marineford and Marine. At that time, everything on the battlefield will also be shown to everyone around the world through live broadcast. This is definitely a highly anticipated moment and occasion. It's also very suitable as the stage for the return of the king. Rox looked at the newspaper in his hand, a smile curled up under the mask. He has decided to use Marineford a week later as a stage to announce his return to the world. At that time, the whole world will surely tremble. Before that, all he had to do was to expand his army of mixed races. Added more Black King template fusion progress. By the way, go and subdue those subordinates you used to have. Shiki, Kaido, Linlin, they were loyal to me back then. I just don't know if they still remember me as the old captain after so many years. If you still remember, you can train them to become powerful hybrids and even the 4 great monarchs of the Dragon Clan. And if I don't remember, I don't mind cleaning up the door. Advertisement. As for Newgate, Rox kept thinking. When the name Whitebeard Edward Newgate is mentioned, his expression under the mask is icy cold. Back then in the Valley of the Gods, Whitebeard Edward Newgate was one of the cadres who betrayed him. Those who betrayed together were John and Ochaku, who were also the cadres of the Rox pirates at the time. The Rox weren't too surprised by the latter two's betrayals, because these two were typical vicious and cunning pirates. It is not surprising that there is a betrayal, but Whitebeard will betray himself, and the Rox really didn't expect it. After all, no matter how you look at it, Whitebeard can be regarded as the most honest one among the pirates. Whether it is wealth or power, the other party is not interested. But he often talks about wanting family members. Such a person, no matter how he thinks about it, it seems that he will not do such a thing as betrayal. But the truth is, Whitebeard really betrayed in the Valley of the Gods. Also helped Garp and Roger to deal with the members of the Rox pirate group together. With such an approach, it is naturally impossible for Rox to forgive each other. Therefore, in his plan, there is no intention of subduing Whitebeard at all. You will repay your arrogance with pain. With your eyes, you will repay the trespass. You will repay your betrayal with blood. All he has to do is end the summit war a week later. Make Whitebeard pay for his betrayal. Let the other party understand what real despair is. Just as Rox thought so in his mind, outside the Mermaid Cafe, another figure pushed the door and entered. Came to the bar next to the Rox. Rox turned his head to look, and after seeing the other person's appearance clearly, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was a shark Murloc wearing a red pentagram on his chest. Inside the red 5-pointed star, there is also an 8 printed on it. Rox recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Whitebeard Pirates, Captain of the 8th Division, Namul. Chapter 5 million rupees. Shirley's prophecy. Black's king comes back to the world, kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. The Rox weren't overly surprised that Whitebeard's team leader suddenly appeared on the Fishman Island. The Fishman Island was originally a site sheltered by the Whitebeard Pirates. Plus now that Summit War is approaching, if the Whitebeard Pirates want to rush from New World to Naval Headquarters Marineford, which is located in the first half of the Grand Line, to save people, they must make a turnaround from the Fishman Island. However, not all members of the Whitebeard Pirates are coming to the Fishman Island at this moment. In the observation hockey perception of Rox that can easily cover the entire the Fishman Island, he can clearly perceive, in this island except Namul, it doesn't smell like Whitebeard or the other team captains. Thinking about it, Namur, who is a Murloc, should have come to the Fishman Island to explore the way first. Naur came to the bar of Mermaid Cafe and sat down. Only one building away from the Rox, but he didn't pay attention to Rox, but sat there quietly, as if waiting for someone. Soon, a glamorous mermaid wearing a dark blue hooded top and holding a pipe swam out from the door behind the bar. It is the owner of this Mermaid Cafe, Mrs. Shirley. Looking at Mrs. Shirley who came in front of him, Namur asked. Mrs. Shirley, I am going back to the Fishman Island this time to help Dad and the others arrange their course of action in a few days. By the way, I would like to ask you to help with divination to see how likely we are to rescue Ace. As we all know, Mrs. Shirley is not only the owner of the Mermaid Cafe. He is also a famous fortune teller, and the accuracy rate of her divination and prophecy is astonishingly 100%. She not only predicted the birth of a mermaid princess. Even when he was 4 years old, he predicted the coming of the era of great pirates. It is precisely because of this that everyone in the Fishman Island respects her very much. Advertisement call her Mrs. Shirley. Upon hearing Namur's request, Mrs. Shirley nodded straightforwardly without any hesitation. No problem, if it weren't for you Whitebeard pirates to shelter the Fishman Island, the residents of this island would not know how much pain they would suffer. I will definitely help with such a small matter as I can. As she spoke, she took out her divination crystal ball. Close your eyes and place your hands on the crystal ball. He began to concentrate on prophesying. Namur waited quietly on the sidelines. As for Rox, he remained in his seat. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, observation hockey paid attention to the situation on this side. He was also somewhat curious about Mrs. Shirley's prophecy. In the original plot, Mrs. Shirley did predict the outcome of the Summit War and the fact that Whitebeard died. I don't know that this time, this accident of myself appeared. Will Mrs. Shirley's prophecy change? Under such waiting. After a while, Mrs. Shirley, who was engrossed in divination. A look of pain and expression suddenly appeared on his face. She released her hands from the crystal ball in front of her. Hold your head tightly. He looked like he had a splitting headache. Seeing this, Namur hurried forward and anxiously asked about the situation of the other party. Mrs. Shirley, what's the matter with you? This sudden change made Namur a little bit at a loss. Advertisement. How could the divination be so good that the other party suddenly became like this? At the same time, Mrs. Shirley's painful screams also attracted the attention of other customers in the Mermaid Cafe. The mermaids and Murlocs from the Fishman Island stepped forward to check and ask about the situation. Mrs. Shirley was surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Rox remained seated, not moving, under the worried and concerned gaze of the crowd. Mrs. Shirley's expression finally eased up a lot. But the ring of cold sweat on her forehead, it is enough to prove how painful it was just now. Aha, Mrs. Shirley, who managed to recover a little bit, kept panting and didn't speak for a long time. There was a deep fear in the opened eyes. Seeing her appearance, Namur was not in a hurry to ask what the other party had seen from the divination. However, some of the customers who surrounded him couldn't help but speak. Mrs. Shirley, what did you just see, and why is it in such pain? Did you see some terrible future? Under such inquiry. Mrs. Shirley took a deep breath. Afterwards, still with an expression of lingering fear, he slowly opened his mouth and said. The King of Black has returned to the world. The Overlord of the Sea has awakened and returned. Whitebeard Pirates, Naval Headquarters, World Government. Everything will be destroyed. Chapter 6 Whoever oversteps Wang Quan will surely be destroyed. Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. As soon as this remark came out, the mermaid coffee shop fell silent instantly. Everyone had puzzled and surprised expressions on their faces. They didn't quite understand Mrs. Shirley's first 2 prophecies. But the last 2 sentences are really understood. Whitebeard Pirates, Naval Headquarters, World Government. Everything will be destroyed. The impact of these 2 sentences on everyone is undoubtedly huge. For a long time, the four emperors, the marine, and the world government have been an indispensable part of maintaining the balance of this sea. But at this moment, in the prophecy of Mrs. Shirley, these three forces will be destroyed. What the hell is going on here? No one knows. But there is no doubt that, if the future is really as predicted by Mrs. Shirley, if the Whitebeard pirates, Naval Headquarters, and the world government are all destroyed, then the order and balance of this sea will collapse completely. The whole world will fall into unprecedented chaos. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help panicking. Really, the Whitebeard pirates, Naval Headquarters, and the world government will be destroyed. How could these three behemoth forces be destroyed so easily? Could it be related to the public execution of Fire Fist Ace a week later? Will the Whitebeard pirates fight Naval Headquarters and lose both? But even so, the Whitebeard pirates alone shouldn't let Naval Headquarters be destroyed together with the world government. No matter how I think about it, I don't think it's possible. This time, maybe Mrs. Shirley's prediction was wrong. Although Mrs. Shirley's previous predictions have never been missed, no matter who they are, there are always times when they miss. Advertisement. Compared to the destruction of the Whitebeard pirates, Naval Headquarters, and the World Palace, I am more willing to believe that Mrs. Shirley made a mistake in divination this time. Quote. In the Mermaid Cafe, a burst of heated discussions spread. Obviously, everyone couldn't believe the result of Mrs. Shirley's divination and prediction this time. Even Mrs. Shirley herself had a look of self-doubt on her face. Namur squatted beside her, although he didn't say much. But in his heart, he didn't really accept such divination results. What are you kidding? Will the Whitebeard pirates be destroyed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Their father is known as the strongest man in the world. It is legendary that keeps pace with the era of One Piece Roger. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. With Papa around, absolutely no one can destroy the Whitebeard pirates. Not even Marine and the world government. Mrs. Shirley, I think you are tired too, you'd better go to bed early. Today's divination. Thank you very much. After thanking Mrs. Shirley, Namur did not stay long. He got up and left the Mermaid Cafe. He had to rush to arrange the Whitebeard pirates' course of action in a few days. Then go back to the New World Moby DK to deal with Dad. Naturally, it cannot stay for long. And with Namur's departure, the Mermaid Cafe gradually restored its previous tranquility. Mrs. Shirley went to rest in the back room. Rox was still sitting in front of the bar, took a sip of the coffee in front of him. Advertisement. On the face under the mask, there was a bit of a wicked smile. The King of Black is coming back to the world. Will the Overlord of the Sea wake up and return? Madame Shirley's prophecy is really accurate. He sighed inwardly to himself. After the Valley of the Gods War, the world government tried its best to erase the existence of Rox. Therefore, except for a small number of insiders, most people today do not know the legendary that was once the Overlord of the Sea. It is not surprising that everyone did not understand the meaning of the first two sentences of the prophecy. Others couldn't believe the result of the prophecy, and thought it was Mrs. Shirley who made a mistake. But Rox is very sure. Everything in that prophecy will come true. Making Whitebeard pay for his betrayal was just the first step in the plan he had already made. Naval Headquarters and the world government, he will not let go of any of them. Anyone who violates Wong Quan will surely be destroyed. He wants those guys back then to feel what real despair is. Moreover, the Black King Ned Hogg is synonymous with despair. Rox was absolutely sure that the system rewarded the Black King template when he just woke up. It is also to help myself better revenge. After sitting for a while, Rox finally got up and left. He did not go after Namuel. He will definitely settle the accounts of the Whitebeard pirates, but not now. The stage for Whitebeard to pay for his betrayal is not here. But in Marineford a week later. Where he is going now. It's where Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess who was the ancient weapon Poseidon, lives, the Shell Tower. Chapter 7 In the Hard Shell Tower, Shirahoshi's Illusion. Crust Tower. This is the bedroom of the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. It was also the place she used to hide from Vanderdyke and Ix. Ever since she was stared at by the other party when she was a child and shook hands once. Shirahoshi lived in the shadow of Vanderdyke and Ix. In the beginning, the other party just used the ability of the target fruit to send some love letters and gifts. Crazy pursuit of yourself. But later, after being ignored and rejected many times by myself, Vanderdyke and Ix gradually became crazier and more terrifying. Throwing things that use the ability of the target fruit. No more love letters and gifts, but a sharp and terrifying weapon. This is undoubtedly a naked intimidation and threat. In desperation, Shirahoshi could only hide in this hard shell tower. Never went out again. Even the usual time for soldiers to deliver meals cannot exceed 5 minutes. There was only one shark, Carlo, who became her only confidant. At the moment, inside the hard shell tower, Princess Shirahoshi, who is huge and everywhere, is sitting on the bed. Chat with Carlo, the shark in front of you. May Carlo, when do you think I can get out of this hard shell tower and have a good look at the outside world? I know father and brother are very worried about me, and I don't want them to be so worried. If I can also have the strength of brother Huang and boss Jinbei, don't I have to be afraid of Vanderdyke and Ix? Princess Shirahoshi kept whispering to Carlo, the shark plumb in front of her. Facing her confession, May Carlo could only let out a low whimper from his mouth. Then he rubbed his head against Shirahoshi's arm. It seemed to be comforting her. However, at this moment, A deep male voice suddenly sounded. Perhaps, I can help you realize this wish. The sudden sound surprised both Shirahoshi and May Carlo. One person and one shark hurriedly turned their heads to look. Is to see in some dark corner of the room. A figure is slowly walking out of it. He also wore a black mask on his face. The whole person is full of mystery and majesty. You, who are you? Advertisement. Why are you here? Shirahoshi asked with some horror. The body subconsciously stepped back. You know, this hard-shell tower is guarded by the guards of Dragon Palace City 24 hours a day. And apart from the only entrance and exit door, there is no other entrance and exit. Not even a window. And from just now to now, there is no sign of the door being opened. How did this mysterious man in front of him appear here? And why did he appear here? For a moment, Shirahoshi's heart was filled with doubt and fear. Tears also came out of the eyes. Tears bigger than 2.5 years of basketball kept rolling down his cheeks. Carlo, the shark plum on the side, was so frightened that he didn't even dare to move. Although it is absolutely loyal to Princess Shirahoshi. If there is danger, May Carlo can even stand in front of Shirahoshi desperately to protect him. However, when the mysterious man wearing a mask appeared, Shark Plum Carlo can't move at all. No matter how anxiously it struggled, it couldn't move an inch. It's not because the rocks did something to it. From start to finish, the rocks did nothing. May Carlo will do this, just because of the suppression of blood. In front of the most noble bloodline of the Black King, what May Carlo felt was the fear from the deepest part of the soul and blood. So even if rocks didn't do anything, it still couldn't give birth to the slightest resistance. Rocks slowly stepped out of the shadows. For him, this impenetrable and extremely hard shell tower is useless at all. It was effortless to want to come in. In other words, there is no place in this world that he cannot go to. Even among the flowers where I am is, he only needs one thought to reach it. Because, now he is more than just the rocks of the sea. Still the king above the entire world. He stopped when he was still some distance away from Shirahoshi. Carefully looked at the mermaid princess in front of her. It is hard to imagine one of the ancient weapons enough to destroy the world, Poseidon. At this moment, he was sleeping in the body of this crybaby. He spoke again in a deep voice. Vander Daken X is dead. But you should also understand that the crisis facing the Fishman Island is not just one Vander Dejken. Advertisement. If you want to rely on your own strength to protect your father, brother, and the Fishman Island, I can give you everything you want. Rocks. Tone was extremely low. It was like a demon from hell whispering. But these words fell into Shirahoshi's ears, and the impact they brought to her was enormous. Vander Daken is dead. Shirahoshi just remembered. Usually at this time, the weapon thrown by Vander Daken should have arrived long ago. But all day today, she didn't hear any noise from outside the hard shell tower. Could it be that the other party is really dead? It's not waiting for her to think carefully. Suddenly, the scenery in front of him and around him all changed. Shirahoshi came to a deep sea. And not far in front of her, there was a huge dilapidated sailboat sailing. Shirahoshi could see, on the deck of the giant ship, a figure that seemed like a nightmare to her. It is Vander Daken X. While she was still thinking about why she suddenly came here from the shell tower, a huge shadow descended. She saw, in front of the sailing ship where Vander Daken IX was, a terrifying whale-like creature with a body length of 10,000 meters suddenly emerged. Subsequently, one tailba directly shot Vander Daken IX's boat into sawdust. And that figure, which seemed like a nightmare to Shirahoshi, was directly photographed and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Such a scene scares Shirahoshi a lot. But she didn't even have time to scream. The surrounding scene changed again. This time, what she saw was a scene like an auction house. The auditorium in the auction house was full of humans. On the stage of the auction house, there were chained and handcuffed mermaids or murlocs. They are the commodities of this auction. The humans below looked at the commodities on the stage. There was a gleam of greed in his eyes. And the mermaids and murlocs on the stage had endless despair and fear on their faces. This scene made Shirahoshi's heart skip a beat. It seemed that there was a mass of strange emotions, which kept stagnating and piling up in his chest. Chapter 8 Wake up, Poseidon. Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. Immediately afterwards, the scene changed again. Shirahoshi's pupils contracted slightly when he saw the newly appeared place in front of him. Because it was a place she was very familiar with. The Fishman Island, Geelong Cod Square. Back then, her mother, Princess Otahime, delivered a speech to the residents of the Fishman Island here. Then he was secretly assassinated to death. And at this moment, it was happening in front of Shirahoshi. It was the scene where Princess Otahime was assassinated. On the square, Princess Otahime is constantly collecting the signatures of residents of the Fishman Island. That is a signature that symbolizes the establishment of friendly relations between the Fishman Island and humans. After some previous mobilization and speeches by Princess Otahime, the residents of the Fishman Island finally accepted the proposal to establish friendly relations with humans. However, just as Princess Othime was happily collecting autographs, boom! A gunshot broke the original peaceful atmosphere in Geelong Cod Square in an instant. Princess Otahime fell to the ground. Fell in a pool of blood. Screams, exclamations, and calls for help sounded one after another. The whole square suddenly became chaotic. The next scene was exactly as Shirahoshi remembered. Princess Otahime was inherently weak and died soon after. Seeing this, the tears in Shirahoshi's eyes instantly gushed out like a fountain. Even after seeing this scene again after many years, she still couldn't bear such great sadness. However, the next moment appeared in front of her eyes. But it made Shirahoshi's tears stop abruptly. Because, she saw the murderer who shot and killed Princess Otahime and her mother. That's a shark murloc with white skin. When Garancourt Square fell into chaos, the murloc was standing in a hidden corner in the distance. Slowly withdrew the gun in his hand. On his face, there was a smirk. Haughty Jones. Shirahoshi recognized it immediately. The murderer of his own mother. It is the captain of the new Murloc pirates, Haughty Jones. Advertisement. All the time, all the inhabitants of the Fishman Island thought. The murderer who assassinated Princess Otahime back then was a dirty human being. Unexpectedly, the real culprit was actually their compatriots. Shirahoshi already knew the truth from May Carlo. But seeing Haughty Jones shoot and kill his own mother now is a completely different feeling. Why? Shirahoshi's eyes fell firmly on Haughty Jones's face, and he kept muttering. Still, the surrounding scene didn't seem to want to give her time for grief and shock. The screen turns again. Same goes for Geelong Cador Square. King Neptune of the Fishman Island and several princes were all tied with thick chains at this moment. It was held in front of a crowd of residents of the Fishman Island. And beside King Neptune, there was still an extremely vicious figure standing. It's still Haughty Jones. He is announcing the execution of Neptune and the news that the new Murloc pirates will be the new rulers of the Fishman Island to the residents of the Fishman Island. After announcing everything, Haughty Jones held a sharp long knife and slashed at Neptune's neck without hesitation. Don't want. Seeing this, Shirahoshi finally couldn't help shouting. A strong mood swing also burst out from her body. In the previous scene, she had just witnessed the death of her mother Princess Otahime again. Now, her father was going to be executed in front of her again. This strong stimulation made Shirahoshi's emotions finally burst out. And with the outburst of emotion, Rox can clearly feel it too. In Shirahoshi's body, a mysterious power is awakening. One of the three ancient weapons, Poseidon. Noticing all of this, a smile crept across Rox, face beneath the mask. From beginning to end, Shirahoshi actually never left the shell tower. Still sitting on that huge bed. And the scenes she saw were nothing but illusions that Rox let her see. Such a method is not difficult for the Black King dhogg. Advertisement. Among the Dragon Clan, the little devil Lu Ming's also often pulls Lu Mingfei into illusions and induces him in various ways. What the Rox are doing now is similar to this. In fact, with Rox ability, it doesn't need to be so troublesome to turn Shirahoshi into a hybrid. As long as he wanted, Shirahoshi would be completely helpless. After merging into the blood of the Black King, the mermaid princess will become her most loyal servant. However, he did not do so. Because what he wanted was not Shirahoshi himself. It's the power of Poseidon sleeping in its body. If Shirahoshi is turned into a hybrid in his normal state, Rox estimated that the other party would only become a common hybrid. After all, Shirahoshi in a normal state has no combat power at all except for being big. Only by stimulating the Poseidon power in its body first, and then taking the opportunity to turn it into a hybrid, the probability of success will be greater. The most direct way to arouse the power of Poseidon is to let Shirahoshi receive emotional stimulation. In the original plot, Shirahoshi inspired the power of Poseidon twice. One time was when he witnessed the assassination of Princess Otahime. The other was 2 years later when the Fishman Island faced destruction by the landing of Noah's Ark. So the Rox did the same. Give Shirahoshi constant stimulation through one vision after another. He didn't even give the other party a chance to breathe. And under such a stimulus, everything went as Rox expected. At this moment, Shirahoshi, the power of Poseidon in his body is awakening. This crusty tower has been enveloped by Rox with abilities. Therefore, even if Shirahoshi erupts the power of Poseidon at this moment, the outside world will not know it. The Sea Kings in the deep sea will not come because of this. Very well, then, let me see if you have the potential to become the king of the sea and water. Feeling the powerful power waking up in Shirahoshi, Rox said. Then, he raised his hand slightly. A touch of blood-colored energy appeared in front of him. Then fly forward. In the blink of an eye, it has been integrated into Shirahoshi's body. Chapter 9 The King of Ocean and Water, the degree of fusion has increased. Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. King of the Sea and Water. It is one of the 4 dragon monarchs recreated by the Black King dhogg after he created the White King. In addition, there is the Lord of Bronze and Fire, the Lord of Earth and Mountains, and the Lord of Sky and Wind. The 4 great monarchs and the White King correspond to the 5 great elements of Earth, Fire, Water, Wind and Spirit respectively. They are the first-generation species whose status is second only to the Black King in the Dragon Clan. It is a powerful existence above other hybrids. The system said before that the way to increase the integration of the Black King template is to expand my own power and create a mixed-race army. Then, if I can make the 4 Dragon Kings and the White King reappear in the world, the integration of the Black King template will definitely be greatly improved. That's what Rox thought. It is precisely because of this that he chose to stimulate the Poseidon power in Shirahoshi's body. Try to make it the King of Sea and Water among the 4 Dragon Kings. Rox, current Black King template integration is only 20%. It is impossible to directly create the first-generation species like the real Nidhogg. You can only rely on the same method as creating hybrids. Certainly, the difficulty of creating the 4 Dragon Kings and the White King. It must be much more difficult than building a common hybrid. Not just any person or creature can be made into the 4 great sovereigns or the White King. Even if the rocks endowed them with a high concentration of dragon blood. In the end, they will only become Deadpools who have lost their minds and left only bloodthirsty impulses. Want to be made into a first-generation species. Rocks estimates. The required candidate must be someone like Shirahoshi who has the power of ancient weapon in his body. Or it is powerful enough to have the level of Admiral and 4 Emperors. At this moment, he is using Shirahoshi to verify his conjecture. If successful, the remaining King of Sky and Wind, King of Earth and Mountain, King of Bronze and Fire, and King of White. The rocks already had the right candidate in mind. Advertisement. The next thing to do is to find the door one by one. Strive for the summit war to start. Increase the fusion degree of your own Black King template to more than 80%. Even 100%. At that time, this sea will definitely set off an unprecedented storm because of his return. Thinking this way in his heart, Rock's eyes also fell on Shirahoshi in front of him. With the integration of high-concentration dragon blood, Shirahoshi closed his eyes tightly. The body left the bed and was suspended in midair. The power that belonged to Poseidon that erupted in his body before was no longer released, and was restrained as much as possible. The whole body is wrapped in a mass of blood-red energy. It looks like being inside a huge dragon egg. This means that Shirahoshi is transforming from a common mermaid to a dragon first generation. Gradually, the blood-red energy wrapped around Shirahoshi became thicker and thicker. It was so thick that it was almost impossible to see what was inside. Only the silhouette of Shirahoshi can be vaguely seen. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host for successfully creating the first generation of dragons, the King of Ocean and Water. Close black lens bracket. Black King template fusion progress increased by 15%. Close black lens bracket. Current Black King template fusion progress, 35%. Close black lens bracket. Just as Rox was staring at the situation in front of him, the cold system prompt sounded suddenly in his mind. Rox paused slightly. As this a success, he himself was a little surprised at how smoothly things went. After all, Shirahoshi is still surrounded by that bloody energy. The metamorphosis should not be over yet. How could the system remind me that I created the King of Ocean and Water so quickly, and rewarded 15% of the unlocking progress of the Black King? It seems to have sensed the doubts in Rox's heart. The next moment, the system notification sounded again. Advertisement. After system calculation, the probability of Shirahoshi transforming into the King of Ocean and Water is 100%, so the judgment and reward were made in advance. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the system's explanation, Rox understood. This system can actually make judgments and issue rewards in advance according to the calculation probability, which is convenient. Immediately, he asked the system again, so how long will it take for Shirahoshi to transform into the King of the Ocean and Water? The system responds quickly, returning to the host, because Shirahoshi is weak and has not fully mastered the power of ancient weapon Poseidon, so although he does have the qualifications to transform into the King of the Ocean and Water, it will take a long time to transform. Close black lens bracket. According to system calculations, this metamorphosis process will take about a week. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Rox nodded. It took so long. Fortunately, the system made a judgment and reward in advance. Otherwise, the 15% integration may not be added until a week later. While talking to himself, Rox turned his attention to Carlo, the shark plum beside him. He raised his hand again, and a mass of blood-colored energy emerged and merged into May Carlo's body. With the integration of blood energy, May Carlo's body also began to change rapidly. Pieces of pitch-black dragon scales gradually covered the whole body. Its aura also became stronger accordingly. May Carlo, who fused the blood of the Black King and became a mixed race, also ushered in a transformation in strength. Then it will be up to you to guard this place for the next week. Rox said solemnly to May Carlo. May Carlo immediately bowed his head and prostrated himself with an extremely respectful look. Since Shirahoshi has to wait a week or so to complete the metamorphosis. Naturally, it is impossible for Rox to wait here all the time. After all, he still has more plans and deployments to complete. It is enough for May Carlo, who has transformed into a mixed race, to guard this place. After doing all this, Rox took another look at Shirahoshi, who was wrapped in rich blood-colored energy. The next moment, the figure suddenly disappeared in place. He was no longer seen in the entire hard-shell tower. Chapter 10 Long time no see, Roger. Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. In the remote deep sea some distance from the Fishman Island. A whale-shaped sea king nearly 10,000 meters long is staying here. It was the Leviathan that Rox had previously created as a hybrid. At this moment, Leviathan was quietly floating in the sea. Suddenly, a figure appeared on its back without warning. It's like teleportation. Feel the breath on the back. Leviathan didn't panic. Instead, he lowered his head respectfully and let out a low moan. Rox sat down on his dark throne, and said in a deep voice. Okay, let's go on up. Leviathan responded. Start to swim upwards. Although its figure is extremely huge, its speed is not slow at all. Soon, the Fishman Island was left far behind. Rox sat on the dark throne, thinking about his next move. Except for Newgate, among the former cadres under my command, Kaido, Linlin and Shiki should be the only ones alive now. Kaido is in Wano Kuni, Linlin is in Wano. As for Shiki, I don't know if he was defeated by Straw Hat Luffy at this time. Why don't you go find him first? Soon, the Rocks made a decision. The former Rocks pirates had a total of 7 cadres. Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate, Kaido of the Beasts, Big Mom Linlin, as well as Silver Axe, Akoku and John. Among the 7 cadres, Newgate, Akoku, and John all betrayed themselves in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Among them, Akoku was killed by Rocks on the spot in the Valley of Gods. Both Newgate and John narrowly escaped unharmed. Later, John swept away the treasures accumulated by the Rocks pirates for many years. He became Captain John, who was said to have countless treasures. He died more than 10 years after the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. The corpse was stolen by Moria from the Thriller bark, and made into a zombie using the ability of the Shadow Fruit. The Captain John's treasure, left by him, has also made countless pirates go crazy and search for it. As for the 4 cadres Shiki, Kaido, Linlin and Silver Axe, there was no betrayal in the original Battle of the Valley of the Gods. I have been fighting with myself until the last moment. Advertisement. It wasn't until they were defeated and fell into a deep sleep that they escaped from the Valley of the Gods with serious injuries. Among them, Silver Axe also fell with hatred shortly after that battle because of his serious injuries. Only Shiki, Kaido and Linlin have survived till now. And they all became famous pirates. And the 3 of them are exactly the targets that Rocks plans to subdue after his return this time. Needless to say, Kaido and Big Mom are now the strongest of the 4 emperors who dominate the New World. If they are made into mixed races, they will surely become the first-generation species like the 4 great monarchs of the Dragon Clan. It can also help you quickly unlock more fusion progress of the Black King template. As for the Golden Lion Shiki, although his current strength has seriously regressed. Even regressed enough to be defeated by Luffy, who didn't even master Haki. But there is no doubt that the former Golden Lion was definitely a strong man with the strength of 4 emperors. He even nearly wiped out all the Roger pirates in the Battle of 8 Wall. Unfortunately, there was a sudden storm. The battle situation was instantly reversed. The flying pirates suffered heavy casualties, even Golden Lion himself was seriously injured. Despite this, Rocks thinks, based on the strength of the Golden Lion, it should be enough to be built as a first-generation species. Become one of the 4 great monarchs of the Dragon Clan. The primary goal of Rocks after returning to the sea is to subdue these 3 former subordinates. If the 3 still remember themselves as the former captain and are willing to surrender on their own initiative, things are naturally much simpler. And if the 3 of them have been independent for too long, I don't want to return to my subordinates. The Rocks also don't mind having them relive their fears of being dominated. With this in mind, Rocks rode Leviathan upwards. Swim quickly towards the sea that has been away for 36 years. Soon, you can see the light sprinkled from the sea. Obviously not far from the sea. Suddenly, Rocks seemed to sense something. He signaled Leviathan to stop, turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Within his sight, countless thick tree roots hover and extend in the sea water. Advertisement. The Rocks are no strangers to this. Those are the roots of the alpine mangrove trees that make up the Sabayati archipelago. And here is the sea area below the Sabayati archipelago. At the moment, however, Rocks is not concerned about being under the Sabayati archipelago. His sight fell on the gaps between the roots of the criss-crossing alchemy mangroves. There is a white bone. In fact, there are many other skeletal corpses like this around. Basically the corpses of some pirates. After all, the Sabayati archipelago has always been known for its chaos. Pirates from all over the world gather here. Such things as killing people and throwing corpses are not too common. So it's not uncommon for such skeletal bodies to be found in the waters below the Sabayati archipelago. But Rocks' gaze directly ignored the other similar-looking corpses around him. It landed straight on the body of the bone that was caught by the roots of the Alchiman mangrove tree. Because he felt a very familiar breath from the bone body. Although this corpse has been dead for at least decades. But he was still very sure of it. This is the innate perception of the Dragon King who is in charge of the Kingdom of the Dead, Nibelungen. Next moment, Rocks raised his hand slightly. Facing the white bone from a distance, he made a grabbing gesture. A powerful attraction is then burst out. It landed on the bone in the distance. The bone corpse was attracted and immediately moved. Breaking loose from the roots of the Alcian mangrove. Float quickly towards where Rocks is. It soon landed on Leviathan's back and in front of Rocks. Looking at the bone in front of me. Feel the familiar and disgusting breath. There's a playful smile on Rocks' face beneath the mask. Then, in an extremely cold tone, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Long time no see, Roger." Chapter 11 Gore D. Roger. Resurrected. Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. After the Black King Nidhogg template fusion progress increased to 35%. In addition to its own strength becoming stronger. Rocks also once again unlocked an ability that belongs to the Black King, Nibelungen. It was an independent space known as the Kingdom of the Dead. The inner space is folded and time is still, hosting countless undead. And unlock the rocks of the Nibelung. You can draw people from the outside into it with your own ability. It can also lead the undead inside to the real world. If you have the corpse of the undead, he can even put the undead back into the body of the corpse. This is the so-called resurrection. This ability can be regarded as an upgraded version of the fruit of the underworld. And relying on the powerful perception in charge of the Nibelungen, the country of the dead. The first time Rox saw the skeletal corpse in front of him. I'm 100% sure. This is the body of One Piece Gordy. Roger. Although I don't know that Roger was executed by Marine 22 years ago. Why did the dead body appear under the Sabayati archipelago? But Rox can actually guess vaguely. This may have something to do with Pluton Rayleigh, the deputy captain of the Roger pirates who lives in seclusion on the Sabayati archipelago. Roger's body should be the one he got from Marine. As for why it was placed under the Sabayati archipelago, the reason is unknown. But that doesn't really matter to the Rox. The important thing is that at this moment he got Roger's body. An idea also appeared in his mind. In charge of the kingdom of the dead, Nibelungen, the Black King Nidhogg has power comparable to that of a god. His blood can even life and death human flesh and bones. Even resurrecting the undead is not difficult for the Black King. And this also means that Rox now has Roger's body. It is absolutely possible to resurrect the other party. And, make him a half-breed servant who only obeys you. At first, I was still thinking about how to avenge you. Whitebeard, Garp, and the 5 elders are still alive. It's not hard to get revenge. Only you, a dead person, are a little difficult to deal with. Advertisement. Now there is no such trouble. Hee hee. Rox looked at the bone in front of him and sneered. Originally in his plan, the only way to get revenge on Roger might be to kill all the remnants of Roger's pirate group and Roger's son Ace. But now, he thought of a more interesting idea. What could be more satisfying than bringing a dead enemy back to life and making him a servant? Moreover, he can also use Roger's identity. Start a new wave long before Summit War. Pave the way and warm up for your grand return at that time. Thinking of this, Rox couldn't help sighing. Hee hee, things are starting to get more and more interesting. Then, he had a thought. A mass of blood-colored energy emerged in front of him. Suddenly, he merged into the bone in front of him. Immediately afterwards, the mutation happened. On the original white bones. It actually began to grow tendons, organs and flesh and blood at a speed visible to the naked eye. That skinny skeleton. In an instant, he returned to his human form. Even the hair is starting to grow out. Soon, a living body appeared in front of Rox. That looks. It was undoubtedly Roger who had died 22 years ago. But, although Roger's physical body has been restored at this moment. But the eyes are still very empty, without any expression. This is because his soul has not yet returned. In this state, he is just a shell without any consciousness. Then, next, let me really resurrect you. The voice fell. I saw the palm of Rox in the shape of a palm knife. Randomly cut in the sea water beside him. Immediately afterwards. Advertisement. A huge gap emerged from the sea water. The gap is like a gateway to another world. There was darkness and nothingness. It's impossible to see what's going on inside. But there is a continuous cold air coming out of the gap. At the same time, it seemed to be accompanied by countless mournful cries and groans. It's as if the yellow springs connected by this gap. And in fact it is. The crack that Rox swung is the entrance to the Nibelungen, the land of the dead. Once the gap opened, Rox thrust a hand straight into it. At the same time, the powerful spiritual force observation hockey penetrated into the Nibelungen. Start looking for Roger's undead. If anyone looks up in the Nibelungs at this moment, it is to be able to see a big hand that can cover the sky and block the sun hovering in the air. For the Rox who control the Nibelungen, he is the absolute master of this kingdom of the dead. Nothing in the Nibelungen escapes his grasp. Soon, the Rox were on target. Pull an undead out of the Nibelungen. The appearance of the undead, Howran, was exactly the same as the body of Roger who had just recovered. And similarly, the eyes of the undead Roger are also empty. In this world, except for the fruit of Wonquan and a small number of special ability users. Most of the rest, when the soul is separated from the body, will completely lose consciousness and thinking. Therefore, the undead in the Nibelungen are actually without any consciousness. Looking at Roger's undead body and body in front of him, Rox looked cold. Without much hesitation, he directly threw Roger's undead into the shell beside him. In the next moment, the soul and body quickly merged under the power of the Black King's blood. A strong breath of life then burst out. In Roger's originally empty eyes, the spirit gradually recovered. Gordy. Roger. Resurrected. However, at this moment, he is no longer the One Piece king he used to be. But, a loyal servant of the Rox. Chapter 12 appearing in Sabayati, astonished Rayleigh. Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. Under the operation of Rox, Roger has been resurrected. But its original consciousness was directly erased by Rox in this process. Today's Roger is no longer the One Piece he once was. But a loyal puppet completely at the beck and call of Rox. Moreover, it is also a very powerful puppet. Be able to conquer the Grand Line and become One Piece. Roger's strength is naturally beyond doubt. Now under the influence of the Black King's blood. Whether it is his body or strength, they have all returned to their former peaks. Even surpassed the previous peak. The blood of the Black King endowed Roger with greater power. Actually, if Rox wanted to, he can also continue to increase the concentration of dragon blood in Roger's body. With Roger's strength, It is not difficult to transform into a first-generation species like the 4 Dragon Kings and the White King. But the Rocks didn't do that. His purpose of resurrecting Roger. It's just to use the other party to better revenge. He will not let the enemies who besieged him in the Valley of Gods become the first-generation species second only to yourself in the Dragon Clan. And, whether it is the White King or the remaining 3 of the 4 great monarchs of the Dragon Clan, Rocks already has a suitable reservation candidate in mind. Seeing Roger, who had been revived and transformed into a hybrid, Rocks snapped his fingers. Immediately, dozens of black scales floated out from Leviathan's back. It landed on Roger's face and condensed into a black mask. Completely cover the other person's face. Next, let you play a good show instead of me for the time being. A sneer curled up on Rock's lips. A very interesting plan has already been drawn up in his mind. He could completely foresee that there would be a new turbulent wave on the following sea. And all of this is paving the way and warming up for the grand comeback of the king. Roger, who was put on a mask, first knelt down and saluted Rocks respectfully. Then came to the back of Rocks, dark throne and stood quietly behind Rocks, waiting for the other party's order to dispatch. After all that was done, the Rocks didn't delay. Continue to signal Leviathan to swim towards the top of the sea. Sabayati Archipelago. This is the only place where the first half of the Grand Line goes to New World. Gathered countless vicious pirates from all over the world. At the same time, there are all kinds of criminals, black market dealers, human traffickers and so on. In short, this is a place of chaos and disorder. It is a paradise for pirates and criminals. At the moment, on the Sabayati Archipelago. Advertisement. Inside a casino, an old man with silver hair and round glasses is gambling at a gaming table. However, it seems that luck is not very good. After a while, all the bargaining chips piled up in front of him were lost. It seems that today's gambling luck is not good. The silver-haired old man scratched his head helplessly, and whispered to himself. On the opposite side, the banker of the casino stared at him fiercely, and said angrily. Hey, old man, you've lost all your chips now. Not only that, but you also owe me tens of millions of Baileys. If you can't come up with the money to repay the debt, I can only arrest you and sell you at a population auction. As he said that, the vicious casino dealer also gestured to several bodyguards around him with his eyes. Several bodyguards immediately understood, and quickly moved towards the silver-haired old man's position. However, at this moment, a burst of exclamation suddenly came in from outside the casino. At the same time, there was a violent vibration and sound. It was like an earthquake. This sudden change surprised everyone in the casino. You know, the Sabayati Archipelago is actually composed of Akamangroves, not a normal island. How could there be an earthquake? What the hell happened? For a while, everyone ran towards the outside of the casino with doubts, wanting to find out. The casino dealer and several thugs also took care of the silver-haired old man flawlessly and ran out. After coming outside the casino, a shocking picture appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone can see, on the sea not far from Sabayati Archipelago, a huge sea king is bursting out from under the surface of the sea. It looks a bit like a whale. It's just that the whole body is covered with black scales. It looked horrible, and even more terrifying. It's the figure of the sea kings. At this time, only the upper half of the whale sea kings that drilled out from under the sea surface was exposed. It is already several thousand meters long. It's hard to imagine how huge its whole body is. Obviously, the shock just now was caused by the sea kings drilling out of the sea. Oh my god, what kind of sea kings is this? It's so huge. I've never seen such a terrifying creature. Shouldn't sea kings of this size all live in the deep sea? Why did it suddenly appear here? Quote. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but exclaimed. After all, the impact of the picture in front of me is too strong. Moreover, the huge whale sea kings is still jumping towards the sea surface. Advertisement. When its entire body was finally exposed to the surface of the sea. An even more shocking scene happened. The whale sea kings did not stay on the surface of the sea. Instead, it suddenly flapped the 2 huge fins on the side of its body. Subsequently, the nearly 10,000-meter long body is under the eyes of everyone. Fly up. Fly towards the sky at an extremely fast speed. There is no intention of falling. Such a scene once again shocked everyone present. They never imagined in their dreams that the huge sea kings in front of them could actually fly. Is this really sea kings? Perhaps it is more appropriate to call it a monster. Wait, take a look. There seems to be someone on the back of the whale. Suddenly, an exclamation came from the crowd. Once again attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked intently, and then they really saw 2 figures on the back of the whale. Sit together on the dark throne. Stand behind each other respectfully together. Both of them wore black's mask on their faces, so they couldn't see their faces clearly. It's actually someone. Am I dreaming? Anyone can actually sit on the back of that monster. Doesn't this mean that the monster is just the man's mount? That guy, who is so sacred? Everyone exclaimed loudly, curious about the 2 mysterious figures on the back of the whale. And at this time, among the exclamation of the crowd, the silver-haired old man Rayleigh also walked out of the casino slowly. In his hand, he still held a bottle of spirits that had just arrived in disorder. See the whale in the distance that has jumped out of the sea and flew into the air. Rayleigh couldn't help sighing. It's really a monster with a big head. As the vice captain of the Roger pirates, he who is well informed would not be surprised by this. The world is full of wonders. It seems that such monsters are not uncommon. So Rayleigh didn't pay too much attention. However, next moment, when Rayleigh's eyes fell on the two figures on the back of the whale, his gaze suddenly froze. A look of astonishment and disbelief appeared on the old face. Roger. Chapter 13 Rayleigh's shock, the disappearing body of Roger, kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. At this moment, Rayleigh's eyes fixed on the two figures on the back of the whale in the distance. On an old face, there was an expression of incomparable astonishment and disbelief. How can it be? That breath is Roger. Rayleigh murmured in shock. He was absolutely sure that his observation hockey felt Roger's aura from those two figures. As Roger's friend and old partner for many years, Rayleigh firmly believes that it is absolutely impossible for him to admit his mistake. Only, there seems to be a wonderful energy field around the two figures on the back of the whale. Although he can perceive Roger's breath. But it's impossible to be sure. Does this breath come from the figure sitting on the black throne? Or did it come from the figure standing respectfully behind the throne? Why does Roger's breath appear there? Rayleigh's eyes were fixed on the Leviathan flying far away in the sky. The expression of shock and doubt on his face remained undiminished. No matter what he thought, he couldn't figure it out. Roger, who had been dead for 22 years, why did his breath suddenly appear on the back of that whale monster? What is the origin of the two figures on the back of the whale? Where did Roger's breath come from? At this moment, Rayleigh's heart was filled with countless questions. He wanted to catch up and find out. But the speed of Leviathan flying in the air is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it has flown a long distance. In addition, the opponent is now in the sky. Even if it is as strong as Rayleigh, there is no way to catch up. He could only watch helplessly as Fang Yu flew farther and farther away and gradually disappeared into the sky. No, I have to go look under the Subordinates archipelago. After Leviathan's figure completely disappeared from sight, Rayleigh's eyes froze. A decision was made immediately. He wants to take a look at Roger's body that he placed under the Subordinates archipelago with his own hands. Roger's breath appeared on the back of the whale monster. Could it be that something happened to Roger's body? With this in mind, Rayleigh immediately took a step forward. Advertisement. Get ready to head towards the shore of the Subordinates archipelago. However, he had only just taken a few steps. A group of strong and fierce guys surrounded him. The previous casino dealer also came over. Looking at Rayleigh with a ferocious face, he said angrily, "Old man. Could it be that you want to take advantage of the chaos and escape? You owe me money, don't try to escape from my hands." The casino dealer, who had recovered from the previous shock, said viciously. At the same time, he waved his hand, signaling the casino bodyguards to move towards Rayleigh. It was obvious that they wanted to catch the other party and send them to the population auction to sell for money. Sorry, I'm not in the mood to play this kind of game with you right now. Facing the double teaming of the crowd, Rayleigh said something coldly. Then, a powerful conqueror's haki suddenly burst out from his body. Instantly swept around, and those bodyguard thugs in the casino also fainted and fell down. The casino dealer was so frightened by the scene in front of him that he sat down on the ground with a look of horror. Rayleigh, on the other hand, didn't stop there, and walked directly into the distance. Not long after he left, the astonished crowd slowly came back to their senses. A passerby shouted in a trembling voice. That old man seems to be Pluton Rayleigh. After a while, Rayleigh came to the shores of the Subordinates archipelago. Then he jumped straight into the sea. Dive quickly towards the bottom of the sea. 22 years ago, Roger chose to surrender to Marine because of an incurable disease. And before leaving, he delivered an impassioned speech. This created the current era of great pirates. And before Roger turned himself into Marine, he came to see Rayleigh first. And asked this old friend to place his body under the Subordinates archipelago after his death. And the reason is, Roger wanted to replace himself with his own corpse. In this deep sea from the first half of the Grand Line to the New World. I have been watching the pirates who set sail and head to the New World with ambition. Even if he dies, Roger wants to see with his own eyes the era of great pirates created by himself. For the last request of his old friend before he died, Rayleigh naturally agreed without any hesitation. Advertisement. After Roger was executed by Marine, he infiltrated the Marine base in the town of Rogg. And stole Roger's body. It was then placed under the Subordinates archipelago. It was placed between the roots of the Alchiman mangrove tree to prevent it from being washed away by the sea current. Rayleigh didn't make a grave around Roger's body. It looks no different from other pirate corpses that have sunk into the sea. The reason for doing this is also to prevent unnecessary attention from others by being too special. After placing Roger's body beneath the Subordinates archipelago, Rayleigh also lived in seclusion on this island with Shaki. Accompanied by the former captain and best friend in this way. Every year on the anniversary of Roger's death, Rayleigh also dives into the sea. Standing in front of Roger's dead body for a while. It counts as a memorial service. Below the surface of the sea. Rayleigh dived non-stop at breakneck speed. For the location of Roger's body. He has already been very familiar with it, and he is familiar with it by heart. You can find it even with your eyes closed. Soon, he came to a place in front of the roots of the intertwined alchemon mangrove tree. The place where Roger's body is buried is here. However, when Rayleigh came to this root, after stopping the figure and looking forward, the expression on his face became more dignified than ever before. In widened eyes, it is endless shock and doubt. In front of him, in the crevice of the tree roots where Roger's body should have been placed, it was empty at the moment. How so? Roger's body is missing. Chapter 14 Roger resurrected. Reported prophecies. Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. Looking at the gaps in the roots of the alchemon mangrove tree that was empty in front of me. Shock and confusion were written all over Rayleigh's face. Just a few days ago, he had just come here to pay Roger's respect. So he was quite sure. Roger's body lay here intact a few days ago. But now, it has disappeared. For Rayleigh, this is absolutely incredible. During the past 22 years, Roger's body has always been placed here intact. There were no surprises. Rayleigh caught Roger's body right between the roots of the alcyon mangrove. Unless it is artificially disturbed by external factors. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for the corpse to leave here. But, who would move an ordinary-looking corpse? Below the Subordinates archipelago. But the corpses of countless pirates are buried deep. Compared with the corpses of other pirates, Roger's corpse, there is no difference at all. It is absolutely impossible that someone would have nothing to do to remove it from the entanglement of the roots of the alchemon mangrove. Over the past 22 years, this matter has also been fully verified. Even though Rayleigh left him alone, Roger's body was still there. There have never been any surprises. However, now, Roger's body disappeared out of thin air. Rayleigh also specially used observation hockey to sense the surrounding area. However, no corpse similar to Roger was found. Obviously, it was really missing. What the hell is going on here? In front of the roots of the alchemon mangrove, Rayleigh looked sad. He couldn't figure it out anyway. Who the hell moved Roger's body? Could it be related to the figure with Roger's aura on the back of the whale monster? Rayleigh swam towards the sea as he kept thinking. This one after another strange incident made an unrealistic idea well up in his heart. Could it be that Roger is resurrected? Advertisement. The moment the thought came to his mind, Rayleigh subconsciously shook his head. The resurrection of the dead seems a little too unrealistic no matter what. What's more, Roger, who has been dead for 22 years and has only a pile of white bones left in his body. But for some reason, Rayleigh actually had some sort of anticipation for this guess in his heart. Worlds, full of wonders. The power of devil fruit is even more diverse. Perhaps, is there really a devil fruit ability to resurrect the dead? Perhaps, Roger was really resurrected. Perhaps, one of the figures on the back of the whale monster just now is Roger. If Roger was really brought back to life, that would be a really big deal. However, if this guess comes true, who will resurrect Roger? What is the other party's purpose in resurrecting Roger? Thousands of thoughts raced through Rayleigh's mind. This made Pluton, who had been retired for many years, no longer have peace of mind. And it was in this constant thinking that Rayleigh finally floated up from the sea. Back on top of the Subordinates archipelago. In any case, this matter needs to be investigated. Whether Roger was really resurrected or his body was just stolen, I have to figure it out. Rayleigh thought as he made his way to Shaki's ripped-off pub at Trunk 13. He was going to go back and tell Shaki that he was leaving Subordinates archipelago for a while. Go check out what happened today. ... When Rayleigh returns to Shaki's rip-off bar. Shaki was sitting at the bar reading a newspaper with a thin cigarette in his mouth. There were no other customers in the bar and it was very clean. Shaki glanced up at Rayleigh who walked in, picked up a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet with ease, poured it into a glass and handed it to him. You just came back, and I have something to show you. Shaki was the first to speak before Rayleigh explained the purpose of his return this time. Hearing her words, Rayleigh was slightly taken aback. Look at each other and wait for the next one. Then Shaki pushed the newspaper on the bar in front of Rayleigh. This is the latest report by the guys from the World Economic News Agency, about Mrs. Shirley's prophecy about the Fishman Island. Take a look. Saying that, Shaki took a deep breath of the cigarette in his mouth. Spit out a beautiful smoke ring. Oh, that little girl Shirley's prophecy. Decades ago, the Roger pirates visited the Fishman Island. Advertisement. There was also some interaction with Mrs. Shirley, who was a child at the time. So Rayleigh is very familiar with it. Hearing this, he looked at the newspaper in front of him with great interest. The newspaper published what a reporter from the World Economic News Agency just witnessed in the Mermaid Cafe. Namur, the 8th team captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, went to Mrs. Shirley to prophesy, and wanted to know the chances of success in rescuing Firefist Ace. However, in exchange for an extremely terrifying prophecy, the King of Black has returned to the world. The Overlord of the Sea has awakened and returned. Whitebeard Pirates, Naval Headquarters, World Government. Everything will be destroyed. Rayleigh read the prophecy softly, and then frowned. Whitebeard Pirates, Naval Headquarters, and the World Government will all be destroyed. Shouldn't that be possible? As the former deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh naturally has a clearer understanding of the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates, Naval Headquarters and the World Government. It is precisely because of this that he is more aware how difficult it is to destroy all these three forces. Even if the 4 Emperor's pirates all declare war on Naval Headquarters and the world government at the same time, it may be difficult to do this. Rayleigh is skeptical of such predictions. Compared with the prophecies in the last 2 sentences, the content of the first 2 sentences is more able to attract Rayleigh's attention at this moment. The King of Black has returned to the world. The Overlord of the Sea wakes up and returns. For some reason, when I saw these 2 prophecies, Rayleigh inexplicably connected it with the 2 figures seen on the back of the whale monster today and the disappearance of Roger's body. Rayleigh moved his gaze to the picture next to the text report. That was a photo taken by a reporter from the World Economic News Agency in the Mermaid Cafe. In the photo, the customers in the Mermaid Cafe and Namur surrounded Mrs. Shirley, who was holding her head tightly and looking pained. However, Rayleigh's eyes were not on Mrs. Shirley and the group around her. He saw, on the photo, there is a man wearing a black mask sitting in front of the bar next to him. It seems to be very out of tune with the surrounding crowd. The moment I saw this man and the mask on his face, Rayleigh's pupils contracted slightly, because he recognized it immediately. This masked man, it was on the back of that whale monster before. The mysterious man sitting on the dark throne. Chapter 15. The next target, Golden Lion Shaki. Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. It's him. Rayleigh stared fixedly at the photo in the newspaper. What's wrong? Noticing Rayleigh's strangeness, Shaki asked aloud. Rayleigh picked up the glass in front of him and drank the contents in one gulp. Then he looked at Shaki and said slowly, "You should have noticed the whale monster that appeared off the coast of the Sabayati archipelago just now, right?" Shaki nodded. "Well, the movement is quite loud. It's really the first time I've seen such a monster." Rayleigh continued. "There are 2 mysterious people wearing masks on the back of the whale, and one of them is the person in the photo." As he spoke, Rayleigh pointed to the man in the black mask in the newspaper photo. Hearing this, Shaki gasped in surprise, that is to say, this mysterious person is the owner of that whale monster. But even so, you don't need to be so surprised, right? Based on Shaki's understanding of Rayleigh, the other party is not so easy to make a fuss about. The next moment, Rayleigh spoke again in a deep voice. "Roger's body is gone. And I sensed Roger's breath from the 2 mysterious people on the back of the whale." As soon as this remark came out, Shaki was not calm for an instant. The cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground. How is it possible? Roger's body has been fine for the past 20 years, how could it suddenly disappear? There is still his breath, but he is obviously dead. Shaki murmured to himself with an incredulous expression on his face. Rayleigh lowered his head slightly, his glasses glowing white. "I am also very puzzled about this matter. I'm coming back this time to tell you that I'm going to go out and investigate this matter thoroughly." Shaki nodded. "Understood, this is indeed something worth investigating." Then she took a small phone bug from the drawer in front of her and handed it to Rayleigh. "Take this phone bug with you. During this time, I will also pay attention and collect some relevant information. As soon as I find anything, I will notify you immediately." Rayleigh took the phone bug from Shaki's hand and smiled. "It seems that my old bones have to move again." Shaki turned his eyes back to the newspaper again, and pondered. The King of Black returns to the world, and the Overlord of the Sea wakes up and returns. Advertisement. You said, do the first 2 prophecies of Shirley refer to the resurrection of Roger? Rayleigh nodded. "If you look at these 2 things together, it's hard not to think so. However, I always feel that things are still a little strange. King of Black, Lord of the Seas. I always feel that these words are more appropriate to describe another man who has died." Hearing this, Shaki's expression became a little serious. "You mean, rocks?" Rayleigh was noncommittal, and his expression became more serious. "I hope I'm just thinking too much. No more small talk." After tidying up a few things, Rayleigh had just left Shaki's rip-off bar. Head straight to the shore of the Sabayati archipelago. Row a small boat to chase in the direction where the whale monster I witnessed before left. While Rayleigh was leaving, this prophecy of Mrs. Shirley, reported by the World Economic News Agency, was also quickly spread across the entire sea. Because the prophecy mentions the destruction of the Whitebeard pirates, Naval Headquarters and the world government. Therefore, it quickly attracted the attention of many forces. Of course, for such a prophecy, everyone's first reaction was not to believe it. After all, the 3 forces mentioned in the prophecy are giant existences in this sea. Wanting to destroy all of them is as difficult as climbing the sky. It is basically impossible for any person or force to do such a thing. So, after a brief shock at this prophecy, most people just regard it as an after-dinner conversation and don't pay much attention to it. It was quickly forgotten. The other side, somewhere on the Grand Line, at an altitude of 10,000 meters. A huge whale monster is soaring above the clouds. Fly quickly towards the front. It was Leviathan. Advertisement. After undergoing the transformation of Rock's Black King bloodline, Leviathan, who has become a mixed race, has already surpassed the category of sea kings. Even out of sea water can still survive. And, those huge fins covered with black scales. It can even be used as wings for it to soar into the sky. Coupled with his huge body, the back is extremely broad. Even if it is used to build a town, it is more than enough. According to Rox, Leviathan is definitely a perfect vehicle. Now, Rox sits on his dark throne, looking at the distant sky. Roger, wearing a mask, stood respectfully and quietly behind him. The world of the strong should be ahead, right? Rox muttered to himself. After leaving the deep sea, the Rox did not choose to stop at the Sabayati archipelago. Instead, Leviathan flew into the sky directly, flying in this direction non-stop. Because, his first goal, Golden Lion Shiki. Right in the sky in this direction. Since the jailbreak from Impel Down 20 years ago, Golden Lion used his Lion Fruit's ability to create a floating sky island group. And named it, Strongworld, the Strong World. Afterwards, it has been entrenched in this high altitude until it was defeated by Straw Hat Crew. After leaving the deep sea, Rox sensed it with his observation hockey, which had been boosted by the Black King's power and was already too strong to describe. It was found that the Golden Lion had not encountered the Straw Hat Crew at this time. Still stay in the world of the strong. However, according to the timeline in the original plot, it's not too far from Golden Lion being defeated by Luffy. Therefore, the Rox set their first goal as the Golden Lion. In his opinion, Golden Lion with Lion Fruit ability. It is very suitable to be one of the 4 great monarchs of the Dragon Clan. King of Sky and Wind. Chapter 16 Golden Lion's Revenge Plan, in the name of the Rox Pirates. Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. Strong World. Float above the highest main island. Next to the spacious indoor swimming pool. An old man with long gold hair, a boat rudder stuck in his head, and 2 long knives sticking out of his legs, was lying leisurely on a deck chair. Enjoy sunbathing comfortably. In front of him were 2 newspapers. One is a newspaper that publishes the news that Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, is about to be executed. And the other is the newspaper that published the prophecy of Mrs. Shirley, the Fishman Island. After reading the news in these 2 newspapers, Golden Lion is in a very good mood. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates is about to be publicly executed. With Whitebeard's character, he will inevitably start a century war with Naval Headquarters. And in order to meet the Whitebeard Pirates, Naval Headquarters will also dispatch a large number of troops from all over the world to garrison Marineford. At that time, the defense of the marine branches in other places will inevitably be much weaker. And this is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for me. Golden Lion picked up the spirits on the side and took a sip to his mouth, laughing loudly. The IQ experiment has been completed, and those beasts have already been bred. In this case, let's start the operation when the Whitebeard Pirates battle the Naval Headquarters in a week's time. Take advantage of Marine's weak defense, and completely destroy Roger's hometown, East Blue, in one fell swoop. And then there's the Marine, the world government, and the Whitebeard guys. While talking to himself, a stern look appeared on Golden Lion's face. In the 22 years since escaping Impel Down, he hasn't been idle. Although old due to serious injuries, and the cause of the rudder stuck in his head. Golden Lion's strength is not as good as before, but in his heart. But he never gave up the idea of revenge. Naval Headquarters, World Government, Whitebeard. Those enemies in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods back then were all the targets of his revenge. For this reason, he painstakingly hibernated and prepared for a full 22 years. Researched a weapon called IQ. It can turn the original common animals into extremely terrifying beasts. Relying on IQ research, Golden Lion has also cultivated a powerful army of beasts. And he is also preparing to rely on this beast army. Start your own revenge on those former enemies. Advertisement. Captain, don't worry. The revenge of the Valley of the Gods back then, I will definitely avenge it for you. Golden Lion gazed into the distance, his eyes and tone were extremely firm. Then, he picked up the newspaper that published Mrs. Shirley's prophecy. The King of Black has returned to the world. The Overlord of the Sea has awakened and returned. Whitebeard Pirates, Naval Headquarters, World Government. Everything will be destroyed. Gia ha 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 ha, this prophecy is interesting. It sounds a bit like predicting the result of my next action. Looking at the prophecy in the newspaper, Golden Lion couldn't help laughing. Isn't the 3-party force that predicted that Vice Admiral would be completely destroyed, not the target of his next revenge? Then, it is the cooperation of Marine, World Government and Roger Pirates. Plus the betrayal of Whitebeard et al. Their Rox Pirates will usher in an unprecedented fiasco. He, the most respected Captain Rox of the Golden Lion, fell into the Valley of Gods with hatred. Over the past many years, Golden Lion is thinking about taking revenge on the enemies who fought in the Valley of the Gods all the time. After the Rox Pirates fell apart, Golden Lion formed the Flying Pirates himself. Has been looking for trouble with Marine, World Government, Whitebeard Pirates, and Roger Pirates. It is precisely because of this that he became a big pirate on the sea at that time, keeping pace with Whitebeard and Roger. At the time of the naval battle of Art Wall, he even pushed the Roger Pirates to a dead end. Almost wiped out the opponent in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, a sudden storm ruined it all. It also caused heavy casualties to the Flying Pirates, and Golden Lion himself was seriously injured. A rudder was inserted into his head, enough to threaten his life. When he was young, he was still able to suppress the rudder with his strong vitality. But now he is old, and the threat of the rudder above his head is getting bigger and bigger. As a result, his current strength is even worse than when he was young. Whenever thinking of this incident, Golden Lion felt extremely regretful. Advertisement. If there is no such a rudder in the way, how could he have fallen to this point? And how could he have been huddling above this high altitude for 20 years? If there is no such obstructive rudder, his strength is still there. On his own, he's enough to avenge Captain Rox. But it doesn't matter. After 20 years of preparation, I will succeed this time. Golden Lion said in an extremely firm tone. He looked at the first two sentences of the prophecy in the newspaper. The King of Black returns to the world. Will the Overlord of the Sea wake up and return? I seem to understand the meaning of these two prophecies. I will take revenge on this world in the name of the Rock's pirates. I want the whole world to recall who is the real Overlord of this sea. It's not some shitty One Piece Roger, nor is it 4 emperors, marine, and world government, but Captain Rocks. In Golden Lion's view, although the first two sentences of this prophecy seemed to be saying that Rocks will wake up and return. But he actually understood in his heart, how could a dead person be resurrected? The true meaning of these two prophecies may mean that he will take revenge in the name of the Rock's pirates. Remind the world of the once Overlord Rocks. Thinking of this, Golden Lion couldn't help feeling a surge of emotion. At the same time, there was a bit of sadness in his expression. It's a pity, the captain can't see all this. Golden Lion whispered to himself. And at this moment, a burst of strange footsteps came from behind. A guy with blue hair and dressed like a clown came running quickly from behind. It was Dr. Indigo, the ship's doctor who was in charge of the IQ experiment under Golden Lion. At the same time, he is also the second in command of the flying pirates. Indigo came to the Golden Lion with an anxious and terrified look on his face. Boss Shiki, it's not good. Ahead of Strongworld. A huge whale monster appeared. Chapter 17 Uninvited Guest, Golden Lion's Bitter Battle. Whale monster. This place is above 10,000 meters in the sky, how could a whale appear here? Indigo, are you sure you haven't lost your mind from your experiments? Hearing Indigo's words, Golden Lion frowned subconsciously. A huge whale monster appeared above the altitude of 10,000 meters. No matter how you listen to this kind of words, it feels outrageous. Could it be that the whale monster has grown wings and can fly to the sky? However, in the face of Golden Lion's questioning, Indigo still looked panicked. Really, Boss Shiki? I'm not kidding. A huge whale monster really flew to the front of Strongworld from a distance. You better hurry up and have a look. Seeing that Indigo looked extremely determined, he didn't look like he was joking. Golden Lion frowned again. After a short thought, he finally got up slowly from the reclining chair. I'd like to see what kind of whale monster it is that scares you like this. After finishing speaking, his figure floated up directly from the reclining chair. Floating in midair. Then, under the effect of Lion Fruit's ability, it flew towards the outside quickly. When the Golden Lion flew out of the island and came to the front of the island group of the Strong World, he saw it at a glance. That huge whale monster floating in the clouds, with a body shape of nearly 10,000 meters long. It's actually true. The scene in front of him shocked Golden Lion a little. He really didn't expect that there are really whales that can fly into the sky. Moreover, it is such a huge whale. Among the many sea kings, the size of this whale can be regarded as the top batch. However, the appearance of this whale is a bit strange. What are those black scales? Golden Lion carefully looked at the monster in front of him and muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes were caught by something. It landed on the back of the whale monster. There is a dark throne. And beside the throne, there is still a male figure standing. The man had a mask on his face, making it impossible to see his face. Can't recognize it, but feeling the powerful aura emanating from that person. Golden Lion's expression also became serious subconsciously. As that guy the owner of this monster? Advertisement. His aura is very strong. And for some reason, it feels kind of familiar to me. As some former acquaintance playing tricks. Golden Lion stared fixedly at the figure standing beside the jet black throne. He looked like an enemy. If the enemy is just this huge whale monster in front of him, Golden Lion doesn't feel any sense of danger. Although he has never seen a whale that can fly in the air. But sea kings like this size, he also killed a lot. Nothing too threatening. What really gave Golden Lion a long-lost sense of crisis was the masked guy. Judging from the breath alone, Golden Lion can be sure that the opponent's strength is not weak. And he can always sense a sense of familiarity from the other party. Therefore, he guessed that the person in front of him might be one of his previous opponents. Now he is using this pretentious appearance to deal with himself. HMPH. If that's the case, then I'll take off the mask on your face with my own hands. Let me see who dares to play tricks in front of Lousy. Having been dormant for 20 years, do you really think that I, the Golden Lion, are soft persimmons that can be pinched casually? Golden Lion is not a good stubble. The uninvited guest in front of him obviously ignited his anger all at once. Without any communication with the opponent, Golden Lion directly launched a preemptive attack. Slash wave. Floating in midair, he swung the two famous swords on his legs without hesitation, Sakura Ten, and Mukuru. Swing two sharp slashes, and quickly attack the masked man on the back of the whale. 20 years ago, in order to escape impel down, Golden Lion did not hesitate to cut off his own legs. After that, I kept using these two favorite knives to stick on the broken leg as a substitute for transportation. But even so, it does not affect the formidable power of these two famous knives. In addition to having a powerful lion fruit ability, Golden Lion, his swordsmanship has actually reached the level of a great swordsman. Even without relying on Devil Fruit's ability, he is enough to become a famous big pirate. Although he is old and seriously injured, his strength is not as good as before. But the power of these two slash waves should not be underestimated. It can easily cut the sea surface. Ordinary people don't dare to resist at all. However, face such horrors as slash wave. The man in the mask on the back of the whale stood there motionless. There is no intention of dodging at all. When two slash waves were about to hit his body, the masked man finally raised a hand slowly. On the palm and arm, a black energy medium instantly wrapped around it. Armament hockey. Boom. Advertisement. The next moment, the golden lion's two slash waves collided with the masked man's palm wrapped around armament hockey. A strong shock erupted. The power of the slash wave was completely neutralized. But the footsteps of the masked man did not retreat half a step. Noticing this scene, Golden Lion's expression instantly became more serious. It seems that it is a strong enemy. Without too much hesitation, Golden Lion immediately swung Sakuraju and Muku on his legs again. This time, the speed of waving was even faster. Dozens of slashes were all unleashed in an instant, flying towards the masked man with an extremely sharp breath and aggression. Overwhelming, as if trying to submerge the opponent. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. This is an upgraded version of Slash Wave. It is also one of Golden Lion's famous stunts. The power is extraordinary. However, even in the face of a much more violent attack than before, the masked man still had no intention of dodging. Still standing firmly in the same place, he slowly raised his hands to resist the attack. Boom. Bang bang bang. More violent and terrifying impacts continued to burst out as the two collided. Above this 10,000-meter altitude, a strong air current comparable to a storm was set off. The members of the flying pirates watching the battle on the island of the strong world were stunned. They really want to know who their captain boss is fighting with. How could such a terrifying momentum erupt? After a long while, the strong impact and airflow finally subsided gradually. Golden Lion's complexion was ashen. Because he had already noticed that his attack still didn't hurt the masked man at all. They were all blocked by the opponent. Damn it, is it because the strength has regressed too much? Golden Lion muttered to himself, somewhat annoyed. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on the masked man on the back of the whale. At this moment, he wanted to know who the other party was. Why did you suddenly come to trouble yourself? And under the direct gaze of the Golden Lion. It seems that because of the impact of the previous violent offensive, the black mask on the face of the masked man, it suddenly shattered with a bang. And the face hidden by that mask, it was also revealed in front of the Golden Lion. Chapter 18 I'm going to kill you, Roger. Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. Under the gaze of the Golden Lion, the mask on the masked man's face suddenly shattered and fell off, revealing his true face under the mask. And at the moment of seeing each other clearly, a ghostly expression appeared on Golden Lion's face. His eyes widened suddenly, staring at that face. Even the pupils were trembling violently. Roger, how could it be you? Golden Lion exclaimed, his tone full of disbelief. That's right, the face revealed after the black mask was broken. It was the One Piece who had been executed in ROG 22 years ago, Galdi. Roger. For the moment, Roger had his trademark grin on his face. There was a hint of provocation in the eyes looking at Golden Lion. Impossible, Roger, aren't you already dead? How could it appear here? At this time, Golden Lion still reacted in astonishment and shock. He still can't believe it. A man who has been dead for more than 20 years. How could he suddenly appear in front of him again? This is even more outrageous than dreaming. It must have been done by someone with abilities. Until now, Golden Lion was unwilling to accept the fact that Roger was resurrected. He guessed that maybe some special demon fruit power made all this. As far as he knows, among the many devil fruits, there are indeed some devil fruits that can transform into others. Such as Paramesh's clone fruit. Another example is the dhogg fruit of the zone phantom beast species, the raccoon form. These fruit abilities can be used to confuse others, making false ones real. Compared with the resurrection of the dead, he is more willing to believe his own guess. But who the hell would do that? He couldn't figure it out. Among those opponents and enemies known to oneself, it seems that there is no guy with this devil fruit ability. Who would have spent so much effort to make such a move? Moreover, there is one thing that makes him a little uneasy. Although the identity of the Roger in front of him is not sure whether it is true or not. Advertisement. But the opponent's strength is real. Even his own stunt lion, Thousand Slice Valley can't help the opponent. If the fight continues, it will inevitably be another fierce battle. It is also unknown who will win and who will lose. But even so, Golden Lion didn't have the slightest thought of fighting. Even though his strength has regressed seriously now. But no matter what, he was also a flying pirate who once galloped over this sea. No matter how strong the enemy is, it is absolutely impossible to be timid. It doesn't matter if you're Roger or not. Since you showed me Roger's face, then I really want to thank you. Roger was arrested and executed by Marine back then, so I didn't have the chance to avenge him personally. If I can beat you with the appearance of Roger, it will be regarded as a breath of anger from the Valley of Gods back then. Golden Lion put away the astonished expression on his face, revealing a ferocious grin. He looked viciously at the man on the back of the whale who was exactly the same as Roger, full of fighting spirit. It was a pity for Golden Lion that Roger was arrested and executed by Marine. Of course, regret here doesn't mean that Golden Lion doesn't want Roger dead. It's a pity that Roger didn't die by his own hands. He wants to personally end those enemies in the Valley of the Gods and avenge Captain Rox. Unfortunately, Roger's death made him lose a chance to take revenge with his own hands. When I heard the news that Roger was arrested by Marine, he was also so angry that he went straight to Naval Headquarters to make a scene. I want to kill Roger with my own hands before being executed by Marine. Unfortunately, it was defeated by Garp and Sengoku. And was imprisoned in Impel Down. By the time he escaped from Impel Down, Roger had already been executed. Therefore, Golden Lion has always had regrets about this matter. It's a pity that I can't kill the enemy with my own hands. But now, Roger actually appeared in front of him again. Whether the opponent is true or not, Golden Lion has an urge to kill him. He was full of fighting spirit, and without hesitation launched an attack towards the opponent again. Slash wave. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. Lion Majesty. Govern Place Earth Coiling. Quote. A series of powerful attacks were launched by it. Like a torrential rain, it kept attacking the unknown Roger on the back of the whale. Faced with such an attack, Roger still calmly dealt with it. Seemingly very easy to block all the attacks of the Golden Lion. Damn, it really is too serious a decline in strength. Advertisement. If I'm still at my peak, I won't be what I am now. Golden Lion felt very remorseful. In the past, he didn't pay too much attention to the retreat of strength. The big deal is to change the focus of revenge. For example, I have studied the IQ test, cultivated the army of beasts and the like. Although it may take a little longer. But in the end, he should also be able to achieve his goal of revenge. But now, the enemy who wants to kill with his own hands is right in front of him. But I can't help the other party at all. This feeling made Golden Lion feel extremely aggrieved. Roger, I will kill you and avenge Captain Rox. Aggrieved and angry, the Golden Lion roared like a lion. Suddenly rushed to each other desperately. At the same time, he accumulated all his strength and launched another attack with all his might. There is an aura of wanting to risk everything to die with Roger. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly and silently appeared in front of Golden Lion. Also a man wearing a black mask. His breath also gave Golden Lion a familiar feeling. The moment this man appeared, everything around seemed to suddenly quiet down. The Golden Lion's figure that was rushing forward was also frozen in place by an unknown terrifying force. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't move an inch. What happened? Who is this guy? Looking at another masked man who suddenly appeared in front of him. Feel the terrifying aura emanating from the other party. After 36 years, Golden Lion once again felt an emotion called fear for a long time. It was an emotion that only appeared when he faced the former Captain Rox. Afterwards, no matter what kind of strong man he faced, Golden Lion never felt fear again. But now, he felt it again. This made the shock in Golden Lion's heart even more intense than when he saw Roger's face before. Who is this guy? Once again, such a question appeared in his heart. But it was under his perplexity, shock and fear. A deep, majestic and familiar voice suddenly came from under the mask. Shiki, long time no see. After so many years, you don't seem to have changed. Chapter 19 Overjoyed, the dreamy return of the Sea Overlord. Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. The moment he heard the other party speak, the Golden Lion imprisoned in place. The pupils shrank uncontrollably. The look of horror in his eyes can be seen at a glance. This voice is so familiar. That was a voice he hadn't heard for 36 years. How is it possible, this voice? Captain Rox. At this moment, a guess and thought flashed through Golden Lion's mind like a bolt from the blue. But soon, he was overruled by his own rationality. Impossible. Captain Rox died 36 years ago. How could his voice suddenly appear here? It must be the ghost of the demon fruit power hiding in the dark. Golden Lion thought so. First Roger, then Captain Rox. Two people who had been dead for decades suddenly reappeared in front of him. No matter how you think about it, Golden Lion feels that this is an unlikely thing. But who exactly? Why pretend to be Roger and Captain Rox? Is it just to tease me? But with this guy's strength, there's absolutely no need to do that. Golden Lion couldn't figure it out. Obviously the opponent's strength is so strong. I don't even know what method I used to make myself imprisoned in midair and unable to move at all. When did such a mysterious strongman appear on this sea? Didn't seem to have heard of it before. Countless thoughts and doubts came to Golden Lion's mind. However, he who was imprisoned couldn't do anything, he could only stare at the mysterious masked man in front of him with wide eyes. The next moment, the masked man spoke slowly again. What's the matter, Shiki, after 36 years, don't you recognize who I am? There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Saying that, the mysterious masked man slowly raised his hand and took off the mask on his face. Showing a face that turned Golden Lion's emotions upside down again. Is it Captain Rox? Really Captain Rox? Advertisement. Golden Lion looked at the face in front of him in disbelief. That face that I haven't seen since the battle in the Valley of the Gods. How ran as the former overlord of the sea, Rox D. Zebek. And, with the mask removed, a unique aura of a king looking down on the world also emanated from Rox. Feeling the aura of the opponent, Golden Lion was completely stunned. Perhaps, the appearance can be imitated, and the figure can be imitated. Speaking voices can also be imitated. But only this majestic king who looks down on the world. It is absolutely impossible to imitate it. Among the many powerhouses that Golden Lion has seen. And only Rocks has such momentum. Even Whitebeard, Roger. It's also impossible to match the Rocks in this regard. That is the aura that only a king who truly dominates the world can possess. It is the courage that only a man who suppresses the heroes and dominates the entire sea possesses. At this moment, Golden Lion's previous thoughts were shaken. Originally, he firmly believed that the person in front of him was definitely some special demon fruit power pretending to be. But now, he hesitated. No matter what Devil Fruit's ability is, it is absolutely impossible to reproduce the aura that only belongs to Captain Rocks. Maybe, the person in front of me is really Captain Rocks. Captain Rocks, is he really resurrected? The moment this thought came to his mind, Golden Lion was extremely excited. And, the more I think about it, the more I feel that there is such a possibility. Above this sea, except for Captain Rocks, who can have the strength to completely imprison oneself in place without doing anything? Who can have the unique kingly aura that overlooks the world? At this moment, Golden Lion suddenly remembered the prophecy of Mrs. Shirley that he had seen before. The King of Black is back in the world, and the Overlord of the Sea is back. So, this really refers to the resurrection of Captain Rocks. Thinking of this, Golden Lion was overjoyed. The eyes that looked at Rocks also burst out with an unprecedented bright look. Came back. Really back. His most admired and respected Captain Rocks. Advertisement. After 36 years, it actually appeared in front of him again. At this moment, Golden Lion even had the urge to cry. On the other hand, Rocks smiled slightly when he saw Golden Lion's reaction. Seeing this, he already understood the other party's thoughts. It seemed that this subordinate of mine, even after 36 years had passed, was still loyal to him. With a thought in Rocks' mind, the surrounding confinement disappeared instantly. Golden Lion was also able to resume operations. Captain, is that really you? Am I dreaming? The Golden Lion who was released from prison spoke excitedly. There was a bit of disbelief in his tone. Until now, he still has a sense of unreality as if he is dreaming. Everything that happened before was really too dreamy. Rocks didn't answer directly to Golden Lion's question. Instead, he looked at the other party calmly, and said in a deep voice. Shiki, are you interested in following me and turning the world upside down again? Hearing this, an ecstatic expression appeared on Golden Lion's face. That's right, absolutely right. This tone, this way of speaking. This opening will subvert the ambition of the world. There is absolutely no one else but Captain Rocks. At this moment, Golden Lion no longer doubts the identity of the person in front of him. He was absolutely sure that the other party was the real Captain Rocks. The former overlord of the sea has really returned in a dream. Hearing Rocks' question, Golden Lion nodded vigorously. His tone and eyes were firmer than ever before. Captain, no matter how many years have passed, I am willing to follow you again. Hearing this, Rocks smiled lightly. Very good. However, with your current appearance, you will not be able to be my capable general again. Let me give it to you. An unprecedented new life. Chapter 20 Transformed Golden Lion, King of Sky and Wind. Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. Rocks' words made Golden Lion slightly taken aback. After hearing the first two sentences, when he said that with his current appearance, he was no longer capable of serving as a capable general under the opponent's command. Golden Lion was unavoidably depressed at first. In fact, he also knows. Today's own strength is not as good as before. And Captain Rocks returned after 36 years. It is bound to form a force stronger than the former Rocks pirate group. Come to avenge the enemies in the Valley of God's battle. Come and turn the world upside down again. Golden Lion understands that he, who has been seriously injured and aged, and whose strength has been severely degraded, is nothing more than a remnant of the old era. There really isn't enough quality to be the right man under Captain Rocks again. But even so, he did not give up the idea of following the other party. As long as you can continue to follow behind the opponent. Even if you no longer serve as a cadre. He is also willing to be a subordinate of common. However, the last sentence of Rocks lifted Golden Lion's spirit again. Unprecedented new students. Golden Lion looked at Rocks suspiciously. I don't know what the other party wants to do. And under his gaze, Rocks raised his hand slightly. A cloud of blood followed by Red's energy light ball appearing in front of him out of thin air. Then, slowly fly towards the Golden Lion. The gesture is to get into his body. Such close contact. Golden Lion can clearly feel. An extremely terrifying energy is contained within that blood-colored light cluster. It even hides a terrifying aura of destruction. This breath made Golden Lion instinctively feel vigilant and afraid. But he did not resist the fusion of the bloody energy light cluster. Staying quietly in the distance, letting the blood-colored energy ball penetrate into his body. Next moment. Advertisement. A surging energy like a tsunami exploded in the Golden Lion's body. Wantonly swept every corner of his body. Devour every organ, every muscle, and every drop of blood in his body. Thus carrying out an unprecedented transformation. A stream of powerful and rich vitality also continuously gushes out from other people's bodies. His body began to visibly change. The originally old and loose skin became firm again. His stooped figure also became tall and straight again. The two most obvious changes are the Golden Lion's legs and head. Golden Lion's legs were severed by himself 20 years ago in order to escape impel down. Since then, the two famous swords of Sakura Ten and Deadwood have been used instead of legs. And at this moment, the two famous knives that have been firmly fixed on the Golden Lion's broken leg for 20 years. It was actually rushed away by a strong force, separated from his broken leg. Two bloody and terrifying wounds were exposed. However, before the blood spewed out, those two wounds healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. And, immediately after, two healthy new legs miraculously grew out. After a while, it becomes no different from normal legs. Rebirth with a broken leg. This incredible scene was completed in just a moment. However, the Golden Lion's changes did not stop there. Above his head, the rudder that has been stuck above his head for decades. Even under the action of an invisible force, it was pulled out of its head little by little. The reason why Golden Lion's strength has declined so severely over the years is that the rudder inserted in his head can be said to be indisputable. The rudder was inserted so deep that even the most skilled doctor would not dare to touch it. Because just a little bit of movement, Golden Lion may be in danger of life. So in the past few decades, Golden Lion has been unable to do anything about the rudder above his head. You can only let it consume your vitality continuously and rapidly. Advertisement. However, at this moment, the rudder, which had tortured Golden Lion for decades, started to be pulled out quickly. Moreover, it did not bring any danger to his life. Although in the process of pulling away, the wound on the top of Golden Lion's head will inevitably be torn open. But the mass of bloody energy that had been integrated into his body before was constantly bursting out with strong vitality. Allows the wound to heal continuously while being torn open. Although such a process is somewhat painful, it is not dangerous. Soon, the entire rudder was pulled out. The aura of the Golden Lion also climbed to its peak at this moment. He looked as if he was decades younger. Whether it is state or strength, it is not comparable to the old Golden Lion not long ago. It is no exaggeration to say that he is at this moment. It has been fully restored to its former heyday. Possesses an out-and-out 4 Emperors level combat power. But the Golden Lion floating in midair didn't open his eyes. The changes in him didn't stop there. Immediately afterwards, the aura of the Golden Lion, which had already returned to its heyday, began to climb steadily again. In the blink of an eye, his strength has even surpassed the 4 Emperors level. Stepped into a more terrifying level. The air flow above the altitude of 10,000 meters rushed towards the Golden Lion without warning. A strong hurricane formed around it. The hurricane roared and made a whining sound. As if, this sky, and the wind above this sky, we are welcoming and celebrating the birth of their king. It seems to be a success. Not far away, Rock saw the scene in front of him and muttered to himself. And the next moment, a cold system prompt sounded in his mind immediately. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host for successfully creating the first generation of dragons, the king of sky and wind. Close black lens bracket. Black king template fusion progress increased by 15%. Close black lens bracket. Current black king template fusion progress, 50%. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 21 announced to the whole world, the king's return. Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. The power of the Black King's bloodline. First, let Golden Lion restore all aspects of the state to its former heyday. Let him regain the powerful strength of the 4 Emperors level. And with Golden Lion back on top, he also has the qualifications to be able to withstand high concentrations of the Black King's blood and transform into a dragon first-generation species. Golden Lion's transformation into the King of Sky and Wind was much faster than Shirahoshi's. Soon, the Golden Lion wrapped in the hurricane slowly opened its eyes. His whole feeling has undergone some huge changes compared to before. My injury, healed. The Golden Lion opened his eyes and looked at his legs in disbelief. He reached out and touched the top of his head where the rudder was no longer there. There was an expression of disbelief on his face and eyes. As if everything is in a dream. What's the matter with this surging sense of power? Now I feel stronger than I used to be in my heyday. When he felt the changes in his body, his shocked expression was even more difficult to hide. Until now, he still feels a little unbelievable. The injuries that have troubled me for more than 20 years have been healed so quickly. Even a broken leg can be reborn. There are also those powers that have passed away, and now they are fed back with stronger strength. All of this is really hard not to be shocked. Captain, what has he experienced in the past 36 years? Golden Lion looked at Rocks not far away with eyes of incomparable respect and fear. The shock in my heart has not diminished in the slightest. The feeling that Rocks once brought to Golden Lion as pure strength and Yamato arrogance is a well-deserved sea supremacy. But today's Rocks has made Golden Lion completely unpredictable. How did the other party come back from the dead? What's the matter with this method of reborn and reborn in a moment? Golden Lion couldn't understand this. However, he didn't want to delve into the Rocks' secrets. All he knows is that Captain Rocks is back, and will once again lead him towards the pinnacle of the world. Just knowing this is enough for the Golden Lion. Advertisement. Captain, thank you. Golden Lion came to Rocks, suppressed his excitement and sincerely thanked him. As Rocks previously stated, he indeed gave the Golden Lion unprecedented new life. Such kindness, without any exaggeration, even if the Golden Lion gives his entire life to the other party, He wouldn't hesitate at all. Hearing Golden Lion's thanks, Rox smiled. There is no need to say more to thank you. From now on, you will continue to gallop across this sea as my subordinate. The power given to you just now, you still need to understand and feel it yourself. Trust me, it will make you see a whole new world. Rox said in a low voice. Although the Golden Lion is already under the influence of the Black King's bloodline, possesses the power of the King of Sky and Wind, one of the 4 great monarchs of the Dragon Clan. But such power still needs to be gradually familiarized and mastered by himself. Just like Rox, Black King template fusion, everything has to be a gradual process. Of course, Golden Lion's familiarity and mastery of the power of the King of the Sky and the Wind afterward. There is no longer any need for external help. It's a completely natural process. And, even now that the Golden Lion is not very familiar with his newfound power, his strength has also surpassed the 4 Emperors level. Stepped into a stronger level. Yes, Captain. What's the matter with that guy? Suddenly, Golden Lion seemed to think of something. He pointed to Roger, who was not far away. At this moment, Roger is standing firmly on Leviathan's back, without any movement or expression. It looks like a numb puppet. Before that, Golden Lion thought that this Roger was just a ghost of a special demon fruit power. But now, after accepting the fact that Rox has returned from resurrection, he also began to have doubts about Roger's existence. Advertisement. Is the Roger in front of me real or fake? He was resurrected by me. It's just that he is no longer Roger the Pirate King. It's a loyal servant of mine. As Rox said, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, Golden Lion exclaimed again. Has Roger even been revived? Has he now become your servant, the captain? Gia ha 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 ha, this is really interesting and refreshing. Without much explanation, Golden Lion immediately understood what Rox meant. Bring dead enemies back to life and make them your loyal servants. What could be more depressing than this? Roger, I didn't expect you to be reduced to this day. At this moment, Golden Lion's heart is also very happy. He turned his head to look at Rox again, and said respectfully. Captain, then can we start to seek revenge on those enemies back then? Whether it's the Marine, the World Government, or the Whitebeard Pirates, I want to tear them all apart. Having said this, a stern look appeared on Golden Lion's face. Now that he has regained his strength, he can't wait to start his revenge plan. However, in the face of Golden Lion's inquiry, Rox shook his head indifferently. Not urgent. The stage for our revenge will be in Marineford a week later. Before that, we need to fully warm up and prepare for this good show. Rox, answer made Golden Lion slightly taken aback. But he reacted quickly. Marineford in a week. Captain, what do you mean? The public execution of Fire Fist Ace. You want to take this opportunity to wipe out the Naval Headquarters and Whitebeard Pirates? Rox nodded. That's right. And, at that time, this public execution will be broadcast live to the whole world. This is a great opportunity to announce to the world that the return of the king. Chapter 22. The next move, go to New World. Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. With the return of the Golden Lion, this farce in the high altitudes outside the world of the strong has come to an end. Both Rox and Roger put on the black masks again, covering their faces. Because the location of the previous battle is far away from the main island of the strong world. Members of the flying pirates watching the battle on the island. You can only hear the terrifying momentum and movement that erupted during the battle. But he couldn't see the faces of Rox and Roger clearly. So until now, they don't know who their Captain Golden Lion is fighting with. However, Rox doesn't care if these onlookers see his true colors. I'm not worried about whether the other party will leak the news of his resurrection and return in advance. Because, members of the air pirates, at this moment, they have all been turned into hybrids. And this time, it wasn't the Rox, but the Golden Lion. After merging with the high concentration of the blood of the Black King, he transformed into the Dragon First Generation King of Sky and Wind. Golden Lion Shiki also has the ability to create hybrids like Rox. But the difference is, a hybrid made by the Golden Lion. It can only awaken the ability and speech spirit of the lineage of the King of the Sky and the Wind. It can't be like the hybrid built by Rox himself. Possesses the ability and speech ability of various elements. But even so, it is enough. After the operation of Golden Lion, all the pirates in the entire flying pirate group have become mixed races. This not only allows them to have the unique power of the dragon language, but also greatly improves their strength. It also made them absolutely loyal to the Golden Lion and the Rox. All orders from the Rox and the Golden Lion. These half-breeds will obey. There is absolutely no possibility of betrayal. That's why the Rox aren't worried about leaking any news. And above the 10,000-meter altitude, except for the members of the flying pirates, there is no one else. Advertisement. No one else could have witnessed what had just happened. This is why Rox, who planned to hide his identity before the Summit War, took off his mask without hesitation just now. At this moment, in the captain's room of the main ship of the Flying Sky Pirates, Flying Sky, Rox sits on the dark throne in the front, and the Golden Lion is standing below. There were only the two of them in the huge captain's room at this time. As for Roger, it was under the orders of Rox. He left alone in the Leviathan. The reason why Rox revived Roger was to avenge him in this way on the one hand. On the one hand, They want to use Roger's identity to create a bigger storm in this sea. Let your next comeback be more lively, Yamato. He let Roger leave alone, and told him to finish these things. Rocks are predictable. Soon after, an unprecedented storm will sweep the entire Grand Line. Even the whole sea. And what he has to do is to wait for the good show to unfold. Captain, where are we going next? Below, Golden Lion looked at Rocks and asked respectfully. Rocks sat on the jet black throne, tapped the armrest lightly with his fingertips, and spoke slowly. Let's go find those two little guys, Kaido and Linlin. By the way, we can expand the size of the mixed race army. Rocks has not forgotten that one of the conditions for increasing the integration of the Black King template is to allow himself to create a mixed race army. Based on previous experience, Rocks has been able to roughly guess. Every time you create a dragon first generation, you can increase the fusion progress of the Black King template by 15%. The number of first generation species is 5 if you count the 4 Dragon Kings and the White King. In other words, if you create all 5 first generation species yourself, it will increase the fusion progress by 75%. And the initial fusion progress of his Black King template is 20%. It all adds up to 95%. Advertisement. 100% fusion has not been achieved yet. So Rocks guessed. The last 5% of the integration progress should be completed by building a mixed race army. Although 5% of the fusion progress is already dispensable for Rocks. After all, there is no one in this world who is his opponent. But it is not difficult to build a mixed race army. Even now there is no need for Rocks to do it himself. The Golden Lion, who has the power of the first generation's King of Sky and Wind, can do it for him. Such an easy thing to do. Naturally, Rocks didn't mind making up for the last 5% of the fusion progress. And, in his plan, these mixed race army can also come in handy next. Is part of the plan. After the Rocks gave the order, Golden Lion nodded solemnly. He didn't ask too much about the other party's purpose. He who is absolutely loyal to Rocks. As long as the other party gives an order, he will carry it out without hesitation. Soon, under the effect of Golden Lion Fruit's ability, the pirate ship Fei Kong quickly sailed out from the world of the strong. With a group of pirates who have been made into mixed races. Drive quickly in the direction of New World. And at the same time, the other side, Roger, who left alone on the Leviathan. At this moment, it has descended from a height of 10,000 meters. We came to a tall building standing on the sea. This tall building. There is also a name that scares countless pirates. Deep Sea Prison. Impel Down. Chapter 23 Dialogue in Impel Down, the enemy attack is coming. Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. Impel Down, here is the place with the title of the world's first prison. Countless vicious people were imprisoned in it. Countless pirates and criminals are terrified of it. Because, once imprisoned here, basically, it means that there is no chance of seeing the sun again. In the past so many years of Impel Down history, only the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki has successfully escaped from prison. Moreover, he did it at the cost of breaking his own legs. It is not an exaggeration to say that Impel Down has an impregnable defense. At this moment, Impel is down in the eternal hell on the 6th floor underground. It was dark and dead. Compared with the prison on the first 5 floors of Impel Down, the environment on this floor seems to be much more comfortable. Here, the prisoners don't have to worry about being stabbed by the sharp red lotus, nor about being eaten by ferocious beasts. Not to mention the hunger in the endless desert, the torment of the boiling blood sea, and the severe cold of the ice and snow world. There is only boundless darkness and loneliness here. Criminals who can be held on this floor. Each of them is a famous figure in this sea. And the prisoner who will be publicly executed a week later, Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second team, is also being held here at the moment. In the dead silence of eternal hell, a burst of heavy footsteps suddenly sounded. And this also instantly attracted the attention of the prisoners who were held in the cells. Oh, is someone here again? First is Fire Fist Ace, captain of the second division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and then there is Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, which, big shot, as this time. The recent eternal hell is really lively, he. There were bursts of mocking laughter in the dark prison cells. For those new prisoners, these, old men, have no sympathy or mercy. Yes, just gloat like watching the excitement. The sound of heavy footsteps was getting closer and closer, accompanied by a light coming closer. And under the light of that light, everyone in the cell finally saw clearly who it was. It was an old man wearing a marine uniform and a cloak of justice behind his back, with a strong build and white hair. After seeing who was coming, many prisoners who were held in the cell instantly boiled up. Garp, it's you, an old B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
D, you're not dead yet. Advertisement. Which gust of wind brought you, a marine hero, here all of a sudden? During the years I was imprisoned, I wished for you to die day and night. Quote. One after another vicious voices came from the cell. Garp carried an oil lamp and continued on. He didn't pay any attention to the sounds around him. Those prisoners who scolded him were basically sent to this eternal hell with his own hands after being defeated by him. Naturally, she hated him to the bone. Every time I come, there will be a burst of such movement. Garp has long been accustomed to this. In normal times, Garp might be holding his booger, while frantically replying. If you are not convinced, I can let you out and fight with me again. Let's see if your mouth is tough, or my pair of iron fists are tougher. However, at the moment Garp is not in such a mood. His expression looked very heavy, and he continued to walk silently while holding an oil lamp. Soon, he came to a cell at the end of this floor. It was only here that Garp stopped, slowly sat down on the ground, and put down the oil lamp in his hand. Then, he looked into the cell with a complicated expression. With the light from the oil lamp, two figures could be seen imprisoned in that cell. One is a shark murloc with blue skin and a kimono. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Hexia Jinbei. The other one was a black-haired youth. Old man, why are you here? Ace was bound by seastone chains, raised his head to look at Garp outside the cell, and asked in surprise. Why, I am a grandfather, can't I come and see you? Garp also looked at Ace, with a wry smile on his face, and feigned anger. Hearing this, Ace was slightly taken aback. When he heard the word, grandpa, coming out of Garp's mouth, he inevitably looked a little lonely. Ace lowered his head slowly. Master, you must be blaming me, right? It's my fault that I didn't listen to your dissuasion, and went out to sea as a pirate. Garp shook his head and whispered, Kaido, silly boy, how can an elder blame his own child? Immediately, the marine hero suddenly sighed again. It's just, if you could listen to the old man and be a marine. Perhaps now I can save your life. Advertisement. There seemed to be some remorse in the old man's sigh. However, hearing Garp say this, Ace just smiled. It's all right, old man. You should be clear, whether it's me or Luffy, once a decision is made, even the old man will never be able to stop you. This is the path I chose. No matter what the final result is, I will not regret my decision. So you don't have to feel bad about it. Ace, who knew that he was about to be publicly executed, did not have any fear of his own death. Instead, he comforted Garp, who was sad because of himself. If there is anything that makes me regret, maybe, that's my birth. I have the blood of that person flowing in my body. Perhaps from the beginning, I should not have been born in this world. While chatting, Ace also suddenly fell into the state of suppressing the clouds, whispering to himself. It's a question he's been thinking about since childhood. As the son of One Piece Roger, he has the most evil blood in the world. Was it really right for him to be born into this world? Hearing Ace's soliloquy, Garp was about to speak. However, at this moment, the entire impel down suddenly shook violently. The chains on the prisoners also rattled. What happened? The sudden vibration made Garp's expression freeze. Impel down has never been like this before. Why is this happening all of a sudden? Could it be an enemy attack? Is it the Whitebeard pirates who came to the rescue? Garp had an extremely serious expression, guessing in his heart. At the same time, the powerful observation haki also immediately popped out. He wanted to find out the source of the vibration first. And when his observation haki diffused outside the prison gate on the ground floor of Impel Down, an extremely familiar and powerful breath also entered his perception. Next moment, Garp's face suddenly changed. How could it be him? Chapter 24 Unprecedented Invaders, The Crisis of Impel Down. Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. When he sensed the aura that appeared outside the gate of the prison on the ground floor of Impel Down, shock and disbelief were written on Garp's old face. He even once suspected that something went wrong with his observation haki. No, I have to go up and have a look. With that in mind, he immediately got up. Ace, I'll come back to you later. After dropping such a sentence, Garp hurriedly left the eternal hell on the 6th basement floor. Head towards the ground floor at the fastest speed. At the same time, Magellan, the warden of Impel Down in the blazing hell on the 4th basement floor, also noticed the previous violent shaking. He was detoxifying in the toilet, but immediately put on his pants and ran out of the toilet. At the same time, I was still wondering, what happened just now? Could it be that an enemy is coming? But this deep-sea prison is located in the calm belt. Ordinary ships cannot move a single inch after entering the calm belt. There are countless terrifying sea kings in the sea area of calm belt. At any time, it is possible to stage a scene of ship destruction and death for the invaders. The reason why Marines' warships can come and go freely. It is because of the unique mechanical power as the drive. And the bottom of the warship is inlaid with many sea stones. In the eyes of sea kings, warships are no different from sea water. Other than that, want to get into the marine near Impel Down. The Great Gate of Justice must also be passed. Only those in Impel Down can open this door of justice. It is impossible to enter without permission. It is precisely because of such a severe environment and strict guards. This makes Impel Down known as the Iron Wall. Since the establishment of Impel Down to now, there may be a successful jailbreak case of the Golden Lion decades ago. But the case of invasion is unprecedented. Who dares to launch an attack on Impel Down suddenly at this time? With that in mind, Magellan walked quickly to his desk. Hannibal, what happened just now? Advertisement. He picked up the phone bug on his desk and called Hannibal, the deputy warden on the ground floor. Within the phone bug, Hannibal's voice was also quickly transmitted back. Prisoner, it's not good. Suddenly a huge whale monster appeared outside the gate of the prison, and there was also a mysterious strong man. The violent vibration just now was caused by the impact of the whale monster on Impel Down. Hearing this, Magellan frowned and said in a deep voice again. Then hurry up and send someone to arrest that monster and that intruder. Damn it, how did he get out of the gate? However, facing Magellan's order, Hannibal replied in a trembling tone.
But, that whale monster is nearly 10,000 meters long. Also, the jailers who went out to meet, it's all been brought down. Hearing this, Magellan's expression instantly became extremely serious. You wait, I'll go over right away. Before that, no intruders must be allowed to break into Impel Down. After finishing speaking, he hung up the phone with a bang. Immediately afterwards, he rushed towards the ground floor without stopping. Ground floor, outside the prison gate. A whale monster nearly 10,000 meters long hovered around Impel Down. That huge figure gave people a sense of oppression that was almost suffocating. The entire Impel Down is shrouded in the shadow of its body. And on the open space outside the prison gate, there are dozens of hundreds of figures in jailer uniforms lying on the ground at this moment. Eyes rolled white, mouth foaming, unconscious. And at the very front, there was a man wearing a black mask, standing quietly. He didn't move on, but just stood there quietly. It seemed to be waiting for someone to arrive. At his feet, there was a man wearing a yellow and green pharaoh's turban and naked from the upper body kneeling on the ground. Both hands tightly clenched the double-edged naginata in their hands, so as to support their body and prevent themselves from falling down. He is the deputy warden of Impel Down, Hannibal. At this moment, Hannibal's face was extremely pale. Even the hand holding the naginata was trembling. But he didn't fall down, his eyes fixed on the mysterious masked man in front of him. Advertisement in the eyes, there is an extremely determined expression. It's hockey from Conquerors, someone as big as you would come to Impel Down. Although I don't know what your purpose is, no matter what, I won't let you step into Impel Down. Even if you die, I have to stop you. Hannibal stood up from the ground with difficulty while speaking. Wielding the double-edged naginata in his hand again, he quickly rushed towards the mysterious masked man in front of him. Scorching Hellcar. The double-edged naginata kept turning in Hannibal's hands, as if turning into a rolling wheel. On the blade, a raging flame was still burning. Facing such an attack, the mysterious masked man did not panic at all. A dodge is to easily dodge the attack, then he slapped Hannibal on the back of the neck mercilessly. The terrifying force and impact made Hannibal faint in an instant. Not even the ability to resist at all, he fell to the ground with a bang. After doing all this, the mysterious masked man continued to stand where he was, waiting quietly. All the jailers on the ground floor had been brought down by him. Therefore, in the next short period of time, no one rushed out of Impel Down. Until, a moment later, a tall figure stepped out step by step from behind the prison gate. He was dressed in a pitch-black uniform, with two devil-like horns on his head. There is also a pair of dark wings like a devil on the back. Between breaths, a cloud of purple poisonous mist was spit out from the nose and mouth. Impel Down Warden. Magellan. Possessing the terrifying poisonous fruit ability, known as the existence of the strongest man in the prison. Step by step Magellan came out from behind the prison gate. He first glanced at the jailers who were lying on the ground in a mess. Afterwards, he glared fiercely at the mysterious man wearing a mask directly in front of him with those eyes that could almost shoot out fire. With an extremely cold look on his face, he shouted angrily. How dare you trespass on Impel Down, you? Ready to die. Chapter 25 God's Avoidance. Are you Roger? Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers? Magellan was furious at the moment. I saw all the guards on the ground floor, including the deputy warden Hannibal, all fell to the ground. Magellan understood that the person in front of him was by no means a good person. He who dared to invade Impel Down so openly, it was also the first time he had encountered it since he was the warden of Impel Down. The behavior of the other party has undoubtedly touched Magellan's bottom line. Even if the opponent was executed immediately, Magellan didn't think it was too much. Next moment, purple venom began to billow from Magellan's tall body. The venom dripped to the ground. Potholes were immediately corroded on the hard floor. It looked terribly frightening. Poison dragon. Without too much nonsense, Magellan launched the attack directly. Two huge poisonous dragons condensed from venom rushed out from behind in an instant. Straight towards the mysterious masked man in front of him. That terrifying venom, even a little bit of it would be fatal to an ordinary person. And even the strong ones dare not touch it directly. Facing such a terrorist attack, the mysterious masked man also moved. He casually picked up a common long knife from a jailer on the ground. Aiming at the two poisonous dragons attacking him, he swung a knife seemingly lightly. Immediately afterwards, a huge lingering slash flew out from the long knife. Straight to meet the two oncoming poisonous dragons. Boom. A violent crash erupted. The two poisonous dragons were cut in half by that lingering slash. Then it exploded in the air. The terrifying venom splashed all around. Many of them fell directly on the jailers who fainted to the ground. Those prison guards who were contaminated with venom instantly had an abnormal purple on their skin. Obviously poisoned. If the antidote is not treated in time, life is in danger. Seeing this scene, Magellan's expression became even colder and gloomy. Looking into the eyes of the man with the mysterious mask, the anger also grew a little bit. Damn. You bloody B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** this guy actually dared to get his venom on his subordinates. It is a crime worthy of death, While furious, Magellan launched another fierce attack. Advertisement: more poisonous dragons condensed behind him, rushing out blatantly. At the same time, balls of venom shells spit out from his mouth. Block all the paths of action of the mysterious masked man. Magellan didn't hold back when one of his subordinates was tainted with venom. Because he understands that he can only get rid of the enemy in front of him as soon as possible. Only his subordinates can get treatment faster. There are many antidotes for your own venom in Impel Down. As long as the battle is over as soon as possible, the jailers will be able to receive treatment as soon as possible. Therefore, Magellan has no scruples. Continue to attack with all your might. The densely packed poisonous dragons and venom cannonballs attack the mysterious masked man overwhelmingly. There is an aura of wanting to completely submerge the opponent in it. Surrounded by such terrorist attacks, the mysterious masked man also waved the long knife in his hand again. At the same time, a strand of Black's energy medium instantly wrapped around the long knife. It makes the ordinary common long knife look extremely hard and sharp. Armament Hockey, Twine. Entwined by the mighty Armament Hockey. This common long knife is also comparable to the black knife in a short time. A series of sharp slashes were swung by the masked man. In an understatement, it was to block and disperse all the venom attacks coming from the sky and covering the sky. And this scene also made Magellan feel more and more heavy. After just a few rounds of fighting, he was certain of one thing. The person in front of me is very strong. Moreover, it is as powerful as the top group of people on this sea. You know, he can serve as the warden of Impel Down, and is known as the most powerful man in the prison. Magellan's strength is definitely not weak. It is no exaggeration to say that his strength is even comparable to Naval Headquarters Admiral. Otherwise, it would not be enough to kill the Blackbeard pirates who broke into Impel Down in an instant in the original plot. But Rao, with Magellan's strength, fought against the person in front of him for a few rounds. He also felt a huge pressure. He understood that this battle might not end so easily. At the same time, Magellan's heart was full of doubts. Which one of the powerhouses with Admiral and 4 Emperors level combat power is not a thunderous existence in this sea? Who is this mysterious man in front of him? Why invade Impel Down at this time? On the way here, Magellan wondered if the Whitebeard pirates came to rescue Firefist Ace. But it's clear that the features of the person in front of him don't match Whitebeard's. For a while, Magellan became even more curious about the other party's identity. You are strong, advertisement, but if you are not arrested today, the majesty of Impel Down will be gone. Are you ready to see the real hell? Magellan stared intently at the mysterious man in front of him. And his body began to emit scarlet venom that was completely different from before. The crimson venom piled up quickly, soon enveloping Magellan's entire body in it. And it keeps getting bigger. In the blink of an eye, a huge scarlet venom demon appeared in the open space outside Impel Down. And Magellan's body is like taking an elevator. It rose straight to the head of the bloody venom demon. Poison Giant Soldier Judgment of Hell. This is one of Magellan's most powerful moves. That orangutan red's venom is dozens of times more poisonous than the previous purple's venom. Obviously, the strongest man in prison is ready to go all out. The next moment, above Magellan's control, the crimson venom demon raised 2 huge palms and slapped hard on the masked man's position from the top of his head. If hit by this move, the masked man's body would be instantly corroded by the terrifying venom. Facing such an attack, the masked man still had no intention of dodging. I saw him suddenly swinging the long knife wrapped around Armament Hockey in his hand. A sharper and more domineering slash than before was slashed out. That overbearing slash seems to be able to destroy everything in this world. Even if the gods are here, they will have to retreat in the face of this blow. The next moment, the palms of the overbearing slash and the poison giant soldier collided fiercely. There was no loud noise like before. In an instant, that domineering slash passed through the body of the poison giant soldier. Cut the huge crimson venom demon's body into 2 halves. Magellan in the venom package couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. With one blow, the judge will be judged. And it was at this time, inside the prison gates of Impel Down. Garp hurried out. He just came outside Impel Down. Just saw the previous scene. Witnessed the domineering attack of the mysterious masked man. The complexion of this marine hero changed drastically in an instant. Immediately afterwards, he shouted in an incredible tone. Avoid God. You are Roger, Chapter 26. Old friend, we will meet again, kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers? When Garp rushed up from the eternal hell on the 6th underground floor at the fastest speed, and arrived at the gate of Impel Down prison. The first time he saw it, he saw the sharp knife that the mysterious masked man attacked the Magellan poison giant. On an ordinary long knife, there are extremely powerful Armament Hockey and Conqueror's Hockey wrapped around it. In this sea, there are not many strong people who can do Conqueror's Entanglement. And, more importantly, the knife move performed by the mysterious masked man. Garp can be said to be too familiar. Dodge, Roger's famed stunt. With one strike, even gods have to avoid 3 points. One can imagine the astonishment in Garp's heart the moment he saw the other party cast Divine Evasion. Previously in the eternal hell on the 6th basement floor. When he perceives the situation on the ground floor through the knowledge-colored hockey. It is to perceive a very familiar breath. Faintly, Garp felt that it seemed to belong to the dead Roger's breath. The first moment this idea popped into his mind, Garp himself was shocked. Then he quickly denied himself. After all, Roger has been dead for over 20 years. It is impossible for a person who has been dead for so long to be resurrected all of a sudden, right? That aura is somewhat similar to Roger's, there must be something strange in it. It was with this thought in mind that Garp rushed up from the 6th floor without stopping. However, when he saw the mysterious masked man with Roger's aura. When Roger's exclusive stunt was used, the shock and astonishment in my heart reached an indescribable level. He can be said to be an old opponent with Roger for many years, so he is naturally very familiar with the opponent's moves. He has also faced this move of God's avoidance many times. Absolutely impossible to admit wrong, except for Roger, he has never seen anyone use this trick before. It is precisely because of this that Garp's heart at this moment Chunin couldn't help gushing out a big doubt. Who is this mysterious masked man in front of him? Why does he have Roger's breath? And, can he also use the same moves as Roger to dodge? Under such doubts, Garp also approached the opponent step by step. And the other side. Magellan's poison giant's body was chopped in half by the masked man's move. Advertisement it began to reunite at an extremely fast speed again, and soon returned to the original state. The poisonous fruit he owns, like Katakori's waxy fruit, is a special kind of paramecia devil fruit. Has some characteristics similar to Logia devil fruit. For example, the flowing body can heal quickly and sufficiently after being attacked. The evasion move by the masked man just now caused Magellan to suffer serious injuries. But it didn't really hurt its body, therefore, Magellan is not incapable of fighting. On top of the huge scarlet venom demon, Magellan, whose body was wrapped in venom, glanced at Garp who was striding forward. There was a bit of joy on his face. Vice Admiral Garp, fortunately you are here. This intruder is a bit tricky, I may have to ask you to help me deal with him. If this battle is not ended quickly, the jailers will be in danger. Magellan didn't forget that some of the men lying on the ground were also poisoned by himself. We must end the battle as soon as possible and detoxify them. But the enemy in front of him was so powerful that he couldn't deal with it alone. Therefore, at this moment, Magellan didn't care about face, and directly asked Garp for help. Hearing this, Garp also nodded emphatically. It just so happens that the old man also wants to see the true face of this guy under the mask. Let me see who you are. After the words fell, Garp stomped his feet on the ground. The figure shot out instantly like a cannonball. He quickly rushed towards the position where the masked man was. At the same time, the fist wrapped around the mighty armament hockey swung out. There were bursts of strong fist wind and whistling sound of air. Fist bone iron fist. As soon as Garp came up, he used his signature move, Iron Fist. He didn't have the slightest intention of showing mercy. Because he knew that the masked man in front of him who was able to evade God was extremely powerful. If you are not serious, it may be difficult to defeat and catch the opponent. As Garp made the shot, Magellan followed. The huge scarlet venom demon once again raised its two giant hands, and slapped the masked man fiercely. Magellan and Garp are two powerful players who have the strength of Admiral or even above Admiral. At the same time, he launched a fierce attack on the masked man. And under such circumstances, the mysterious masked man still didn't show the slightest panic. Even, it seems that there is no intention of avoiding and defending. Advertisement he just stood there quietly in the distance, watching Garp and Magellan's attacks approaching quickly. What does this guy want? Seeing that there was no response from the other party, both Garp and Magellan felt a little doubt in their hearts. However, the offensive in his hands showed no tendency to weaken or stop in the slightest. Continue to attack the masked man fiercely, however, at this moment. The huge whale monster that had been hovering quietly above impelled down before suddenly let out a roar that resounded through the sky. Roar, at the same time, an extremely thick and huge water column spewed out from the back of the whale. Shoot straight towards the open space outside the prison gate. That momentum is comparable to the head of a tsunami wave. The attacks of Garp and Magellan were also interrupted by this sudden attack. The figures of both of them were submerged by the seawater, and they rushed directly into the sea. As a demon fruit power, Magellan lost all his strength in an instant. The poisonous giant soldiers dissipated and disintegrated in an instant. His whole body also began to fall into the bottom of the sea without any resistance. Oops. Garp, who noticed this scene, secretly thought something was wrong. At this moment, he couldn't care less about attacking the mysterious masked man. Turn around and dive to the bottom of the sea to fish Magellan up. You demon fruit powers are really troublesome. After fishing Magellan ashore, Garp did not forget to complain silently. Then he looked at the mysterious masked man with a sullen expression. At this time, the other party was no longer in the original position. Instead, he jumped onto the back of the huge whale. The man in the mask is condescending, his deep and somewhat hollow eyes stared coldly at Garp below. Then, slowly opened the mouth and said, "Old friend, we will meet again." After saying this, the huge whale monster turned around and left with the masked man directly. It quickly disappeared into the sky. Garp stared at the direction where the other party disappeared. The expression on his face was full of shock and doubt. The voice just now. Is he really Roger? Chapter 27. The analysis is as fierce as a tiger, but the conclusion is far from the big picture, kneeling for flower evaluation tickets. The incident of Impel Down ended because of the sudden departure of the mysterious masked man. Impel Down didn't seem to have suffered much damage, except for the guards who were stationed on the upper floor were injured a little. Those guards who were stained with Magellan's venom were also treated in time and were not seriously injured. But even so, the atmosphere of the entire Impelled Down also fell into an unprecedented dullness. Everyone's heart seemed to be covered by a layer of dark clouds. Throughout the long history since Impelled Down was created to the present, never before has anything as outrageous as today happened. How dare someone single-handedly invade the world's #1 prison? And, under the siege of Magellan, the strongest man in the prison, and Vice Admiral Garp, the hero of the Marine, he escaped completely. Although it seems that Impelled Down has not suffered any actual damage or loss. But today's incident is undoubtedly a huge blow to everyone. This is a challenge to the majesty and status of Impelled Down. It was also an unprecedented major blow. They were worried that the mysterious masked man might make a comeback. Even Warden Magellan and Vice Admiral Garp failed to keep each other. Wouldn't that mean Impelled Down for that mysterious guy? Is it just a place where you can come and go when you want? So if the other party invades again next time, how should they respond? For a moment, the jailers in the entire Impelled Down looked panic-stricken. What happened in Impelled Down was also quickly transmitted back to Naval Headquarters. Sengoku immediately ordered 10 warships, 5 vice admirals, and thousands of marine soldiers to support the garrison. To prevent the next attack of the enemy. You know, even the highest scale buster call in the world government. That's the only configuration. What's more, the current Naval Headquarters is closely preparing for the public execution of Fire Fist Ace in a few days. In order to meet the Whitebeard pirate group that may come at any time. Most of the Marines' forces are concentrated at Naval Headquarters Marineford. To be able to draw a force of buster call under such circumstances. This shows how much Sengoku attaches importance to this matter. As for Garp, he remained in Impelled Down until the arrival of the supporting warships. Only then did he return to Marineford as quickly as possible with a solemn expression on his face. After Garp rushed back to Marineford, advertisement. Without a moment's delay, he came directly to Sengoku's marshal's office. His anxious appearance made the Marine officers and soldiers under him very puzzled. What happened? Can actually make Vice Admiral Garp, who has always been carefree and unhurried, so anxious? At this moment, in the marshal's office, Garp sat on the sofa in front of Sengoku with a serious face. There was a bag of senbei on the coffee table in front of him, but for the first time, Garp didn't even look at it. At the desk, Marine Marshal Sengoku also had a sad expression on his face at the moment. After a while of silence, Sengoku asked in a slow and deep voice. You mean to say that the mysterious person who attacked Impelled Down not only possessed Roger's aura and voice, but even mastered Roger's divine evasion? Garp nodded very seriously. That's right, judging from my experience in dealing with Roger for so many years, that breath, that voice, and that evasion are all definitely Roger himself. Hearing this, Sengoku subconsciously frowned. However, Roger has been dead for more than 20 years. It's something the whole world knows. How can a person who has been dead for so long come back to life suddenly and invade Impelled Down? Obviously, no matter how determined Garp is to invade Impelled Down, the mysterious person's aura, voice and moves are exactly the same as Roger's. Sengoku also didn't want to believe that the mysterious man was Roger. After all, the resurrection from the dead is really outrageous. Not to mention Sengoku, even Garp himself has a hard time accepting it. Perhaps it's a special demon fruit power pretending to be it. After a little thought, Sengoku spoke his guess. At the same time, he picked up a newspaper from his desk and handed it to Garp. This is a piece of news that was published not long ago, and there is a prophecy from Mrs. Shirley of the Fishman Island. One of the sentences is, the overlord of the sea has awakened and returned. I was wondering if someone read this prophecy and deliberately pretended to be Roger to take the opportunity to make trouble. Hearing what Sengoku said, Garp also looked towards the news published in that newspaper. At a glance, I saw the prophecy printed in the middle. Has the overlord of the sea woke up and returned? But why'd I feel that this sentence is more like saying rocks? Garp was puzzled. Sengoku crossed his hands on the table, supported his chin, nodded slightly and said. Actually, when I first saw this prophecy, the first thing I thought of was rocks. After all, even Roger can't be called the overlord of the sea. However, if it's true that one of these two men came back, I'd rather it be Roger than rocks. The horror of that guy rocks, I'm afraid only us old guys understand. Advertisement saying that, Sengoku sighed heavily. It seems to recall the terrifying figure of the former sea overlord. However, before actually seeing the face of the mysterious masked man, everything cannot be concluded so quickly. Compared to the resurrection of the undead who has been dead for decades, I am more willing to believe that the mysterious man is actually someone who deliberately pretended to be a ghost after seeing this prophecy, trying to confuse our sight. Sengoku still sticks to his previous guess, but Garp always felt that something was wrong and frowned. However, even if breath and voice can be imitated, Roger's special skill of avoiding God and his powerful strength cannot be imitated by just anyone. Who on earth has such strength and wants to impersonate Roger? Garp expressed his doubts in a deep voice, and his doubts made Sengoku fall into deep thought again. After a while, he seemed to suddenly think of something, and his eyes lit up. Then he picked up another document from the desk, looked at Garp and asked. You just said that there was a flying whale monster that appeared with the mysterious man in Impelled Down? Yeah. Garp replied crisply. Sengoku continued. About a day ago, a 10,000-meter-long, flying whale monster appeared in the offshore of the Sabadi archipelago. See if it's the same as the one on Impelled Down. As he spoke, he handed the information in his hand to Garp again. According to the information, How Ran is just a group of photos of whale monsters. After Garp glanced at it, he nodded firmly and said, "That's right, that's it. Sure enough. I think I probably guessed who that mysterious person is pretending to be." Hearing Garp's affirmative answer, Sengoku suddenly showed a brightened expression. And Garp looked at him suspiciously, waiting for the other party's next explanation. Immediately afterwards, Sengoku picked up a document from the table again and said solemnly, "In the information sent back from the Subodhi archipelago yesterday, not only the news of this whale monster was mentioned. Besides, the marine station there discovered. Pluton Rayleigh left Subodhi archipelago immediately after the whale monster appeared." Garp continued. "So, you mean, the mysterious man who invaded Impel Down was actually Rayleigh?" "That's right." Sengoku pushed his glasses. The light of wisdom shines on the lens. Then, under Garp's gaze, he nodded very firmly. Chapter 28 Garp's Concerns, Zephyr's Actions. As the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh has been our old opponent for many years. His strength is naturally beyond doubt. Also, given how familiar he is with Roger, imitating Roger's breath, voice, and moves may not be difficult. And he who lived in Subodhi archipelago for many years left Subodhi archipelago just after the whale monster appeared. And, the marine soldiers who witnessed it claimed that Rayleigh left in the same direction as the whale monster flew away. Less than a day later, the whale monster and the mysterious man appeared in Impel Down. If you tie it all together, it's hard not to wonder if Rayleigh had anything to do with it. In the marshal's office, Sengoku continued to analyze methodically. He has always been known as the resourceful general, and his mind is quite flexible. After concatenating the information he has so far, he already had a rough guess in his mind. Other than that, Rayleigh's motives for invading Impel Down by pretending to be Roger are actually pretty easy to explain. After all, Roger's bloodline, Fire Fist Ace, is imprisoned in the Impel Down right now. As a former member of the Roger Pirates, it makes perfect sense for Rayleigh to want to save the only blood of his own captain. Sengoku kept talking about his analysis and guesses, while Garp listened quietly. Not only that, the news that Fire Fist Ace will be publicly executed was released not long ago. And after the news was released, these things started to happen one after another. Madame Shirley's prophecy, the appearance of the whale monster, the mysterious invasion of Impel Down. All of this is intertwined, and it looks as if someone designed it in advance. And as far as I know, Mrs. Shirley of the Fishman Island seems to have some intersection with the Roger Pirates more than 20 years ago. It is very likely that this prophecy was intentionally made by them. Rayleigh must have taken advantage of this in the first place to break into the Impel Down and save Ace. But I didn't expect you to happen to be in Impel Down. Although Rayleigh is strong, facing the combination of you and Magellan, there is definitely no chance of winning. So he had no choice but to retreat temporarily, and then look for other opportunities to save people. With continuous analysis, Sengoku became more and more sure of his guess. He's almost certain that the mysterious man who invaded Impel Down is Rayleigh. However, after listening to Sengoku's analysis, Garp still had a serious look on his face. Although it is undeniable, Sengoku's analysis is indeed very reasonable. But for some reason, he still felt that something was wrong. After a while, he sighed quietly. "I hope so, this seems like the best case scenario." On the other hand, after Sengoku made his own judgment, he immediately began to formulate coping strategies. It seems that this time for the public execution of Fire Fist Ace, we must not only guard against the Whitebeard pirates. Also watch out for Rayleigh and even the rest of the Roger Pirates. Although those old guys have been quiet for years, if they gather again, they will definitely be a force that cannot be underestimated. We also have to gather more troops just in case. Maybe ask the world government for some support if necessary. Advertisement. Sengoku methodically began to change and formulate the next plan. And Garp got up slowly and left the marshal's office. Did not bother Sengoku any further. After leaving the marshal's office, Garp stood by the fence on the top floor of the Naval Headquarters building, overlooking Marineford below. Marine soldiers are constantly running and busy, making various preparations for the public execution in a few days. Looking at this scene, Garp kept recalling the details of the fight with the mysterious masked man in Impel Down in his mind. The more he recalled, the stronger his intuition became. That mysterious masked man may really be Roger, combined with Mrs. Shirley's prophecy. Garp had a bad premonition in his heart for no reason. Could it be that the dead can really be brought back to life? The prophesied overlord of the sea, does it refer to Roger, or rocks? Under the orange sunset, Garp sighed heavily again. At the same time, the other side, on a certain sea area of the Grand Line, a marine warship is slowly approaching from a distance. On the deck of the warship, an old man with purple hair, sunglasses, and a huge metal instrument on his right arm was standing at the forefront, looking at the sea in the distance. Behind him stood two young men. One is a man in a colorful ninja suit with a long sword behind his back. And the other one is a long-legged beauty with sea blue wavy hair. Teacher, according to the previous information, the Golden Lion pirates seem to be heading in this direction. A beautiful girl with long legs, reported respectfully to the purple-haired old man in front of her. Hearing this, the former Marine Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr nodded. That old guy, Golden Lion, has obviously disappeared for so many years. Why did he suddenly start recruiting his men in this sea with great fanfare? Looking at the sea in the distance, Zephyr murmured to himself, somewhat puzzled. Since his right arm was transformed into a seastone-equipped robotic arm by Naval Headquarters scientists 2 years ago, Zephyr led his 2 students, Ain and Bins, and a group of marine soldiers under him, formed the Pirate Guerrilla Squad, specialized in hunting pirates in this sea. Because his family and students were killed by pirates one after another, the once unkillable admiral now has a deep hatred for pirates. Therefore, Zephyr has basically led the pirate guerrillas to run around in this sea for the past 2 years, hunting pirates. And not long ago, he received a call-up notice from Naval Headquarters. Advertisement: it is said that Fire Fistace, the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, will be publicly executed in Marineford. I hope he can return to Marineford to fight against the Whitebeard Pirates who may come to save people at any time. In this regard, Zephyr naturally has no reason to refuse. So he immediately rushed towards Naval Headquarters Marineford with the pirate guerrillas. However, today, just on his way back, when passing through an island to stop, Zephyr got a piece of news. The flying pirates led by Golden Lion Shiki suddenly appeared in the surrounding sea not long ago. Moreover, it also fought with several pirate groups. Then he recruited all these defeated pirate groups under his command. After hearing such news, naturally, Zephyr couldn't sit idly by. Immediately began to track the whereabouts of the flying pirates. And after a day of tracking, they finally determined the general track of the flying pirates. And along the way, there are also constant hearings that Golden Lion is aggressively recruiting subordinates. Zeta was puzzled by this. After all, Golden Lion Shiki has been very low-key since his escape from Impel Down 20 years ago. Almost disappeared. However, the other party suddenly showed up at this time and recruited his subordinates with great fanfare. This made Zephyr wonder if the Golden Lion had another purpose. These old guys from the old era are really restless. Standing on the bow of the warship, Zephyr muttered to himself with a serious expression. The 2 students, Ain and Bins, stood quietly behind him. After continuing to sail forward for a while, Zephyr looked into the distance and the pupils suddenly shrank slightly. Because, in his line of sight, not far above the sea, there is a pirate ship as huge as a small island, floating steadily at low altitude. At the front of that pirate ship, there is also a huge statue of a gold lion head. It is the flying pirates led by Golden Lion. Chapter 29. Turn all of you into the captain's subordinates, kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. Finally caught up, Zephyr stood on the bow of the warship, looking at the pirate ship Fikong on the sea in the distance, with a cold expression. Afterwards, he turned his head and directed at the 2 students In and Bins behind him. Let's get the boat close. Get ready for a tough fight. After the words fell, Ain and Bins both retreated quickly. Begin to organize the marine soldiers on board to prepare for the battle. As the warship approached the pirate ship Fikong, Zephyr's expression also gradually became serious. The opponent is the Golden Lion Shiki, who was once as famous as Roger and Whitebeard. Not even Zephyr was careless, although it is reported that the strength of Golden Lion has declined extremely in recent years. But why not Zephyr himself? Since his family was killed by pirates 30 years ago, Zephyr has resigned from his position at Marine Admiral and has become an instructor who trains new sailors. Although the basic practice has not fallen behind, but the position of instructor is not as good as Admiral's perennial fighting. Over time, his skills became a lot rusty, so much so that he took a group of intern marine recruits to sea 7 years ago. When encountering a vicious pirate attack, not only did not defeat the opponent, instead, the other party almost killed all the intern marine recruits on the ship at that time. Only Ain and Bin survived, and Zephyr himself had an arm cut off by the pirate. Although later, with the help of the science department at Naval Headquarters, he fitted a powerful robotic arm with a sea stone. But this still cannot change the fact that Zephyr's strength has deteriorated seriously over the years. If not, Zephyr would not have been defeated by Luffy 2 years after the original plot. Zephyr is well aware of the decline in his strength. So at this moment, he didn't dare to be careless when facing the flying pirates of Golden Lion. Soon, the warship came to the surface of the sea very close to the pirate ship Fikong. However, it is not waiting for a group of marine soldiers to take action. A figure floated down from the Fikong pirate ship. A head of gold's long hair flutters in the wind. It's the Golden Lion Shiki. Gia ha ha ha, Zephyr, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you, an old fellow, to be alive. The Golden Lion was floating in midair, looking down at Zephyr at the bow of the warship. There was a strong sense of provocation in the maniac laughing tone. Advertisement. Zephyr frowned, and replied, "You old lion is not dead yet, of course I'm still alive and well." While replying, Zephyr also looked at Golden Lion carefully. Then I couldn't help but feel a burst of doubt in my heart. Didn't this guy's legs be cut off by himself 20 years ago? How come it's fine now, and there doesn't seem to be any abnormalities at all? As well as his breath and state, he is not as old as the rumors say. It gives me the feeling, why is it much stronger than it was decades ago? Zephyr kept thinking. The mechanical arm of the right hand could not help but clench a lot. It seems that you were here specially waiting for my arrival? Zephyr glanced at the pirate ship flying sky floating motionless in the low sky not far away, and spoke again. He is not stupid, so he can see it naturally, with the ability of Golden Lion fruit. If he really wanted to avoid his own tracking, it is absolutely possible to raise the pirate ship to an altitude of 10,000 meters. In this way, it is impossible for oneself to find the other party. And when they came after them just now, the Golden Lion's pirate ship has obviously been here for a long time. In the surrounding sea area at this moment, apart from them, there are no other ships approaching at all. It was already obvious what the other party's intention was. Hearing Zephyr's question, Golden Lion also laughed again. Gia ha 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 ha, you are still as smart as before. Yes, I am indeed here waiting for your arrival. Golden Lion is outspoken and has no intention of hiding his thoughts. Hearing this, Zephyr moved his mechanical arm and looked straight at the Golden Lion in midair. So, are you going to catch us all here? To be honest, I just happened to have the same idea. After the words fell, a powerful momentum burst out from Zephyr's body. That's not Conqueror's Haki, it's a surging fighting spirit. Now Zephyr, who hates pirates deeply, is full of fighting spirit no matter what kind of pirates he faces. Can't wait to wipe them all out, however, after seeing Zephyr's posture. Golden Lion didn't act in a hurry, but shook his head slowly. No, I didn't intend to catch all of you. Hearing Golden Lion's answer, Zephyr couldn't help but sneered. Why, you pirate, did you suddenly find out your conscience? If you don't intend to catch us all, is it possible that you still want to shake hands and talk with us? Advertisement. If it was placed a few decades ago, Zephyr might still be very happy after hearing the words of Golden Lion. After all, he used to be known as not killing Admiral. He is notoriously merciful to pirates, never completely kill the enemy. But now, after going through various changes, Zephyr's heart had already grown harder than his black arm. Naturally, it was impossible to believe the Golden Lion's previous nonsense. In midair, an incomparably rampant smile appeared on Golden Lion's face. He looked at Zephyr with a cold expression below, and continued unhurriedly. I didn't lie to you, I really didn't want to catch you all this time. Instead, I want to turn all of you into the captain's command. The Golden Lion finished speaking. The powerful Conqueror's Haki burst out from his body in an instant. In an instant, the entire warship below had been swept away. Bang bang bang, immediately afterwards, one after another, there were continuous crashes. It was the sound of the marine soldiers on the warship falling to the ground after being stunned by the Golden Lion's Conqueror's Haki. Just a moment's work. On the whole warship, only Zephyr was left standing. All marines including Iron and Bins, all were stunned. At the bow of the warship, Zephyr glanced at his subordinates who had all fainted to the ground, his face livid. Damn, when did this guy's Conqueror's Haki become so strong? Zephyr obviously didn't expect that Golden Lion would bring down all his men with just one Conqueror's Haki. His eyes were full of shock. Of course, it wasn't just the opponent's Conqueror's Haki that shocked him. And what the other party just said. Zephyr turned around, looking back. He stared at the Golden Lion again. His expression was unprecedentedly serious and dignified. Immediately afterwards, he asked slowly in an extremely low voice. You said just now that you want to turn us all into the command of Master Captain? Who is this captain you are talking about? Is there anyone other than the dead rocks that a guy like you would be willing to call captain? Chapter 30 Word Spirit. Clean land. Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. Zephyr didn't lose his mind with rage just because all of his men were taken down. Golden Lion stunned them all with Conqueror's Haki, but spared their lives. Nothing serious for now. Zephyr at the moment is extremely calm. He keenly grasped the key points in what Golden Lion said just now. Turn them all into the subordinates of Master Captain. Zephyr probably wouldn't have been surprised if someone else had said it. But at this moment, it was Golden Lion Shiki who said this in front of him. It is the flying pirate who used to keep pace with Roger and Whitebeard. Even if the opponent's strength has declined over the years. But as a strong man, must have their own pride. Such pride, it is absolutely impossible for him to recognize other people as captains. In Zephyr's impression, the only one that makes Golden Lion willingly call him the captain. Only the former sea overlord Rox D. Zebek remained. But the other party had already died in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago. Although he didn't participate in the original battle because he didn't want to deal with the Rox pirates. But later, from Sengoku and Garp, he also heard a lot. Learn about the circumstances of the war. There is no doubt that the only Rox who can be called the captain of the Golden Lion is long dead. So, who is the captain that the Golden Lion said just now? Who else but the Rox could make the proud Golden Lion willing to be the captain? At this moment, Zephyr's heart is full of doubts. At the same time, he was a little bit worried. Facing Zephyr's doubts, Golden Lion did not give a direct answer. Just smiled coldly. This answer, you will know the moment you become the captain's command. Honestly, among the many admirals I have played against, you are the one that dislikes me the least. I'm really looking forward to you becoming the captain's subordinate and serving the captain with me. Hearing Golden Lion's words, Zephyr subconsciously frowned. No matter who the captain you are talking about is, I think you should understand that it is impossible for me to be with you pirates. For such an answer, Golden Lion obviously expected it long ago. He floated in midair and opened his arms suddenly. Above the originally calm sea, a violent hurricane blew up without warning. Advertisement blowing Golden Lion's long gold hair flying in the wind. Since that's the case, then let me first meet you, the one who didn't kill Admiral. After the voice fell, Golden Lion was the first to move. The two famous swords Sakura Ten and Muku held in their hands swung abruptly, unleashing two sharp slashes. Quickly attacked where Zephyr was. Zephyr didn't panic, standing on the bow of the ship without moving. Directly swing the mechanical crushing arm mounted on his right arm. It also has the mighty armament hockey wrapped around it. This mechanical crushing arm was specially made for Zephyr by the Naval Headquarters Science Unit. In addition to various rare metals, the materials used are also mixed with a large amount of sea stone. Not only is it extremely strong, but it is also a great weapon against demon fruit power. Its strength, even without armament hockey, can easily withstand fierce artillery attacks. And Zephyr's armament hockey is also very powerful, and once had the name of Black Arm. Thus, under the entanglement of Zephyr armament hockey, the mechanical smashing arm also easily blocked the two slash waves of Golden Lion. Afterwards, Zephyr didn't hesitate, turn the mechanical arm directly and aim at the Golden Lion in the sky. The muzzle of the mechanical arm also spit out violent fire snakes. The hail of bullets mercilessly blasted toward the Golden Lion in midair. It seems to want to completely submerge it. Faced with such an attack, Golden Lion didn't care. His figure remained motionless in midair. The next moment, a stream of air began to revolve around the Golden Lion's body. During this continuous rotation, the airflow became stronger and stronger. It was as if an invisible barrier had been formed, enveloping the Golden Lion within it. The hail of bullets blasted by Zephyr lost all motivation to move forward after hitting the strong air barrier. It exploded at the place where the airflow rotated. Boom! The loud noise quickly diffused along with the flames all over the sky. The entire body of Golden Lion was completely submerged in it. After a while, the sound of the explosion and the flames slowly dissipated. The submerged Golden Lion also reappeared. In midair, Golden Lion's blonde hair fluttered. There was no trace of being affected by the previous fierce firepower all over his body. Advertisement: those explosions and impacts didn't touch the Golden Lion at all. All were blocked by the swirling airflow enchantment surrounding it. Word Ling. The dust-free land. The exclusive speech spirit of the lineage of the King of Sky and Wind. The serial number in the Ling Ling periodic table is 66. Risk level. High. The Liberator forms a huge force field with itself as the center, and a high-speed airflow flows on the surface of the force field, forming something similar to an enchantment. As the ability of the releaser improves, this enchantment can not only resist bullet shooting, flame attack, and even jump from skyscrapers undead. The airflow will provide him with enough buffer. Usually seen as a defensive word spirit, but there have also been bloody battles in which the Unleashed uses its own domain to forcibly crush the opponent and turn it into pieces. The Liberator can allow other people or objects to enter his domain without harm, and this defense can be shared. After being made into the King of Sky and Wind by rocks with a high concentration of the blood of the Black King, the Golden Lion has mastered all the spirits of the dragon's bloodline. Moreover, since the constitution of the One Piece world is generally much stronger than the constitution of the Dragon world, therefore, the power of the speech spirit cast by the Golden Lion is also stronger than the power of the speech spirit in the original Dragon world. This trick alone is the land of words and no dust. It is able to easily resist most attacks. On the bow of the warship, Zephyr naturally also noticed the airflow barrier surrounding the Golden Lion. He murmured to himself with some doubts. Is that the Lion Fruit ability newly developed by Golden Lion? It's a bit weird. While muttering to himself, Zephyr didn't stop his attack. He understands that between him and Golden Lion today, there must be a winner. The next moment, Zephyr slammed his feet on the deck. The whole person soars into the air directly. His footsteps kept stepping on the air, and his figure miraculously ignored the influence of gravity and kept going upwards. Soon, it was in front of the Golden Lion, one of Marine 6 styles, moonwalk. As a former Marine Admiral and Marine Recruit Instructor, Zephyr's mastery of Marine 6 styles is naturally proficient. He stepped on the moonwalk and came to the immortal ward surrounding the Golden Lion. The mighty armament hockey is wrapped around the mechanical crushing arm. Paint the entire robotic arm black. Then, aim at the dust-free land enchantment in front of you. He punched hard. Chapter 31 Zephyr's Doubt, Ling Ling Time 0, kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. Above the sea, in midair, Zephyr punched hard at the clean ground barrier in front of him. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying impact burst out from the collision between the mechanical arm and the barrier. In an instant, it swept all around, setting off a gust of wind. And under the bombardment of Zephyr's punch, the dust-free land enchantment cast by Golden Lion has not been broken. Immense. What a powerful enchantment. Is this really what Lion Fruit has? At this moment, Zephyr couldn't help feeling suspicious. Although his strength has declined over the years. But that powerful punch just now, even an Admiral-level powerhouse would definitely not dare to underestimate it. And the Golden Lion didn't even make a move, just relying on a wind barrier to block all his attacks? This is really a bit too unbelievable. Zephyr couldn't help but have a doubt in his heart. Didn't everyone say that Golden Lion's strength has regressed very seriously? How to judge from the short fight just now, not only did the opponent's strength not decline in the slightest. Instead, it has become stronger than before. Besides, Golden Lion's legs were chopped off 20 years ago. How did it recover, after Zephyr's arm was cut off by a pirate 7 years ago? Naval Headquarters also tried to reattach his broken arm. But even some scientific troops with very advanced technology can't do this. I can only install a robotic arm for Zephyr instead. In addition, Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, also lost his arm. It has not been restored for many years. You know, Shanks is left-handed. And what he broke happened to be his left arm. It will inevitably have a great impact on its strength. But even so, with Shanks as the means and resources of the four emperors, still failed to heal his severed arm. It can be seen from this that the rebirth of a broken arm or broken leg is basically impossible in this sea. But today's Golden Lion is presented in front of Zephyr with healthy legs. Advertisement. This is undoubtedly an incredible thing. This made Zephyr curious. What has happened to Golden Lion all these years? Why did the opponent's backward strength suddenly return to the peak or even surpass the peak? Why can the opponent's broken leg be reborn intact inexplicably? Could it be that all this has something to do with the captain mentioned by the other party earlier? Could it be that the mysterious captain helped the Golden Lion to bring about such a huge change? The more he thought about it, the more Zephyr felt that there was such a possibility. And he became more and more curious about the identity of the mysterious master captain. While curious about this in his heart, Zephyr's attack did not stop because of it. While stepping on the moonwalk to keep his body in the air, he swung the fist wrapped around armament hockey again to attack the Golden Lion. This time, it's not just a punch, it's a series of dense fist shadows. The fists like a storm kept bombarding the barrier of the dust-free land. There was a burst of shocks that were even more violent than before. No matter what the Golden Lion has gone through, how strong it has become. As long as this barrier is broken and the mechanical arm mixed with sea stone touches him, then I win. Such a thought flashed through Zephyr's mind. As a demon fruit power, Golden Lion must have a fatal flaw and key point. That's seawater and sea stone, as long as your own mechanical arm can catch the opponent. Then the sea stone attached to the mechanical arm will instantly make Golden Lion lose all resistance. At that time, no matter how strong the Golden Lion becomes, it can only be that there is nowhere to release all the strength. With this in mind, Zephyr's fists became more and more violent. Boom, boom. Finally, under the persistent bombardment of Zephyr, the airflow barrier surrounding the Golden Lion was finally completely blown away. It shattered like a shattered mirror. The strong airflow also slowly dissipated. There is a chance. Seeing this, Zephyr was overjoyed. Moonwalk and Shave are activated simultaneously. His figure instantly disappeared from the Golden Lion's sight. When it reappeared, it was already behind the opponent. A mechanical arm also suddenly protruded from the rear. Advertisement quickly grabbed the Golden Lion's shoulder. And in the face of all this, Golden Lion didn't seem to react. Still floating in place without any dodge, next moment, Zephyr's robotic arm grabbed Golden Lion's shoulder tightly. A look of joy also appeared on Zephyr's face. Shiki, you're being careless. The moment when the robotic arm grabs each other. In Zephyr's view, it was tantamount to declaring that the battle was completely over. Without any demon fruit power, able to come back after being caught by its own sea stone mechanical crushing arm. Not even a Golden Lion, however, just as Zephyr thought so in his heart. The Golden Lion, who was firmly grasped by one shoulder by the sea stone mechanical crushing arm, turned his head slowly. There was a playful smile on his face. He looked at Zephyr, who thought he was sure of winning, with playful eyes. Then slowly opened the mouth and said, I'm sorry, sea stone is for me after my new life. It has no effect at all. After saying these words, Golden Lion's figure suddenly moved. Easily broke free from the shackles of the sea stone robotic arm. Then a flash, the figure suddenly disappeared from Zephyr's sight. Row is because Zephyr has mastered the reaction speed of high-speed moving physical skills. Still can't keep up with the Golden Lion's actions. This moment, Zephyr's speed seemed to be slowed down 10 times. And the speed of the Golden Lion, it is as if it has increased 10 times in an instant. With such a gap, when Zephyr didn't realize what was going on. The Golden Lion kicked Zephyr hard. Condescending, this kick directly kicked Zephyr, who was still in midair, into the sea below with a bang. Serial number 84, Ling Ling, Time 0, Chapter 32 Endless Words, Zephyr's Dilemma. At the moment when Golden Lion made his move just now. The reason is that Zephyr's action seems to be slowed down, while the Golden Lion's speed seems to be accelerated. It is precisely because the Golden Lion casts another powerful word spirit of the lineage of the King of Sky and Wind, Time 0. This sprite is possibly the most incomprehensible of the sprites known to the dragons, even though its serial number is not very high. According to the theory in Dragon Clan, all word spirits are realized by controlling some kind of element. However, there is no time element in the element, but the word spirit seems to be able to manipulate time. The releaser constructs the field centered on himself and slows down the flow of time in the field. And he can still move at normal speed. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, his speed has increased several times or even dozens of times. For the Liberator is always at the center of his field. Therefore, the speech spirit can be regarded as having no concept of boundary. Of course, such a powerful ability must also have its drawbacks. Time 0 is extremely taxing on the body of the releaser, and usually only lasts for a few seconds. But these few seconds are enough to play a decisive role in a battle. The power of Time 0 is self-evident. After undergoing a high concentration transformation of the Black King's bloodline, he transformed into the King of Sky and Wind. In addition to the physical changes such as rebirth of broken legs and healing of old injuries. The most obvious improvement to Golden Lion's strength. It is the mastery of various speech spirits in the lineage of the King of Sky and Wind. These speech spirits endow Golden Lion with more fighting methods. At the same time, it also greatly improved his combat effectiveness. Besides, after transforming into the King of Sky and Wind, an incredible change also took place on Golden Lion. That is, he who is a demon fruit power, now under the influence of the dragon blood. It has completely got rid of the curse of the sea that all other devil fruiters must bear. The biggest weakness of demon fruit powers such as seawater and sea stone. But it has been unable to pose any threat to the Golden Lion. That's why Zephyr grabbed Golden Lion's shoulder with his sea stone mechanical crushing arm earlier. The Golden Lion was the reason why he was still able to break free easily. The strength that the captain gave me is really amazing. This can be described as a miracle. Feeling his newly acquired power, Golden Lion couldn't help sighing sincerely in his heart. Advertisement at the same time, the feeling of awe for rocks in my heart also increased a bit. And just as he was thinking these things in his heart, a figure suddenly jumped out of the sea below. It was Zephyr who had been kicked into the sea by the Golden Lion earlier. Under the deliberate retention of Golden Lion, the kick just now did not cause much substantial damage to the opponent. After all, the Golden Lion also had to do the rock's bidding. Turn Zephyr and his marines into hybrids and bring them under his command. Naturally, it is impossible to use too heavy a hand. Moreover, Golden Lion also wants to borrow Zephyr, a rare opponent. Let's test how strong I am after being reborn. Previously, Golden Lion had left since the world of the strong. Although I have fought many pirates along the way. And all those defeated generals were turned into mixed races and included under his command. But those pirates are mostly not strong, and they are not the opponents of Golden Lion at all. Even without the need for Golden Lion to make a move, the hybrids under him can easily eliminate all opponents. Therefore, Golden Lion had no chance to test its own strength before. Now facing Zephyr, who was once Marine Admiral, Golden Lion will naturally not let go of this rare opponent easily. Zephyr stepped on the moonwalk and returned to the Golden Lion again. The whole body has been soaked in seawater, and his expression also showed an unprecedented shock and surprise. The Golden Lion's method is much weirder than it was decades ago. Why did my sea stone robotic arm grab him just now, but it didn't do anything to him? And, just at that moment, I even felt that the flow of time around me has changed. This is absolutely impossible to be Lion Fruit's ability. What happened to him all these years? Zephyr looked at the Golden Lion in front of him, and the same doubts as before appeared in his mind again. At the same time, he was not optimistic about the outcome of this battle. After several previous encounters, Zephyr has actually figured it out a bit. That is the strength of Golden Lion, which is much stronger than his current self. If you continue to fight, you will be the one who loses in the end. But up to now, the arrow has already been on the string and has to be launched. Advertisement: he didn't have the slightest room to retreat. It seems that my old bones will have to fight hard today. While talking to himself, Zephyr's eyes became sharper. On his face, there was fearless determination and fighting spirit. He took the initiative to attack again, swinging the sea stone mechanical crushing arm and blasting towards the Golden Lion fiercely. The powerful armament hockey wraps around it, showing the power of Black Arm. Just in time. Just what I want. Golden Lion let out a low snort, and calmly accepted the challenge. He put away the two knives Sakura Ten and Muku in his hands. He didn't intend to use his great swordsmanship to confront the enemy. There is also no ability to use Lion Fruit, he just simply used all kinds of words to deal with it. Scythe Weasel. Vampire Scythe. A place without dust. Storm Point. Time Zero. Word spirits of the King of the Sky and Wind lineage were used by the Golden Lion. This endless ability also makes Zephyr a bit difficult to parry. Soon, the once unkillable admiral was out of breath. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. Damn, what kind of ability is this? It doesn't look like a lion fruit, but it looks like the ability of a hurricane fruit. Could it be that Golden Lion ate two devil fruits? After being forced to retreat by the Golden Lion's spiritual means, Zephyr couldn't help but have such a whimsical guess in his heart. However, just when he thought so in his heart, not far away, the Golden Lion in midair stopped suddenly. Afterwards, an arrogant expression appeared on the other party's face. Zephyr, thank you so much for helping me experiment with so many abilities. The test of Yan Ling's power is almost here, so next. Let me completely defeat you and then take you to see the captain. Chapter 33 Word Spirit Storm Corner. Zephyr lost, kneeling for flower evaluation votes. As soon as the words fell, Golden Lion suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, his figure had disappeared from Zephyr's sight. Noticing this, Zephyr felt a sense of crisis for no reason. Next moment, the figure of the Golden Lion that had already disappeared. It actually appeared in front of Zephyr again like a ghost. Moreover, there is only less than 1 meter away from him. Word Spirit Storm Corner, accompanied by a low drink from Golden Lion. A hurricane swept out from his palm in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it has spread into a terrifying tornado. Word Spirit Storm Corner, serial number 74. Risk level, high risk. The Word Spirit can inspire a powerful tornado. The number and range of tornadoes can be controlled. Wind is one of the most common elements in nature. The terrifying and destructive power contained in it is also unimaginable. Especially for people sailing on this sea, the danger of storms is self-evident. This tornado alone is enough to easily sink a warship. And if the number or range of tornadoes is larger, even destroying a fleet is not an exaggeration. Even more terrifying is that if these tornadoes are left alone like this, The butterfly effect it triggers can even bring a devastating disaster to this sea. It is precisely because of this that the Stormhorn, whose serial number is only 74 in the Lingling periodic table, can be rated as high risk in the danger rating. At the beginning of the Battle of Atwal, the Golden Lion, who was about to wipe out the Roger pirates. Because of the sudden storm, only then will the situation of the battle be reversed, and he will be seriously injured in a disastrous defeat. And now, Golden Lion is a victim of the storm from the beginning. Become the king of sky and wind who can freely control the storm. Such a change can't help but make him feel a little sad. At this moment, Golden Lion is controlling a terrifying tornado. Wrapped in a strong storm, it hit Zephyr in midair. At such a close distance, advertisement even Zephyr has no way of escaping. He's just about to use Moonwalk to distance himself. It was enveloped by a strong hurricane. The body was constantly pulled by the strange force of the tornado. No matter how hard he struggled, he still couldn't get rid of the shackles of this hurricane. Movement has been greatly affected and restricted. On the other hand, Golden Lion is also in a storm. Itself is not affected at all. He was in the center of the storm, watching Zephyr being pulled by the hurricane. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Zephyr, give up. If you can't resist the storm, you might as well. Come with me and be part of this storm. As long as you obey the captain obediently, you will also have a new life like me. Golden Lion spoke loudly, with a double meaning. Zephyr naturally heard the meaning of the other party's words. Even though he was at a disadvantage, his attitude was still quite firm. I advise you to give up your heart. Even if I die here today, it is absolutely impossible to be with you pirates. When Shen Sheng retorted, Zephyr suddenly raised his mechanical crushing arm. Aim the muzzle on it where the Golden Lion is. The next moment, fire suddenly. However, his purpose was not to attack the Golden Lion. After seeing the method of Golden Lion's dust-free barrier before, Zephyr already knew that Common's artillery bombardment did not pose any threat to the opponent. The reason why he aimed at the Golden Lion at this moment. Just want to use the reaction force of guns, push your body out of the range pulled by this tornado storm. And, he did it successfully. The moment the fire was fired, the moonwalk under Zephyr's feet also became faster. Under the double blessing of moonwalk and the recoil of guns, Zephyr finally broke free from the coverage of the tornado with difficulty. However, it didn't take him any respite. A more powerful tornado suddenly appeared behind him without warning. There is not only one tornado that can be controlled by Yanling's Stormhorn. If it is on land at this moment, Zephyr may be able to escape the face of such a hurricane. Advertisement, but now, he is in midair. Even with moonwalk, it is absolutely impossible to exert the full speed and power of walking on the ground. So, inevitable. Zephyr was once again caught in the middle of a tornado. Actions are greatly restricted, and then Golden Lion finally took out the double knives hanging from his waist. Sakura 10 and Muku swung at the same time, making two slashing strikes. Slash straight at Zephyr through the storm. Faced with such an attack, Zephyr, whose actions were greatly restricted, was already unable to dodge. He could only quickly raise his mechanical crushing arm to resist. Boom. The next moment, two slashes hit Zephyr's mechanical arm fiercely. The mechanical arm, which was originally indestructible, was actually under such a slash. It was cut in half directly, dropped from Zephyr's severed arm. This sudden scene, even Zephyr did not expect it. His eyes widened, eyes full of horror. Obviously, they couldn't believe that the Golden Lion's slashing power was so powerful. I am afraid, has it surpassed the slash of Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman? At this moment, Zephyr finally understood. Today's Golden Lion not only has more special abilities than before. Even strength, speed, swordsmanship and other aspects are far beyond the peak of the year. There is no doubt that this is a change like a reborn general. The current Golden Lion's strength has even surpassed those 4 Sea Emperors in New World. Just when Zephyr was thinking this way, the Golden Lion not far away also spoke again. He was at the center of the storm, looking down on Zephyr with his mechanical arm severed. He said arrogantly, I think you may have misunderstood me. The matter of letting you submit to the captain is not a discussion or request, but an order. Whether you like it or not, soon, you will become a subordinate who is absolutely loyal to the captain. Chapter 34 The Mysterious Man on the Dark Throne. Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. After the voice fell, Golden Lion didn't give Zephyr any time to react. The figure moved again. Dash at Zephyr at breakneck speed. The sky is originally the stage for the Golden Lion with the Lion Fruit ability. But now after merging with Rock's Black King bloodline, he transformed into the King of Sky and Wind. Golden Lion's air combat capability has been greatly improved. Today's Zephyr simply cannot be his opponent. Next, the scene in midair presented a one-sided tragic scene. Zephyr, whose mechanical arm was cut off, was unable to parry at all under the swift and fierce offensive of Golden Lion. Soon it was defeated, under the deliberate retention of Golden Lion. Although there were many large and small scars on Zephyr's body. But not enough to be fatal. Boom, under yet another heavy blow from the Golden Lion. Zephyr finally completely lost all resistance. Consciousness also began to blur. He could no longer sustain the moonwalk cast, the body was about to fall towards the sea below. That is at this moment, Golden Lion suddenly raised his hand at Zephyr's falling figure. Zephyr's body miraculously floated in the air, no fall even without using moonwalk. Exactly what Lion Fruit is capable of. The Lion Fruit ability possessed by the Golden Lion. Not only can you suspend yourself in the air, it can also levitate all objects or people it touches. You old guy is quite resistant to beating, manipulating the ability of lion fruit. Golden Lion floated Zephyr, who had completely lost the ability to resist, in front of him. He glanced at the large and small wounds on the opponent's body. Even withstanding such a fierce attack, Zephyr still did not faint. Still maintaining the last sliver of sobriety, it's just that I can't use any more strength in my whole body. Then, next, let me take you to meet the captain. It's sure to surprise you, Golden Lion said slowly to Zephyr. At the same time, there was a hint of anticipation on his face. Advertisement he's looking forward to seeing, when Zephyr knew the true identity of the captain. What kind of reaction will it be, thinking like this in my heart? Both Golden Lion and Zephyr began to float towards the direction of the flying pirate ship parked in midair not far away. Captain, I brought the man here. Golden Lion took Zephyr to the door of the captain's cabin. Shouted respectfully through the closed door, "Come in." A deep and majestic voice also came from the captain's room. Hearing this voice, Zephyr, who was a little sluggish and pale, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Golden Lion actually surrendered to other people. Also, why does the voice of this master captain sound so familiar? As if heard it somewhere? Although Zephyr has no strength to resist. But his brain is still running fast, the moment I heard the voice from the captain's room just now. Zephyr felt that the voice was vaguely familiar, but I can't remember where I heard such a voice. And who is the owner of this voice? In Zephyr's shock and confusion. The door to the captain's room also slowly opened. Golden Lion took him and sent him inside. The captain's cabin was very empty and dark. In addition to the faint lights placed in the four corners. The only display may be the high platform at the front of the captain's cabin. And the pitch-black throne placed on the high platform. At this time, a man dressed in black with a face hidden in dark shadows was sitting steadily on the high platform. There is an aura like a king exuding from top to bottom. This was not released by the other party on its own initiative. But as if it were natural, even if he doesn't do anything, he still has the aura of a king. Is this guy the captain of the Golden Lion? Who the hell is he? Zephyr's body is still suspended in the air by the Golden Lion's lion fruit ability. He raised his head reluctantly, looking at the mysterious figure sitting on the dark throne. I feel more and more that the other party gives me a very familiar feeling. Advertisement. This also made him more curious about the other party's identity. As for his own situation, Zephyr was not too worried. In his opinion, caught by the enemy, the worst outcome is nothing more than death. And for death, Zephyr no longer had any fear in his heart. Even at certain moments in the past. For example, when a family member is killed, and the intern marine recruit he leads is slaughtered by pirates. Zephyr even wished he could go with them, and it would be over. It was just because of the justice and responsibility he held fast in his heart that he did not choose to do this. Therefore, although at this moment he fell into the hands of the enemy. There is no ability to resist, but Zephyr has no fear at all. As for what Golden Lion said earlier, put yourself under the command of the opposing captain. In Zephyr's view, it is simply an impossible thing. No matter how the other party tortures me, it is impossible for him to give in, and it is impossible for him to be with the pirates. The big deal is death. He who has long looked down on life and death wants to know even more at this moment. Who is this mysterious man sitting on the dark throne in front of me? Except for Rox, who died 36 years ago, who else can make the arrogant Golden Lion let go of his pride and surrender to him? With so many incredible changes taking place on Golden Lion. Could it be that it was all because of the mysterious man in front of him? With many doubts in my heart, Zephyr's eyes were also fixed on the figure on the black throne. And the next moment, a deep and majestic voice came from above the throne again. What's the matter, Zephyr? It's only been 36 years, and you don't recognize me as an old friend? In the majestic voice, there's also a bit of joking and playful tone. Then, under Zephyr's wide-eyed gaze, the lights in the captain's room suddenly turned on. The originally dark room suddenly became brighter. And the mysterious man on the dark throne on the high platform. Faces originally covered by dark shadows, it also appeared in Zephyr's sight. Chapter 35. Zephyr's shock and unyielding. Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. The empty captain's room, with the sudden onset of light. All the previous gloom dissipated, the mysterious figure sitting on the black throne. It also reveals its true face, tough and handsome facial features, sharp-edged lines. There seems to be an endless universe of galaxies flowing in the deep eyes. Even if he just sits there, every move shows the majesty and momentum of the king. Just like, what is placed under his dark throne is not an ordinary high platform. But the whole world, and the other party is the king above the entire world. Such momentum and majesty, even the former One Piece Roger. Or the 4 sea emperors who now reign in New World. Never had any. Below, Zephyr, who was floating in the air and looked up with difficulty, saw this scene. A pair of eyes stared more exaggeratedly than copper bells. His pupils trembled violently at this moment. An unbelievable expression appeared on his face. Rox, how could it be you? Zephyr couldn't help but exclaim. His tone was full of shock and doubt. How can it be? The mysterious man sitting on the black throne, the so-called captain in the mouth of the Golden Lion. Was it Rox, who had been dead for 36 years? For Zephyr, the scene in front of him, undoubtedly, it is something more dreamy than dreaming. Although 36 years ago, because Zephyr couldn't bear to kill all the Rock's pirates. Therefore, he did not participate in the shocking battle of the Valley of the Gods. But from Sengoku and Garp, he also knew the details of that battle in great detail. To know, advertisement in order to ensure the victory of the Valley of Gods war. In order to ensure that Rox, the maritime overlord who is a great threat to the world government, can be killed. In addition to Garp joining forces with the Roger pirates. Even the 5 elders, the most powerful people in the world's government, have come out in person. In addition, Marine and the world government also instigated several cadres of the Rox pirates in advance. Under such careful layout, the Rox pirates finally ushered in an unprecedented fiasco. Moreover, Rox, the overlord of the sea, was also successfully killed. This is a fact witnessed by Marine, world government and Roger pirates. However, at this moment, the sea overlord Rox, who should have been dead for 36 years. It actually appeared in front of Zephyr alive. Even with Zephyr's heart and concentration, Rao couldn't help but feel extremely shocked and amazed. How can it be? Am I dreaming? Zephyr kept mumbling to himself, while staring wide-eyed at the face of Rox on the black throne. At this moment, he finally understood why he felt that the other party's voice and breath were somewhat familiar. Because that was the opponent he had fought many times before. Previously, although Zephyr felt that Rox's voice and breath were somewhat familiar. But he didn't think about it at all, because in his inherent impression, Rox has been dead for decades. Zephyr didn't think of the previous voice and breath on Rox at all. However, after seeing the other party reveal his identity at this moment, everything suddenly became clear. He also finally understood why Proud as the Golden Lion will willingly surrender to others, because this person is the former captain of the Golden Lion. It seems that this sea will boil again soon. After experiencing deep shock, Zephyr murmured such a sentence. He didn't doubt the authenticity of Rox's identity. He can be sure that the other party is absolutely impossible to be pretended by others. Because, the kingly aura on Rox cannot be pretended. Not even Roger, 4 emperors or 5 elders can compare. And, if Rox is someone else in disguise, it is absolutely impossible for the Golden Lion to call each other the captain so willingly. So, no doubt, advertisement the man sitting on the dark throne in front of him. It's Rox. It was the overlord of the sea who should have died 36 years ago. It is an existence that neither Naval Headquarters nor the world government wants to mention anymore. But now, the other party has returned with a brand new attitude. Although Rox hasn't done anything yet, Zephyr can clearly feel it. Today's Rox are scarier than ever. At the same time, Zephyr can also determine the incredible changes that have taken place on the Golden Lion. It must have been made by Rox. This sea will definitely set off a new storm because of the return of this sea overlord. And this time, I don't know if Naval Headquarters and the world government can stop each other? Such worries welled up in Zephyr's heart for no reason. However, he felt that he might not have the opportunity to witness all this with his own eyes. While thinking about it in his heart, a determined look appeared on Zephyr's face. He looked at Rox, suppressed the shock in his heart, and said in a deep voice. I have heard from the Golden Lion that you want me to submit to you and become your subordinate. I advise you to give up as soon as possible and die. Even if you can come back from the dead, it is absolutely impossible for me to be with you. What I hate the most in my life are you pirates. Even if I die, it is absolutely impossible for me to submit to you. There was determination in Zephyr's tone, obviously ready to die. As a Marine, even in death it is absolutely impossible for him to betray the justice he sticks to in his heart. However, after hearing Zephyr's statement, there was a disdainful smile on Rox's face. He said slowly, I want to see if you can still say this kind of ironclad words later. The moment the voice fell, a mass of blood energy also appeared in front of Rox. Then with great speed, turned into a stream of blood. In a flash, it got into Zephyr's body. Chapter 36 Peace into Naval Headquarters, the fun of Rox. The bloody streamer quickly drilled into Zephyr's body. In the blink of an eye, it has disappeared. Next moment, Zephyr's eyes changed accordingly. At the beginning, it was as empty as losing 3 souls and 6 souls. Then, a gleam of red flashed across his eyes. His whole temperament seemed to have changed. And his body began to undergo incredible changes rapidly. Originally aged skin begins to rejuvenate. In just a few moments, Zephyr looks like it's a decade or even decades younger. And the biggest change is his right arm. Zephyr's right arm was cut off by a vicious pirate 7 years ago. Since then, it has been equipped with the Seastone mechanical crushing arm specially developed by the Marine Science Corps. And not so long ago, Zephyr's mechanical crushing arm has been chopped off by the Golden Lion. So at the moment his right arm is empty, however. Next moment, where Zephyr's broken arm was empty. Miraculously and quickly grew fresh bones, tendons and flesh and blood. Just for a moment, a healthy arm replaces the original broken arm. And, the large and small wounds on Zephyr's body from the previous battle with the Golden Lion. At this moment, everything is miraculously restored. Even with his originally sluggish breath, it was also at this moment that the value climbed to the peak again. Even stronger than at its peak. Feel the changes in your body. Zephyr's eyes widened, an incredible expression on his face. At this moment, he finally understood how the Golden Lion's broken leg was reborn. Master Rock's method is really unbelievable. Zephyr couldn't help sighing secretly in his heart. But just after secretly sighing, he suddenly realized something was wrong. I just subconsciously called him Lord Rox? Why is this happening? This unexpected change is far more shocking than the rebirth of a broken arm to Zephyr. Then he found out. I don't know when to start. Unexpectedly, there is no feeling of disgust and resistance towards rocks in my heart. Now in his heart, advertisement, there is only incomparable admiration and awe for each other. As if no matter what orders rocks gave to him, he will obey and execute without any conditions or hesitation. It was as if this was an instinct engraved deep in his soul and blood. Such a change completely collapsed Zephyr's worldview. Just a minute ago, he also said firmly and categorically that it is absolutely impossible for him to submit to the other party. However, at this moment, he was completely under the control of the opponent. This feeling is really indescribable, but for some reason, Zephyr didn't feel disgusted or angry about it. It didn't take long for him to accept that he was under the rocks. That is at this time. The lion fruit ability that Golden Lion originally had on him also disappeared suddenly. Zephyr's floating body finally fell to the ground again. And the moment your feet touched the ground, the first thing Zephyr did was not run or fight, but with pious reverence on his face, to the rocks upon the dark throne. Kneel down directly. It was as if the subjects were paying homage to his king. Seeing this scene, the Golden Lion on the side didn't feel the slightest bit strange. Because, he has already personally experienced the magic and inconceivability of the rocks method. Now in the heart of the Golden Lion, rocks are omnipotent gods. This world will eventually prostrate at the captain's feet. On the dark throne of the high platform, Rocks looked at the scene in front of him. Nodding with satisfaction, granted Zephyr his own Black King bloodline. Make the other party a half-breed that is absolutely loyal to him. It was part of the plan he had made long ago. Next, Zephyr will be his pawn in Naval Headquarters, be the first to stage a good show in the upcoming Summit War. For my final appearance, foreshadowing one after another. Just like, in a stage play, the protagonist has to wait until the last moment before making his grand debut. And before the main character comes on stage, it is bound to need one after another foreshadowing. Advertisement link after link, push the whole plot to the final climax. What the Rocks are doing now, it is almost like arranging a stage play. Incorporating the template of the Black King dhogg, who is already invincible in this world. Rather enjoy it, otherwise if he showed up simply. If you can easily kill all those former enemies in one go. Everything seemed a little too boring, it was simply impossible for him to feel the joy of revenge. And the reason why I chose to use Zephyr as my pawn to break into Naval Headquarters. The reason is actually very simple, as the Golden Lion previously said to Zephyr. Among the many Marines that have fought against each other in the past, Zephyr is the one that doesn't annoy the Rocks the most. The other's merciful justice, don't kill pirates. Although it sounds ridiculous and childish, but it is much more comfortable than the hypocritical justice of other Marines. Thoughts so far, Rocks turned his attention to Zephyr, who was still kneeling down to him. Start to explain the tasks and plans that need to be performed by the other party. Golden Lion has been standing respectfully aside, listening silently. And as he continued to listen, the expression on Golden Lion's face gradually became shocked and excited. I didn't expect the captain's plan to be so amazing. If everything goes according to the captain's plan, Marineford in a few days' time will surely become an unprecedented grand stage. I can't wait to see the expressions of those old guys, it will be very exciting. After listening to the Golden Lion, which is part of the Rock's plan, I thought so excitedly in my heart. And the other side, after listening to the order given to him by Rocks. Zephyr also nodded respectfully without any objection. Then he slowly got up and left under the motion of Rocks. Back to the warship staying in the sea below, the Golden Lion also went down with Zephyr. Utilizing his abilities as the Lord of the Sky and the Wind. All the other Marine soldiers on the warship had become half-breeds loyal to Rocks. Immediately afterwards, this former pirate guerrilla, and now, mixed-race army, warship. Finally, under the leadership of Zephyr, they set sail again. Head quickly in the direction of Naval Headquarters Marineford. Chapter 37 Zephyr returns to Naval Headquarters, a sensation of rebirth with a broken arm. After one day, the warship led by Zephyr finally docked at the port of Naval Headquarters Marineford slowly. Teacher Zephyr, welcome back, you have worked hard. A Marine colonel who was in charge of the response stood by the port and saluted Zephyr, who came down from the deck of the warship. Over the years, Zephyr has trained many excellent Marine soldiers for Naval Headquarters. And this colonel is one of Zephyr's many students. Recently, in preparation for the upcoming public execution of Firefist Ace. And to meet the Whitebeard pirates who may come to save people at any time. Naval Headquarters calls up elite soldiers from every Marine branch around the world. Therefore, during this time, many warships and a large number of Marine soldiers come to Marineford from all over the world every day. This colonel is the Marine who is responsible for entertaining and arranging to come. At this moment, seeing that the person who came was actually the teacher Zephyr, whom I admired and hadn't seen for a long time. The joy and excitement in Colonel Marine's heart can be imagined. He stood up straight, and while saluting, he silently stared at the other party with adoring eyes. Great job and hard work on you, very good. Zephyr came slowly down from the deck, smiling. He stretched out his right hand and patted the shoulder of Colonel Berry Good gently on the shoulder, said warmly. This kind of treatment made Berry Good extremely excited in an instant. Oh my god, I didn't expect that I would still have the chance to be praised by Teacher Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr even patted my shoulder with his right hand. There is no need to wash this dress in the future, just hang it up for storage. Little fan Very Good thought so excitedly in his heart. However, suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something was wrong. Suddenly froze for a moment, there was a look of astonishment on his face. Etc. Right hand? Isn't Teacher Zephyr's right arm broken? Haven't you always been wearing the mechanical arm invented by the scientific army? Why now? While astonished, Very Good shifted his gaze to Zephyr's right hand. Afterwards, a look of shock appeared on his face in an instant, which was hard to hide. Advertisement, Teacher Zephyr, your hand, how is it? Very Good exclaimed in an unbelievable tone, at this moment, in his sight. Zephyr's right hand resting on his shoulder is intact. And it doesn't look like a mechanical arm at all. How is this going? Why did Teacher Zephyr's severed arm suddenly grow back? This is simply a miracle. Very Good only felt that the scene in front of him was like a dream. Could it be that I haven't woken up yet, with such a skeptical mentality? Very Good reached out and twisted his thigh hard. Then he yelled in pain. This is not a dream, Teacher Zephyr's severed arm is really reborn. After confirming the facts in front of him, Very Good's heart was also filled with joy. It is undoubtedly a happy thing to be able to see the teacher he admired reborn with a broken arm. Seeing him like this, Zephyr just smiled, didn't say much. Then walked straight again, take a stroll towards the Naval Headquarters building in the distance. 10 minutes later, inside the Marshal's office. Zephyr, what happened to your arm? The broken arm that Marine's medical team and science team tried so many methods failed to connect for you, why did it suddenly grow back? Let me see, this arm is really intact, there is no trace of a broken arm. At this moment, Sengoku and Garp stood in front of Zephyr. The two scrutinized Zephyr's right arm, and Garp even reached out and touched it twice. After confirming that it was really a healthy arm. A look of disbelief appeared on the faces of the two Marine marshals and the Marine hero. Besides, why do I feel that you, an old fellow, seem to be much younger when you come back this time? Tell me, did you find any special treasure? If you have such a good thing, don't you hurry up and share it with us old brothers? After looking at Zephyr's severed arm, Garp and Sengoku stared straight at Zephyr's face again and joked. Advertisement, although there is a bit of a joke, but the statement that Zephyr seems to be getting younger is the truth from the two hearts. Faced with the doubts and shock of the two, Zephyr just replied very calmly. This is the fruit ability of my student, Ain. Hearing this, Sengoku said thoughtfully. Ain, if I remember correctly, she seems to be a paramecia retrograde fruit ability? Everything she touches will turn back 12 years in age and return to what it was 12 years ago. However, this is the first time I know that this ability can help people with broken arms grow back. As the Marine Marshal who manages the entire Marine, Sengoku naturally has a better understanding of this information. Zephyr continued to reply calmly, this effect is only temporary. It can help me temporarily return to my former peak state, but the duration is only 1 week, and it can only take effect once. In order to meet the big battle that may come at any time, I specially let Ain use this ability on me. This set of rhetoric, Zephyr had already thought about it before he came back. After listening to his explanation, Garp and Sengoku didn't think much about it. For Zephyr, an old comrade in arms, they still trust 100%. When I heard the other party mention the war that may come at any time, the expressions of Garp and Sengoku also became a lot more serious. Yeah, the next big battle may be very difficult. It's not wrong for you to make such preparations in advance. Sengoku sighed. Then, he began to talk to Zephyr about some of his previous guesses. About the invaders of Impel Down, and their guesses about the mysterious man suspected to be Roger. And the interpretation of Lady Shirley's prophecy and more. After hearing all this, Zephyr suddenly gave Sengoku a meaningful smile. You mean, you suspect Rayleigh posing as Roger to invade the Impel Down? This kind of bold guess, I'm afraid only you, the resourceful general, can think of it. It's really you, Sengoku. Hearing this, Sengoku thought Zephyr was praising his wit. Smiling immodestly, he pushed his tactical reflective glasses. Then Zephyr suddenly turned his head and looked out the window. Staring at the distant sky, he muttered to himself in a low voice. The King of Black is coming back to the world, will the Overlord of the Sea wake up and return? This prophecy is really accurate. Chapter 38 Jabba and Rayleigh, Roger's right and left hands. The first half of the Grand Line, on an unknown island. The coast, there is a simple wooden house. On the beach in front of the house. An old man with white hair tied into a fluffy ponytail and a pair of round-frame sunglasses is lying on a rocking chair. Enjoys sunbathing leisurely. He still held a fan in his hand and kept fanning the wind. The old man looked at the sea in the distance with a relaxed expression on his face. It seems to be enjoying such a peaceful time, however, at this moment. In his sight, a small black spot suddenly appeared on the sea far ahead. And it is still approaching the direction of the island at an extremely fast speed. It seems that a person is swimming towards this side non-stop. As the figure on the sea grew closer, the old man wearing sunglasses finally saw the other person's appearance clearly. It was an old man with white hair, wearing a pair of round glasses without rims. There is still a long snow white beard on the chin. Huh? It's Rayleigh guy. Why is he here? The old man in the sunglasses gave a cry of surprise, stood up slowly from the rocking chair, and came to the shore. Not far away, Rayleigh also continued to swim forward at a very fast speed. Soon swam to the shore, he came ashore slowly from the sea. His whole body was already soaked in seawater, but it seems that there is nothing serious. Yo, Jabba, you old guy is still alive. Rayleigh walked towards the old man in sunglasses and greeted him with a smile. The old man in sunglasses named Jabba also laughed. Looking at the drenched Rayleigh, he replied, "You old guy's body is still so strong, how could I die before you? Why, which gust of wind suddenly blew you Pluton to me?" This old man wearing sunglasses is exactly Jabba, who is also the original crew member of the Roger Pirates like Rayleigh. At the same time, he is also the third in command of the Roger Pirates. Together with Rayleigh, it is called the left and right wrist of One Piece. Advertisement: the strength is extremely strong, since the disbandment of the Roger Pirates. The original crew members of the Roger Pirates also left one after another. Since then, it has completely disappeared from the public eye. And as the third in command deck of the Roger Pirates, he chose to live in seclusion on this uninhabited island. In these years, he rarely had any contact with the outside world, and lived a leisurely life. Today, Rayleigh's sudden arrival also makes Jabba somewhat surprised and pleasantly surprised. It is beautiful to meet old friends again, but Jabba also knows. Rayleigh, whom I haven't seen for decades, will suddenly come to me. There must be something important. After a brief reminiscence bickering, Rayleigh put away the smile on his face. He looked at Jabba very seriously. Shen Sheng said, "Jabba, Roger's son will soon be publicly executed by Naval Headquarters." Hearing the news, Jabba wasn't surprised at all. He looked at Rayleigh, calmly. "Kaido. You mean the little guy named Ace? I have seen this news in the previous papers. However, you shouldn't come to me for this kind of thing, right?" Rayleigh and Jabba, who are Roger's right and left deputy, naturally can easily guess Ace's identity. First of all, the surname Portgas is the surname of Roger's wife Rouge. Anyone close to Roger knows this. In addition, Rayleigh and Jabba are no strangers to the name Ace. Roger's saber is called this name. At the same time, once Roger, after a drunk, said also with arms around Rayleigh and Jabba's names. If you have children in the future, boys are called Ace. The girl is called Anne. Therefore, in fact, long after Ace went to sea, when the name of Portgas d Ace came into the eyes of the world, Rayleigh, Jabba and others have vaguely guessed Ace's identity. Later, Ace grew up at an extremely fast speed, and it became a supernova at the time. Then joined the Whitebeard Pirates, advertisement. Became the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. After receiving these news, Rayleigh and Jabba confirmed this guess even more. At the same time, they all understand the reason why Whitebeard brought Ace under his command. He wanted to protect the child of Roger, an old friend, with his 4 emperors status. Several people are well aware of this, and not so long ago, Jabba also learned about Ace's public execution from the newspaper. He was indeed surprised when he saw the news, but he didn't take any action. There is no plan to rescue Ace, because, although Ace is Roger's child, but as a pirate, everyone has their own voyages and adventures. Ace is now a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Rescuing Ace is the job of the Whitebeard Pirates. It is not the responsibility of the original crew members of the Roger Pirates. With Jabba's familiarity with Rayleigh, he believes that the other party should think the same as himself. He will not take the initiative to get involved in this matter. So he can be sure that Rayleigh didn't come to him for this matter. And after Jabba finished speaking, as he expected, Rayleigh also nodded slightly. "If it's just about this matter, of course I can't come to you. You should have seen the prophecy of Mrs. Shirley from the Fishman Island a few days ago, right?" Hearing this, Jabba Kaido. "Well, that little girl Shirley really predicted a great thing. Naval Headquarters, the world government and the Whitebeard Pirates will all be destroyed. It does sound scary. However, I think this prophecy must be wrong. After all, you and I both know how unshakable these 3 forces, especially the world government, are. As for the first 2 sentences of the prophecy, although I don't quite understand its specific meaning, it doesn't refer to the resurrection of Rox or Roger, does it?" Jabba spoke without haste, as if he didn't take the so-called prophecy too seriously. After listening to what he said, Rayleigh said solemnly, "At first I thought the same as you, but, just a few days ago, I was in the Subodinates archipelago, and I met a mysterious man with exactly the same aura as Roger." The moment those words were spoken, Jabba, who had been indifferent before, finally showed a shocked expression. Chapter 39 The long-lost blood boils, saying "Sao Sao 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 will be here," kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. What? A mysterious person with exactly the same breath as Roger. How is this possible? Did you admit your mistake? Jabba couldn't help opening his mouth wide, and asked subconsciously. But he is also very clear in his heart, in the character of Rayleigh. It is absolutely impossible for the other party to say something that is not 100% sure. So, what happened to the mysterious man with exactly the same aura as Roger? Could it be someone pretending to be Roger? Or Roger really revived? At this moment, various conjectures flashed in Jabba's mind. Opposite him, Rayleigh continued, "After discovering the mysterious person who had the same aura as Roger, I immediately went to the place where Roger's body was placed under the Subodinates archipelago. And then found out. Roger's body is gone." Hearing this sentence, the shocked expression on Jabba's face became even more shocking. Roger's body is missing. How so? While being shocked, Jabba's mood also became serious. He knew that Roger's body had been stolen from the marine base by Rayleigh and placed under the Subodinates archipelago. Even, 20 years ago, he also made a special trip to Subodhi Archipelago. Tribute to Roger with Rayleigh. Even Roger's body, which hadn't completely decomposed at the beginning. Under the sea of the Subodhi Archipelago, surrounded by a pile of pirate corpses and under the cover of the roots of the Alchemon mangrove. It won't attract the attention of others at all, and now, 20 years have passed. Roger's body should have turned into a pile of bones long ago. Except for insiders like him and Rayleigh, advertisement. It stands to reason that even if someone else stood in front of Roger's body. Open your eyes and look carefully, it is absolutely impossible to find any difference between it and other bones around it. It was even more impossible to recognize that it was Roger's body. So, why did Roger's body suddenly disappear for no reason? Still after Mrs. Shirley's strange prophecy was released. Who is that mysterious person that Rayleigh said has exactly the same breath as Roger? At this moment, countless doubts surged in Jabba's heart. He looked at Rayleigh in front of him solemnly and asked, "Have you dealt with that mysterious man?" Rayleigh closed his eyes slightly and shook his head slowly. No. The mysterious person appeared in the sea off the Subodhi Archipelago riding a huge flying whale monster. I didn't even have time to step forward to check the situation, and the whale monster had already flown away. And at that time, there were two mysterious people wearing black masks on the back of that whale monster. One is sitting on the dark throne, and the other is standing behind the throne. I'm not sure which mysterious person Roger's breath came from. Next, Rayleigh told Jabba everything he saw and heard at the time. It is precisely because of this series of strange things that I decided to leave Subodhi Archipelago and investigate the whale monster and the two mysterious people. As a result, there was a storm in the sea near here not long ago, and the boat I was on also capsized. Fortunately, I recognized that this sea area is not far from the island you were on, so I swam over here. Well, do you want to investigate this matter with me? Rayleigh looked at Jabba and asked in a low voice. After hearing the other party's inquiry, Jabba didn't even think about it and responded directly. Of course, it's about Roger, and it's weird. I think it is necessary to investigate it clearly. Although for Jabba, he can ignore Ace's affairs, but it's about Roger's body, and even the possibility of Roger's resurrection. He couldn't just sit back and watch. Hearing this, Rayleigh smiled slightly. I didn't expect the two of us to be able to act together again after more than 20 years. It's been a long time since I felt this way. Then a look of eagerness appeared on Jabba's face. Advertisement. It just so happens that the Oro Jackson is still parked in the inner sea of this island. I've taken care of it and maintained it over the years, and it's not damaged at all. Let it sail with us on this sea once again. As he spoke, Jabba's eyes burst into a radiance that hadn't bloomed in 20 years. USS Oro Jackson. It was the main ship of the Roger pirates. Since the disbandment of the Roger pirates, the ship was driven by Jabba to the inland sea of this uninhabited island and hid. No one found out at all. Now, this is the former main ship of the Roger pirates. Will be equipped with the left and right hand of One Piece again. Sail to the sea again. This feeling, instead, Rayleigh and Jabba, the two old people, have lost their long-lost blood. However, just when they were about to leave, a great shadow. It suddenly fell from the sky without warning. That puts both Rayleigh and Jabba in it. For a moment, it seemed to be dark. This sudden change also made the two of them immediately vigilant. The two immediately looked up towards the sky, in seeing the source of the great shadow that descends. Both Rayleigh and Jabba suddenly contracted uncontrollably. In their sight, at this moment, above that sky, a 10,000-meter-long whale monster is slowly descending from the sky. And on the back of the whale monster, there was also a mysterious figure wearing a pitch-black mask standing there. Chapter 40. Old guys, long time no see, kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. Looking at the huge whale monster slowly descending from the sky. Jabba's fists clenched subconsciously. He said in a somewhat surprised tone. Rayleigh, the whale monster you mentioned just now, could it be this guy? Rayleigh on the side didn't turn his head, but still looked up into the sky. To be precise, he looked at the masked man standing on the back of the whale monster. That's right, that's it. What are you really thinking about? Jabba, I think you sense it too. Jabba nodded, looking serious. Well, that masked guy has exactly the same aura as Roger. However, didn't you say that there were two people before, and there is one more? Rayleigh also had a solemn expression. I don't know, but now it seems that the Roger's breath I sensed in the Subodhi Archipelago came from this guy. In this case, let's take off the mask of this pretender first. Look at how sacred he is. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later. While talking, Jabba pulled out the two axes hanging from his waist. Although I have lived in seclusion on this uninhabited island for so many years. But Jabba never let his weapon leave him. Just like the great swordsmen will always carry their sabers on their bodies, dipping them in hockey all the time. Jabba also carries his dual axes with him all the time. Seeing Jabba take out his weapon, Rayleigh also slowly drew his saber from his waist. In that case, old friend, let us two fight side by side again. While talking and laughing, Rayleigh and Jabba stood in a row. Holding weapons in each hand, they looked at the masked man approaching from above. High spirits. After more than 20 years, the two lieutenants of One Piece finally fought side by side again. In the sky. On the back of the giant whale monster Leviathan. The figure of the mysterious man wearing the mask leapt lightly and jumped off Leviathan's back. The body plummeted down in midair, then it landed firmly in front of Rayleigh and Jabba. Without any words, the moment the masked man hit the ground, he was the first to attack. He pulled out a standard long knife that looked very common. The figure rushed forward, with a long knife in hand. Wrap around the mighty armament hockey, turn a common long knife into an invincible black knife. Swing directly at where Rayleigh and Jabba are. Next moment, a huge and sharp combat skill flew out from the blade. Whirling through the air, advertisement go hard on Rayleigh and Jabba. Above that attack range, it can even include two people at the same time. Without any hesitation, in the face of the huge slashing attack, both Rayleigh and Jabba swung their weapons simultaneously. Armament hockey wrapped around it, it collided fiercely with the oncoming slash. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the huge slash was completely blocked and resolved by Rayleigh and Jabba. But the expressions on the faces of the two did not relax because of this. Because from the first fight just now, they can clearly perceive. The strength of the opponent is very strong, the slash just now. Even if the two fight together, it took a lot of effort to completely resolve it. If a person faces alone, it is not easy to block it. The strength of the person in front of him is not simple. Rayleigh and Jabba exchanged glances, then they moved at the same time. Two people, one left and one right, he attacked the masked man in a double-teaming manner. Rayleigh held a long knife and swung a slashing blow. Jabba held a double axe, aimed at the mask on the masked man's face from top to bottom, and slashed straight down. Obviously, compared to beating each other, they even wanted to see clearly what kind of face the other party was under that mysterious mask. Who is it that has the same aura as Roger, and why did he find them all of a sudden? With this in mind, Rayleigh's and Jabba's attacks fell almost simultaneously. In the face of such a situation of double teaming, the mysterious masked man didn't panic at all, he didn't even turn his head to look either way. Directly waved the common long knife in his hand again. This time, armament hockey is not the only thing wrapped around the long knife. There is also the extremely domineering Conqueror's hockey. The Conqueror's hockey wraps around it like black lightning bolts. Immediately afterwards, two slashes that were many times stronger than before were swung out. They met Rayleigh and Jabba, who were double-teamed from one left and one right respectively. Boom. Advertisement. Boom. Then two loud bangs sounded suddenly. The attacks of the three collided fiercely at this moment. Burst out a strong impact and power, even the earth under the feet of the three. It was also under such a strong impact that cracks spread. It appeared under the feet of everyone like a spider web. Such collisions did not last long. Next moment, two figures flew out immediately. After withdrawing from a distance of more than 10 meters, he barely stopped. It was Rayleigh and Jabba. Now, the two people who were standing still slowly stopped. There was the same look of shock on his face, this shocked. Not because I was shocked by the powerful strength of the mysterious masked man. They were actually able to easily repel them under the siege of the two. What really shocked the duo of Rayleigh and Jabba? It was the move that the mysterious masked man used to repel them just now. As the right hand of the One Piece Roger, both Rayleigh and Jabba are naturally very familiar with Roger's moves. It is precisely because of this, they were extremely shocked. Because, the mysterious masked man in front of him. The trick just used, it is Roger's special skill, avoiding the gods. In addition to Roger, Rayleigh and Jabba had never seen another person pull off this move. The two of them widened their eyes. The look of shock in his eyes was self-evident. Divine avoidance. Why do you use divine avoidance? Not only do you have the same aura as Roger, you even have Roger's exclusive skills. Who are you? Rayleigh and Jabba stared at the masked man in front of them, and questioned them in a deep voice. And faced with such questions from two people, the masked man also inserted the long knife in his hand back into his waist. Then under the watchful eyes of the two, raise your hand. Slowly the black mask on his face was removed. At the same time, a voice that was very familiar to Rayleigh and Jabba sounded. Old guys, it's been a long time no see. Chapter 41 Roger, is it really resurrected? Kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers? On the sandy coast, both Rayleigh and Jabba stared wide-eyed. He stared at the mysterious man who had taken off his mask in front of him. On the faces of the two, they all had a hellish shocked expression. I can't wait for my eyeballs to fly out, as the left and right hand of One Piece. Rayleigh and Jabba are pirates in Legendary, big guy like that. It's basically the demeanor of a strong man, but it's hard to see such expressions on their faces. However, at this moment, the two of them could no longer care about expression management. They stared blankly at the face after taking off the mask. It feels like I'm dreaming, now, presented to them. It was a face they were extremely familiar with, familiar face. Familiar expression, and that familiar voice just now. Standing before them now, Hao Ran is exactly the One Piece who was executed by Marine 22 years ago, Gold D. Roger. Captain of the Roger Pirates. Hey, Rayleigh, you pinch me. I'm not dreaming, am I? After being dazed for a while, Jabba spoke to Rayleigh, who was a little dazed. Hearing this, Rayleigh was also unequivocal. He directly raised his hand and pinched Jabba's arm fiercely. It hurts. Joe, I told you to pinch me, but I didn't tell you to use such force. Jabba glared at Rayleigh in pain. Then he quickly returned his gaze to Roger's face again. It doesn't look like a dream. Seeing Jabba's reaction, Rayleigh said quietly. There was also a sense of disbelief in his tone, although before that, he has also guessed that there may be such a possibility. Guessing that Roger's body disappeared, could it be that Roger really came back to life? But when this moment comes, when Roger really appeared in front of him alive, Rayleigh still finds it all a little unreal. A man who has been dead for 22 years. A person whose corpse has already turned into white bones. Actually come alive? Advertisement, all this is too magical, right? In such astonishment, both Rayleigh and Jabba stood there in a daze for a while. Even though Roger is standing not far in front of them at this moment. But none of them moved forward. Seeing this, Roger was not annoyed. Instead, he looked at the two of them with his trademark grin. What's the matter, old fellows? Isn't my resurrection worthy of your cheers? While speaking, Roger also walked slowly. It keeps approaching where Rayleigh and Jabba are. Picture. It's so similar. This expression, this tone, this movement. Exactly like Roger, watching Roger getting closer. Both Rayleigh and Jabba couldn't help expressing such emotion. Although both of them were in great shock, but they did not give up observing each other's every move. With Rayleigh and Jabba's familiarity with Roger. If the Roger in front of me is someone else pretending to be, it is absolutely impossible to deceive their eyes. After all, even a person's appearance and shape can be imitated. But the manner of speaking, facial expressions and the way of getting along with people are also difficult to be imitated. Unless you are very familiar with a person, otherwise it would be difficult to do such a thing. And Roger died more than 20 years ago, in addition to several crew members who were closest to Roger on the Roger pirates. It is impossible for someone to be familiar with Roger to this extent. Therefore, after observing every move and every word of the person in front of him, Rayleigh and Jabba couldn't fault it at all. This makes them can't help but want to believe. The person in front of him is the real Roger. After all, the other party's breath and moves are exactly the same as Roger's. It's really hard not to let people have such thoughts. But subconsciously, they felt that Roger's resurrection was too unbelievable. Hey, what are you two doing standing there? Why, still can't believe I'm alive. At this time, Roger has come in front of Rayleigh and Jabba. The two of them did not dodge in any way, they still stood in place. Seeing them still in a state of shock and doubt, he first looked at Rayleigh and said loudly. Rayleigh, have you forgotten? I told you, I won't die. Advertisement, so you see, am I back now? Saying that, Roger grinned again. A heartless look, as if the one executed by Marine 22 years ago was not him. But after Rayleigh heard what he said, his face changed suddenly. The phrase, I will not die, just now, it was indeed what Roger told himself before he surrendered to Marine. Except for him and Shaggy, this sentence, no one else should know about it. And he and Shaggy, it is impossible to leak this secret. Thus, if the Roger in front of him is someone else in disguise, it is impossible to know this sentence. At this moment, Rayleigh was completely shaken. And even when he faltered, Roger in front of him looked at Jabba again and spoke again. Jabba, the pair of sunglasses you're wearing seems to be the one I gave you before, right? After so many years, you still haven't replaced it. As soon as the words came out, Jabba immediately showed the same expression as Rayleigh. What the other party said is indeed true. The sunglasses he is wearing now. It was as early as 30 years ago. Roger gave it to himself when he invited him aboard. In fact, Jabba's eyes were born with a strange disease. The disease had no effect on his vision, but it made his eyes look very scary. It is precisely because of this that Jabba was often excluded and disgusted in the past. But Roger did not reject Jabba because of this. Instead, he warmly invited the other party on board. He also gave him a pair of sunglasses to cover those scary eyes. Even though 30 years have passed, these sunglasses are very old. The style has long been unable to keep up with the trend. But Jabba has never been willing to replace it. This matter is also a secret that only he and Roger know. Is he really Roger? At this moment, Rayleigh and Jabba had the same thought in their minds. So far, all kinds of evidence are showing. The person in front of him is the real Roger. It was the captain they were very familiar with, after 22 years. One Piece Gore D. Roger, who should have died, actually resurrected. Chapter 42 The excitement of Rayleigh and Jabba, the reunion of the Roger pirates, kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. After a long period of shock, both Rayleigh and Jabba finally accepted this fact. Roger really came back to life. The person in front of them is their captain. The two of them regained their composure, their eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. Roger, it's really you actually came back to life? Isn't this incredible? Rayleigh and Jabba finally moved forward, getting a little closer to Roger. With a sincere smile on his face, he was filled with sincere joy. For them, the resurrection of Roger, definitely great news. Yes, I'm back. Roger also smiled heartily at the two, and replied with great certainty. Rayleigh looked at Roger thoughtfully. So the mysterious person I saw on the back of this whale monster that day in the Subodinates archipelago, is it really you? Roger nodded. That's right. However, because I was just initially resurrected at that time, and I still needed to complete some things, I didn't say hello to you. No, I'll come to you as soon as I'm completely resurrected. Jabba continued. But Rayleigh said that at the Subodinates archipelago, he saw two mysterious people wearing masks on the back of this whale monster. One is you. Then who is the other? What Jabba asked was also the doubt in Rayleigh's heart. To this, Roger replied without thinking. That mysterious person is the one who helped me resurrect. However, it's not convenient for me to tell you his identity now. After a while, you will naturally know. Seeing that Roger seemed to be playing tricks, Rayleigh and Jabba stopped asking. After believing that the person in front of me is the real Roger. Both Rayleigh and Jabba chose to trust Roger as before. As long as the other party is the real Roger, then some things. It doesn't matter if you don't know the answer. Advertisement. It seems that the first two predictions of that little guy Shirley are true. Rayleigh suddenly sighed. Jabba also nodded. Now Roger has been resurrected and is still wearing a black mask. Doesn't it just confirm the first two sentences of Mrs. Shirley's prophecy? The King of Black will come back to the world, and the Overlord of the Sea will wake up and return. Although in their cognition, sea supremacy generally refers to Rox. But Rox was killed by them 36 years ago. Later, the government of the world tried its best to erase the traces of its existence. So Rayleigh and Jabba felt that, maybe Mrs. Shirley didn't even know there was a Rox. The Sea Overlord in the opponent's mouth, it should refer to Roger, the One Piece. By the way, Roger, your son, Ace will be publicly executed by Naval Headquarters soon. Suddenly, Rayleigh remembered something and said to Roger a little excitedly. Before knowing that Roger has been resurrected, they can ignore Ace's life and death. But now Roger has been resurrected. Naturally, it was necessary for them to let each other know that their son was going to be executed by Marine. Hearing this, Roger smiled calmly. I already knew about this after I was resurrected. Don't worry, Ace is my son, I can't just watch him die at the hands of Marine. As he said that, a surging momentum rushed out of his body. The demeanor of being the One Piece is also fully displayed at this moment. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh and Jabba felt that the Roger they were familiar with had really returned. For a moment, they seemed to feel that they had returned to more than 20 or 30 years ago. Back to the days when you were galloping on the sea with Roger and the whole Roger pirate group. Old fellows, after so many years, I wonder if you would still like to accompany me to Naval Headquarters to make a big fuss. Roger looked at the two and asked. Hearing this, Rayleigh and Jabba looked at each other and smiled. Of course, Captain. Our old bones, it is indeed time to move. Advertisement. Although before that, neither Rayleigh nor Jabba wanted to save Ace. But now it is different. Roger has been revived and questioned them. What they are facing now is the captain's request and order. Moreover, being able to fight side by side with Roger again. It is also something they are eager for now. Rayleigh and Jabba didn't have any reason to say no. In this case, why don't we go and call all the other old guys? If they know that you, Roger, have been resurrected, their jaws will drop. I can't wait to see their surprised expressions. The captains are all resurrected and returned, how can our Roger pirates not regroup and return? It's time to remind the Marines of the terror of our Roger pirates. After giving an affirmative answer to Roger's inquiry, Rayleigh and Jabba began to discuss with great interest. Roger also very naturally joined the conversation with the two of them. This appearance makes it impossible to see that he is now a half-breed who is extremely loyal to Rox. And what he's doing now is actually just part of Rox's plan. I still keep the life papers of other partners. Just relying on this to get them all back one by one. There are still several days before Ace's execution. With the speed of this whale monster, it should be enough to reunite the entire Roger pirate group before the execution. While talking, Jabba took out a bunch of life papers from the wooden house behind him. It was all left behind by everyone when the Roger pirates disbanded. In that case, let's hurry up and set off. The public execution a few days later, when our Roger pirates appear on the stage, will definitely make the whole world tremble again. Everyone was extremely excited, and soon they climbed onto Leviathan's back with Roger. And the main ship of the Roger pirates, the Oro Jackson, which was docked in the inner sea of the island, was also brought up. Leviathan then took the three of them on board. It began to fly towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. It quickly disappeared into the sky. Chapter 43 Riot in Sabaody, low-level pirates, kneeling for evaluation tickets for flowers. Grand Line, Sabaody Archipelago. It has been several days since Rayleigh left the Sabaody Archipelago. And now on this island, another earth-shattering event happened again. Not so long ago, at the Sabaody Archipelago's population auction. As the Celestial Dragons, St. Char Ross was beaten by a pirate. Still in front of everyone at the auction, you know, Celestial Dragons are world nobles. But it has the highest power in the world. They claim to be the descendants of the Creator and enjoy all the privileges. No one dares to offend them, and when they are in danger, lives are threatened, Marine Admiral or CP0 must be protected against it. And bring to justice whoever hurt Celestial Dragons. Sabaody Archipelago is very close to Naval Headquarters Marineford. At the moment Celestial Dragons are beaten, naturally, it is impossible for Naval Headquarters to sit idly by. A Marine Admiral and a large number of Marine soldiers will inevitably be dispatched to support. By the time, not only guys who hit Celestial Dragons get arrested. Even the large number of pirates gathered on this island. They will also bear this unreasonable disaster one after another. For a while, the Sabaody Archipelago fell into riots. Everyone is panicked. Pirates don't care about anything else at all. Immediately ran to the dock port, set sail and get ready to go. And in the population auction venue located on the first island of Sabaody Archipelago. The instigator of this big event, Luffy the Straw Hat Kid. Still fighting hard with his crew, because there is no part of Rayleigh appearing in the original plot and using Conqueror's hockey to stun the audience. So Luffy and the others are still facing a large number of bodyguards pouring into the auction venue. However, for Luffy and the others, these not-so-strong bodyguards. It's not a tricky thing either, it is not difficult to beat them and rush out of the auction hall. What troubles them the most at this moment is, it was the bomb collar still around Cammy's neck. Without Rayleigh using armament hockey to sabotage the bomb collar from the inside. So the collar around Cammy's neck has not been removed yet. Luffy, Zoro and others originally wanted to remove the collar directly and violently. But he was stopped by Xiao Ba, because, once it is violently demolished. Advertisement probably before it got off Cammy's neck. The collar exploded immediately. By the time, Cammy is bound to take the hardest hit. Kill directly, under Zauba's strong obstruction. Both Luffy and Zoro had to give up such an idea, without any choice. Only Nami, who has rich experience in theft, look elsewhere in the auction for the key to unlock the collar. Sanji and Brook are responsible for keeping Nami safe. The rest of them continued to stay in the hull to meet the steady stream of enemies. And those who fought with them, there are also Kid, Kira and Luo who are also supernovas of the worst generation like Luffy and Zoro. Straw Hat, you idiot, it's fine to cause trouble by yourself, but also implicate us. Wait until the matter here is settled, and see if I don't kill you. Kid used his magnetic fruit ability to attract a large number of weapons, and turn around to attack the enemy. While angrily scolding Luffy on the side in an extremely fierce tone. On the other side, Trafalgar Law looked cold, just said in a low voice. The Straw Hats, the Eustace, if you don't get out of here soon, Admiral is coming. A reminder from him immediately made everyone nervous again. Usopp and Chopper hugged each other directly and shivered. Nami and the others haven't found the key yet, they have to escape from here quickly. Marine Admiral are all monsters like the Aokiji we met on Long Island before, if we meet them, we will die. Compared to the nervousness of Usopp and others, the three captains suddenly started bickering at this moment. After hearing Luo's reminder, Kid said with disdain. HMPH, if you're afraid of Admiral, run away first. I don't think your ability is very suitable for escaping. I, who will become the One Piece in the future, will be different from a lowly pirate like you who is afraid of Admiral. As soon as these words came out, a look of anger appeared on Gao Lengruo's face. He turned his head and gave GG a vicious look, and said angrily, who do you call a low-level pirate? Believe it or not, I put your head on that fat pig celestial dragons. Luffy on the side also suddenly interjected at this time. Hey, the thorn-headed man. I am the one who will become the One Piece, not you. Kid smiled fiercely, why, aren't you convinced? Why don't we fight now and let you lowly pirates see how powerful I am? During the quarrel, the smell of gunpowder between the three captains became more and more intense. It looked as if they were about to fight. Seeing this, Zoro, Kira, Beppo and the others hurried forward to grab their own captain. The enemy is present and Marine Admiral may arrive at any time. This kind of time is not suitable for fighting in the nest. Fortunately, at this time Nami, Sanji and others finally rushed back. Advertisement, I found the key. Nami shouted and came to the crowd. Then he directly opened the explosive collar on Cammy's neck with the key in his hand. The hidden danger that caused everyone the most headache was finally lifted. Yaxi. Then, let's rush out in one go. Luffy slapped his left palm with his right fist and yelled. Straw Hat crew instantly understood what the captain meant and looked serious. Prepare to stand out in one go. Kid, Luo and the others also stopped arguing and started rushing out of the auction venue. Under the sweep of these three powerful pirate groups, the enemies in the auction venue were quickly wiped out. Everyone also successfully arrived at the open space outside the auction venue. However, here's what awaits them. It is a dense encirclement network composed of more marines. It is not easy to break out. More importantly, at the moment at the forefront of the marine siege. There was also an extremely wretched-looking man in a yellow-striped suit, a justice cloak, and a pair of sunglasses. It is Kizaru Admiral, one of Marine's three admirals, Perusalino. Because Rayleigh did not appear, Luffy and others spent much longer time in the auction venue than in the original plot. So at this moment, Kizaru has already arrived from Naval Headquarters. And eliminated several other supernovas on the island one by one. Now, only Luffy, Kid, and Luo from the auction venue were left. Are you the ones who beat the Celestial Dragons? I didn't expect 5 supernovas to gather in this auction venue, it's really scary. At this time, Kizaru was standing at the forefront of the marine encirclement. Looking at Luffy and others rushing out of the auction venue, he said slowly. It's really tricky to gather so many terrible guys together. It's better to get rid of everything in one go. While talking to himself, Kizaru's figure suddenly jumped up into the air. Then he put his hands in a strange pose. Condescending, the line of sight locked on Luffy and others in the open space. 8-foot Chonguyu. The next moment, countless laser beams shot out from Kizaru's hands. It fell like a torrential rain and hit Luffy's group who were already standing in the open space. Damn it, it's that guy Kizaru. It's completely unreasonable to magnify your moves as soon as you come up. Seeing the countless laser beams fall, Kid and Luo's faces showed solemn expressions. Posture is to prepare to avoid these attacks, however, at this moment. Luffy, who was standing in the middle of the two, suddenly yelled loudly. I made a decision. Whoever dodges this attack first will be a low-level pirate. Chapter 44 8-foot stroke Jade, Admiral's oppressive feeling. After speaking, Luffy stood upright in place. He stared straight at the approaching laser rain with his eyes wide open and remained motionless. And after hearing the words he shouted, Kid, Luo and others who were already planning to dodge. The footsteps are all sudden. The expressions on their faces at this moment can be described as quite complicated. Damn it, Straw Hat you idiot, it's such a time to say such boring things. The two complained viciously, but the body stopped in the same place surprisingly. For a long time, he didn't take a step, just standing there and watching Kizaru's 8-foot Chonguyu getting closer and closer to them. See this scene, the members of the three pirate groups couldn't help but support their foreheads. Obviously, he was speechless at his own captain's inexplicable competitive spirit. Under the gaze of the crowd, the three captains still stood there motionless. At the same time, he frantically glanced at the two people next to him from the corner of his eye. I want to see who will be the first to dodge the attack impatiently. Become that so-called low-level pirate, and as the 8-foot Chonguyu got closer and closer. The three captains who looked very calm at first. A panicked expression gradually began to appear on his face. After all, no matter what, that was Marine Admiral's attack. If you really just take it so hard, none of the three of them had good fruit to eat. But even so, the three captains were still unwilling to move first to avoid the attack. He stared fixedly at the two people next to him. The panic look on his face became more and more obvious. When Bachi Chonguyu came to them, the faces of the three of them directly turned into Zhongyanyi emoji packs. Mid-air, Kizaru saw the scene below. There was also a look of surprise on his face. These guys don't hide, they are really strange pirates. The next moment, the densely packed 8-foot Chonguyu fell down one after another. Boom. Bang bang bang. There were bursts of violent explosions. Thick smoke billowed above the clearing where Luffy and the others were. Submerge all the figures in it. The marine soldiers who surrounded this place couldn't help but gasp in amazement when they saw this scene. As expected of Kizaru Admiral, the power of this attack is really terrifying. The group of pirates should have been killed by the previous attack, right? However, it is not yet time for the marines to finish their size. From the billowing smoke in the open space, there was a loud quarrel. Hey, the thorn-headed man, you just moved, didn't you? You fart. You were the one who moved first, you low straw hat. Actually, both of you moved, I can see it clearly. Treman, don't think I moved without seeing you. That's right, Trafalgar Law, did you just use your room? Shut up, two lowly pirates, advertisement. Hearing the quarrels coming from the billowing smoke, the marine soldiers who were about to cheer were suddenly dumbfounded. What happened? Why do you hear this sound? The pirate inside seems to have nothing to do. That was an attack by Kizaru Admiral. How could those pirates be able to stop them? Among the doubts of the marine soldiers, they also stared wide-eyed and looked in the direction of the thick smoke. After a while, the smoke finally cleared. The scene in it was once again revealed in front of everyone. After seeing the scene in front of them, the marines were completely stunned. In the open space outside the auction house, the Straw Hat Pirates, Kid Pirates, and Heart Pirates are all safe and sound. There were no signs of injury on the body, but on the ground around them. There are many small holes with potholes. Obviously it was the trace left by Kizaru's Bachi Chonguyu attack just now. At this time, the three captains of the three pirate groups are huddling together and arguing loudly. The content of the quarrel was nothing more than meaningless trash talk about who made the move first and who was the low-level pirate. The three supernovas of the extremely evil generation were arguing fiercely, and no one would accept the other. And their crew members watched this scene helplessly. Nor did they intend to step forward to dissuade them. Because they understand such an idiot captain, I can't persuade. Well, it seems that the shot missed, it's really annoying. On the other side, Kizaru's figure slowly fell from midair. Looking at the group of unharmed pirates in front of him, he scratched his head pretending to be distressed, and sighed. The marine soldiers on the side couldn't help but roll their eyes when they heard what he said. Just now Bachi Chonguyu attacked so densely, there are so many pirates below that none of them were shot. All shot to the ground, even if someone with poor accuracy comes. It is almost impossible to achieve such a 0% hit rate. You said that you, a dignified marine admiral, missed all your shots. Who will believe this? Of course, the marine soldiers only dared to complain silently in their hearts. Hey, I said, have you guys finished arguing? If the quarrel is over, I will be serious. Suddenly, Kizaru shouted to the three Luffy who were still arguing not far away with a drawn-out voice. Hearing his shout, Luffy, Kid, Luo and others finally stopped. Really, being with you makes me feel stupid. The opponent is Admiral, so don't underestimate the enemy. Any mistake, it is possible for us to explain everything here. Luo took the lead in restoring a serious expression and said in a deep voice to the two people next to him. Kid replied immediately. It's not your turn, a lowly pirate, to tell me what to do. Although he said so, his expression also became serious, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Luffy, who is in the middle of the two, looks careless on the surface. But the sense of crisis in his heart was stronger than that of Kid and Luo. Because he once actually faced a Marine Admiral-level powerhouse. That time against Aokiji on Long Island, even if he, Zoro and Sanji fight against the enemy together. In front of the opponent, there is still no power to fight back. The strength of Marine Admiral can be imagined. Advertisement. Although Luffy is much stronger today than he was then. The second and third gears of new fighting methods have been developed. But he still doesn't think he can really compete against Admiral. The rear of the three captains, the members of the three pirate groups also entered the fighting state one after another. He didn't dare to take it lightly at all. Immediately afterwards, the next moment, Kizaru's figure suddenly moved, his body turned into little golden flashes. Quickly attacked the position where Luffy and others were. Then, when everyone hadn't reacted at all, Kizaru's body is reunited behind Kira. Then, kick it out with a sudden kick. As one of the supernovas, Kira has no ability to resist at all. Kicked out directly by this kick, it slammed into the wall of the auction venue building. Kira, Kid finally reacted and let out a roar. The magnetic fruit ability activates, attracting a bunch of swords and guns in the hands of marine soldiers. Form a giant mechanical hand and slap on Kizaru's position. However, such an attack is completely futile. Kizaru didn't even dodge at all. Let the giant mechanical hand hit him, smash his body into the same little gold flashes as before. Immediately afterwards, a flash of light flew to Kid's side. Kizaru's body condensed again, and kicked Kid's head again. Kicked him into the same ruins where Kira was. Is it Logia demon fruit power? It's really a big deal now. When Luo saw this situation, he suddenly felt bad. The gesture is to raise your hand to activate the Op Fruit's ability. However, he didn't finish calling room. Kizaru's figure had already appeared beside him as if teleported. At the same time, there was a whisper from the other party. Have you ever been kicked by light? As soon as the voice fell, he kicked out mercilessly. Luo was immediately kicked and flew into the same ruins as Kid Kira. The three supernovas lay neatly together. Captain. The crew of the Kid Pirates and the Heart Pirates roared. He rushed towards Kizaru without hesitation, and launched an extremely violent attack on him. However, their attacks had no effect at all on Kizaru, who was a Logia sparkling fruit-capable user. Kizaru stood still and let them fight for a while. I yawned boredly, then he slowly raised his hand and shot laser beams to bring everyone down. So far, the pirates who are still standing in this clearing. That leaves only the Straw Hat crew led by Luffy. Kizaru glanced quickly around the Straw Hat crew. Then he said slowly, "Next, it's up to you." Chapter 45 Self-Cultivation of Acting as an Ape, Desperate Situation of Straw Hat Crew. Island 1 of the Sabaody Archipelago, on the open space outside the population auction. A group of marine soldiers formed an airtight encirclement. Surround the pirates in it, the center of the circle. Marine Admiral Kizaru is facing off against the last remaining Straw Hat crew. The atmosphere on the court was very dignified, the previous scene where Kizaru kicked a supernova. It brought unprecedented pressure to Straw Hat crew. Is this guy a monster? A supernova like Luffy Zoro was kicked by him? Aren't we really going to die here? The timid trio of the Straw Hats are gathering together at this moment, shaking and crying with their heads in their arms. Although the performance of the others was not so exaggerated. But judging from their serious expressions and the cold sweat streaming down their foreheads, it is also possible to see the tension and anxiety of everyone at the moment. Without too much nonsense, Luffy, standing at the forefront of the Straw Hats, moved first. I saw him squatting with his legs slightly bent, with one hand on his lap. One hand was placed on the ground. Immediately afterwards, the rubber body began to compress continuously like an air pump. Luffy's skin also turned red, and bursts of steam smoke wafted out. Enter, second gear. The next moment, Luffy's figure quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. In second gear, he was able to pull off one of the stolen Marine 6 styles. The speed is extremely fast, the moment Luffy's figure disappeared. Zoro and Sanji, the two main fighters of the Straw Hats, also moved at the same time. 3-sword style demon slash, the first meat shoot. Zoro and Sanji surrounded Kizaru at the same time. And Luffy, who had disappeared, reappeared at this moment. When he appeared, he had come to Kizaru from afar. Immediately afterwards, the two arms first stretched back a long distance. Then he retracted suddenly, and slammed towards Kizaru in front of him. Rubber jet bazooka. The palms with powerful impact bombarded Kizaru's body with great force. And the next moment, the attacks of Zoro and Sanji followed suit. Zoro's 3 knives fell straight on Kizaru's body. And Sanji's kick also hit the opponent's neck. However, the next moment, Kizaru's body turned into little golden flashes directly under the gaze of the 3 of them. The attacks of the 3 main forces of the Straw Hat Regiment all fell through in an instant. No damage was done to Kizaru at all. Damn, is it the same natural fruit ability as Smokeman, Lock Doll, and Aokiji? Common's attack has no effect on him at all. How can such a tricky ability be won? At this time, the 3 of Luffy who didn't know the concept of hockey at all. Facing Logia demon fruit power is simply helpless. The attacks of the 3 of you are really terrifying. I was almost hurt by you guys. Kizaru, who had regained his body, deliberately elongated his voice and said slowly. Then his figure flashed, and he first came to Sanji's side. Your kicking skills are really amazing. After the words fell, he kicked out suddenly with a shining leg. Advertisement kicked Sanji directly to Brook's feet not far away. Compared to kicking Kid and others into the ruins all at once. Kizaru's kick now is much gentler visible to the naked eye. Sanji, who was kicked out, was fine. After struggling a little, he got up from the ground. Unlike Kid and others who lost all their fighting abilities in an instant. After kicking Sanji over, Kizaru then came to Zoro at a very fast speed. It was so fast that even Zoro had no time to react. With such a terrible injury, he can still perform such a terrible slash just now. Pirate Hunter Zoro, what a guy. Kizaru first glanced at the 3 layers of bandages wrapped around Zoro's body. After casually admiring, then he slowly raised his foot and kicked Zoro out. The strength of this kick was even gentler than the kick that kicked Sanji away before. Moreover, Kizaru directly kicked Zoro into Frankie's arms not far away. He was firmly caught by the opponent without much impact. But that's the case, the terrible injury Zoro suffered in the thriller bark was also inevitably drawn. Some wounds that had just been sutured opened up. Some blood began to gurgle out from under the bandage. Zoro couldn't help but groaned, his expression looked a little painful. Oops, that foot just now seems to be a little heavier? Seeing Zoro's appearance, Kizaru whispered to himself. But he didn't stop attacking there. A dodge came to Luffy again. Straw Hat Luffy, you were the one who hit the celestial dragons, right? The character that is not afraid of the sky and the earth is really similar to your grandfather and father. Kizaru gave Luffy a look with deep meaning in his eyes. Then slowly kicked out. Luffy also experienced the location of Straw Hat Crew. And this kick is for the rubber man Luffy who ate rubber fruit. It's just painless. No harm was done. After doing all this, Kizaru just stood there with his hands in his pockets. Also no longer continued to attack Luffy at all. All that happened just now. Although it seems very long, but at Kizaru's speed. Even in his leisurely condition, it only took a few seconds to kick the 3 of Luffy away. In the eyes of the marine soldiers watching this scene, it fully demonstrates Kizaru Admiral's powerful strength and vigorous fighting methods. Not giving the pirates any chance to breathe, they can't see it at all. Just how much actor's gold content is in Kizaru's battle just now. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, are you alright? Straw Hat Crew looked at Luffy and others who were kicked away with concern, and asked with some concern. The 3 of them stood still again at this moment, shaking their heads solemnly. It's fine for now, but that guy is too strong, we can't deal with it at all. Our attack doesn't even have any effect on him at all. The 3 main forces of the Straw Hats all showed helpless expressions. Even Luffy was rarely lost in thought. After a moment of thought, Luffy suddenly raised his head. Looking at his partners, he said with a very serious expression. Advertisement, everyone, let's run away. With our current strength, it is impossible to win against Marine Admiral. Rarely, Luffy actually chose to run away when facing the enemy. But no one was surprised by this, because they all deeply understand how terrifying Admiral's strength is. It can only be the, soon, everyone agreed to Luffy's proposal. He didn't bother with Kizaru anymore, and prepared to run away in another direction. And seeing such a situation, Kizaru didn't even have any intention of chasing him. Still standing where he was, with his hands in his pockets. Watching the Straw Hat Crew stepping forward and fleeing in another direction. However, at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from a distance. Master Kizaru, here I come. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Then I saw a strong and round guy wearing a red bellyband and carrying a giant axe rushing over from a distance. Behind him, followed by a huge figure. The moment I saw that huge figure, everyone in the Straw Hat Crew except Luffy was stunned for an instant. Because of that huge figure, Howran looks exactly like Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea who brought them deep despair at the thriller bark not long ago. How is this going? Even the 7 warlords of the sea are coming. The situation is getting worse now. Straw Hat Crew's face turned livid at this moment. Especially Zoro. When I saw the guy who looked exactly like Bartholomew Kuma, he only felt that the wounds in his body thanks to the other party began to ache. At the same time, Kizaru also noticed 2 figures coming from a distance. It's Zon Taowen, you finally appeared. I called your phone bug just now, but I couldn't get through. Kizaru stood where he was, and greeted Senmomaru who was coming towards him. And Zon Taomaru quickly locked his eyes on the Straw Hat Crew who was about to escape. Then, Lang Sheng said, PX1, stop them. After the words fell, the pacifist PX1, who looked exactly like Bartholomew Kuma, rushed out suddenly. The huge body quickly blocked Luffy and others, and Zon Taowen also arrived at an extremely fast speed. Came to the back of the Straw Hat Crew, completely blocked their retreat. In this way, it has become even more difficult for Luffy and others to escape. Seeing this, Kizaru shrugged helplessly. That old man really doesn't know what he's doing, but he hasn't shown up yet. Now, you really have no chance of escaping at all. While talking to himself, Kizaru also took another step. Walked slowly towards Straw Hat Crew, who has become a turtle in an urn. However, at this moment, just when Luffy and others were in desperation, a huge shadow suddenly descended above everyone's heads. Look up, I saw a pirate ship as huge as a small island, floating over the Sabadi archipelago, and at the forefront of that pirate ship, there is also a gold lion head carved in gold. 2RR Chapter 46 Arriving at Sabadi Land, the Golden Lion's Intention. A huge island-like pirate ship floats above the Sabadi archipelago. Casts a great shadow, all the people below were enveloped in it. This sudden change, it also caused the marine soldiers present to panic. Where did this pirate ship come from? How could it be flying in the sky? Isn't that head too exaggerated? It looks like the flying pirates led by Golden Lion. Why did the Golden Lion suddenly appear in Sabadi archipelago after disappearing for so long? Looking at the pirate ship Haikong above their heads, the marine soldiers exclaimed. Kizaru still had a casual look on his face, Put your hands in your pockets and look up at the sky. The silhouette of the pirate ship in the sky was reflected on the sunglasses. Golden Lion, it seems that you have met another great person. While Kizaru muttered to himself, a figure also slowly floated down from above the Fei Kong pirate ship. A head of gold's long hair flutters in the wind. It's the Golden Lion Shiki. Jia ha 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 ha. It's really lively here. The Golden Lion floated down slowly, hovering in the low sky. He scanned the crowd below with an incomparably unruly gaze. Then he set his sights on Kizaru and laughed loudly. It's Paluzolino. I didn't expect that marine recruit to become an admiral. Time flies so fast. Facing Golden Lion's ridicule, Kizaru still casually said Kaido. Golden Lion Shiki, what are you doing? An old guy who hasn't been seen for many years, suddenly appearing. I thought you were already dead. Hearing Kizaru's two strange words, Golden Lion was not annoyed. Just continued calmly. The purpose of my coming this time is not to argue with you. I'm here for these little guys. As he said that, Golden Lion suddenly pointed at the Straw Hat crew who was surrounded by many. Such a move made Luffy and others stunned. Ah, who is that uncle who looks like a lion? Luffy tilted his head to look at Golden Lion, and asked with a puzzled expression. The others also looked ignorant. Even Kizaru was a little puzzled by this. Oh, the dignified Golden Lion unexpectedly came to Sabaodi's land for the sake of a few newcomer pirates. Could it be that you have some special relationship with them? Golden Lion said in a deep voice, I don't seem to have the obligation to tell you the reason, do I? In a word, hand them over to me, and today's matter will be over like this. But if you want to stop me, you can try. I also really want to see how strong the new generation of marine admirals are. While speaking, Golden Lion's incomparably domineering aura was fully displayed. His meaning is already obvious, or obediently leave the person to me. Or, after a beating from me, obediently hand him over to me. Faced with such a provocation, even a paddler like Kizaru cannot really sit idly by. Advertisement. The Marine Admiral finally slowly took his hands out of his trouser pockets. The Straw Hat crew is the main culprit for beating the Celestial Dragons. If they're let go, the world government may deduct my salary again. So, sorry, I can't just hand them over to you. Kizaru still looked nonchalant. But in a word, the attitude has already been shown. Hearing this, the corner of Golden Lion's mouth twitched into a sneer. In that case, let me meet you first. After the words fell, Golden Lion waved his hand directly. The next moment, a hurricane appeared in front of him. Word Spirit Storm Corner. While the hurricane was spinning rapidly, it also began to hit Kizaru's location rapidly. Wherever the hurricane passed, countless marine soldiers were affected. He was directly involved in the fast-rotating tornado and was thrown high into the sky. Then it was thrown to the ground far away. In just a moment, many marine soldiers were seriously injured. Your attack method is a bit strange. It doesn't look like Lion Fruit's ability. Kizaru let out a cry of surprise. His figure turned into a gold flash and floated to the side. Easily dodged the oncoming tornado. Then, with a sudden leap, he jumped into the air. Once again, he assumed the posture of casting the 8-foot Chonguyu. Immediately afterwards, countless golden flashes shot out from his palms. It shot straight and quickly at the Golden Lion in the air. This time he hit the 8-foot Chonguyu's head. It is much more accurate than when attacking Luffy and others before. Every laser was aimed firmly at the Golden Lion's body. The dense rays of light almost blocked all of the Golden Lion's escape routes. As if he could shoot the opponent directly into a sieve in the next moment. Seeing the laser beams coming from the sky, Golden Lion didn't panic at all. I saw him raise his hand slightly again, an extremely strong air current appeared all over his body. Surrounding his body began to flow at an extremely fast speed. Formed a powerful air barrier, the entire body of the Golden Lion is wrapped in it. Word Spirit. Clean land. Next moment, the dense 8-foot Chonguyu bombarded the airflow barrier fiercely. Bursts of terrifying sounds resounded through the sky. And the strong impact generated by the collision. It also made the marine soldiers who were closer to the bottom unable to stand still. After a while, noise and shock dissipate. Kizaru's 8-foot Chonguyu was also blocked by Golden Lion's dust-free barrier. Such a scene, even Kizaru was a little surprised. You know, it was rare that he didn't let go of the blow just now. How powerful it is, he still has some idea in his heart. However, such a powerful attack was blocked by an air barrier? This is really incredible, right? Advertisement, it's terrible. This time, Kizaru sighed from the bottom of his heart. Below, after seeing the battle scene in midair, Luffy and others can't help but let out a sound of praise. Sigui, that lion-headed uncle is so strong. But why did he save us? While Luffy screamed loudly, other members of the Straw Hat crew couldn't help but have such a doubt in their hearts. They are not related to the Golden Lion. Before that, there wasn't even any anxiety at all. Why did the other party suddenly appear at this time? Save them even at the expense of Marine Admiral? In this regard, everyone's hearts are full of doubts. On the other hand, after seeing that Kizaru's attack didn't work against Golden Lion, Zon Momomaru couldn't help frowning. Then, he immediately turned his head to look at the pacifist on the side. PX1, help the old man deal with the Golden Lion together. With an order, the pacifist immediately started to move. Turn your torso to face the Golden Lion in midair. Then, he slowly opened his mouth. Shish, Several laser beams shot out from the mouth of the pacifist, and quickly shot towards the location of the Golden Lion. Golden Lion didn't care about that, didn't even turn his head to take a look. The dust-free barrier can easily block those laser beams. What an annoying fly, after whispering something to himself. Golden Lion abruptly pulled out his saber Sakura 10 and Kaker from his waist. Then, without even looking at it, he swung his knife directly at the location of the PX-1 pacifist. Slash wave. The next moment, a slashing slash was thrown out by him. In an instant, he came to the pacifist. Immediately afterwards, it penetrated the past without hindrance. A deep-cut mark was left on the ground, and that indestructible pacifist built by Vegapunk. Under this blow, the body was directly divided into two parts. Then it exploded. Such a scene, even Straw Hat Crew and Zontaowen were stunned. Kizaru scratched his head in distress, and said to Golden Lion. Hey, this pacifist is worth several months of my salary. You just destroyed it like this, but it made it difficult for me. As he spoke, Kizaru suddenly clasped his hands together. When they separated again, a long sword condensed with gold flashes appeared in his hand. Amazon Cloud Sword. Kizaru is holding a gold-flashing sword. The figure quickly moved in front of the Golden Lion. Then he swung his sword suddenly and collided with the opponent again. Chapter 47 Kizaru surrenders, Straw Hat Crew taken away. In midair, Kizaru holds the Amakongan sword. He fought again with the Golden Lion, who wields the two famous swords of Sakura 10 and Muku. The fighting scenes were intense, in addition to being a Logia sparkling fruit-capable user, Kizaru. He is also an extremely powerful swordsman. After all, a devil fruit's abilities alone aren't enough to be a marine admiral. In midair, the swords in the hands of Kizaru and Golden Lion kept colliding. The sound of the battle, the people watching the battle below were dumbfounded for a while. A battle between admiral-level strongmen, but it is not so easy to see. For most of those present, it was also the first time for them to truly see such a fierce battle. Zoro couldn't help but clench the three knives around his waist. Whether Kizaru or Golden Lion, the swordsmanship displayed is a realm that he is far from reaching today. Such a scene undoubtedly aroused Zoro's determination to become stronger. Luffy and others on the side also had the same idea in their hearts. After experiencing the defeat and powerlessness just now. Immediately afterwards, I witnessed the confrontation between two admiral-level powerhouses. This gave Straw Hat Crew a strong desire to become stronger. It also made them realize once again that there are too many strong men on this sea. And their current strength is too weak. If you go to the New World where the strong are like clouds with such a posture. So today's defeat and hopeless situation definitely will do it again more than once. At that time, there may not be an accident like the Golden Lion to save them. You have to become stronger. At this moment, all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates had such thoughts in their hearts. Mid-air, the battle between Kizaru and the Golden Lion continues. And as the two continued to fight, Kizaru actually began to lose the wind gradually. But the Golden Lion's offensive is getting more and more fierce. Suppress the opponent tightly, in this situation. Rao is a fool like Kizaru. I couldn't help but feel a little dignified in my heart. It's terrible, Golden Lion. I didn't expect that after so many years, your strength has not regressed in the slightest, but is even stronger than before. Kizaru sighed sincerely, then no longer entangled with the Golden Lion. The body suddenly turns into little gold flashes. Back away, after a long distance from the Golden Lion. Only then did Kizaru's body condense again, at this time, the Marine Admiral. Actually in front of a group of Marine soldiers, raise your hands to the Golden Lion from afar. Made a gesture of surrender. You old guys from the old days are really not easy to mess with. If you continue to fight, there is a high probability that I will lose. Forget it, you can take Straw Hat Crew, Kizaru said serious words in a casual tone. And his words made the Marine soldiers on the scene stunned instantly. What? Did I hear you right? Advertisement? Kizaru Admiral just throw in the towel. From what Kizaru Admiral said, it seems that the Golden Lion is stronger than him. Is this the old legendary with the same fame as Roger and Whitebeard? It's too scary. But, how can you just let the Golden Lion take the Straw Hat Crew away? That's the one who beat the Celestial Dragons. If the Straw Hat Crew hadn't been caught, the Celestial Dragons would probably go crazy again. But even Admiral is no match for Golden Lion, and there's definitely nothing we can do about it. All the Marine soldiers were shocked by Kizaru's sudden surrender and compromise. But the matter has come to this point, and they have nothing to do. On the other side, Golden Lion laughed out loud after hearing Kizaru's words. Gia ha 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 ha, you Marine Admiral is sensible. Not like Garp and those pedantic old men like Sengoku. In that case, I will take Straw Hat Crew. Perusalino, see you in Marineford in a few days. After finishing speaking, Golden Lion waved directly towards where Luffy and the others were. Afterwards, a gust of hurricane directly lifted up the bodies of Luffy and others. Flying towards high altitude continuously. In this regard, Luffy and others did not resist. Although they didn't know why Golden Lion wanted to save them. What is the purpose of taking them away? But right now, this seems to be the only way they can escape from the Marine's siege. Soon, all members of the Straw Hat Crew were lifted into the sky by the hurricane. Board the pirate ship Hikora floating high in the sky with Golden Lion. Slowly disappeared from everyone's sight, below. Kizaru put his hands back into his trouser pockets again. looking up at the pirate ship Haikon gradually disappearing into the sky. Muttered to himself. That Golden Lion guy just said, "See you in Marineford in a few days?" It seems that the public execution of Fire Fist Ace is destined to be uneasy. It's scary. The other side. On the pirate ship Hikura that has flown away from the Sabadi archipelago. Luffy and the others all landed on an open space on the deck at this moment. Golden Lion stood at the forefront of them all. "Uncle Lionhead, thank you so much for saving us." Luffy gave Golden Lion a bright smile and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. The rest of the Straw Hat Pirates also thanked him. Although it is not clear what Golden Lion's purpose in saving them is. But if the other party didn't show up in time, their Straw Hat Pirates may have been wiped out by now. Faced with the thanks from Luffy and others, Golden Lion also smiled. "It's nothing, it's just a trivial matter. Ace's younger brother is in danger, so I can't help him." Saying that, Golden Lion looked at Luffy kindly. After hearing his words, Luffy's eyes widened in surprise. "Nani? Uncle, do you know Ace?" Golden Lion nodded. "That's right, Ace's father Roger and I have known each other for a long time." Luffy looked joyful. "I didn't expect that it was Ace's father's friend who saved us. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Ace for a long time since I left Alabasta last time. I don't know where he is now. How is it?" As he said that, Luffy couldn't help recalling the last time he saw Ace in his mind. Although he usually looks carefree and thoughtless. But I remember very clearly about Ace. However, after Luffy said these words, Golden Lion's complexion suddenly sank. He looked at Luffy with a somewhat complicated look. Advertisement Shen Sheng said, "Actually, Ace is in a very bad situation. He was arrested by Marine not long ago, and will be publicly executed in a few days." After the words fell, Luffy froze in place instantly. How so? Ace is so strong, how could he be caught by Marine? After being stunned for a moment, Luffy murmured to himself in disbelief. Behind them, everyone in the Straw Hats showed worries and doubts. Seeing this, Golden Lion didn't say much. He took out a newspaper and handed it to Luffy. What was published on the front page of the newspaper was the news that Ace would be publicly executed. After reading this, Luffy was still in disbelief. He suddenly remembered something, hastily stretched out his hand to the straw hat on his head. After a while of groping, he took out a small piece of paper from the brim of his hat. "That's Ace's life card." Ace handed it to Luffy when Alabasta separated. Said that this piece of paper will guide them to meet again. However, at this moment, originally a very large life card. Now there is only a small corner left. Moreover, there are still faint sparks on it. It is constantly burning. How come? Nami, who was behind Luffy, couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene. The life card can not only guide the direction of the person's location, and it can also reflect the state of one's life. At this moment, Ace's life card has been burned to the point where there is only a small piece left. It means that the other party is on the verge of death. Seeing this scene, Luffy and others completely believed what the Golden Lion had said earlier. Ace is really about to be executed. No, I'm going to save Ace. Without any hesitation, Luffy immediately shouted firmly. Look extremely serious. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates behind him. There is no objection either. Obviously, it doesn't matter what decision Luffy makes. They will support you unconditionally. However, after hearing Luffy's yelling, Golden Lion poured cold water on him directly. No. Your strength is too weak. Ace's public execution will be held at Naval Headquarters Marineford. At that time, not only will countless Marine soldiers gather, but even the 3 admirals from Naval Headquarters will sit there in person. You who were cornered by Kizaru just now, there's no way you can save Ace. Golden Lion's tone sounded very serious, but Luffy is still determined. I don't care. Even if I die, I must save Ace. Judging by his expression and demeanor, it is impossible for anyone to dissuade him. Seeing this, Golden Lion seemed to sigh helplessly. Forget it, since you are so persistent, I can't stop you anymore. However, with your current strength, there is definitely no hope of rescuing Ace. After a slight pause, Golden Lion scanned every member of the Straw Hats with his gaze. Then he continued to speak slowly. I do have a method that can quickly improve your strength. I wonder if you are willing to accept it? Chapter 48 Sengoku's Worries, Huge Sense of Crisis. On the deck of the Ficom, Golden Lion stood in front of the Straw Hats. Looking straight at them, he asked in a deep voice. And after hearing what he said, Luffy and the others fell into silence for a short while. A way to quickly increase strength? In normal times? Even in the face of such temptations, I am afraid that Luffy and others will not choose to accept it. They prefer to rely on their own efforts, keep getting stronger little by little. However, this moment is not what it used to be, not so long ago. Luffy and the others just experienced a fiasco, when facing Marine Admiral Kizaru. They don't have any ability to resist at all. He was even forced into a desperate situation at one point. When surrounded by Kizaru, Senmomaru, and pacifists. Luffy and others even felt that there was no hope of escape. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the Golden Lion to save them. The fate of their group may be similar to that of Luo, Kid and others before. This unprecedented fiasco, it made Luffy and others realize their own weakness once again. In front of monsters like Marine Admiral, they have no chance of winning. Now, Luffy has learned that Ace is about to be executed. He who regards Ace as his elder brother, naturally, it is impossible to sit idly by and ignore this matter. Even if you know your strength is not enough, he had to do something too. Go save Ace, although I am very firm in my heart. But Luffy actually understands, what the Golden Lion just said is true. Even if he has the determination to die, desperate to save Ace. But with his current weak strength, even if you go in such a big scene, in front of so many marine powerhouses, I'm afraid there is not much hope that Ace can be rescued. And want to rescue Ace, he must become stronger than now. Moreover, there is no time left for him to practice slowly. Ace's life card has only the last small corner left. If you don't act quickly, it will be too late, he must become stronger as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Luffy looked up abruptly, he looked at Golden Lion with extremely firm eyes. Uncle Lionhead, I want to become stronger, I must save Ace. Please help me. While Luffy made such a decision, everyone in the Straw Hat group behind them also showed firm expressions on their faces. Apparently, their decision was the same as Luffy's. Advertisement in the past, they all received Luffy's help in the most critical and desperate times. Today, Luffy has a problem, they have no reason not to help. For their captain, they are willing to try the method that can quickly become stronger in the mouth of Golden Lion. Seeing this, Golden Lion smiled slightly, he looked at the crowd and spoke again. Don't worry, it won't be long before you will usher in a radical change. Marineford in a few days, your appearance will definitely add to this grand show. As soon as the words fell, several blood-colored light clusters appeared out of thin air. Then, at an extremely fast speed, it got into the body of every member of the Straw Hats. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, inside the Marshal's office. At this moment, Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru, 3 admirals, were sitting in a row on the sofa opposite Sengoku. The atmosphere in the office seemed a little dignified. After a while of silence, Akainu spoke first. HMPH, Paluzolino, it's fine if you work and catch fish. This time you went to the Subodinates archipelago, and you didn't even catch the Straw Hat crew, the culprit who beat the celestial dragons. If I knew you were so useless, I should have gone there myself. With a cigar in his mouth, Akainu snorted coldly at Kizaru who was beside him. Faced with Akainu's reprimand, Kizaru still had an expression of indifference. He shrugged helplessly and said slowly, no way, who would have thought that the scary guy Golden Lion would appear on the Subodinates archipelago and save the Straw Hat crew. Aokiji on the side didn't talk. Instead, Sengoku, who was sitting at the desk, said with a puzzled look on his face. How did that old guy, Golden Lion, suddenly appear in the Subodinates archipelago and save the Straw Hats? According to our situation, Golden Lion should not have any connection with Straw Hat crew, why should they be taken away? Sengoku was very puzzled by this, and Aokiji finally spoke at this time. Information shows that the Golden Lion's flying pirates have suddenly appeared in many places on the Grand Line in recent days. Start to challenge the pirates vigorously, and after defeating the opponent, take them all under his command. Hearing this, the puzzled look on Sengoku's face became even stronger. Golden Lion and his flying pirates have been quite peaceful in the past 2 decades, basically disappearing. Why did it suddenly reappear in our sight at this time, and began to expand its power so blatantly? Could it be that Golden Lion wants to make some big moves while Naval Headquarters is busy dealing with the Whitebeard pirates? Thinking of this, Sengoku was faintly worried. Fire Fist Ace's public execution is imminent. The battle between Naval Headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates may break out at any time. At this time, the Golden Lion, who had disappeared for 20 years, suddenly became restless. It's hard not to make people wonder if the other party has some special premeditation. At this time, Kizaru suddenly seemed to think of something and spoke again. By the way, Golden Lion also said something before leaving see you in Marineford in a few days. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku's face changed instantly. Become more serious and angry. That old guy, Golden Lion, actually wants to make an idea of our Naval Headquarters? It looks like he wants to make a comeback and attack Marineford like before. While speaking, Sengoku couldn't help replaying the scene of the Golden Lion making a fuss in Marineford by himself more than 20 years ago. At the beginning, Golden Lion was alone and made trouble in Marineford. It was he and Garp who joined forces to fight. After a fierce battle for a long time, the opponent was completely defeated and arrested. Now, look at the Golden Lion pose. It seems that they want to reenact the drama of 22 years ago. And this time, Naval Headquarters isn't just about facing the Golden Lion. They want to ensure that the public execution of Fire Fist Ace is successfully completed. Advertisement to meet the Whitebeard pirates who will definitely come to save people. Also watch out for the Golden Lion, who is looking to make a comeback. Besides, and what he guessed with Garp before, invading Pluton Rayleigh and Impel Down, pretending to be a mysterious person. And the remnants of the Roger pirates, who are likely to have reunited. Moreover, this is without considering whether the other 3-4 Emperor's pirates will also be ready to move. If the other 3-4 Emperors also take the opportunity to attack Marineford, the situation will only get worse. Thinking of these, Sengoku just couldn't help the headache. Only now did he realize the impact of the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. It seemed to be far bigger than he expected. This time, Naval Headquarters may have to face batch after batch of terrifying enemies. For no reason, Sengoku suddenly remembered Mrs. Shirley's prophecy. Naval Headquarters, World Palace, Whitebeard pirates, everything will be destroyed. Originally, Sengoku thought it was impossible, but now that I think about it, if so many forces really gather in Marineford by then, What was said in that prophecy is not impossible to come true. For the first time, Sengoku felt a great sense of crisis. If this is the case, the troops we have prepared are far from enough to deal with it. Looks like it's time to ask for some support from the world government and the five elders. In any case, the public execution of Fire Fist Ace must be successfully completed. This is related to the majesty of our naval headquarters, there must be no mistakes. While thinking about it, Sengoku also made a decision. For the public execution a few days later, more troops must be sent to sit in the guard. The other side. After hearing Sengoku's concern, Akainu continued to snort. There's nothing to worry about. If that old guy from Golden Lion dares to come, I'll let him experience what it's like to be imprisoned back to impel down again. And that old man Whitebeard, if he dares to save someone, let him give a full account here. This sea is no longer the stage for old guys like them. Even if Roger and even Rocks come back from the resurrection, I will still destroy them all. Akainu spoke with incomparable arrogance. There is quite a kind of pride in the tone that wants to wipe out all the pirates. Kizaru on the side immediately answered, Sakazuki, I advise you not to be so confident. Judging from my previous fights with Golden Lion, not only has his strength not retreated in the slightest, but it has become even more terrifying. Even if it's you, it's not necessarily his opponent. After Kizaru finished speaking, Akainu was about to reply. Aokiji also spoke again at this time. Ah la la la, Sakazuki, you really dared to speak harshly. Whether you can beat Golden Lion, Whitebeard, I'm not sure, but if the Rocks are really resurrected, you are no match at all. At the beginning of the Valley of the Gods battle, Vice Admiral Garp united a large group of Roger pirates and 5 elders to barely defeat the opponent. If Rocks is really resurrected, let alone you alone, even if the 3 of us fight together, I'm afraid we can't beat him at all. As Garp's former horseboy, Aokiji also learned a lot about the battle in the Valley of the Gods from the other party. Under Kizaru and Aokiji's 2 consecutive fights, Akainu was suddenly speechless. Even a little want to go crazy. At the desk, after Sengoku heard several people mention the name Rocks one after another. A terrible thought suddenly flashed in my mind. Chapter 49 Going to Wano Kuni, the collaboration between Kaido and Andy. After hearing the name of Rocks mentioned by Akainu, Aokiji and others one after another. A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through Sengoku's mind for no reason. If we say, the destruction of Naval Headquarters, the world government and the Whitebeard pirates became possible. Doesn't that mean that Mrs. Shirley's prophecy is very likely to come true? And the destruction of Naval Headquarters, the world government, and the Whitebeard pirates are just the last 2 sentences of Mrs. Shirley's prophecy. The first 2 sentences, Black's king returns to the world, and the overlord of the sea wakes up and returns. Is it inevitable that this may come true? Sengoku thought with some concern. If it was placed before, Sengoku will certainly not worry about these things because of a prophecy. Even before Garp said that a mysterious person suspected to be Roger invaded impelled down. He is also very convinced that it is definitely someone else pretending to be a ghost. But now, after analyzing the situation that Naval Headquarters may face next, Sengoku thinks, Lady Shirley's prophecy is not without possibility of coming true. The last 2 sentences of the prophecy are easy to understand. So what are the first 2 sentences referring to? The King of Black, the Overlord of the Sea. Those 2 sentences seem to describe Rocks more than Roger. Could it be possible for Rocks to be resurrected? The thought flashed through Sengoku's mind. Even he himself was terrified by the thought. After all, as an older Marine, he can be said to be quite aware of the horror of Rocks. The battle in the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago. Although he did not directly participate in the war. But as the resourceful general, he also made a lot of plans for that battle. Ambush of the Valley of the Gods, the betrayal of several cadres of the Rocks pirates. Many of them are actually the credit of Sengoku, the resourceful general. It is precisely because of this, Sengoku knew better that in order to completely defeat Rocks. How much energy and strength did they put in? How difficult it was for them to win the Valley of the Gods battle. If Rocks is really resurrected, so no matter for Naval Headquarters or the world government. It was an unimaginable disaster. The Rocks come back to life, the absolute worst case scenario. Even if Roger is resurrected, it's 100 times better than this. After some thought, Sengoku secretly sighed heavily in his heart. I hope I'm just thinking too much. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. The day when Fire Fist Ace will be publicly executed is also getting closer. During these 2 days, Naval Headquarters is still preparing non-stop for the next public execution. More and more elite Marine soldiers are arriving from all over the world. Even 7 warlords of the sea has already reached several places. Not only that, in addition to the originally planned 100,000 Marine elite soldiers, Sengoku also applied for another wave of support from the world government and 5 elders. Fire Fist Ace's public execution is critical. The 5 elders also quickly agreed to Sengoku's application. Then, the world government sent another 50,000 elite soldiers to Marineford. And the team was led by Kong, the former Marshal of Marine and now the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Advertisement: this undoubtedly raised the defensive strength of Naval Headquarters to a great level again.
In addition, 5 elders also said, after the public execution begins, they will closely follow the progress of Marineford in real time. Whenever something unexpected happens, they will send more troops over as soon as possible. It's even possible to do it yourself. Be sure to wipe out all the pirates who invaded Marineford at that time. It can be seen how much they attach importance to this. And while Naval Headquarters continued to prepare for the public execution, over a certain sea area in New World, a huge island-like pirate ship is floating in the air, flying forward continuously at an extremely fast speed. It was the pirate ship Hikari. At this time, Captain Interior of the ship, Rox was still sitting on the dark throne with an indifferent expression. Golden Lion stood respectfully below, Shen Shengwei reported. Captain, we will be able to reach Wano in a short time. Hearing this, Rox nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. Since leaving Sabayati Archipelago 2 days ago, they crossed the red line directly from above the sky, entered the second half of the Grand Line, New World, and heading towards Wano at breakneck speed. Along the way, it also absorbed a lot of New World powerhouses again. Build them all into powerful hybrids. This made the scale of the mixed-race army expand a lot again. As for the Straw Hat crew, after absorbing the dragon blood bestowed by Rox, after the strength has been greatly improved and changed, Rox just let them go. In Rox' plan, Straw Hat crew will also be in Summit War in a few days' time. Pave the way for a good show for his final appearance. He is looking forward to this very much. Below, Golden Lion looked hesitant to speak. After struggling for a while, he finally couldn't help but speak again. Captain, although both Kaido and Linlin were very loyal to you before, but so many years have passed, and now they have already become the 4 emperors who have dominated New World for many years. I'm afraid, it will be difficult for them to willingly return to your command. After hesitating again and again, Golden Lion finally expressed his concerns. Although Golden Lion, Kaido and Big Mom used to be 3 cadres who were very loyal to Rox. Even in the Valley of the Gods battle 36 years ago, the Rox pirates are facing such a huge crisis. The 3 of them have never betrayed. But the relationship between Golden Lion and Kaido and Big Mom is actually not good. After all, among the Rox pirates at that time, it is actually quite normal for cadres to fight each other. Rox not only did not stop this, but advocated it very much. The struggle among the cadres. On the contrary, it can more effectively promote the progress and improvement of their mutual strength. And Golden Lion fought fiercely with Kaido and Big Mom back then. It is precisely because of this. Since the disbandment of the Rox pirates, Golden Lion has almost no intersection with Kaido and Big Mom. Each other does not violate the water of the river. Advertisement. After so many years, seeing Kaido and Big Mom not pleasing to the eyes of the Golden Lion, I don't believe these 4 emperors who have dominated the New World for a long time. He still remains loyal to Rox, the former captain. I don't believe that the other party can voluntarily return to Captain Rox' command. Hearing the concerns of the Golden Lion, Rox said nonchalantly and indifferently. Whether they are still loyal to me, we will know when the time comes. The Rox didn't care about Golden Lion's concerns. After all, before subduing Golden Lion, he didn't know whether the other party was still loyal to him. That's why Roger was asked to come out for an interview first. In the same way, he's already spoken to Golden Lion, too. When the time comes after Wano, Rox wasn't in a hurry to come forward either. Instead, he intends to let Golden Lion test Kaido first. If Kaido is the same as the previous Golden Lion, still remain faithful to myself. Naturally, Rox can simply and directly make Kaido into a dragon first-generation species like Golden Lion today. Give the other party a chance to be born again. And if Kaido swells up to the point that he even forgets himself as the captain because he became 4 emperors, then the Rox don't mind giving each other a good lesson first. Hearing Rox answer, Golden Lion didn't say much anymore. Backed away silently. Feikong continued to carry them. Fly fast in the direction of Wano. At the same time, Wano, Ghost Island. On the Ghost Island at this moment, there is a scene of excitement. The pirates of the Beast's pirates seem to be busy with something. They were all fully armed and carried all kinds of weapons and equipment to the ship docked at the port of Ghost Island. From the looks of it, it looks like it is preparing for sailing. And in Ghost Island Castle, Kaido of the Beasts, known as the strongest creature, is sitting on a huge chair, holding a huge flagon in his hand. He poured wine into his mouth in gulps. In front of him was the big signboard of the 3 Beasts pirates, Jin, Quinn, and Jack. Boss Kaido, are we really going to dispatch so many troops to join the Big Mom pirates? The ship King Jack looked at Kaido and couldn't help asking. Hearing this, Kaido replied affirmatively. Of course, this operation must be foolproof. Linlin almost dispatched the entire force of the 10,000 kingdoms, we must not fall behind. While talking, he took another big mouthful of wine. Quinn then said, Boss Kaido, I really didn't expect that just because of a prophecy from that Murloc, you and Big Mom would join hands suddenly and plan to dispatch all the troops to Marineford together. Kaido waved his hand, you know, a hammer. That prophecy is obviously reminding us that it's time to avenge Captain Rox. On the day of Fire Fist Ace's public execution, the Whitebeard pirates will definitely go to Marineford to save people. At that time, it's time for Linlin and I to take revenge on the traitor Whitebeard, Naval Headquarters, and the world government once again in the name of the Rox pirates. We will remind the world once again, the prestige of Rox, the master of the sea. At that time, the overlord of the sea will return, and the Naval Headquarters, the world government and the Whitebeard pirates will be destroyed. Kaido said loudly, his tone impassioned. Afterwards, he drank all the spirits in the hip flask. Seemingly a little drunk, he murmured to himself. I have been 4 emperors with Linlin for so many years, and I have been constantly developing and growing my power. And what we're waiting for? This is the moment to avenge Captain Rocks. Chapter 50 Revenge. In the name of the Rocks Pirates. Kneeling for the First Order. Hear what Kaido said. Jin, Quinn, and Jack all looked at each other in blank dismay. I didn't know what to say for a while, regarding this sudden decision made by Kaido. Even the big sign of the 3 of them beasts pirates is extremely puzzled. Just a few days ago, when Kaido read the prophecy about Mrs. Shirley about the Fishman Island from the newspaper, he had a secret call with his Aunt Charlotte Linlin, who was also 4 emperors. And after the call, Kaido suddenly order the entire beasts pirates to be armed and ready to sail. In this regard, Kaido did not give too much explanation at the time. Everyone in the beasts pirates just thought their captain was planning to do something while the Naval Headquarters and Whitebeard pirates were about to fight. Add fuel and vinegar to the public execution at that time. As a result, the entire beasts pirates began to prepare in an orderly manner according to Kaido's order. Until today, they have basically made all preparations for sailing. And it was at this time, Kaido first called Jin, Quinn, and Jack over. Tell the 3 of them the truth about joining forces with the Big Mom pirates. Then there was the scene just now. After hearing what Kaido said. Although there are still many puzzles in the hearts of Jin and the others. But he didn't say anything more. For the captain's order. They just need to obey it honestly. 4 emperors join forces. Isn't it also a very interesting thing? The 3 disasters, who were not timid, couldn't help but look forward to the next progress. At this time, Kaido finally put down the jug in his hand. Slowly stood up from his huge seat. The preparations for sailing should be almost ready, right? Kaido looked at Jin and asked in a deep voice. Jin, who had been silent before, nodded. It's all ready. All 360 troops of the beasts pirates have gathered, and they can set sail at any time. Hearing Jin's answer, Duo said again in a deep voice. Okay, let them all gather in the banquet hall first. Next I'm going to make the announcement myself. With an order, San Calamity and the others immediately nodded in response. Then quickly retreated and began to convey Kaido's assembly order. Soon, under such call, all the members of the beasts pirates came to the banquet hall of Onijima Castle. The banquet hall is huge in size. Even if it can accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time, it is no problem. After all the pirates have arrived, the banquet hall also became extremely lively and noisy. Everyone is also very curious about Kaido's summoning. Hey, tell me, why did Boss Kaido call us all here all of a sudden? Advertisement. Should there be something important to announce? Didn't Boss Kaido tell us to be fully armed and ready to sail? It looks like there should be a big move next. Could it be related to the upcoming public execution of Fire Fist Ace? Whitebeard pirates will definitely fight Naval Headquarters at that time, and the sites of New World Whitebeard pirates will be unguarded by then. We can take this opportunity to force them over. Or, Boss Kaido wants to get involved in Marineford, maybe he can take the head of that old guy Whitebeard. It's been a long time since we Beasts Pirates have made a big move like this, so exciting. In the banquet hall, the members of the Beasts Pirates were discussing fiercely with each other. And although Kaido hasn't issued specific orders yet, they can roughly guess, the following actions may have something to do with the Whitebeard pirates. This is because, the Beasts Pirates have had a bad relationship with the Whitebeard pirates over the years. Large and small frictions and disputes between the two parties have hardly stopped. Kaido hates Whitebeard so much. This is a fact that all members of the Beasts Pirates know. By the way, do you know why, among all the 4 emperors, Kaido boss hates Whitebeard so much? During the discussion, a pirate suddenly raised such a question. Soon, a heated discussion arose again. In fact, I have always been curious about this question. After all, in other 4 emperors, Kaido's boss seems to have a good relationship with Auntie, but he and the red-haired Shanks basically don't get along with each other. Why does the boss of Kaido always talk about taking off the other's head only for Whitebeard? I heard that this is because during the time of the Rocks Pirates, Kaido's boss had a lot of grievances with Whitebeard. Speaking of the Rocks Pirates, I didn't expect that 3-4 emperors and big pirates like Golden Lion, Silver Axe, and Captain John came out of the original ship in one go. It's really incredible. Yeah, it's hard to imagine what kind of existence is the captain, the Sea Overlord Rocks, who can control so many powerful people at the same time. If Rocks is still alive, I'm afraid the pattern of this sea will be completely different from what it is now. I really want to see what kind of style Rocks, the Sea Master in Legendary, is, but unfortunately this is impossible. The banquet hall was noisy. The pirates chattered non-stop. However, this kind of noise stopped abruptly after a figure appeared on the attic at the front. Kaido staggered up to the attic, looking like he was still drunk. First, he quickly scanned the pirates below with his eyes. Afterwards, he cleared his throat and said loudly. Little ones, we have brought you together this time to announce a very grand event. That is, we, the Beasts Pirates, are about to form an alliance with the Big Mom Pirates to attack Naval Headquarters Marineford together. Our goal this time is to defeat Naval Headquarters and the Whitebeard Pirates. Kaido's loud voice instantly spread throughout the banquet hall. And as soon as this remark came out, the pirates of Beasts Pirates immediately boiled over. What? Did I hear you right? We Beasts pirates are going to form an alliance with the Big Mom pirates. This is too sudden. The two Four Emperors pirate groups have formed an alliance. This is enough news to shock the entire world. Is Boss Kaido planning to work with Big Mom to wipe out Marine and Whitebeard? Doesn't this mean that an unprecedented terrorist battle will break out in Marineford? I didn't expect Kaido Boss to plan such a big move. It's so exciting. Most of the pirates in the Beasts pirates are warlike people. So after hearing such news, there is no fear of the next big battle. On the contrary, he was very excited. Two Four Emperors pirates form an alliance. Advertisement. Wage war against the other Four Emperors pirates and Naval Headquarters. Before that, they didn't even dare to think about such a thing. No doubt, regardless of the final outcome of this war, it will shake the whole world. And just as the entire Beasts pirates was thrilled by the news among the crowd, but there is a very inconspicuous figure. He secretly took out a small phone bug from his bosom. Then, while the people around were not paying attention, some information began to be passed on quietly. Behemoths like the Four Emperors pirates. Naturally, it is impossible for Marine and the world government not to monitor them. Except for the pirate groups like Red Hair Pirates, which have very few members and take the elite route. The other three Four Emperors pirate groups actually have undercover agents infiltrated by Marine and the world government. And right now, this pirate who was sneakily delivering news. It was Marine and the world government who infiltrated the Beasts pirates undercover. After learning the amazing news that Kaido and Big Mom are about to team up to attack Naval Headquarters. Naturally, he had to pass the news back as soon as possible. So that Naval Headquarters is ready to deal with it. In the attic, Kaido continued his speech. I guess you must all be wondering why I formed an alliance with the Big Mom pirates. I'm sure many of you know that I, Lin, and Whitebeard both came out of the Rocks pirates. But you don't know that old Whitebeard is actually a traitor. In the Battle of the Valley of Gods, Marine, World Government and Roger pirates teamed up to attack our Rocks pirates, and Whitebeard also betrayed us in that battle. It is precisely because of this that Captain Rocks fell with hatred under the siege of countless strong men, and the Rocks pirates also fell apart. And now, I form an alliance with Lin, and I want to take revenge on those enemies and traitors once again in the name of the Rocks pirates. Whether it's the Whitebeard pirates, or the Naval Headquarters and the world government, they will all be crushed and destroyed by us. In the banquet hall, Kaido's impassioned voice echoed for a long time. At the same time, an incomparably powerful momentum burst out from his body. And such a speech, such an aura, instantly ignited the fighting spirit of everyone present. It turns out that Kaido Boss joined forces with Big Mom for this reason. To avenge the former captain, Boss Kaido really deserves to be a man who values love and righteousness. Unlike the traitor Whitebeard, what he did was simply disgusting. We must follow the boss of Kaido and defeat the Whitebeard pirates completely. Kill Whitebeard. Destroy Naval Headquarters and the world government. Everyone in the Beasts pirates shouted loudly, fighting with high spirits. Looking at the scene below, Kaido also nodded in relief. A look of desolation flashed quickly in his eyes. It would be great if the captain was still alive. The strongest creature sighed in his heart. But he also knows that this is impossible. All he can do now is to do his best to avenge the captain. And just when Kaido was thinking like this, his observation Haki suddenly noticed something abnormal. His complexion changed suddenly, and he raised his eyes to look high in the sky in a certain direction. Golden Lion, this old fellow, why did you suddenly come to me? Advertisement Chapter 51 Kaido, join me. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. Golden Lion, this old guy, why did you come to me all of a sudden? In the loft at the front of the banquet hall, Kaido raised his eyes to the high sky far away from Oni Island. With a serious look, he muttered to himself. And in his sight, high above the sky not far from Ghost Island, a huge pirate ship is floating in the air. Fly towards the direction of Ghost Island quickly. At the front of the pirate ship that is even bigger than Ghost Island, there is also a stage gold lion head made of gold sculpture. Kaido naturally recognized it at a glance. This pirate ship is the Golden Lion's Hikura. Looking at the pirate ship Fei Kong that is getting closer, Kaido couldn't help frowning. He really can't figure it out. Why Golden Lion came to his Ghost Island at this time? Since the Rocks pirates disbanded, the two people who have a bad relationship basically have no intersection. Especially after Golden Lion was imprisoned in Impel Down and escaped from prison. It is completely in a state of disappearance. Over the years, Kaido has rarely even heard from each other, let alone met. However, the other party now suddenly and blatantly appeared in Wano Kuni. No need to think about it, Kaido knows that the other party must be looking for him. But the purpose is still unclear. Thinking of this, Kaido suddenly jumped. The figure turned into a huge cyan dragon in midair. Then quickly flew towards the location of the flying pirate ship. With Kaido's character, he wouldn't just wait for the opponent's pirate ship to fly over the Ghost Island and then take action. He directly chose to take the initiative, going to see what Golden Lion is trying to do. And his actions, it also immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the Beast's pirates. Why did Boss Kaido fly away suddenly? Looking at Boss Kaido's serious expression just now, could it be that there is something going on over there? With doubts in their hearts, the pirates gathered in the banquet hall looked towards the direction Kaido flew away. Then, a huge pirate ship floating in the air came into everyone's sight. Hiss. Is that a boat? It's big. From the looks of it, it seems to be Golden Lion's Hikari pirate ship. The Golden Lion, the flying pirate who used to run alongside Roger and Whitebeard. Hasn't he disappeared for many years? Why did he suddenly appear here? Seeing Hikura appearing in the sky far away from Onijima, the pirates of Beast's pirates couldn't help but startled. Even Jin, Quinn, Jack and other big kanbans all looked puzzled. Didn't it mean that Golden Lion was once a member of the Rock's pirates? Could it be that he also came to join forces with Kaido boss to deal with Whitebeard and Marine? Quinn had a cigar in his mouth, blinking his small eyes under the sunglasses, guessing. Jack on the side clapped his hands suddenly realized. That's right. That's the way it must be. Otherwise, why didn't Golden Lion come sooner or later, but when Boss Kaido said he would take revenge in the name of the Rock's pirates? It must be so, because Tianfu is right. Obviously, Jack agrees with Quinn's guess very much. On the other hand, Jin looked serious, shook his head and said. I don't think it's that simple. I have been with Kaido boss for the longest time, and I heard him say by chance before that his relationship with Golden Lion has not been good since the days of the Rock's pirates. Advertisement. There is no intersection in these years, it should be impossible to join forces so suddenly. Also, when Boss Kaido saw the appearance of the Golden Lion's ship, the expression on his face was obviously not the reaction of seeing the arrival of the Alliance. After listening to Jin's analysis, Jack nodded again as if something happened. That's right, I think Big Brother Jin is right. Golden Lion is definitely not coming to the League. Could it be that he wants to fight us Beast's pirates? It's too deceiving. I can't bear this. Big Brother Jin, quickly take me to the past, I have to give that old man the Golden Lion a good look. While talking, Jack made a look of righteous indignation and eagerness to try. Seeing him like this, both Jin and Quinn shook their heads helplessly, and didn't pay much attention to it. Let's have a look before we talk. I heard that Golden Lion's strength has regressed seriously over the years, and it is definitely no longer the opponent of Kaido's boss. Boss Kaido can handle it alone. Jin looked at Kaido who was incarnated as Azure Dragon and kept flying towards the distance, and said in a deep voice. Quinn also nodded, agreeing with the other party. There was no rush to act. Over Ghost Island, Kaido, transformed into the form of the Azure Dragon, flew towards the Hikura pirate ship at high speed. The expression on his face looked very serious, but at the same time, there was a bit of anger. By observation Haki, he could sense that on the pirate ship Hakan has the breath of tens of thousands of pirates. Moreover, the breath is not weak. It can be said that this is definitely a very strong legion force. Even his beast's pirates, I'm afraid it is only about the same size and strength. It is precisely because of this that Kaido feels a little angry. Golden Lion, this old guy, dare to come to my place with such a big fanfare. This is nothing short of naked provocation. As the four emperors, Kaido's sense of territory is naturally very strong. Wano Kuni is the territory he occupies. For so many years, no one dared to set foot on it. Even the other four emperors' pirates, as well as Marine and the world government. I dare not run to Wano Kuni with a large group of men so blatantly. In Kaido's view, such a move by Golden Lion is tantamount to provocation. The relationship between the two has not been good since the days of the Rock's pirates. It can even be said to be quite bad, although they are all loyal to the Rocks. But this does not prevent the two from fighting each other. Now seeing the Golden Lion leading an army into Wano Kuni without authorization. How can Kaido not be angry? Soon, incarnate as Azure Dragon, he has already come to Feikong. And Kaido also saw it at a glance. The familiar blonde figure standing on the bow of the Feikong. Shiki, you old B************ D is still alive. Having disappeared for so many years, and suddenly came to my Wano Kuni with a large army. Do you think you have lived too long, and you want to die? As soon as he came up, Kaido didn't have any kind tone to Golden Lion, and he directly spoke harsh words to each other. And the other side, the Golden Lion at the bow of the flying sky was not annoyed after hearing Kaido's shout. On the contrary, with a playful smile on his face, he teased. Kaido, we are old friends. I haven't seen you for so many years, is this how you treat me, a guest from afar? 0 for flowers. Hearing this, Kaido couldn't help sneering. A guest from afar. Whether you are a guest or an enemy, I think you should know better than me. Advertisement. There doesn't seem to be any friendship between the two of us. I can barely stay in the same boat as you while the captain is around. Now that the captain is gone, I don't want to see your face anymore. If you don't know the point and leave immediately, don't blame me for doing it to you. Kaido stared at the Golden Lion in front of him, and said in a vicious tone. The reason why he didn't act immediately. Instead, verbally persuade the other party to leave. It's because the current Kaido doesn't have the heart to fight the Golden Lion. Beast's pirates are ready to sail. Kaido originally planned to leave Wano Kuni immediately after his opponents finished their speeches. Let's meet up with the Big Mom pirates first. Then head to Naval Headquarters Marineford together. Kaido is very clear. The most important thing right now is to avenge Captain Rocks at the public execution in a few days. For this reason, he must concentrate all the emperors he can concentrate on. Point 00. If we fight Golden Lion here right now, a lot of energy will definitely be wasted. And, judging from his previous observation Haki perception, Golden Lion also has a powerful army under him. If the Beast's pirates clash with each other, Regardless of victory or defeat, mass casualties were certainly inevitable. The loss outweighs the gain. It will also greatly affect his plan to avenge Captain Rocks. It is for this reason that Kaido, who has always been hot-tempered, is the rare one who didn't directly fight with Golden Lion. However, after hearing what Kaido said, Golden Lion has no intention of leaving at all. There was a provocative smile on the face of this flying pirate, looked at Kaido, raised his eyebrows and said, "I came all the way, and you want me to leave just by saying a word, isn't it a little too naive? To be honest, the purpose of my visit this time is to bring your beasts pirates under my command. How about it, Kaido, do you want to think about it? In this way, we can fight side by side on the same boat again, jahahaha." As he spoke, Golden Lion suddenly laughed out loud. And this laughter fell in Kaido's ears, which is undoubtedly a crazy provocation. "You wanna die?" Hearing this, Kaido, who originally wanted to take a step back and calm things down, couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't help roaring, and then opened his mouth suddenly. The next moment, a group of bare flames spurted out from Kaido's dragon mouth. A terrifying pillar of fire was formed, instantly submerging the Golden Lion's figure in it. Of course, Kaido didn't expect such an attack to take down Golden Lion. His azure dragon body also rushed forward abruptly. It wants to tightly wrap the Golden Lion in the sea of flames. However, the next moment, a powerful hurricane suddenly appeared around Golden Lion. Between constant spins, blow out all the raging flames. And Kaido, who was rushing towards him, it also directly hit the hurricane. Immediately afterwards, the huge azure dragon body was actually ejected directly for a long distance. It fell hard on the deck of the Feikong. In Kaido's eyes. And then there was a look of surprise. Chapter 52 Human Beast Form. I have it too. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. What method is this? Kaido, who was dropped on the deck of Hiku, quickly recovered his human form. Looking at the violent hurricane surrounding Golden Lion, he frowned. Obviously, that is not the ability that the lion fruit possessed by the Golden Lion can display. But if it is not the ability of Devil Fruit, why can Golden Lion summon such a powerful hurricane out of thin air? For a moment, Kaido's heart was full of doubts. But he didn't struggle for too long. He has regained his human form and stands on the deck of the sky. Holding a huge mace 8 fasts, he stared fiercely at the Golden Lion in front of him. The next moment, his figure suddenly rushed out. The mace in his hand swung fiercely at the same time. Thunder 8 trigrams. As soon as he came up, Kaido used his signature attack. The mace 8 fasts are entwined with powerful armed colors and conqueror's haki. Like black thunder and lightning, it circulates non-stop. As rivals who have been fighting each other since the days of the Rocks Pirates. Kaido didn't take Golden Lion lightly at all, even though I heard that the opponent's strength has regressed a lot over the years. It is absolutely impossible for Kaido to underestimate the enemy. To know, when I was in the Rocks Pirates, Kaido's qualifications are the shallowest among all the cadres. Also the youngest. At that time, his strength was far from being as strong as it is now. And Golden Lion, as one of the oldest cadres of the Rocks Pirates. When Kaido joined, his strength was already at its peak. Therefore, in the original struggle between the two, the result is that Kaido is basically at a disadvantage. This also makes Kaido actually have some shadows about Golden Lion in his heart. Just like the shadow that Odin left on Kaido. Even after so many years, Kaido is still very afraid when facing the Golden Lion. Therefore, he goes straight to the attack with the Conqueror's root as soon as he comes up. The powerful Thunder 8 trigrams slammed into the Golden Lion not far away with an extremely terrifying impact. Seeing this, Golden Lion also slowly pulled out the 2 knives from his waist. Let me take a good look. After so many years, if you, who have become 4 emperors, are qualified to be under the captain's command again. Whispering to himself, the pair of knives in Golden Lion's hand also swung out suddenly. Aim at Kaido's huge mace and collide fiercely with it. Boom. The next moment, a burst of shock enough to destroy the world burst out from the collision of the 2 weapons. Then it spread out suddenly in the sky. Even the clouds above the sky. They were all directly cut apart under such an attack. With the Golden Lion and Kaido as the center, it is divided into 2 sides. This scene is like the sky being torn apart. The collision between the 4 emperors' level powerhouses is even enough to split the sky. Such a thrilling scene. Naturally, it also fell into the eyes of everyone in the banquet hall of Ghost Island Castle below. The pirates of the Beast's pirates raised their heads one after another. Looking at the clouds above the sky being torn in 2. As well as the constant terrorist impact on the Feikong. Everyone couldn't help but squeeze a cold sweat in their hearts. Boss Kaido is fighting with Golden Lion. Sure enough, it's not a good thing for the Golden Lion to come to Wano Kuni. The momentum of the battle between the 2 of them is too terrifying, right? Even the sky was torn apart. Is this the battle between the 4 emperors? It feels like if we get involved a little bit, we will die without a place to die. I don't know who will win in the battle between Kaido boss and Golden Lion. Advertisement. Aren't you talking nonsense? It must be Kaido's boss. That's right. The boss of Kaido is the 4 emperors who have occupied the New World for many years, and the Golden Lion has disappeared for many years, and I heard that his strength has declined very seriously in recent years. How could it be Kaido's matchup? In this battle, the final winner must be Kaido boss. Everyone in the Beast's pirates cheered for their captain while lamenting the horror of the battle momentum in the distance. Although they are members of the Four Emperors pirate group. But in fact, even they have not seen much real strength. After all, there are not many people in this sea who can make Kaido fight with all his strength. In front of such a battle scene. For most Beast's pirates members. It's also the first time seeing each other. The degree of shock it brings can be imagined. However, although I am shocked by such a battle scene. But all of the Beast's pirates. Most definitely still firmly believe that they will win in the end. Must be their captain, Kaido. That is the man who is called the strongest creature. How could it be possible to lose? With this idea in mind. Everyone continued to stay in the banquet hall and watch the battle with their heads up. And San Calamity and others headed by Jin didn't rush forward to help. Because they understand. Kaido boss battle. No need for their intervention. At the same time, in an inconspicuous corner of the banquet hall. The undercover agent lurking in the Beast's pirates. It is to continue to take advantage of the time when everyone's attention is attracted by the battle above the sky. All the information in front of him was secretly sent back to Naval Headquarters. Things like Golden Lion fighting Kaido. Although the impact may not be as good as Kaido and Big Mom. But it's definitely big news. Such news must be sent back to Naval Headquarters as soon as possible. At the same time, on the deck of the Feikong, the collision between Kaido and Golden Lion continues. The gigantic mace Hachiji and the two famous swords Sakura Ten and Muku are in constant confrontation. The powerful armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki are also constantly winding and colliding. This kind of collision caused dense cracks to appear on the deck under their feet. Fortunately, Feikong is not actually a common pirate ship. It was transformed from a real island, and float in the air with the ability of Golden Lion fruit. Therefore, it will not be easily destroyed just because it has withstood the brunt of the battle between Kaido and Golden Lion. For ordinary ships, I'm afraid that when Golden Lion and Kaido just confronted each other, the entire hull had already been shattered to pieces by the terrifying impact. Boom. After another powerful collision, I saw Golden Lion suddenly exerting force. Kaido's whole body flew upside down like a cannonball. After retreating a full distance of 10 meters, he barely stabilized his figure and stopped. And at this moment, Kaido couldn't help showing a look of horror in his eyes. Shiki, this old fellow, has become stronger again. Although it was only for a while. But Kaido can clearly feel Golden Lion's current strength, even stronger than its former peak strength. As an opponent who has been fighting against Golden Lion since the days of the Rocks Pirates, Kaido can be said to be the most aware of the opponent's peak strength. 0. And now the strength displayed by the Golden Lion. Advertisement. Definitely stronger than when it was at its peak. Even Kaido, who has now become the Four Emperors, he was still suppressed by the opponent. It is precisely because of this that Kaido feels a little weird. What has this guy experienced all these years? His strength has actually improved to a higher level. And his legs, shouldn't they have been broken? When he was surprised, Kaido couldn't help but carefully looked at the opponent in front of him. It is no secret that Golden Lion broke his own legs in order to escape impel down. Kaido has also heard about it for a long time. Now that he noticed that the other party's legs were healthy, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. This deadly enemy whom we haven't seen for 20 or 30 years. Now when it reappears, it brought him too many accidents and surprises from the very beginning. No matter what you have experienced, no matter how strong your strength becomes, you dare to come here to interfere with my business, then be prepared to pay for it. Kaido's eyes were wide open, and he said wolfishly. Now he doesn't have much thought to waste time entangled with Golden Lion. The next moment, Kaido's figure began to change drastically. His whole body was instantly covered with dense cyan dragon scales. And above his brow, beside the original two ghost horns. Then two sharp dragon horns emerged again. Claws grow from hands and feet. Spit out sharp fangs. A long and thick dragon tail grew slowly behind him. His whole person's momentum, instantly stronger than before. The sense of oppression brought by it is also stronger. Zone Yu Fruit Phantom Beast Azure Dragon Form, Human Beast Type. Without a doubt, this is the most powerful and balanced form of Zone Demon Fruit power. It not only retains the flexibility and agility of the human form. At the same time, it also takes into account the strength of the beast form. Kaido in this state is much stronger than the previous simple human form or Azure Dragon form. Obviously, after seeing the strength of Golden Lion, Kaido also had to show his full 4.5 strengths. Try to resolve this fight as soon as possible. And across from him, Golden Lion looked at Kaido, who transformed into a human beast form, covered with blue dragon scales. Suddenly a meaningful smile appeared, and he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Human beast form. Actually, I have it too." A word without reason made Kaido on the opposite side confused. What does it mean that you also have a human beast form? Aren't you an ability user of Paramesha Devil Fruit? How could it have the same human beast form as Zone Demon Fruit power? At this moment, Duo felt that Golden Lion was talking nonsense. However, the next moment, in his eyes looking forward, the pupils suddenly shrank. The whole person froze in place. In his sight, the body of the Golden Lion in front of him actually began to change. He became stronger and taller than before. On the forehead, two dragon horns appeared unexpectedly. And his body was instantly covered with pieces of hard blue dragon scales. Behind him, a long dragon house grew out. How ran is almost the same as the previous scene where Kaido transforms into a human beast form. Seeing this scene, Kaido couldn't help being stunned. Eyes full of wonder. Chapter 53 The Bet between Kaido and Golden Lion, Allegiance to the Captain. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. How can it be? Paramesha demon fruit power. How can it have the same human beast form as zone demon fruit power? 1 inch. At this moment, Kaido only felt that his worldview had been subverted. Everything in front of him was far beyond his cognition. Golden Lion is the ability user of Paramesha lion fruit. He can be 100% sure about this. But why? The other party actually showed Zone's exclusive ability under his nose. Incredible. Incomprehensible. Kaido couldn't figure out how to explain the scene in front of him. Impossible. Lion fruit is said to be Paramesha on the surface. But behind the scenes is actually some kind of special Zone phantom beast. How could such nonsense happen in this world? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kaido couldn't help shaking his head. Get this weird and outrageous thought out of your head. I didn't bother too much about why the other party has a human beast form that belongs exclusively to Zone demon fruit power. Kaido took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually became firm. The doubts on his face also disappeared. Instead, there is a touch of wolf. As one of the 4 emperors who can dominate the new world for many years, it is naturally impossible for Kaido to mess up in the battle because of this. No matter what tricks you are playing, it is impossible for me to lose to anyone now. Since you are trying to annex my beast's pirates, that's fine, why don't we make a bet? 20 Kaido stared straight into the Golden Lion's eyes, and said suddenly. Golden Lion responded with interest. Tell me, what bet? Immediately, a vicious smile appeared on Kaido's face. He continued word by word. This battle, if I lose, then my beast's pirates will belong to you. On the contrary, if you lose, you and your pirates must all belong to my beast's pirates and obey my orders. How about it, do you dare to bet? After speaking, Kaido showed a provocative expression on his face. He has absolute confidence in his own strength, but he doesn't think he will lose. Although he used to be in the Lock Pirates, he was always crushed by the Golden Lion. But now, his strength is no longer what it used to be. Even though Golden Lion's methods are a bit weird, his strength is stronger than at the peak. But Kaido thinks that he will win the battle in the end. So, he made this bet. Just then he was going to Marineford and took the initiative to provoke an unprecedented war. The enemies are the Whitebeard Pirates, Naval Headquarters and the world government. Even when the Beast's pirates join forces with the Big Mom Pirates, it's still a tough fight. In fact, both Kaido and Ant knew in their hearts how difficult the next battle would be. Even if the two of them try their best, the final result is hard to say. If there are a little more troops, the hope of victory will be even greater. And now, in Kaido's view, the Golden Lion and the flying pirates in front of you are the support forces sent to your door. From the perception of observation Haki just now, he has roughly understood the strength of the flying pirates. Golden Lion has a group of very powerful pirates. Even compared to Beast's pirates, I'm afraid it's scary. If you can bring such a powerful force under your command. If we attack Marineford together. Advertisement. That's equivalent to the size of the alliance of 3-4 Emperor's pirates. In this way, their chances of winning will be greatly improved. Of course, Kaido didn't expect the Golden Lion to join forces with him. Without the shackles of Captain Rocks, it is impossible for these two rivals to fight side by side. And this is the reason why he made this bet. In fact, bets like this are not uncommon in this sea. Different pirate groups often use this method to rob people. So that over time, a pirate game called Davy Back Fight was born. The content of this game is to launch various competitions and competitions between the two pirate groups. And the winning pirate group can choose people at will from the losing pirate group. The chosen loser must unconditionally join the victorious pirate group and pledge allegiance. Even, the winning pirate group can also choose to take away the pirate flag, which is regarded as the life of the pirate ship. All in all, this is a game that bets on partners, dignity and even life. There are many bets like this in this sea. There may be many forms, but the nature is basically the same. And, undisputedly, these bets are very binding on the pirates. Even the most insidious and cunning pirate must abide by the content of the bet. That is to say, once Golden Lion takes over the bet initiated by Kaido, then the losing party will unconditionally join the other party's command and obey the other party's orders. Faced with such a situation, Golden Lion did not hesitate at all. With the help of the blood of the Dragon Clan, he became a Dragon Man, and nodded very readily. Okay, I'll bet you. However, there is one thing about this bet that needs to be changed. Kaido frowned slightly. How to change? Golden Lion chuckled lightly. If you lose, it is not mine that you and your beast's pirates will join. Instead, now under the command of the captain whom I am loyal to. As soon as Golden Lion said this sentence, Kaido's face suddenly changed. There is shock, there is doubt. But more, it's anger. Shiki, what the hell do you mean? Kaido couldn't help but growl. He didn't think what Golden Lion said just now was a joke. Because he knows very well, powerful like the Golden Lion, it will inevitably have its own pride and dignity. If it is not true, It is absolutely impossible for Golden Lion to say that he has pledged allegiance to others. But who can make the Golden Lion loyal? In Kaido's cognition, the only one who is qualified to let the Golden Lion be called the captain. It is Rox, who has been dead for 36 years. And obviously, the captain that Golden Lion is talking about at this moment definitely does not refer to the other party. So, who would this person be? Why does Golden Lion pledge allegiance to each other? Could it be that it was because of a similar bet that he lost to the other party? At this moment, Kaido had many doubts in his heart again. But compared to these doubts, Kaido's heart is more angry at the Golden Lion calling him the captain. The title mentioned by the other party should have belonged only to Captain Rox. In Kaido's vision, even if he won the Golden Lion in the next bet, nor would Golden Lion call himself a captain. Only Rox is qualified to be the captain of them all. And their captain can only be Rox. Advertisement. Originally Kaido thought, although Golden Lion is not against him, but the loyalty to Captain Rox should be the same. But now the other party actually calls other people Master Captain. In Kaido's view, Golden Lion is undoubtedly a betrayal of Captain Rox. It was precisely because of this that he felt so angry. On the other side of him, seeing Kaido's anger, Golden Lion said with a disapproving expression. As you can hear, I am no longer the captain of the air pirates. Or, the flying pirates no longer exist. Now I, as well as the pirates on this ship, have completely devoted my allegiance to the captain. So, if you lose, your allegiance is not to me, but to Captain Tianren. Hearing Golden Lion's nonchalant tone, Kaido felt even more angry. But he forced himself to calm down. Staring at Golden Lion coldly, he asked again. Who is this captain you are talking about? Golden Lion smiled mysteriously. You will know the answer naturally after you lose. Hearing such an answer, Kaido couldn't help laughing angrily. Okay, I promise you, these answers, after I win, I will slowly dig them out of your mouth. After the words fell, Kaido stopped talking. Immediately swung the 8 fasts in his hand, 260, and rushed to where the Golden Lion was. Roar Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido held the mace in both hands, and aimed at the position where the Golden Lion was, and slammed a blow. Incomparably powerful arm colors and Conqueror's Haki flow on it. In human beast form, his speed and strength have all been greatly improved. Even Haki is much stronger. Coupled with the blessing of anger, Kaido became more serious than ever. The power of this blow is far greater than before. Seems powerful enough to destroy everything that stands in its way. Faced with such a blow, Golden Lion didn't panic at all. With the help of the dragon blood, he transformed into a dragon man form. Same as Kaido's human beast form. The attributes of all aspects of the body have been greatly improved. And, him in this form, can perfectly use all the powers that belong to the King of Sky and Wind. I saw the Golden Lion's eyes fixed on the oncoming Kaido. A burst of strong hurricane airflow began to surround the double knives in his hand. It blends perfectly with the armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki that were originally wrapped around it. Immediately afterwards, Golden Lion swung his knife brazenly. So fast that even Kaido on the opposite side couldn't see clearly. Boom. The next moment, a loud noise spread. Golden Lion has already completed the collision with Kaido Pale 8 trigrams. Moreover, the dual knives Sakura Ten and Muku in their hands had already been retracted into the scabbards at their waists. And Kaido in front of him stared with wide eyes. The figure of the whole person seemed to be directly fixed in place. At this moment, his hands that were originally holding Bajiji were actually empty. And in his knot, the huge mace was lying quietly in a deep pit at the moment. It turned out that the loud noise just now, it was not the movement caused by the collision of two people. 2. The sound of Kaido's weapon hitting the ground after being knocked into the air. At this moment, Kaido couldn't help shedding a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. Eyes full of horror. With one blow, the winner is already divided. Chapter 54 The Second Sea Overlord. Kaido's defeat in Allegiance Open Black Lens Bracket Kneeling for Flowers Evaluation Vote Close Black Lens Bracket. On the deck of the Hikura pirate ship, Kaido and Golden Lion stood face to face. At this moment, the Golden Lion had put the 2 knives back into the scabbard around his waist. But Kaido still maintained the posture when he swung the mace and used the roaring 8 trigrams. However, his hands are already empty. Mace Bajai lay down quietly in a deep pit on the ground behind him. That deep pit was smashed out when the previous 8 fasts fell after being blasted into the air. How can it be? How so? Kaido froze in place, motionless. The pupils of the eyes constrict. There was cold sweat on the forehead. What happened just now? The shock it brought to him was really too strong. The thunderous thunder that I swung with all my strength 8 trigrams. Was it so easily resolved by the Golden Lion? Even the weapon in his hand was blown away by the opponent. And, Kaido didn't even see what the Golden Lion was doing. At that moment, he only felt that the movement of Golden Lion suddenly accelerated dozens of times. So fast that even he couldn't react at all. And when he finally reacted, the mace in his hand had already been knocked out. How did his strength become so strong? For such a result, Kaido is really hard to accept. Although he hasn't suffered any substantial damage yet, he still has the strength to fight again. But the collision just now had already made him understand clearly. His strength is not as good as Golden Lion. Even if he continued to fight, he would be the one who lost in the end. It is also the case that Kaido finds it hard to accept. For a powerhouse at the Four Emperors level, I feel like I'm going to lose before the battle really comes to an end. It is undoubtedly an extremely outrageous thing. You know, a strong man like them. If you really want to decide the winner, at least it will take a few days and nights. And until the last moment, the result is hard to say. But after only a few tricks with Golden Lion, Kaido, he decided that he would lose. There is only one explanation for this. That is, the strength of Golden Lion is much stronger than that of Kaido. It has even surpassed the level of Four Emperors and Admiral. Reached an even more terrifying level. But how did the other party do it? Four Emperors and Admiral levels of combat power. It is almost equivalent to the ceiling of this world. After reaching this level of strength, it is already difficult to go any further. Except for the dead Captain Rocks, Kaido has never seen anyone whose strength is far beyond the level of Admiral and Four Emperors. But now, the Golden Lion actually did it. It has to be said that this is definitely a piece of news that is enough to shock the world. The emergence of a powerhouse beyond the Four Emperors level. It means that the pattern of this sea may change as a result. Just like the original Captain Rocks, with strength far beyond others, became the unique overlord of the sea. And now Golden Lion also possesses such strength. Maybe it will become the second sea overlord. In just a few moments. Countless thoughts flashed through Kaido's mind. But then, Kaido thought of something even more terrifying. Advertisement. In the bed just now, the Golden Lion clearly mentioned. Today, he has completely devoted his allegiance to that mysterious Captain Master backquote. With the strength of Golden Lion, who can make him loyal? Who is the captain he is talking about? How powerful should it be? Thinking of this, Kaido couldn't help being surprised. It can make the Golden Lion, which is far beyond the strength of the Four Emperors, allegiance to it. There is no doubt that the mysterious captain must be stronger than the Golden Lion. But above this sea, is there really such a terrifying powerhouse? If it really exists, why has it never heard of the other party before this? Kaido was puzzled by this. And after a massive amount of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, he finally recovered slowly from the shock and doubt just now. Looking at the mighty Golden Lion in front of him, Kaido subconsciously stepped back a few steps. On the opposite side, Golden Lion was not in a hurry to continue attacking. After seeing Kaido's reaction, he chuckled again. How about it, do you want to continue fighting? Kaido took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Humph, come again, although I have foreseen the fact that I will lose. But as a Four Emperors, his pride does not allow him to just admit defeat. If he doesn't fight until the last moment, he won't be able to compromise with the enemy. After the firm voice fell, Kaido's figure also suddenly retreated. Gave some distance from Golden Lion. At the same time, he picked up the huge mace that fell into the deep pit, and held it tightly in his hands. Full of fighting spirit, King Kong point dysprosium. The next moment, Kaido waved the 8 fasts in his hand again. This time he did not choose to take a close combat approach. Instead, he used the 8 fasts to blast out a strong blow of stick energy. Just like the leaping slash of a swordsman, it blatantly attacked the Golden Lion's position from the air. Seeing this, Golden Lion swung his knife calmly. Slash wave. A real leaping slash collided hard with Kaido's attack. Then it exploded in the middle of the two. A huge pothole was also blasted out of the ground. Before the aftermath of the strong impact dissipated, Kaido's figure moved again. I saw his legs slightly bent and sinking. Then hit hard. The huge body of the whole person is directly vacated. Leapt into the sky above. Immediately afterwards, he fell from the sky with a mace in his hand. Condescendingly aimed the club at the top of the Golden Lion's head. The Black Armament Haki and the Conqueror's Haki entangled in the 8 fasts flew through the air. Come crashing down with Kaido's attack like a black thunderbolt. The third generation, Yin Naraku. Under the terrifying black thunder, Golden Lion's expression was as usual, panicked. Sakura 10 and 8 fasts crashed into each other. The pitch black thunder exploded and splashed away. Such a collision did not last long before the results were separated. Golden Lion easily neutralized Kaido's attack with only one blow. And also blasted his falling figure aside. A long trail was drawn on the ground. Another collision fell to the disadvantage, but Kaido still did not hesitate to fight. On the contrary, the more he fought, the braver he became. The huge body rushed out again. This time it directly attacked from the front of Golden Lion. At the same time, the mace in his hand swung quickly, waving countless phantoms of the mace. The dense phantoms hit the Golden Lion like a storm. Advertisement. As if to submerge his entire figure in it. Jundali Long Shungjin. Another powerful stunt. In order to deal with Golden Lion, Kaido can be said to have pulled out all the stops in a short period of time. But even so, the ending has long been doomed. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. Facing Kaido's attack, Golden Lion also countered it with his famous stunt. If it is placed before meeting rocks again, the result of such a duel is that the Golden Lion, whose strength has seriously retreated, will lose. And even at the peak of the Golden Lion, against Kaido's move today, the result is highly likely to be evenly matched. But today is different. Today's Golden Lion is under the blood of the Black King bestowed by rocks. It has already completed an unprecedented new life, just like being completely reborn. Now even if he doesn't use the exclusive power of the King of Sky and Wind, The strength is also much stronger than when it was at its peak. What's more, he is still in a powerful state. Both speed and strength have greatly increased. Therefore, the battle between Lion, Thousand Slice Valley, and Jundali Longshungjin. The results are already evident. Next moment, Kaido, who was still rushing forward. The huge body suddenly looked like a kite with a broken string. Fly quickly towards the rear. During the inverted flight, Kaido couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Blood traced a miserable arc in the air. Kaido's figure finally stopped after flying upside down for tens of meters, and fell heavily to the ground. His aura suddenly weakened a lot at this moment, and his face was pale. On the chest, there are also many horrific wounds, and blood is constantly oozing out. It was caused by Golden Lion's previous slash. Under such a blow. This name claims to have the strongest physique of the world's strongest creature. He was directly seriously injured, and he couldn't get up again. Golden Lion slowly came to Kaido, who fell to the ground, with a bit of mockery in his eyes. How about you admit defeat? Hearing this, Kaido instinctively wanted to stand up and fight again. But the chest injury, so good Zhao, is more obvious than he imagined. The terrifying cut marks had already penetrated into his skin and flesh, causing him great harm. If it goes deeper, it may even directly kill him. Although as an awakened zone phantom beast ability user, Kaido has an unimaginable self-healing speed. But with such an injury, he couldn't move at all for a while. After all, not everyone can hang out like Luffy. Non-stop sit-ups. Even after being seriously injured and exhausted. Just relying on the drumbeat of the heart, he was instantly resurrected with full blood. Feeling the condition of his body, Kaido knew clearly, he has lost. He closed his eyes in some pain, and struggled to utter a few words from his mouth. I'm willing to bet and admit defeat. Hearing this, Golden Lion smiled. In this case, according to the previous bet, you will be under the captain's command from now on. From now on, you must be loyal to the captain. Kaido remained silent, clenched his fist silently. After a while, he opened his eyes again. As if he had made up his mind, he looked at Golden Lion and said in a deep voice. I will follow the content of the bet. From now on, the beast's pirates and I will belong to you. However, Shiki, before joining you, can I do one last thing first? Chapter 55. This voice. Is it Captain Rocks? Open black lens bracket. Kneeling to subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Kaido, who was lying on the ground, looked pale, looked straight into Golden Lion's eyes, and said word by word. Before joining you, can I do one last thing first? As long as this is done, I will let you send me from now on. At this moment, Kaido's tone was unprecedentedly sincere and sad. Hearing this, Golden Lion narrowed his eyes slightly. Then he responded with great interest. Oh, what happened? Kaido's eyes were firm, and he said in a deep voice. I want to avenge Captain Rocks. I believe you should have seen the news that Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second team, will be publicly executed in Marineford. At that time, Whitebeard will lead his pirate team to save people. And in order to meet the Whitebeard Pirates, Naval Headquarters will inevitably deploy the troops of the Big Star to guard. At that time, a big battle will definitely break out between their two forces. And then, is the perfect time for me to avenge Captain Rocks. Kaido, who had accepted the fact that he was defeated, did not choose to continue struggling. Instead, he just lay down on the ground and began to slowly tell the Golden Lion about his plan. After all, this is the end of the matter, and it doesn't matter whether the Golden Lion knows about this plan. The important thing is whether he can continue to complete his plan. For this, he must plead with the Golden Lion. I hope the other party can let him continue to complete this matter. So, he continued to say in a deep voice. Actually, it's okay to tell you, Linlin and I are ready to lead the two pirate regiments to attack Marineford on the day of the public execution. We will not let go of any of the enemies who besieged the captain in the Valley of Gods. Especially Whitebeard, the 520 traitors, I must personally make him pay for the original betrayal. Having said that, Kaido's tone couldn't help but become fierce. The expression is also extremely angry. Obviously hated Whitebeard who betrayed them in the Valley of the Gods battle. Shiki, I know that I am not qualified to ask for it after losing to you. But I still hope that you can let me finish this last thing first. In order to avenge the captain, I have been preparing for 36 years. I have worked so hard to form this beast's pirates, and I am also waiting for this day to come. As long as I can avenge Captain Rocks, I have no other regrets. Kaido looked into Golden Lion's eyes and said very sincerely. All of these are his words from the bottom of his heart. Back then when the Valley of the Gods was defeated, he could only watch Captain Rocks fall with hatred under the siege of Garp, Roger, 5 elders and other strong men. But nothing can be done. Since then, this incident has become an eternal pain in Kaido's heart. It is also his eternal heart knot. He vowed to avenge Captain Rocks. All those who besieged and betrayed Captain Rocks must pay the price. For this reason, he worked hard to cultivate and become stronger. Became one of the Sea Emperors famous in the New World. At the same time, countless energy, financial resources and other resources have been spent to create today's beast's pirates. All of this is to avenge Captain Rocks. Now, this rare opportunity is right in front of his eyes. No matter what, he must complete this matter. Because of this, Zhao Nendo was so humble to the former rival Golden Lion. He hoped that the other party would agree to his last request for the sake of allegiance to Captain Rocks. After saying these words, Kaido felt a little uneasy. He stared straight at Golden Lion, waiting for the other party's response. And under his gaze, advertisement. Golden Lion suddenly laughed. But this time, it wasn't a provocative or playful laugh like before. In that smile, there seemed to be a hint of relief and joy. The other party's smile made Kaido a little confused. What does it mean? Could it be that what I said was funny? Every word I say is sincere and heartfelt. Then, amidst his confusion, Golden Lion finally spoke. I'm sorry, but I can't agree to your request. You who lost the bet, are now under the captain's command, and you have to obey the captain's orders in everything. You can't act without his order. Hearing Golden Lion's answer like this, Kaido couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. At the same time, there is still a bit of sullenness in my heart. Is it still not working after all? In order to avenge Captain Rocks, he has painstakingly prepared for so many years. As a result, the plan was aborted at such a juncture. At this moment, Kaido couldn't help feeling lost and sad. Seeing his appearance, the Golden Lion on the side couldn't help but joked. Kaido, this doesn't look like you. Kaido glared at him viciously, and replied. I thought you would always be as loyal to Captain Rocks as I am, but I didn't expect you to turn around and join someone else's command. And it also ruined the revenge plan that I have painstakingly prepared for many years. Shiki, I really misjudged you. In Kaido's heart, he is also full of anger towards Golden Lion. It doesn't matter if the other party betrays Captain Rocks. After all, everyone has their own ambitions, and Captain Rocks has been dead for so many years. It seems understandable for Golden Lion to take refuge in another strong man. But what angered Kaido the most was the Golden Lion, who has disappeared for 20 years. Don't show up early, don't show up late. Just in time for him to avenge Captain Rocks. Moreover, he also defeated all his plans. Hopes of revenge for Captain Rocks were dashed. All these years of hard work have paid off. How can Kaido not be angry? Cab. Facing Kaido's reprimand, Golden Lion didn't care. He continued to speak calmly. My loyalty to Captain Rocks is no less than yours. For the past 36 years, I have never stopped thinking about revenge for Captain Rocks. Kaido, although the two of us have never dealt with each other very much, but on this point, our position is the same. Hearing this, Kaido immediately sneered disdainfully. Hehe, I think I'm here as a fake. If you really want to avenge Captain Rocks, why have you been silent for so many years? And how could you turn around and join someone else's command, and call him, Master Captain? And how could I run over and destroy all my plans just when I was about to avenge Captain Rocks? Kaido was furious and questioned one after another. To this, Golden Lion just smiled mysteriously. You will know the answer when you meet the captain. After finishing speaking, he stopped talking too much nonsense with Kaido. Directly use the ability of Lion Fruit to suspend Kaido, who has lost the ability to resist, into the air. Then he took the other party and walked towards the captain's room located in the center of the Feikong. Advertisement. At the same time, inside the banquet hall of Onijima Castle. Everyone in the Beast's Pirates was still looking up at the direction where the Feikong was. They are all waiting for the result of the battle between their Captain Kaido and the Golden Lion. At the beginning, they could still see waves of terrifying battles erupting from the deck of the Feikong. Although I can't see the specific situation of the battle between the two. But it is also possible to vaguely guess the intensity of the battle. But after a while, everyone was surprised to find that there was no longer any sound of battle on the Feikong. There was no other movement at all. This situation can't help but make everyone in the Beast's Pirates feel a little strange. What's going on? Why is there no movement at all? The fight was so fierce just now that even the sky was torn apart. Why can't you feel the momentum of the battle now? Could it be that the battle is over? Will the battle between the four emperors level powerhouses end so quickly? Perhaps the Golden Lion really suffered a serious decline in power over the years as the rumors said, so Kaido easily defeated it. Everyone in the Beast's Pirates kept guessing. In the eyes of most of them, the final winner of this war must be their captain. Even Jin, Quinn, Jack and others have the same idea. Therefore, everyone continued to look forward to it, waiting for Kaido's triumphant return. However, after waiting for a while, everyone still didn't see any figure coming down from the Feikong number floating in the sky. How is this going? Hasn't Kaido boss already won? Why hasn't he come down yet? Could it be that they are searching for the treasures of the flying pirates? In this regard, everyone can't help but feel a little puzzled again. But it is not too much to worry about. They have absolute confidence in Kaido's strength. The other side, when Beast's Pirates everyone is looking forward to. Golden Lion has brought Kaido to the door of the captain's cabin. Master Captain, I have brought Duo. Golden Lion stood still in front of the gate of the captain's cabin, and shouted respectfully inside. Immediately, a deep and majestic voice came from the captain's room. Come in. Hearing this voice, Kaido, who was originally angry and frustrated, suddenly opened his eyes wide. This voice, how can it look like this? Even after 36 years, he still recognized it right away. The voice that came from the captain's room earlier. Exactly the same voice as Captain Rocks. For a moment, Duo's heart was filled with horror and doubt. Who the hell is that guy? Why does it sound like Captain Rocks? Could it be that? Between surprise and doubt, a bold and unrealistic guess suddenly emerged in Kaido's heart. He only felt that his heartbeat accelerated suddenly at this moment, and it was about to jump out of his chest. Before he could think about it, the golden lion at the side had already slowly pushed open the door of the captain's cabin. Then, walked in with Kaido. Chapter 56 Captain Rocks is back. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. The huge captain's room was dark. The surprised Kaido was led by the golden lion, and walked in slowly from the door. With his widened eyes, he kept looking at everything in the captain's room. At a glance, I saw the high platform located in the innermost part of the captain's cabin. And the pitch black throne placed on the high platform. Besides, the majestic figure sitting on the black throne. At this moment, the face of that figure was covered by shadows, making it impossible to see clearly. But just from its sitting posture, Kaido can feel a strong sense of oppression coming to his face. When facing the golden lion, Kaido knows that the opponent's strength is much stronger than his own. There is still no fear in my heart. Dare to fight till the last moment. But when facing the mysterious figure sitting on the dark throne, it's just the terrifying aura emanating from it. It is to make Kaido feel what fear is. This feeling, it's like a courtier facing his king. Kaido couldn't even feel the slightest resistance in his heart. Who the hell is this guy? Looking at the mysterious figure on the dark throne, cold sweat continued to flow from his forehead. Kaido also had such doubts in his heart again. Undoubtedly, the mysterious man in front of him is the so-called captain of the Golden Lion. But who is the real identity of the other party? Why does it have such a terrifying aura? And why does it have the same voice as Captain Rocks? In this regard, Kaido is full of strong curiosity. And under his curiosity, the low and majestic voice from before also came from above the dark throne again. Kaido, after all these years, you still haven't changed. The faint words made Kaido unable to tell whether the other party was complimenting him or mocking him. But at this moment, Kaido doesn't care about the meaning of the other party's words at all. The thoughts in his heart were surging like a tsunami. Yes, absolutely nothing wrong. That's definitely the voice of Captain Rocks. What the hell is going on? Could it be, he's Captain Rocks? Kaido's eyes widened even further, as if trying to see through that dark shadow. See the true face of the man sitting on the black throne. At the same time, he couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" The voice fell, and there was no answer. The captain's room suddenly fell into silence and dead silence. Kaido didn't continue to ask, but quietly waited for the answer. The entire captain's room was so quiet that only Kaido's rapid breathing and heartbeat could be heard. After a while, a burst of light laughter sounded. Immediately afterwards, the originally dark captain's room suddenly became much brighter. Under Kaido's curious and astonished gaze, the dark shadow that shrouded the mysterious man's face also gradually dissipated. Then an extremely familiar face came into Kaido's eyes. Captain Rocks. How can this be? After seeing clearly the face of the mysterious figure on the black throne, Kaido let out an exclamation uncontrollably. He fixed his eyes on the other's face. Advertisement. That face he thought he would never see again after the great battle in the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago. Exactly the same as 36 years ago. The mysterious man upon the dark throne. Hao Ran is undoubtedly the Rocks who should have been dead for many years. 36 years have passed. The Golden Lion and Whitebeard, who were in their prime, have become old men. Charlotte Linlin has also changed from a beautiful pirate who was so charming and admired by countless pirates to an old aunt. Even Kaido himself has changed from a little fresh meat to a bearded uncle. But for the Rocks in front of him, the years seem to have left no traces on the opponent's body at all. Today, he is still exactly the same as he was 36 years ago. If there is any difference, maybe it's because the opponent's aura has become stronger, making Yamato mysterious. The former Rocks, the feeling brought to Kaido is pure power. A power that no one can match. But now, Kaido can feel that there is more than that in the other party. There is also a feeling of ruling the world and seeing all creatures as ants. It's a feeling that's hard to pin down exactly what it is. But Kaido knows that he is facing each other now. Even if the other party didn't do anything or say anything, he couldn't help but feel an urge to surrender to him. After the strong shock and surprise, Kaido finally managed to calm down. He looked at the figure on the black throne again, his eyes had changed. No longer angry, no more doubts, rather, ecstatic excitement. He did not doubt the authenticity of the identity of the person in front of him. Because Kaido knows very well, over this sea, to have the aura of the person in front of you. Absolutely only Captain Rocks, the former overlord of the sea. At this moment, Kaido finally understood why the Golden Lion, who was as loyal to Captain Rocks as himself, suddenly defected to others. Why can Golden Lion willingly call each other Master Captain? Because, the captain the other party spoke of has never changed. From before to now, there has always been only Captain Rocks. At the same time, he finally understood what he had seen before, the prophecy about Mrs. Shirley about the Fishman Island. The King of Black returns to the world, and the Overlord of the Sea wakes up and returns. The Whitebeard pirates, Naval Headquarters, world government, all will be destroyed. It turns out that the prophecy wasn't implying that he would take revenge as the captain of the Rocks pirates. Rather, it truly foretold the return of Captain Rocks. Came back. Captain Rocks is really back. The Overlord of the Sea who was thought to have died 36 years ago has returned again. Kaido felt that no matter what language he used, he couldn't express the excitement and joy in his heart at the moment. He was suspended in the air by the golden lion with lion fruit. The body even began to tremble non-stop. In the eyes, there are still tears constantly emerging. If others see Kaido, one of the strongest creatures in the world and one of the four emperors, making this appearance, you will definitely be jaw-dropping in amazement. But Kaido can't control that much at the moment. In his eyes, no matter how big it is not as important as the figure in front of him at this moment. Master Captain, Kaido spoke slowly with an almost trembling voice, even a little choked up. For a while, he didn't know what language to use to express his current mood. All he could do was shout, Master Captain, repeatedly. On the dark throne, Rox smiled when he saw Kaido's appearance. Then, slowly opened the mouth and said, 0 for flowers. Advertisement. I don't need to talk about old times and sensational things. I have already fully understood your original plan and intention. Now, since you have returned to my command, then join me to turn this world upside down again. Marineford in a few days will be the stage for our revenge. These words of the Rox, like a heavy hammer, hit Kaido hard on the heart. The look of excitement on Kaido's face intensified accordingly. Revenge. Originally, after Golden Lion rejected his request, Kaido thought he would never have another chance to avenge Captain Rox. But the fact is, not only does he still have a chance for revenge, and under the leadership of Captain Rox himself, the former overlord of the sea wakes up and returns. Personally lead the old department to avenge those enemies in the Valley of the Gods. Destroy all of them. For Kaido, this feeling is simply not too good. He even began to look forward to the scene in Naval Headquarters Marineford a few days later. When Garp, Sengoku, Whitebeard, and the old 5 elders saw them fall from the sky. Seeing the reorganized Rox pirates destroy everything. See the return of the long-dead Captain Rox. How interesting the expressions and reactions of those old guys are. When thinking like this in my heart, the power that originally dragged his body floating in the air suddenly disappeared. Kaido then fell back to the ground. Without any hesitation. He directly supported his seriously injured body. With difficulty, he knelt down deeply in the direction of Rox. Captain, please let me follow you again, to avenge my former enemies. Kaido screamed almost with all his strength. The tone was extremely firm and impassioned. His voice echoed throughout the captain's room. Hearing this, Rox on the dark throne also nodded in satisfaction. Without saying anything more, he raised his hand directly. Then a group of thick blood-red energy appeared in front of him. Then flew towards Kaido below at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he has already integrated into the opponent's body. Next moment, Kaido's body began to change drastically. The scars on the chest that were cut by the golden lion before. It actually began to heal at the speed of flesh. In a short while, the wound had completely healed. Kaido's decadent breath also instantly returned to its peak. And it keeps going up. Soon surpassed the previous peak. His body also began to be covered with a dense layer of dragon scales. However, these dragon scales are different from Kaido's original blue dragon scales. There is also a little bit of tan glow on it. It seems to have an extremely hard and thick feeling. After a while, Kaido's whole person seems to have undergone a rebirth. From the previous state of serious injury and depression, he has become stronger than ever before. If the current him is allowed to fight the Golden Lion again, then who wins and who loses, the result is hard to predict. And at the same time that Kaido was undergoing such changes, the cold system prompt sounded again in Rox's ears. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host for successfully creating the first generation of dragons, the king of the earth and mountains, close black lens bracket. Black King template fusion progress increased by 15%. Current Black King template fusion progress, 67%. Next. Chapter 57 King of the Earth and Mountains. Beasts Pirates No More. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. Under the effect of high concentration of Haiwang blood, Kaido successfully transformed into one of the 4 monarchs of the first generation of the dragon family like the Golden Lion. And Rox, Black King template fusion progress has also successfully increased from the previous 50% to 67%. Among them, in addition to the 15% contributed by Kaido. The remaining 2% is the result of expanding the mixed race army during this period. After leaving the world of the strong, on the way to Wano, the Golden Lions have been doing their best to help the Rox expand their hybrid army. Especially after entering the New World. Pirates who can survive in the dangerous New World. The overall strength is much stronger than the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. And Golden Lion also defeated many powerful pirates and pirate groups along the way. With the power of the King of Sky and Wind, they will be built into a more powerful army of mixed races. This also led to a sharp increase in the number of mixed race troops under Rox. It directly expanded to the scale of tens of thousands of people. The powerful army that Kaido sensed on the Feikong with the observation hockey before was exactly this mixed race big house. Their strength is even comparable to or even surpassed Kaido's Beasts Pirates. Rox only took a few days. The 550 was created, a force comparable to or even surpassed by the 4 Emperor's Pirates. Moreover, this is the case that he did not do it himself at all. Everything is done by Golden Lion. From this we can see the strength of the Black King dhogg template. Today, Kaido is also built by rocks to become one of the first-generation species of dragons like Golden Lion, the king of the earth and the mountain. That is to say, the current Kaido also has the ability to independently create a mixed-race army. And the hybrid created by Kaido, unlike the hybrids created by Golden Lion before, they will have the exclusive ability and language that belong to the lineage of the king of the earth and the mountain. Captain's room, below the platform. Kaido, who has completed the transformation into the king of the earth and the mountain, is carefully feeling the extra magical power in his body. At this moment, he finally understood why the Golden Lion's strength became so strong. It turns out that all of this is actually all thanks to Captain Rocks. Thinking of this, Kaido couldn't help sighing in his heart how powerful and mysterious Rocks is. There is no doubt that after 36 years, the current captain has truly stood at the pinnacle of this world. Above this sea, no one can match Captain Rocks. In Marineford a few days later, even if all the forces of Naval Headquarters, the world government and the Whitebeard pirates are united, it is absolutely impossible for Duanyi, the bridge of the Valley of the Gods, to be staged. Under the leadership of Captain Rocks, we will sweep all enemies with invincibility. Let those old fellows feel what real despair is. While feeling the unprecedented powerful force in his body, Kaido said to himself with great determination in his heart. He seemed to be able to foresee the scene in Marineford a few days later. This time, no one can stop their revenge. And after this battle, the whole world will surely remember the prestige of Rocks, the overlord of the sea again. At that time, Captain Rocks, who returns after 36 years, will surely become the real king of the whole world. Thinking of this, Kaido couldn't help becoming excited. The blood in my heart was surging. It is also more and more looking forward to the public execution in a few days. The other side. Inside the banquet hall of Onijima Castle. The Beast's pirates are still waiting for Kaido's return. They have been waiting for a long time, even a little impatient. What's going on? Why hasn't Boss Kaido come back? Obviously the battle has been over for a long time, and there has been no news of the battle since just now. Advertisement. What is Boss Kaido doing? Why did he take so long? Don't we have to hurry to set sail to join the Big Mom pirates? Could it be that something happened to Kaido boss? With great strength, what kind of accidents should not delay it for so long? The somewhat anxious Beast's pirates gathered in the banquet hall, discussing a lot. Originally, under Kaido's impassioned speech, everyone was still full of fighting spirit. But after waiting so long, their enthusiasm is also fading little by little. For a while, the entire banquet hall was a bit chaotic. On the attic beside him, the first of the three disasters, Yan Wajan, couldn't help but frown. Why hasn't Boss Kaido come back? Quinn, Jack, you two stay here, I'll go and see what's going on first. After finishing speaking, Jin jumped into the sky. Then his body shape began to change rapidly in the air. In a short while, it was transformed into a black pteranodon. There was still a raging flame burning on his back. Zone dragon fruit ancient species pteranodon form. Jin, who had transformed into a pteranodon, flapped his wings violently. The gesture is to fly to the location of the Feikong number floating in the sky far away from the ghost island. However, at this moment, Jin keenly noticed, a huge figure suddenly soared into the sky from the deck of the Feikong pirate ship. Then it flew towards Ghost Island Castle at an extremely fast speed. It is Kaido in the form of Azure Dragon. Look, it's Kaido boss. As Boss Kaido finally back, looking at Kaido's boss, he doesn't seem to have suffered any injuries, so he must have won. Sure enough, even the Golden Lion can't be the opponent of Kaido's boss. Kaido's reappearance in the sky caught the attention of everyone in the Beast's pirates in an instant. The crowd couldn't help cheering loudly. In their view, Duo must have won a victory. Guy is back. Seeing this, Jin transformed into a human form again, and returned to Quinn and Jack. Now that Kaido has come back, there is no need for him to go to check again. However, Jin's expression at the moment looked a little puzzled. Because he could vaguely feel Kaido flying back in front of me. It seems a little different than before. It's different here. It doesn't mean that Jin suspects that the Kaido in front of him is fake. But Jin thinks Kaido seemed to be in the period just now. Go through and accomplish some kind of special change. It made him feel a little different. As Jin was the first subordinate to follow Kaido, this feeling was extremely strong. What the hell did Boss Kaido go through just now? Looking at Kaido, who was flying closer and closer to the sky, he said silently in his heart. Soon, Azure Dragon Kaido flew back to Onijima Castle. He changed back into a human form and returned to the attic at the front of Onijima Castle. Point 0. Kaido looked down at the gathered members of the Beast's pirates, a big smile on his face. This kind of expression can't make everyone in the Beast's pirates mess up. What's the situation? Why does Boss Kaido look so happy? I don't think I've ever seen Boss Kaido smile so brightly. Advertisement. Could it be that the captain of the Golden Lion found some priceless treasure? The pirates in the banquet hall looked at the bright smile on Kaido's face and whispered below. And under their doubts and curiosity, Kaido looked away and took a deep breath. Then he said loudly, "Little ones, I'm going to announce a good news next." Hearing this sentence, everyone's curiosity became even stronger. Sure enough, Boss Kaido must have found some treasure. What is the good news that can make Boss Kaido so happy? Kaido paused for a moment and continued. The good news is, from now on, Beast's pirates will cease to exist. Kaido's voice was very loud and echoed in the banquet hall for a long time. It clearly got into the ears of everyone present. And as soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the audience. What? Did I hear it wrong? Boss Kaido said that Beast's pirates will cease to exist from now on. How is this possible? What the hell is going on? Boss Kaido probably drank too much. In the banquet hall, an unbelievable voice of doubt suddenly sounded. Obviously, it was difficult for everyone to accept such a sudden news. How come all of a sudden the Beast's pirates are going to cease to exist? Under the suspicion and bewilderment of the crowd, Kaido still had a smile on his face. He was not affected by everyone's reaction, and continued to speak loudly. From now on, you will no longer be members of the Beast's pirates. Instead, a member of the Rock's pirates. I am no longer the captain of the Beast's pirates, but one of the cadres of the Rock's pirates. Kaido spoke plausibly. In the banquet hall below, 4.3 has exploded. But he doesn't mind it. The next moment, countless blood-colored light clusters appeared out of thin air in front of him. Then it got into the body of every Beast's pirates member in the banquet hall at an extremely fast speed. Even Jin, Quinn, and Jack are no exception. And with the integration of these bloody light clusters, the originally noisy voices of doubt and discussion disappeared in an instant. Every member of the Beast's pirates is undergoing an unprecedented metamorphosis. Their auras began to rise rapidly one after another, becoming stronger than before. In a short time, an unprecedentedly powerful army of mixed races in Rizzi was created. At the same time, just when all Beast's pirates transformed into hybrids, Wano Kuni offshore, a pirate fleet with dozens of huge pirate ships slowly approached from a distance. The shapes and styles of these pirate ships are very peculiar. It looks like a different dessert, and the head of a pirate ship. The whole body looks more like a huge pink cream cake. The huge pirate flag hanging on it. The skull with bright red lips and pink hair. It is showing its identity. The main ship of the Big Mom pirates, Queen Mother singing. Chapter 58. When did their relationship get so good? Open black lens bracket. Kneeling to subscribe. Close black lens bracket. On the waters off the coast of Wano Kuni, the fleet of the Big Mom pirates slowly approached from a distance. On the deck of the main ship, Queen Mother singing. Charlotte Linlin, the mother of one of the 4 emperors, is sitting on a giant chair. Holding a piece of cream cake in his hand, he is devouring it. This fellow Kaido is really slow. Our fleet has sailed to the coast of Wano Kuni, but we haven't seen the Beast's pirates yet. What the hell is that guy dawdling about? He hasn't set off yet, has he? The ant put the cream cake in her hand into her mouth. While muttering impatiently, behind her stood a kind of child of the Charlotte family. Perot, Katakuri, Cracker, Smoothie and others are among them. This time, Big Mom can be said to have brought all the troops of Wangguo with her. To know, Wangguo is the station territory of the Big Mom pirates. The new world has countless pairs of eyes staring at it all the time. Eyeing it, once Big Mom takes away all the troops stationed in 10,000 kingdoms. Then there will inevitably be many forces waiting for the opportunity to move. He wants to take advantage of the emptiness and occupy all nations. And the nations that neither have a large number of troops stationed nor Wano Kuni, which is blessed with such a unique terrain advantage. It is bound to fall under such an invasion. The Big Mom pirates have worked so hard to build and operate Wangguo for many years, and it is considered ruined. But even so, in the event that such an outcome was already anticipated, the Big Mom still resolutely chose to take all the troops of the Big Mom pirates and set sail, leaving Wangguo. There is only one purpose. That's revenge for Captain Rocks. Ant is the same as Kaido. After experiencing the disastrous defeat in the Valley of Gods War 36 years and 20 years ago, she has been preparing to avenge Captain Rocks, form the Big Mom pirates and create all nations. Give birth to a large number of children, and let their children marry with various races. All of this, all in order to continuously expand their power. Good luck with this goal of avenging Captain Rocks. And the reason why the ant wants to give birth to so many children. It was because of the betrayal of several cadres of the Rocks pirates who fought side by side during the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Big Mom can no longer easily trust other people. In her opinion, companions and men summoned everywhere by force, far less loyal and reliable than the children born by myself. Now, she is going to lead her children. Unite with Kaido's Beast's pirates. Together to Naval Headquarters Marineford. Avenge Captain Rocks. But, originally, Big Mom and Kaido had decided to meet up in a certain sea area. But after waiting for a long time in that sea area with the Big Mom pirates, Big Mom but still did not see Kaido bringing anyone. Not even a glimpse of the Beast's pirates. So the ant can't help but feel a little suspicious. Although Kaido may be a little unreliable in normal times. But based on my aunt's understanding of Kaido for so many years. In the matter of avenging Captain Rocks, the other party should be extremely serious and responsible. Advertisement. It is absolutely impossible to do such a thing. This situation is really abnormal. So, the ant first dialed Kaido's phone bug. I want to ask the other party what's going on. But it was discovered that Kaido's phone bug couldn't get through at all. Without any choice, the ant who waited impatiently had to lead the whole group to Wano Kuni. I want to ask Kaido face to face. Big Mom swallowed the piece of cream cake in her hand in one gulp. Then he picked up a huge donut from the cart beside him and continued to eat it. But even eating these delicious sweets still can't make her feel happy and satisfied at the moment. The ant frowned tightly, looking at a huge waterfall not far ahead. That's the entrance to Wano-kuni. Wano-kuni and Oni Island sit just above this gigantic waterfall. Huge waterfalls continue to fall from high places, and the water flow is extremely fast. Boats traveling upstream into Wano-kuni have to rely on a giant carp unique to this area, especially pulling the boat up the waterfall against the current. But this is no easy task. If you are not careful, you may end up with a shipwreck and death. And Wano-kuni is completely isolated from the outside world by virtue of this unique terrain. Even the world government dare not enter rashly. At this moment, the ant looked at the huge waterfall in front of her, just about to order her children to catch a few giant carp, tow the boat into Wano-kuni. However, at this moment, behind him, Katakuri, the flower minister who was the second son of the Charlotte family and one of the 3 desert generals of Big Mom pirates, suddenly said in a deep voice, "Mom, there is an anomaly above the sky in Wano-kuni." Hearing Katakuri's words, Big Mom was slightly taken aback. Then he looked in the direction the other party was pointing at. At a glance, I saw the pirate ship with the size of an island floating above Wano-kuni. The gold lion head on the bow is particularly conspicuous. That's the flying pirates. Seeing this scene, the ant narrowed her eyes slightly. The donuts delivered to the mouth were also put back on the gourmet cart beside them. Of course she recognized it. That conspicuous pirate ship is none other than Golden Lion's Hikura. In addition to the Golden Lion who is a lion fruit ability user. Who could make such a large pirate ship float in the air out of thin air? Even Kaido in the form of Azure Dragon, a phantom beast. It is also necessary to use Yanyan to complete such a thing. That old guy from Golden Lion disappeared for so many years, why did he suddenly appear in Wano-kuni? Could it be that he came to fight Kaido? Auntie can only think of this possibility in her heart at the moment. She even had a bad relationship with Kaido and Golden Lion. Therefore, it is impossible to consider the possibility that Golden Lion came to Kaido to cooperate. It turns out that Kaido didn't move for so long because he was entangled by the Golden Lion. No, I have to go and see. While talking to herself, the ant made a decision immediately. Avenging Captain Rocks is the most important thing now. She can't let the battle between Kaido and the Golden Lion ruin this long-planned plan. Thinking of this, the ant immediately turned her head and said to her children, "You stay here and wait for orders, I'll go up and have a look." After finishing speaking, she directly gestured to Thundercloud Homies Zeus floating aside with her eyes. As a homies made from a part of Big Mom's soul, Zeus immediately understood what the other party meant. Yun Duo's body instantly became larger. The ant stood up slowly from the seat. Advertisement. He conveniently picked up the donuts on the side again. Then he took a step and stood directly on Zeus. Immediately afterwards, Zeus carried the ant and began to fly rapidly towards the top of the huge waterfall. Wano-kuni high altitude. Big Mom rides Thundercloud Homies Zeus, approaching the location of the Feikong pirate ship at an extremely fast speed. Beside her, there was a homies who looked like a little son, called Prometheus. Besides, the bicorn hat worn by the ant on the head. In fact, it is also the homies created by its soul fruit ability. Named Napoleon. Napoleon and Prometheus can still fit. Become a big sword burning with raging flames, Emperor Sword. Under the full force of Zeus, Big Mom soon came to the deck of the Feikong. Through the perception of observation hockey, she could clearly perceive. There are tens of thousands of powerful auras on this ship. The scale and strength are even comparable to or even surpassing the Big Mom pirates under her command. This cannot help but make the ant very surprised. Golden Lion, an old guy who has been disappearing for so many years, actually secretly created such a powerful army. This kind of force is even enough to form a new Four Emperors pirate group. In this regard, the ant was very surprised. Although her relationship with Golden Lion is not as bad as Kaido's relationship with the other party. But Golden Lion has basically disappeared from everyone's sight since he escaped from Impel Down. Even the ant has no intersection with the other party 410. In the past so many years, she has never heard of the news that Golden Lion recruited heavily. How did you suddenly have an army comparable to the strength of the Four Emperors pirates? Because she has been busy preparing to go to Marineford in the past 2 days, she still doesn't know the news that Golden Lion is recruiting strong people on the sea these days. It was precisely because of this that she was surprised by the strength of the Golden Lion's subordinates. However, surprises are surprises. The ant did not forget her business here. He continued to probe the entire Hikari with the observation hockey. Try to find the trace of Golden Lion and Kaido. But after searching the entire Feikong, she still didn't feel the breath of Kaido or Golden Lion. However, Yinma sensed a very familiar aura in the captain's room in the middle of Feikong writing. But for a while, it was impossible to determine who the breath belonged to. It was as if there was a cloud of fog surrounding that person, making it impossible for her to perceive clearly. The captain's cabin, will it be the Golden Lion? With doubts in her heart, the ant made a gesture to go to the location of the captain's room to find out. However, Zeus under his feet hadn't had time to move. Big Mom's observation hockey sensed something abnormal again. She looked in one direction of Wu. Then I saw, a skull-like island suddenly soared from the sea below. It is flying quickly in the direction of Feikong. It is the base camp of the Beast's pirates, Ghost Island. And at this moment, in the sky directly in front of Onijima, Two figures are also flying towards this side. One is Kaido in the form of Azure Dragon. The other one is Golden Lion Shiki with full head of blonde hair. The two were flying side by side from afar. Seeing this scene, the puzzled look on Auntie's face suddenly increased a bit. There seems to be a big question mark above the head. Kaido and Golden Lion didn't fight. Since when has their relationship been so good? Chapter 59 Linlin, you've gained weight. Kneeling to subscribe. Seeing the scene where Kaido and Golden Lion fly side by side. What the ant wondered was not what the two of them were doing. Why bring Ghost Island into the sky? What she wondered was. Kaido and Golden Lion got together and didn't fight. And it looks so harmonious. When did the relationship between these two become so good? To know, when the two were still in the Rocks Pirates. Basically, you can fight when you meet. Except for Captain Rocks. There is no second person who can stop the fight between the two. And Golden Lion and Kaido. Only when in front of Captain Rocks can he calm down a little. Only at the command of Captain Rocks. Only then can these two rivals temporarily put aside their disputes and join forces. However, at this moment, just such two people, they actually flew side by side like nothing happened. For Ant, the scene in front of me was as outrageous as the sun coming out from the west. At the same time, there was another doubt in Auntie's mind. Since the Golden Lion and Kaido are here, who is that aura in the captain's room? Why does it give me such a familiar feeling? Big Mom looked at Kaido and Golden Lion who were flying towards us from afar, and murmured doubtfully. Soon, the two of them had already flown to the front. Kaido returned to human form and landed on the deck of Hikura with Golden Lion. The two also noticed the ant not far away at a glance. Neither of them were surprised by Big Mom's arrival. Yo, Linlin, you're here. Kaido stepped forward and greeted Big Mom. Golden Lion also said to him, Linlin, long time no see. In the face of the greetings of the two, the puzzled look on Auntie's face intensified. You two guys, have you taken the wrong medicine? I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to see the two of you standing together in harmony in my lifetime. Until now, my aunt still finds it a little unbelievable. Then, she cast her eyes on Kaido again, sullenly said. Leave that aside, Kaido, what the hell are you doing? I've been waiting for you at the agreed place for so long, but you haven't left yet. So dawdling, do you still want to avenge Captain Rocks? Aunt has not forgotten that the purpose of coming here is to find Kaido who released her own pigeons. The two had clearly made an appointment to go to Marineford together. It turned out that the other party was still in Wano and didn't know what the hell was going on. Hearing Big Mom's question, Kaido smiled indifferently. Don't worry, Linlin, I think our previous plan can be delayed a little bit. Before that, I'll take you to meet someone first. Hearing this, the ant was even more puzzled. Take it easy. Go see someone. Kaido, are you kidding me? In order to avenge Captain Rocks, we prepared a whole 36 countries. Now, the Whitebeard pirates are about to fight Naval Headquarters. This is definitely a golden opportunity for us to revenge. If we miss this time, it will be very difficult for us to wipe out all the enemies in the past. At a time like this, you actually told me to take it easy. You asked me to meet someone first. Is there anyone more important than avenging Captain Rocks? The more the ant talked, the more angry she became. While talking, he was thinking about what Kaido had done before. The look of anger on his face was even worse. Advertisement. At the end, she waved her hand directly and said, I don't have time to waste time here with you. The news that I led the entire pirate group to leave the 10,000 kingdoms must have reached the ears of those sea chambers. If this delay continues, Marine will definitely take precautions. This action cannot be delayed for a moment. If you're not in a hurry, then I'll do it myself. As she said that, the ant was about to turn around and leave angrily. But Kaido grabbed him directly. The Golden Lion on the side also immediately said, Linlin, your violent temper is exactly the same as it was decades ago. Didn't Kaido say it just now? Before acting, it's not too late to meet someone first. Hearing Golden Lion say the same thing, Big Mom became more and more puzzled. Who is that person you're talking about? However, in the face of her inquiry, both Kaido and Golden Lion did not answer directly. He just pretended to be mysterious and smiled. Come with us. Led by Kaido and Golden Lion, Big Mom came to the captain's cabin in the middle of the deck of the Hikura. It's the captain's cabin. Could it be that the person Kaido and Shiki asked me to meet is the owner of the familiar aura I perceived before? But, who the hell is he? Why are Kaido and Shiki being so secretive? With a stomach full of doubts and incomprehensions, Big Mom followed Kaido and Golden Lion into the captain's room. The huge captain's room was dark. Auntie can only vaguely see. There seems to be a high platform in the front. On the high platform stands a pitch-black throne. And on that dark throne, there was also a mysterious figure sitting upright. Because the light is too dim, it made it impossible for the ant to see the other party's face clearly for a while. It's him. Who the hell is he? The moment she saw the other person, the ant was able to confirm that it was the mysterious existence she had perceived with observation hockey before. The other party's breath gave her a very familiar feeling. But because the opponent seems to be surrounded by a wonderful energy field, it made it impossible for her to perceive clearly. I can't be sure where I have felt a similar familiar atmosphere. Just when Andy was wondering, both Kaido and Golden Lion on the side knelt down to the figure on the dark throne on the high platform. At the same time, he also respectfully shouted, "Master Captain." Such a scene directly stunned the ant next to her. Kaido, Shiki, what are you two doing? At this moment, the ant was both shocked and angry. Kaido and Golden Lion, these two guys. He actually bowed down to a mysterious person in front of him. Moreover, he also called the other party captain. What the hell is going on? In Ant's heart, able to make them do so. Only Captain Rocks is right. But at the moment, Golden Lion and Kaido surrendered to other people. This made her very angry. Also, Tien Fen didn't understand. As for Golden Lion, since the other party has disappeared for so many years, she doesn't know much about it. Advertisement. But Kaido, not so long ago, Kaido was still planning to avenge Captain Rocks with himself. Moreover, the relationship between the two has been very close in the past 36 years. She knew very well that Kaido should be just like herself, thinking of revenge for Captain Rocks all the time. But why? Kaido suddenly turned around and joined others. Still so confidently calling the other party captain. On the present sea, and who is qualified to let Kaido, who has become 4 emperors, call him the captain? Seeing the scene in front of her, Yin's mother thought it was too unbelievable. Incredible, could it be that both of you have been brainwashed? Ant looked angrily at Golden Lion and Kaido, and asked. But the two of them were indifferent to this, and still bowed respectfully to the ground. Seeing this, Yin's mother was so angry that she wanted to turn around and leave. However, at this moment, a deep and majestic voice suddenly came from above the dark throne. Linlin, you've gained weight. Such a sentence directly ignited the already very angry Ant completely. No one has ever dared to say such a thing to her. Even if there was, anyone who said such things would have been killed by her. You look for. Big Mom suddenly raised her head and looked at the mysterious person on the dark throne, just about to get angry. However, the next moment, she was completely stunned. After realizing it, she only reacted now. That voice just now is too familiar. It was a voice she hadn't heard for 36 years. But even so, the ant is extremely affirmative. The previous voice, and the voice of the dead Captain Rocks are exactly the same. This voice, how can it be? For a moment, a bit of surprise and hesitation flashed across the ant's face. Captain Rocks died in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago. Why did his voice suddenly appear here? Appearing on the mysterious person who was called captain by both Golden Lion and Kaido. Could it be that, in the midst of surprise, a conjecture that even she herself thought was a bit nonsense popped up in Auntie's mind? Could it be that, the mysterious man in front of you is Captain Rocks? It seems that this is the only way to explain why Kaido and Golden Lion did what they did just now. Thinking this way in her heart, a look of unconcealable expectation and excitement gradually appeared on her mother's face. Although the ant knows very well how outrageous it is for the dead to come back to life. But at this moment, she still can't help but look forward to it, and hope it's true. With such expectations, the ant continued to stare at the mysterious figure on the dark throne with her eyes wide open. It seems that he wants to see the other person's face clearly through the dim light and hazy shadows. And it was as if he had guessed what Auntie was thinking. Next moment, suddenly the lights in the captain's room came on. Then the whole room became brighter. The hazy shadow that originally shrouded the mysterious person also dissipated. Immediately afterwards, the face of the other party is also completely revealed in front of the ant. When seeing the true appearance of the mysterious person on the black throne, Auntie froze on the spot. The astonishment and shock on his face had reached an indescribable level. After a long time, she just reacted suddenly. Then, like Golden Lion and Kaido, he bowed down to the figure on the dark throne. Master Captain. Chapter 60, The King of Bronze and Fire. Sengoku under great pressure open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. The huge captain's room. Grandma's shout echoed. Like the previous Golden Lion and Kaido, her shout was extremely respectful and firm. It's a cry from the bottom of my heart. While shouting these words, Big Mom's whole body was trembling because of the intense excitement. It's Captain Rocks. Really Captain Rocks. Captain Rocks is resurrected. Ant kept cheering in her heart. After seeing the face of the mysterious man on the dark throne, she didn't have any hesitation. At a glance, it was confirmed that the other party was the real Captain Rocks. Because, you can't go wrong with that feeling. Only when facing Captain Rocks, only the ant can feel the kingly aura that belongs exclusively to the overlord of the sea. And only when facing Captain Rocks, Golden Lion and Kaido, the two deadly rivals, will rarely stop fighting. And treat someone with such respect. This moment, the doubts in Auntie's heart were finally solved. And then instead of, be excited, is joy, be excited. Although the resurrection of the dead, until now, my aunt still finds it a little unbelievable. But she is extremely sure. The person in front of him is definitely Captain Rocks, who has been dead for 36 years. Their captain, Rocks, the overlord of the seas, has really come back to life. Seeing Big Mom's reaction, Rocks, who was sitting on the black throne, nodded slightly. Then he said something quietly. Linlin, it's time for you to lose weight. Although as a time traveler, Rocks has long known what Big Mom looks like now. But after personally experiencing it 050 times, he still thinks that the young ant looks much more pleasing to the eye. I think back then, 30 or 40 years ago, at that time, the ant was still very young, and she was very good in both figure and appearance. It can even be said to be a group flower of the Rock's pirates. There are not a few pirates who fall in love with him, but most admirers, because she was afraid of her fiery temper and powerful strength. They didn't even dare to get close to each other, let alone pursuing. Who would have thought that later? Former Rock's pirates, Tuanka. How could she become such a fat woman with big ears, big arms and round waist? Even if Rox saw this scene with his own eyes, he couldn't help but sigh a little. Sure enough, time is a butcher's knife. This time, after hearing what the Rox had to say, not only was the ant not angry, but she also showed a smile on her face. The captain is right, it is indeed time to cut down. Seeing this, Kaido and Golden Lion couldn't help laughing. In this world, I am afraid that only Captain Rox can tease Big Mom's figure like this, and the other party will not get angry. After some simple reminiscences, the ant finally calmed down from the previous excitement gradually. Advertisement. But the joy on her face didn't diminish in the slightest. At the same time, Rox looked down at the ant below, thinking about it. Next moment, then a thick blood-colored light group appeared in front of him out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, it flew towards the ant at an extremely fast speed, and got into her body. In this regard, because the mother did not have any resistance. Although Rox did not make any explanation for his actions in advance. But the ant still didn't have any defense against it. Whatever CACB Rox wants to do to her, she will gladly accept it. This is Ant's loyalty and trust in Rox. As the thick bloody light ball penetrated into the body of the ant, her body also began to undergo drastic changes. The whole person is surrounded by a group of fiery red and hot rays of light. It's like being in a huge furnace. Big Mom's breath began to rise rapidly. It has already surpassed the realm of the four emperors level powerhouse very quickly. Pieces of fiery red scales covered Big Mom's whole body in an instant. And then, Big Mom's originally huge and fat body. It actually began to lose weight at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like steel that is continuously forged in a furnace. Excess impurities are continuously removed. The remaining essence is constantly tempered and compressed. After a while, Ant is from the big fat woman with big ears, big arms and round waist. She turned into a hot and beautiful woman with a graceful figure and bumps. It's as if it has been transformed back to what it looked like decades ago. The fiery red scales cling to the ant's whole body, making her look extraordinarily coquettish and hot. And at the same time that the ant completed the amazing transformation, the system beep sounded again in Rock's ears. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host for successfully creating the first generation of the dragon race, the King of Bronze and Fire, close black lens bracket. Black King template fusion progress increased by 15%. Current Black King template fusion progress, 83%. After the fusion of high concentration Black King blood, Big Mom also successfully completed her transformation into the King of Bronze and Fire. Changes in her figure. It was also done by the power of the King of Bronze and Fire. Lord of Bronze and Fire. Controlling the fire element between heaven and earth. He is also an excellent blacksmith. Among the words it possesses, there is a word spirit called, heaven and earth are furnaces. Its function is to smelt metal out of thin air, and can combine these metals into new forms at will. The changes that happened to Big Mom just now, the principle is similar to such forging. Moreover, Big Mom itself possesses an extremely terrifying talent and constitution, Steel Balloon. Rox feels that the ant who owns the Steel Balloon constitution is also very compatible with the Bronze and Fire King. It is for this reason that he bestowed upon Kaido the power of the Lord of the Earth and the Mountain. And leave the power of the King of Bronze and Fire to Big Mom. So far, the four great monarchs of the first generation of the Dragon Clan. Lord of Sea and Water, Lord of Sky and Wind, Lord of Earth and Mountains, Lord of Bronze and Fire. That is, everything has been successfully built by Rox. And besides Shirahoshi who is still transforming into the King of Sea and Water in the Fishman Island. The rest of the people are now gathered under his command. This is undoubtedly an extremely terrifying force. Even enough to overthrow the entire world. Advertisement. And this kind of progress has also made Rox, Black King template fusion progress has increased to 83%. In addition to the 15% contributed by Big Mom's transformation into the Bronze and Fire King. Previously, Kaido turned the entire Beast's pirates into a mixed race army, which also increased this progress by another 1%. 83% of the integration progress has reached Rox, original expectations. For Rox, this kind of power is enough to easily crush the powerhouses in the entire pirate world. And, in fact, for the last dragon first generation species, White King. Rox already had a candidate in mind, even as early as in Silence. He has already integrated the dragon blood into the opponent's body, which is enough to transform the opponent into a White King. It's just that under his deliberate actions, the opponent's transformation has not yet begun. But as long as the Rox want, he can transform the opponent into a White King at any time. The reason for doing this, in fact, like other Rox plans, all to make that show at Marineford a few days later even more fun. At the same time, the other side, Naval Headquarters Marineford. Inside the marshal's office, Sengoku was sitting at his desk with a sad face at the moment. Opposite him, there were three figures sitting. This time it was not Kizaru and other admirals. It was Garp, Zephyr, and Crane, the three old marines. All three are comrades in arms who have been with Sengoku for many years. Therefore, on some important matters, Sengoku will occasionally consult with them. Sengoku sighed heavily as he looked at the several pieces of intelligence documents that had just been delivered on the desk in front of him. Then he said to Garp et al., in a deep voice. The current situation can be said to be quite unoptimistic. The first is the intelligence agents we sent to investigate the Whitebeard pirates, all of whom lost contact not long ago. You don't have to think about it, it must have been discovered and solved by the Whitebeard pirates. And that means, Whitebeard and the others are about to move. But we have completely lost control of their movements. Next, Marineford must be on full alert. Sengoku looked at the information in his hand and analyzed it constantly. Lost control of the Whitebeard pirates' operational intelligence. This also means that they will have no idea when the Whitebeard pirates will attack. In order to deal with various possible and unexpected situations. In the future, the army will be highly vigilant. Not only that. As I guessed before, there is intelligence showing that the former deputy captain of the Roger pirates, Pluton Rayleigh, has appeared on several islands in the past few days. And some eyewitnesses said that Jabba, who is also known as the left and right wrist of One Piece with Rayleigh, also appeared with him. At the same time, there is also the main ship of the original Roger pirates, the Oro Jackson. This shows that Rayleigh and the others are really gathering the old men of the Roger pirates. And the purpose of their actions at this time is also very obvious, and that is to rescue Roger's only blood, Ace. Sengoku frowned tightly while speaking. Regarding the actions and intelligence of Rayleigh and others, Zipping just confirmed his previous guess. From this point of view, the mysterious man who fought against Garp in Impel Down before should be Rayleigh. It's not some outrageous rumors like Roger's resurrection. But even so, even the speculation was confirmed. Sengoku wasn't happy at all either. The reunited old parts of the Roger pirates. Definitely another tough enemy for Naval Headquarters. Even without Roger's leadership, it is still not to be underestimated. With the public execution a few days later, the pressure on Naval Headquarters is too great. But these are not what Sengoku is most worried about at the moment. He moved his gaze away and landed on another piece of information that had just been sent up. The thing that worries me the most is, Kaido's Beasts Pirates and BIGMOM's Big Mom Pirates have formed an alliance. Chapter 61 Whitebeard and Roger Pirates, set sail. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. Sengoku spoke the news in a very serious tone. After hearing what he said, Garp and the others on the opposite side also had surprised expressions on their faces. What? Kaido is allied with Big Mom? Several people exclaimed. Sengoku nodded heavily. That's right. It wasn't long ago that an undercover agent we sent to the Beasts Pirates sent back an intel. Said Kaido gathered all the members of the Beasts Pirates together and announced the alliance with the Big Mom Pirates. And also said that this alliance he formed with Big Mom is to avenge Locke's. They will attack Marin Vando at the public execution in a few days. It is bound to wipe out our Marine and the Whitebeard Pirates. As Sengoku continues to tell, Garp and the others also frowned more and more. Even Garp, who is usually joking and carefree. There was no sign of relaxation on his face at this moment. To avenge the Rocks. That guy Rocks, he really can bring us a lot of trouble even if he dies. Garp sighed faintly. I thought that Vice Admiral Rocks was successfully killed in the Valley of the Gods battle 36 years ago. The biggest hidden danger can be completely eradicated. But who would have thought? Even after 36 years. The threat posed by the opponent still exists. Until now, Naval Headquarters still can't seem to get rid of the shadow of each other. The crane on the side also sighed. Although we managed to alienate several cadres of the Rocks pirates. But people like Kaido, Big Mom, and Golden Lion are still loyal to the Rocks. Even after all these years, they're still thinking about avenging the Rocks. I can't imagine what the sea would have looked like if Rocks was still alive. Crane was talking. I can't help but recall the terrifying figure of Rocks in my mind. The opponent not only possesses the top and most powerful strength in this sea. At the same time, it also has an appeal and cohesion that others cannot imagine. This point can be easily seen from the cadre lineup that the Rocks pirates had at the beginning. 3 of the later 4 emperors were former officers of the Rocks pirates. There are also big-name pirates like Golden Lion, Silver Axe, Captain John, and Akoku. The terrifying cohesion and appeal of Rocks can be seen from Madara. It is precisely because of this that Naval Headquarters and the world government want to get rid of Rocks at all costs. If you let the opponent continue to run amok like this, I am afraid that on this sea now, there will be no situation where multiple forces stand together. Even the owner of the world government may have changed. Crane kept thinking in his heart. The mood also became more and more heavy. Zephyr on the side didn't speak, and remained silent. As if thinking about something. Sengoku sighed and continued. From the information above, it is not difficult to see that our current situation is very bad. With the public execution a few days later, we are no longer just fighting the Whitebeard pirates. There are also the remnants of the Roger pirates, the reunited Beasts pirates, and the Big Mom pirates. The only good news may be that the Golden Lion, which we were worried about before, suddenly started recruiting heavily, and it seems that the target is not us. The undercover agent of the Beasts Pirates said that not long ago, the Golden Lion led the flying pirates to the sky above Wano. Also, Kaido engaged in a fierce battle with the Golden Lion. Although I don't know what Golden Lion's purpose is, but I still hope that he can contain Kaido and Beast's pirates' actions so that we can reduce the pressure. Sengoku said in a low voice. Pin your hopes of reducing stress on a pirate. Advertisement. Things may sound nonsense though, but it is the very real thought in Sengoku's heart at this moment. The relationship between Golden Lion and Kaido is very different, which is an indisputable fact that many people know. Unless Rox is alive again, it is absolutely impossible for these two people to have a chance to join forces again. Therefore, Sengoku is not worried about the Golden Lion coming. Wano Kuni is just like Big Mom, and wants to join forces with Kaido. Now that the two sides have fought, then Sengoku naturally hopes that the fight between the two will be as hard as possible. It is best to contain Kaido's actions. Make it impossible for him to join hands with Ant. Even the public execution a few days later would not bring him out. Otherwise, at that time, Naval Headquarters will face the attack of 3-4 Emperor's pirates and 1 Roger pirates. Such a lineup can't even be described by the word horror. If these 4 forces launch an attack together, I am afraid that no single force on this sea can deal with it alone. Even though Sengoku has requested a large number of military support from the world government. Even the 5 elders promised to make a move anytime. But Sengoku's heart is still full of worries, and he can't rest assured. I hope so. Garp and he also sighed faintly. The thoughts in my heart are the same as Sengoku. From the beginning to the end, Zephyr did not express any opinions. Not a word was said. In this regard, Sengoku and others did not pay too much attention. Their minds and attention are now focused on the public execution in a few days. So I didn't think too much about Zephyr's performance. After discussing again for a while about the battle plan for a few days later, Garp and others left the marshal's office. Began to continue to be busy with various combat matters. Time flies by. Another 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. At this time, from the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. It's only the last day left. All the operations of Naval Headquarters have been arranged and prepared. In addition to the 100,000-meter elite Marine soldiers recruited from all over the world. The world government also dispatched another 60,000 elite soldiers to guard Marineford. Commander-in-Chief Kong personally leads the team. In addition, the 7 warlords of the sea who received the summoning orders from the world government also came to Marineford one after another. Except for Hexia Jinbei, who was imprisoned in Impel Down for refusing the summoning order of the world government. The rest of the 7 warlords of the sea have all arrived. Even Boa Hancock, the pirate queen who didn't intend to accept the call. Also under the strong persuasion of Gloriosa's mother-in-law, she finally chose to compromise. In addition, the target of the public execution this time. It has also been successfully escorted by Marine from Impel Down to Naval Headquarters for temporary custody. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Everyone can clearly feel. A big storm is about to hit the whole of Marineford. Even the whole sea. In the hearts of everyone, there is a faint uneasiness. 0 for Flowers. Grand Line, New World. Above a certain sea area. Dozens of large and small pirate ships are gathering here at the moment. The most conspicuous of these. It is undoubtedly the huge pirate ship in the shape of a white whale at the front. Advertisement. The main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, Moby DK. At this moment, on the deck of the Moby DK. 4 Emperor's Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, is sitting on a huge chair. There are also various medical equipment plastered on his body. In front of him, all the team captains except Ace have arrived. Besides, and the other captains of the Whitebeard pirates. They all gathered here. Father, everyone is here. Our boats have also been coated, and everything is ready. It's ready to go anytime. In front of Whitebeard, the captain of the first team, Marco, reported to him solemnly. Hearing this, Whitebeard nodded. Then he directly tore off all the medical equipment on his body. Slowly stand up from the chair. Father, don't. 0. Seeing this, Marco anxiously wanted to dissuade him. Whitebeard's health has always been poor, and most of the time he needs to rely on these medical devices to treat and stabilize the injuries in his body. At this time, the other party took all these instruments down, and his body might not be able to carry them. However, before Marco could finish his dissuading words, Whitebeard interrupted him directly. Gu la la la, wearing these things to the battlefield, is it possible that you want to win the sympathy of the enemy? Don't worry, lousy as Whitebeard, this pain is nothing. As he spoke, Whitebeard swept his gaze away from the sons in front of him. Then his expression became a lot more serious, and he continued to speak very seriously. Now that everything is ready, let's set sail. Little ones, break into Marineford with me and bring Ace back. After speaking, Whitebeard took the lead in raising his arms and shouting. And the other members of the Whitebeard pirates also shouted loudly. Break into Marineford. Bring Ace back. Stopping the naval Headquarters. Then, amidst the shouts of high morale, all the Whitebeard pirates set sail. Go full speed in the direction of Naval Headquarters Marineford. At the same time, the first half of the Grand Line. On a remote island, on the coast, a huge pirate ship is docked. If someone is here at this moment, they must be able to recognize the identity of this ship at a glance. The main ship of the Roger pirates, the Oro Jackson. At this time, on the deck of the Oro Jackson, Roger stood in the middle of the deck. In front of him, there was a group of people gathered. Rayleigh, Jabba and others are among them. Roger looked at the crowd in front of him, grinned and said. In this way, our Roger pirates are almost assembled. Old fellows, although it's been so long since I've seen you, I have a lot to tell you about old times. However, for all of this, let's talk slowly after this operation is over. Next, let us set sail again after a long absence. Destination: Naval Headquarters. The voice fell. The Oro Jackson immediately set sail, carrying the Roger pirates reunited after more than 20 years. Go full speed in the direction of Marineford Big. Chapter 62. What would you do if Roger came back to life? Open black lens bracket. Kneeling to subscribe. Close black lens bracket. The eve of Fire Fist Ace's public execution. Marineford. Inside the cell on the basement level of the Naval Headquarters building. Here's the cell. Most of them are used to temporarily hold some prisoners who have been arrested and have not yet been tried. And the prisoners brought in from Impel Down to be executed the next day. Now, the protagonist of tomorrow's public execution, Portgas D. Ace, is being held here. In the dark cell, Ace was handcuffed to the wall with seastone chains on both his hands and feet. For tomorrow's public execution, he didn't have much fear. Or in other words, death is what he wanted long ago. From an early age, he has been thinking about a problem. I was born, is it right or wrong? Perhaps from the very beginning, he should not have been born in this world with the most evil blood in his body. He has no fear of death. At this moment he just hopes Papa and the partners of the Whitebeard pirates don't do anything impulsive just to save him. On the way to Marineford today, Ace saw with his own eyes how formidable the forces stationed at Naval Headquarters were. Just the warships docked on the surrounding sea. There are as many as hundreds of 663 ships. And the soldiers who moved to and fro at Marineford. It is also an extremely terrifying number. Such a scale of guarding made Ace very surprised. Even though Naval Headquarters is to meet the Whitebeard pirates. There's no need for such a big fanfare, is there? Even if you only saw a part of the guarding force. Ace can be sure in his heart. Even if Papa brought all the members of the Whitebeard pirates and all the pirates under his command. I'm afraid they won't be able to get the slightest benefit in front of such Naval Headquarters. If the two sides really fight, the Whitebeard pirates will inevitably suffer huge casualties. This is the last thing Ace wants to see. So he kept praying in his heart. Hope they don't show up at Marineford tomorrow. There was no need to sacrifice so much to save him. But Ace is actually very clear. With the character of the father and the group of partners. It is absolutely impossible to sit back and watch him being publicly executed by Marine. So the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates tomorrow is already a foregone conclusion. Just when Ace kept thinking and lamenting, a light suddenly shone in the dark corridor outside the cell. Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of heavy footsteps. A figure walked slowly from the other end of the corridor. Then stopped in front of Ace's cell. He sat down on the ground directly. A strong figure, short gray hair, and an old face. It's Marine hero Garp. $7. Ace raised his head slightly to look at Garp outside the cell, and shouted in a low voice. Garp quietly watched Ace in the cell through the iron bars of the cell. After looking at it for a while, he sighed heavily. Last time in Impel Down, he and Ace just chatted briefly. Originally, there were a lot of things I wanted to say to Ace. Advertisement. But it was interrupted by the mysterious man who suddenly invaded Impel Down. After the mysterious man left, because Garp has been struggling with the identity of the other party. So I didn't go back to the 6th basement floor to continue chatting with Ace. Until tonight, Garp, who was so preoccupied and couldn't sleep no matter what, came to Ace's cell again. But looking at Ace who will be put on execution platform tomorrow. He didn't know what to say for a while. After sighing helplessly, he called the other party's name in a low voice. Quote. Seeing Garp's troubled look, Ace gave a wry smile. Father, you don't need to say anything. I'm mentally prepared to accept any outcome. Hearing what Ace said, Garp salivated slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly, he looked up at Ace again, and asked for no reason. Ace, if Roger suddenly appeared in front of you, what would you do? Ace was stunned by Garp's sudden question. After a while, he slowly replied. I shouldn't be able to do anything. After all, he is no different from a stranger to me. My old man, there's only Whitebeard. There was a certain firmness in Ace's tone. For the father who is the One Piece, he doesn't have any emotion. If there is something to say, this kind of emotion will only be hatred, not others. That's why he gave the answer just now. At the same time, he was also very puzzled why Garp suddenly had such a difficult problem. Old man, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Ace looked at Garp suspiciously and asked. Garp, who was sitting outside the cell, sighed again. Then he continued to speak with an extremely complicated look. Ace, do you believe that people can come back from the dead? It was another inexplicable question, which made Ace even more confused. Before Ace could give an answer, Garp continued to say quietly. The mysterious person who invaded Impel Down before had the same aura as Roger. Even the voice and the way he speaks is exactly the same as Roger. He can even perfectly reproduce Roger's exclusive move, God's Avoidance. So I suspect that the mysterious man is Roger. Garp looked at Ace and said what was on his mind. Even though Sengoku had guessed before, the mysterious man was most likely Rayleigh in disguise. Even the news that Rayleigh was reuniting with the members of the Roger Pirates later came back, which just confirmed Sengoku's speculation. But for some reason, Jupu still didn't think so. He who had fought face to face with that mysterious man at close quarters. There is a very strong premonition. The other party is Roger. It's an indescribable feeling. There is no basis. But he is so convinced. And, the last few nights. Garp could always dream of Roger in Marineford in his sleep. And besides Roger, in Marineford's sleep, there was another figure that Garp was also very familiar with. A figure that is even more shocking and frightening than Roger's resurrection. Rox D. Zebek. I don't know if it's because of the previous prophecy. In the past few days, Garp always thinks frequently of this maritime overlord who has been defeated by him, Roger and others. And every time I think of it, there will be a strong uneasiness in my heart. It was as if something bad was about to happen. It should be related to Kaido and Big Mom's revenge for Rox. Garp could only comfort himself like this in his heart. After all, he might be able to accept the fact that Roger was resurrected. But the resurrection of Rox, he didn't even dare to think about. Advertisement. Once the other party is really resurrected. For this sea, definitely another catastrophe. In today's situation. I'm afraid no one can stop Rox. Hear what Garp said. Ace in the cell immediately showed a very surprised expression on his face. The one who invaded Impel Down, was Roger. How can this be? For Garp's statement, Ace is really hard to accept. Garp lowered his head slightly, and continued. This is just a guess on my part, and it may not be true. However, if I may, I should like it to be true. In this way, maybe tomorrow, you still have hope of being rescued. Garp said this sentence very lightly, but his tone was unusually firm. Watching Ace grow up little by little, as the half-grandfather of Ace. How could he be willing to see Ace die in front of him? He really wants to save Ace, but he can't. Just because he is Marine. What he carries on his back is justice. So he can't do anything. Can only watch Ace go to jail, seeing that the other party is about to be publicly executed. But deep down, Garp still hopes that Ace can be rescued. He hopes that the Whitebeard pirates will successfully rescue Ace tomorrow. However, judging from the current situation, judging from the deployment of troops currently guarding Naval Headquarters, if there is only one Whitebeard pirate group, the possibility of this is very low. And if it is true as he guessed, if Roger really came back to life, perhaps, there is still some hope. Garp, unable to do anything for Ace himself, can only hope silently in his heart. In the cell, after Ace listened to what Garp said, he was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly understood what the other party meant. He couldn't help but feel a burst of warmth in his heart. His expression inevitably dimmed, because at this moment Ace understood one thing. He himself may not have any fear of death. 4.5 But those who really love him and care about him. But he will feel sad because of his death. At this moment, Ace suddenly didn't want to die that much. Afterwards, Garp had another heartfelt conversation with Ace. It was not until late at night that he left slowly. Darkness and dead silence returned to the cell once again. When the sun rises again, it means that the next day has come. And today is undoubtedly a day enough to be recorded in the history of this sea. Because Fire Fist Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, is about to carry out his public execution at Naval Headquarters Marineford. And the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 Emperor's pirates, will come to save people. An unprecedented battle is about to start in Marineford. The news had spread around the world through newspapers as early as a week ago. After a week of preheating and fermentation, even the people on the remote islands in the 4 oceans have already heard the news. Countless people set sail and rushed to the islands where they could watch the live broadcast. This public execution has attracted much attention. At this moment, the eyes of the whole world are almost focused on Naval Headquarters Marineford. And whatever happens next at Marineford, it will also cause the whole sea shakes. Chapter 63 An unprecedentedly strong lineup, legendary gathered together. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. Naval Headquarters Marineford. Inside the Marshal's office. Marine Marshal Sengoku is currently making the final confirmation of the public execution procedure. This public execution to the world. Not only is it related to the smooth execution of Ace, the only blood of One Piece. At the same time, it is also about the face of Naval Headquarters and the government of the world. In the upcoming war, if they can win, undoubtedly, it can establish a powerful and majestic image of Naval Headquarters and the world government in front of people all over the world. Moreover, it can effectively combat the arrogance of the pirates in this sea. But if they are defeated in the next big battle, then the same. This is undoubtedly a major blow to Naval Headquarters and the rule of the world government. If Naval Headquarters and the world government have concentrated so many troops, if you still can't defeat the invading pirates at home like Marineford, the status of Naval Headquarters and the world government in the hearts of the people will definitely be greatly reduced. The pirates will also become more arrogant because of this. This sea will surely fall into unprecedented chaos. Precisely because of such influence and consequences. Naval Headquarters and the world government will attach so much importance to this public execution. This action can only succeed, can't fail, having reconfirmed with great care all the details of this public execution. Sengoku, who was sitting at the desk, let out a long breath of 20. Take off your glasses and close your eyes. He reached out and rubbed his forehead. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes again. Put your glasses back on. Then, he stood up from his desk. He turned his head. He looked at a Marine soldier who had been standing at the door of the marshal's office waiting for orders. Shen Shang ordered. Order to go down and get everyone ready. In 15 minutes, the public execution will officially begin. With Sengoku's order, the Marine soldier immediately nodded in response. Then quickly turned and left. Pass on Sengoku's orders. 15 minutes later, the execution square in Marineford is already full of people. The 100,000 Marine elite soldiers summoned by Naval Headquarters. And the 60,000 reinforcements dispatched by the world government. Add up a total of 160,000 people. These soldiers are now fully armed and distributed throughout Marineford. Quietly waiting for the arrival of the next great war that would shake the entire world. Warships are scattered and docked on the sea around Marineford, ready to be called at any time. Cannons have also been set up on the city walls on the shore. At the same time, on a higher platform, there were still a few figures with very strong aura standing. The surrounding Marine soldiers dare not approach at all. They just cast curious and apprehensive eyes on those figures. Is that 7 warlords of the sea from Legendary? That's one of the 3 major forces that maintain the balance of this sea along with the 4 emperors and Naval Headquarters. It's really the first time for me to meet these big shots. Just looking at them from such a distance, I can feel their strength. I didn't expect even them to come. The battle this time is really scary. Advertisement. The soldiers looked at the figures standing on the platform from a distance, and discussed in low voices. And as they say, those figures standing on the platform. It is the great pirate recognized by the government of the world, 7 warlords of the sea. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk. One Piece, Boa Hancock. Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, and Gecko Moria, 7 warlords of the sea. Except for Haisha Jinbei, who was imprisoned and impelled down for refusing the summoning order of the world government. In addition to the new Shichibukai Blackbeard teach. All remaining current Shichibukai have been fully assembled. Although there are only 5 people. But the deterrence they bring is definitely not to be underestimated. Looking at these 5 powerful pirates, the confidence in the hearts of the Marine soldiers is also a bit stronger. And then, suddenly there was another commotion among the crowd. Look, it's the admirals. Are the 3 admirals from Naval Headquarters also dispatched this time? Just looking at the admirals like this makes me feel so at ease. The Marine soldiers turned their gazes to the lower part of the execution platform. On a high platform there are 3 magnificent seats. At this moment, 3 tall figures were slowly walking from the steps on both sides. In the eyes of everyone, he sat calmly on the 3 chairs. 3 people wearing suits of 3 different colors. They all wore a wide cloak of justice. Everyone's breath is very powerful. Marine Admiral Aokiji, Kuzan. Marine Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki. Marine Admiral Kizaru, Pelusalino. The top 3 fighters of Naval Headquarters are here. And their appearance undoubtedly gave the Marine soldiers present a shot in the arm. Everyone was still worried that if the Whitebeard pirates came, they would not be able to handle it. But now that there are 3 admirals sitting in charge, their worries disappeared instantly. Morale has also become much higher. But, the appearances of the big names didn't end there. Soon, there was another burst of exclamation from the crowd. And this time the voices were even higher than when the admirals came out just now. And all of this is because of the 4 figures that appeared on the higher platform in front. Look, it's Vice Admiral Garp. I didn't expect that even Vice Admiral Garp, the Marine hero, came to sit in the town in person. In addition to Vice Admiral Garp, there are Crane Vice Admiral, Teacher Zephyr, and Marshal Kong. Now, all the legendary Marines of the older generation are here. The lineup for this public execution is a bit too luxurious, right? There are so many strong people sitting in the town. If the Whitebeard pirates really dare to come, they will never come back. 1111. Looking at the 4 old figures on the high platform in front, the Marine soldiers were even more excited. For many Marine soldiers, this is probably the only chance for them to see so many Marines old legendary together at one time. No one would underestimate those 4 people because of their age. Although these 4 people are already old. But they are definitely idols and legendaries in the minds of countless Marine soldiers present. Garp, naturally needless to say. He is a Marine hero recognized by the entire Marine and even the government of the world. It is the legendary Marine who has driven the One Piece King Roger into desperation several times. Many Marine soldiers present. Advertisement. Just because I heard Garp's legendary story. I chose to join Marine because of my admiration for him. And next to Garp, the only female Crane among the 4 Vice Admiral. If anyone underestimates her because she is a woman, that would be a big mistake. Cranes are not only extremely powerful. At the same time, he is also the Chief of Staff of Naval Headquarters, resourceful. Together with Sengoku, the 2 brains known as Naval Headquarters. Even Heavenly Yaksha da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He is also extremely afraid of Crane Vice Admiral. Next to it, the old man with purple hair. It was Zephyr, the most respected teacher in the minds of many Marine soldiers present. The opponent is not only the once famous Marine Admiral. After resigning from the position of Admiral, he has cultivated a group of excellent students. Even Kizaru, Akainu and Aokiji today are all students of law. Therefore, Zephyr's status in the hearts of all Marine soldiers is also extremely high. And the last one, the old man who was strong and looked like an orangutan. The background is not small. He was the former Marine Admiral, Marine Marshal. He is now the Commander-in-Chief of the entire army, Kong. It can be said that he is the immediate boss of everyone in the entire Naval Headquarters, including Marshal Sengoku. Its strength is strong and its weight is heavy, which shows that it is a Madara. With these 4 Marine legendaries sitting in town, the Marine soldiers only felt that the next battle was stable. Such a lineup, not to mention just one Whitebeard Pirates 290. Even if all the 4 Emperor's pirates are here, everyone also felt that they still had the power to fight. Inspired by such an atmosphere, the Marine soldiers who were still very nervous all relaxed. Confidence was written on their faces. At the same time, such scenes are also projected to islands all over the world through video phone bugs. Those people squatting in front of the live broadcast squares of the major islands saw the scene of Marineford at this moment. He couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Oh my god, the lineup for this public execution is gorgeous. 160,000 elite soldiers, 7 warlords of the sea, Marine and Admiral, as well as Garp, Crane, Zephyr, and Kong, these legendary characters sit in town. At this moment, Marineford is definitely the most terrifying center of power in the world. In order to meet the Whitebeard Pirates, Naval Headquarters dispatched so many emperors. With such a lineup, if the Whitebeard Pirates really come, I'm afraid there will be no return. It can be foreseen that there will definitely be an earth-shattering battle in the future. People from all over the world paid close attention to everything in Marineford through the live broadcast. At the same time, we are looking forward to the next progress. In the hearts of most common people, they must still hope that Naval Headquarters, a symbol of justice, can win this war. At the same time, I also hope that Marine can take this opportunity. Destroy Whitebeard, a pirate, and his crew of pirates. In this way, this sea will surely be much more peaceful. Under such a lot of attention, on the execution platform at the front of Marineford Square, several figures also slowly appeared. Ace, wearing seastone handcuffs and anklets, was escorted by 2 soldiers to the execution platform. Kneeling in the middle of the execution platform. Immediately afterwards, a majestic figure slowly stepped forward from the steps behind. It is Marine Admiral Sengoku. This public execution will be presided over by him personally. Chapter 64. That old man Whitebeard is going to be deflated. Open black lens bracket. Kneeling to subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Sengoku stands on the scaffold, looking down at the crowds of people below. See the unprecedentedly strong lineup below. Sengoku's originally worried mood also eased a lot. Such a lineup will definitely be able to repel all the invaders. He took a deep breath. Then hold the microphone tightly in your hand. Lang Sheng said, before the public execution officially begins, I would like to announce one thing to everyone. As for the pirate Fire Fist Ace, the significance of being executed here today. Sengoku's words resounded throughout Marineford through the loudspeaker phone bug. The hundreds of thousands of people below and the audience in front of the live broadcast screen. All could clearly hear what Sengoku said. And hearing this, everyone couldn't help but become curious. About the significance of Fire Fist Ace's execution. Is there any great significance for a pirate to be executed? Could it be that Marine wants to use Fire Fist Ace's identity as the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate Team's 2nd Division to lure Whitebeard, the 4 Emperors, and kill him? It's not impossible. Maybe it's just like this, that this public execution will have such a luxurious lineup sitting in Marineford. It seems that Naval Headquarters has decided to wake up and want to wipe out Whitebeard and his pirates. Are the Marine and the world government finally going to take action against the 4 Emperors? Start with Whitebeard first, will we also eradicate the other 4 Emperors later? If that's the case, what a purge. When Sengoku paused, everyone began to guess what the other party's intention of executing Ace was. And at the same time, on the high platform where the legendaries of the old days of Marine were, Garp clenched his fists involuntarily, with a look of unbearable expression on his face. Seeing this, the crane on the side saw through the thoughts in the other party's heart at a glance, and said softly. Garp, it's not your fault, there's no need to think too much about it. Kong also opened his mouth and said. Garp, no matter how reluctant you are, this is a fact you have to face, I just hope you don't do something stupid on the spur of the moment. Hearing this, Garp sighed helplessly, and slowly closed his eyes. Zephyr, who was sitting on the side, did not participate in the conversation of several people.
He just sat there quietly, looking at the sea in the distance. It seemed to be waiting for something to arrive, on the execution stand. After a brief pause, Sengoku slightly turned his head to look at Ace who was kneeling beside him. Shen Sheng said, Ace, state your father's name. Such a sentence made Ace's expression sink instantly. At this moment, he finally understood what Sengoku said earlier. The other party just wanted to face the whole world. Uncover the secret that he is least willing to admit and accept. Ace gritted his teeth and responded angrily. My father, it's the day. He tried to deny the truth that Sengoku will announce next with such an answer. Facing Ace's answer, Sengoku just shook his head indifferently. Then he picked up the microphone and faced the camera of the video phone bug. It seems to be proclaiming a general loud voice to the whole world. No, your father, it's Roger. As soon as this remark came out,
Advertisement. Whether in Marineford or in front of live screens around the world. All exploded in an instant. What, am I right? Fire Fist Ace's father is the Pirate King Gordy. Roger. The devil who started the era of great pirates with one sentence still has blood in this world. After Roger was executed, didn't Marine and the world government already deal with all the people related to Roger? The blood of the devil is still alive in this world. What a terrible news. This is big news enough to shock the world. It turns out that the reason why Naval Headquarters took so much trouble to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace is because of this. Roger's bloodline must be completely eradicated, and there must be no delay. Waves of boiling discussion spread all over the world. In the voice of the people. In addition to being deeply shocked. And full of anger. For the people of Common. A sentence before the execution started the current era of chaotic pirates. One Piece King Gordy. Roger. It is undoubtedly a demon-like existence. It is precisely because of the era of great pirates opened by Roger. This piece of sea will fall into unprecedented chaos. There will be so many pirates raging in the sea. It brought endless pain and nightmares to the people of Common. When they learned that Ace was Roger's child, their hatred for Roger was also immediately transferred to Ace. At this moment, they can't wait for Ace to be executed immediately. So that the blood of the devil can completely disappear from this world. And, it's not just the folks at Common who think this way. Even the Marine soldiers gathered in Marineford. They all made similar sounds. After all, there are people who can willingly join the Marine. Although not all, but at least most people have a strong sense of justice in their hearts. For One Piece Roger, their views are no different from those of the masses. It was Roger who created the era of great pirates. As a result, the sea is being plagued by pirates all the time. These Marine soldiers, all have more or less experienced the experience of their predecessors and comrades dying at the hands of pirates. Therefore, they also hated Roger very much. Such emotions were also transferred to Roger's only bloodline, Ace. For a while, there were many curses and condemnations against Ace in Marineford. On the execution stand, Ace's expression was extremely gloomy when he heard the voices coming from below. For such a result, he had expected it at the moment his life experience was announced. And this kind of scolding, in fact, he has heard a lot since he was a child. Although I have long been used to it, and I am mentally prepared. But when he faced it again, he was still unavoidably a little unhappy. He looked at Sengoku angrily, and roared again. Nonsense. Whitebeard is the only daddy I have. Sengoku ignored his reaction. Advertisement. Instead, continued to face the live camera. Telling about their investigation of Ace's life experience. And about how Ace's mother hid Marine in the world government's search to give birth to him. About 2 years ago, you started to use your mother's surname to go to sea as the captain of the Spades Pirates. With your outstanding talent and strong strength, you soon became a member of the Supernova Pirates, W. And, it has also entered our sight. It wasn't until then that we noticed that the blood of One Piece hadn't been truly eradicated. If you don't get rid of you as soon as possible, with your talent flowing in your blood, you will surely climb to the top of this sea as the new One Piece King. However, just when we were about to eradicate you, New World heard the news that you joined the Whitebeard Pirates. The strongest man in the world starts to protect you as 4 emperors, and wants to help you become the new 10-piece One Piece. It is precisely because of this that we have never had the chance to attack you in the past 2 years. Fortunately, fate has never favored you evil pirates, and in the end you still fell into our hands. In order to completely kill your threat in the cradle, even if we have to go to war with the Whitebeard Pirates, we will not hesitate. In the Marineford Square, Sengoku's impassioned voice echoed. And his speech undoubtedly once again greatly mobilized the emotions of all the Marine soldiers present. In order to completely wipe out the blood of One Piece, even a full-scale war with the Whitebeard Pirates will be done. At this moment, the morale of the Marine soldiers reached an unprecedented peak. On the same platform as 7 warlords of the sea. Doflamingo looked at this scene and smiled strangely. Fufurfur, you really deserve to be a Marine. Just by relying on a few speeches, the morale of the Marine soldiers has been raised to such a level. If the old man Whitebeard comes here at this time, I'm afraid he will be devastated. And it seems to be to confirm what he said. Next moment. A Marine soldier on the observation deck of the pier shouted loudly. Marshal, there is a pirate ship on the sea ahead of Marineford. A loud shout came out, and everyone's expressions became extremely serious in an instant. Everyone, with money, looked towards the sea in front of Marineford. Then they saw, on the distant sea, in the enveloping mist. Dozens of huge pirate ships are constantly approaching. Soon, those pirate ships sailed out of the mist. Clearly entered the sight of everyone. The figures on the deck of the pirate ship also appeared in front of everyone. Wandering Knight Doma, Lei Ching Makugai, Brother D. Carbon, Big Eddie Spider Squad. These are all famous New World pirates, and all captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. The fleet of pirate ships approaching on the sea. There is no doubt that it is showing one thing. The Whitebeard Pirates are here. Immediately, all Marine soldiers immediately entered the state of being ready to fight at any time. However, now I seem to only see those pirate groups under Whitebeard's command. Whitebeard and the team captains directly under him, how come none of them showed their faces? Looking at the fleet on the sea in the distance, Sengoku couldn't help but have such doubts in his heart. At the same time, he faintly felt something was wrong. But it was in his worries. Next moment, on the crescent-shaped inner harbor sea ahead of Marineford. The mutation happened suddenly. Chapter 65 Whitebeard's Fear, Only Let Go. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. Above the sea in the crescent-shaped inner harbor in front of Marineford. Bubbles, large and small, suddenly popped out from below the sea surface without warning. This sudden anomaly caught Sengoku's attention in an instant. His face darkened and he suddenly felt bad. Could it be? The guess in my heart has not had time to say it. A huge figure appeared below the surface of the Marineford inner harbor. The bubbles that popped out before are also becoming more and more dense. Next moment, that huge figure burst out directly from below the sea surface. Appeared in the sight of everyone. It was a huge pirate ship. The whole body is white, like a huge whale. A pirate flag was hoisted above the ship's mainmast. The logo on it is very familiar to everyone present. A skull with a crescent-shaped white beard. It is the logo of the Whitebeard Pirates. And the pirate ship drilled from below the sea surface. It is the main ship of the Whitebeard Pirates, Moby DK. Damn it, did he get close to this distance? Seeing this scene, Sengoku on the execution platform had an ugly expression. He really didn't expect it beforehand. Whitebeard actually adopts the method of coating the ship. Approach Marineford from the seabed. When their marine didn't have time to react. The main ship of the Whitebeard Pirates has already arrived at the sea in the inner harbor of Marineford. This location is already very close to the execution square in Marineford and the execution platform in Ace. Sengoku couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. I actually forgot to consider this possibility. The so-called wise man is sure to make a mistake, and he is talking about the present. However, although annoyed, Sengoku calmed down quickly. They are well prepared. 093. Even with Whitebeard at this distance. It is absolutely impossible for the opponent to rescue Ace. This public execution facing the whole world will surely be successfully completed. And their marine will surely win this war. Thinking in this way, Sengoku turned his attention to the inner harbor of Marineford again. With the appearance of Moby DK. After that, several pirate ships in the shape of white whales drilled out of the sea one after another. Surrounded the Moby DK. These ships are smaller than the Moby DK. But it is also a direct ship of the Whitebeard Pirates. At the same time, on the deck of the Moby DK, dozens of figures also appeared subsequently. Marco the Phoenix, the captain of the first team, Diamond Josie, the captain of the third team, and Vesta, the leader of the fifth team. It's the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Marineford Marine soldiers look at those figures. The expression on his face became a little more dignified. Except for the captain of the second squad, Fire Fist Ace, who was on the execution platform. In addition to Sage, the captain of the 4th Division, who was killed by Blackbeard. The other 14 captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. At this moment, all of them appeared on the deck of the Moby DK. Those figures revealed a powerful aura. It brought a strong sense of oppression to the marine soldiers present. Of course, the shock brought by the appearance of the Whitebeard Pirates did not end there. Advertisement. After all, the captains of the squadrons have all appeared. A burst of loud and heavy footsteps came from the Moby DK immediately after. Boom. Boom. At the same time, it was accompanied by the sound of metal magnetic tremors. Clang. Clang. Just listening to this voice. The soldiers of Naval Headquarters can feel a stronger sense of oppression than the captains of the Whitebeard pirate team. Cold sweat began to stream down their foreheads. Many marine soldiers secretly swallowed their saliva. Boom. Boom. The heavy footsteps were getting closer and clearer. Immediately afterwards, a tall figure appeared on the deck of the Moby DK. Holding a huge naginata, he slowly walked to the bow. The tall and strong figure, the incomparably powerful momentum. Countless marine soldiers present were awed by it. And the most conspicuous feature of that figure. There is no doubt that it is the white beard that curls up like a crescent moon above his lips. One of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. This is known as the strongest man in the world. Tien officially debuts at this moment. The atmosphere of the entire naval headquarters became more serious in an instant. No matter how confident and morale they had before. But when facing the strongest man in the world, everyone still couldn't help feeling a little afraid and nervous. On the execution platform, after seeing this scene, Sengoku sighed secretly. Whitebeard, is it finally here? This war that has been prepared for a long time, when Whitebeard appeared on the stage, it was announced that it had begun. The bow of the Moby DK. Whitebeard held the naginata Kong Yunkiri, and also looked at Sengoku on the execution platform from a distance. Laughed loudly. Gu la la la. Sengoku, haven't we seen each other for decades? Then, he turned his gaze to Ace who was kneeling beside him, and said softly. Ace, my dear son, are you all right? Wait there for a while, I'll go and rescue you right away. Every word is undoubtedly an explanation of the future. After hearing Whitebeard's call, Sengoku also responded with a stern face. Whitebeard, don't be too arrogant. Let's take a good look at the lineup that welcomes you. This time, you and your Whitebeard pirates will definitely come and go. Sengoku's voice resounded throughout Marineford. Hearing this, Whitebeard also frowned slightly. Then he quickly glanced at the entire Marineford guard lineup. Because the attention has been only on the execution platform where Sengoku and Ace are. So I didn't notice the other people in Marineford for the first time. However, at this moment, when he saw those powerful men sitting in Naval Headquarters clearly, His complexion also involuntarily became serious and dignified. 7 warlords of the sea, marine, admiral, even the old guys like Garp, Crane, Zephyr, etc. are here. Naval Headquarters battle this time is really big. Looking at the big figures in Marineford who made countless pirates fearful. Rao Whitebeard also felt unprecedented pressure. Although he will not give up the idea of rescuing Ace because of this. But Whitebeard also had to admit, the forces now assembled at Marineford. It is much stronger than their Whitebeard pirates. The next battle is not good. It seems that we can only act first. After understanding the current situation, Whitebeard quickly made a decision in his mind. Then, without any hesitation, advertisement, he directly inserted the big Naginata Amano Yun that he was holding in his hand upside down into the deck of the Moby DK. Then, fisted with both hands, legs slightly bent and sank. Cross fists to chest. Immediately afterwards, with a sudden force. His fists pounded hard on the air on both sides of him. On top of his fists, there is still a mass of White's transparent energy. It is the shock fruit ability known as the strongest paramesha. With Whitebeard's fists wrapped in shock fruit's ability, he blasted the air on both sides. Next moment, the air on both sides suddenly shattered like a mirror. Immediately afterwards, there was a strong vibration in the air. Marine soldiers on Marineford, they could clearly feel the ground under their feet trembling. Not only that, even the sea around Marineford, those still began to surge and shake violently. Is this what shock fruit is capable of? The sky, the earth, and the ocean are all shaking. What exactly does Whitebeard want to do? Could it be that he was ready to make a big move when he came up? I always feel that something big is coming. Feeling the vibration around them, the marine soldiers exclaimed one after another. At the same time, he was very nervous and vigilant for the attack that might come at any time. After a while, the shock became more intense. At the same time, there are huge shadows covering Marineford from both sides. In an instant, it seemed that even the sky had darkened a lot. How is this going? Everyone felt a little puzzled by this. But what followed was a horrifying discovery. Something horrible was coming fast from both sides of Marineford. Those are 2 tsunamis taller than the Naval Headquarters. It's double teaming from both sides of Marineford towards the middle. It's a tsunami. My god, such a big tsunami, am I dreaming? That fellow Whitebeard actually caused such a terrifying tsunami through vibrations. Is he planning to submerge the entire Naval Headquarters? If this tsunami is really allowed to descend, it will be a big disaster. Seeing the huge tsunami approaching, the marine soldiers suddenly panicked. Facing this kind of terrorist attack that is almost like a natural disaster, they have no way to resist it at all. If these 2 tsunamis really come down, it only takes a few moments for Naval Headquarters to take its toll. There is no doubt that Whitebeard gave them a big blow from the start. Want to reduce the strength of Naval Headquarters as much as possible. However, his plan was obviously not so easy to succeed. Next moment, a figure leapt high from the high platform where Admiral was. Came directly to midair, in the middle of 2 huge tsunamis. Frozen moment, accompanied by a low shout, 2 sharp cold airs gushed out from Aokiji's palm. In an instant, the 2 turbulent waves were frozen in place. An attack that could have caused heavy casualties to Naval Headquarters was resolved. The marine soldiers couldn't help cheering. It's Aokiji Admiral. As expected of Admiral, he easily diffused such a terrifying attack. With the admirals around, there's nothing to worry about in this war. Amidst the cheers of the marine soldiers, Aokiji, who resolved the tsunami crisis, did not stop there. Instead, he cast his sights on Whitebeard at the bow of the Moby DK. Then, the attack was launched brazenly. Chapter 66 Bad Situation, New Enemy Attacks. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. In midair at Marineford, a condescending Aokiji looks down at Whitebeard on the bow of the Moby DK. White's cold air emerged from the palms again. In an instant, it condensed into 2 ice spears. Then quickly lost go towards Whitebeard's position. Frozen spear of 2 thorns. The 2 ice spears charged at Whitebeard with great speed. Facing such an attack, Whitebeard only raised his hand slightly. The shock fruit ability is activated again. A strong vibration spread through the air. It just shattered the ice spear that hadn't struck in front of him in midair. Moreover, the vibration propagating along the air didn't stop after shattering the ice spear. Instead, it continued along the air and directly attacked Aokiji, who was in midair. Aokiji didn't seem to have time to dodge, and was directly hit by the strong shock wave. Next moment, his body turned into a white ice sculpture. Under the impact of the strong shock wave, the ice sculptures shattered into pieces of broken ice. Falling from midair, falling straight down to the inner harbor of Marineford below. No, Aokiji Admiral is going to fall into the sea. Aokiji Admiral is a demon fruit power. Once it falls into the sea, it will be finished. We have to save him immediately. In the square of Marineford, many marine soldiers exclaimed after seeing this scene. I couldn't help worrying about Aokiji. But there are also many marine soldiers who are more familiar with Aokiji's abilities, and they still seem calm and composed. Don't worry, Admiral doesn't need us to rescue him. Aokiji Admiral's frozen fruit ability can be said to be the devil fruit ability that is least afraid of seawater. Under the gaze of many marine soldiers, Aokiji, which shattered into pieces of ice, has fallen to the surface of the sea in Marineford's inner harbor. Just a little bit, and it will go into the sea. But at this moment, The cold air that froze the tsunami erupted again. Just for a moment, it is to sweep the entire inner harbor and sea in it. Next moment, the entire Marineford inner harbor is frozen to ice. The ships of the Whitebeard pirates were also all imprisoned in place. Can no longer move an inch. And Aokiji's body is slowly condensing into shape again on the ice. It's really dangerous. Standing on the ice, Aokiji slowly raised his hand to rub his hair. Looked like a normal person. There were no signs of injury all over his body. On the bow of the Moby DK, Whitebeard glanced at Aokiji on the ice, and said in a deep voice. Gu la la la, Aokiji kid, you really know how to plan. Using this opportunity to freeze the entire surface of the sea is to completely block our escape route. As the four emperors, Whitebeard has never seen such a big storm. Naturally, he saw through Aokiji's little thoughts at a glance. He didn't pay too much attention to this. The sea is frozen, and indeed our ships cannot advance or retreat. But this vast ice surface, isn't it an excellent foothold for us? Whitebeard smiled slightly. When he was about to pull out Kong Yunchi, who was originally inserted at the side, he raised his arms and shouted. Little ones, let's go to war. Following his order. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, who had been waiting for a long time, started to move. Everyone jumped off the boat and onto the frozen ice. Then, under the leadership of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, a charge was launched towards Marineford ahead. Advertisement. Seeing this, Sengoku on the execution platform is also not to be outdone. Shouted loudly. Stop all the pirates on the ice, and never let them land in Marineford. Instantly, the marine soldiers on Marineford Square also took action one after another. Someone set up a gun to shoot at the pirates on the ice. Some people jumped directly off the ice and fought with the charging pirates. In just a moment, an extremely fierce battle broke out on the field. The war between the Whitebeard pirates and Naval Headquarters has begun. On the high platform where Marine Admiral is, Kizaru slowly got up from the seat calmly. He watched the battle on Fang Bing, and said leisurely. It's really a fierce battle. However, for things like war, you must capture the thief first and the king first. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Whitebeard at the bow of the Moby DK. Then he leapt into the sky and launched an attack on the opponent. 8-foot Chong Guyu. The next moment, dense laser rain fell down with a bang. There is only one goal, and that is Whitebeard. Whitebeard stood on the bow, watching the dense laser rain fall. There is no intention of dodging and resisting. Just muttered to himself in a low voice. It's a bit dazzling. The moment the voice falls, a figure suddenly flew from behind him, standing in front of Whitebeard. A pair of wings transformed into blue flames are like shields. Block all of Kizaru's 8-foot Chong Guyu. It is the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, the Phoenix Marco. Marco spread his wings and floated in the air, looking at Kizaru with a smile. How can you disturb our king as soon as you come up? Immediately afterwards, it flapped its wings and flew towards Kizaru. Fight fiercely with each other. The other side, Diamond Joes, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division, is lifting a huge ice cube from the ice. With terrifying force it was slammed into Marineford Square. The ice cubes fell from the sky like a hill. If it really falls, there will inevitably be countless marine soldiers smashed into meat paste. For a while, the soldiers on the execution square panicked again. And it was at this time, Akainu, the only one who remained on the high platform of Admiral, finally got up slowly. He frowned and snorted coldly. Those two guys are real. If we all run forward one by one, then who will guard this place? While snorting coldly, Akainu's right arm seemed to have turned into billowing magma. Then, aimed at the huge iceberg falling rapidly above the sky, it suddenly blasted out. Great eruption. In an instant, hot magma spewed out. It collided violently with the iceberg high in the sky. The terrifying high temperature directly melted the iceberg instantly. Another horrific attack was easily thwarted by Admiral. The marine soldiers couldn't help cheering again. As expected, the admirals are reliable. With the admirals in charge, there will be no problem in this war. What's more, Vice Admiral Garp hasn't made a move yet. Solving the Whitebeard pirates is just a trivial matter. The admirals' successive shots boosted the morale of the marine soldiers. The war is also getting more and more intense. Aokiji confronts Diamond Joes. Kizaru confronts Marco. Advertisement. Zero looking for flowers. Akainu ended up colliding with Whitebeard himself. The rest of the marine vice admirals and Shichibukai also shot one after another. Plus a full 160,000 elite marine soldiers. Under such onslaught, the Whitebeard pirates soon fell into a disadvantage. No matter how brave the members of the Whitebeard pirates charge, still can't break through Marine's defense line, land on the execution square in Marineford. He was even forced to retreat steadily by the large number of marine soldiers who kept pressing up. Even the powerful team captains such as Marco, Joes and Bista. It was also severely suppressed in the battle, although they are very powerful. But their opponents are stronger. Needless to say, Marco and Josie's opponents. One Kizaru and one Aokiji. Even these two admirals have more or less water strokes in them. But with their strength, it is not difficult to suppress Marco and Joes. As for the opponent of Foil Bista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, it is also an extremely difficult existence, Hawkeye Mahawk. Facing the world's #1 swordsman, Vesta, who is also a swordsman, is under a lot of pressure. After a fierce battle, it was firmly suppressed by the opponent. The situation of the three strongest captains of the Whitebeard pirates is exactly the same. The situation of other people is naturally even more not optimistic. Everyone is under tremendous pressure and may be defeated at any time. To say that the only battlefield where the situation is optimistic. That should be the battlefield where Whitebeard and Akainu fought. Although Whitebeard is old, his strength is still strong. He kept waving Kong Yunchi in his hand. It collided violently with Akainu's magma fist. Between such constant collisions, terrifying shock waves and magma also continuously splashed out to the surroundings. The surrounding marine soldiers and pirates dare not get too close. And in such a battle, Whitebeard still seemed to have a slight advantage. But want to defeat Akainu in a short time to reinforce other battlefields. Obviously it's also impossible. Boom. After another violent collision, Whitebeard quickly glanced at the various battlefields on the ice with a serious look on his face. The current situation is not good. Garp, Zephyr and those old guys have not even made a shot, and we are already at a disadvantage. If this continues to drag on, not only will Ace not be rescued, I'm afraid all of us will confess here. You have to figure out a way. Whitebeard quickly thought about the countermeasures in his mind. At the same time, he continued to entangle with Akainu in front of him. On the execution stand, after Sengoku saw the clear battle situation on the ice, the frown that was furrowed was finally relaxed a lot. At least for now, the advantage is in their hands. But even so, Sengoku still didn't dare to be careless. Because he knows that the enemy they will face in this public execution is not only the Whitebeard pirates. There are more troublesome enemies still to come. Before everything is settled, the situation of this war may change at any time. At a time like this, don't be careless. And when Sengoku was thinking like this, as if he had noticed something suddenly, he raised his eyes and looked towards the sea in front of Marineford. Then, his complexion suddenly became bigger. Chapter 67 Roger Pirates, join the battlefield. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. In Sengoku's sight, on the sea ahead of Marineford, a new pirate ship is slowly approaching from a distance. Not the look of that ship, or the pirate flag hoisted on that ship. Sengoku is no stranger to either. It can even be said to be very familiar. Because that was the existence that gave their marine the most headaches 20 or 30 years ago. The pattern on the pirate flag, it was a skull with two curly beards like waves. That's the logo of the Roger Pirates, and the pirate ship that was heading towards Marineford from afar. It is the main ship of the Roger Pirates, the Oro Jackson. The remnants of the Roger Pirates, are they finally here? Sengoku stood on the execution platform and looked at the scene on the sea in the distance, and said to himself in a solemn voice. For such a situation, although he has already made psychological preparations. But when the other party really came, Sengoku's heart was inevitably a little heavy. This pirate group that once gave birth to the One Piece. Even without Roger, his strength should not be underestimated. Rayleigh, Jabba and others are definitely not good at it. And, you don't have to think about it. The other party is coming to Marineford at this time. Its purpose must be to rescue Roger's son Ace. In this way, the gang of Roger Pirates and the 377 gang are on the same side as the Whitebeard Pirates. Once the two sides join hands, their strength will be greatly improved. And the advantages that the Marines managed to build up before. It might not last long. Thinking of this, Sengoku's expression became much more serious. He continued to look towards the Oro Jackson, which was getting closer to Marineford. As the opponent continues to approach, he could clearly see above the deck of the Oro Jackson. Standing incomparably powerful figures. Rayleigh, Jabba, West Carl, San Bell. The people are basically here. Sengoku looked at the familiar figures on the deck of the Oro Jackson. Even though the Roger Pirates have been disbanded for more than 20 years, he is still able to accurately call each of its members by name. The Roger Pirates are taking the elite route. There are not many members on board. But the strength of each is extremely powerful. At least they all have the strength equivalent to the captain of the Whitebeard pirate team. Their joining will definitely pose a great threat to Naval Headquarters. While thinking about it, Sengoku's gaze suddenly froze somewhere. I was directly attracted by a figure on the deck of the Oro Jackson. It was a man wearing a black mask, standing at the forefront of the entire Roger Pirates. Even Rayleigh and Jabba, the right and left hands of One Piece. At this moment, they are consciously standing behind each other. Looking at the mysterious figure, Sengoku couldn't help frowning even tighter. Who is that? The black mask, could he be the mysterious person Garp said earlier, who invaded Impel Down? But shouldn't that mystery man be Rayleigh in disguise? For a moment, great doubts arose in Sengoku's heart. In his original guess, advertisement, the masked mysterious man Garp met in Impel Down before. It should be Rayleigh deliberately pretending to be Roger to play tricks. After all, there are so many clues pointing to this. However, at this moment, Rayleigh stood beside the masked man. Then obviously, the mysterious man who invaded Impel Down before was not Rayleigh. But in addition to Rayleigh, and who could pretend to be Roger so much? Moreover, those guys from the Roger Pirates actually stood behind the mysterious masked man. It was as if the man was their captain. What exactly is going on? Impossible, the other party is really Roger, right? Is there really such a nonsense thing in the world? Sengoku remains skeptical about this. But undoubtedly, the identity of the mysterious masked man also aroused his great curiosity. At the same time, on the high platform where Garp and others are. When the Oro Jackson appeared, Garp also noticed the other party immediately. His expression suddenly became complicated. In that complex look, there are surprises, worries, and some expectations. At the same time, he quickly noticed the mysterious man wearing a mask. It's him. Sure enough, it's not Rayleigh pretending to be. So, who are you? Garp stared at the man in the black mask, muttering to himself. The appearance of the Oro Jackson quickly attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Whether it is Marine or pirates, after the battle, they all cast their sights on the sea in front of Marineford. Looking at the approaching ships, the crowd let out bursts of exclamation. Look, another pirate ship has appeared. Why does the pirate flag logo feel so familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before? Idiot. That's the logo of the Roger Pirates. That pirate ship is the main ship of the Roger Pirates, the Oro Jackson. What? Roger Pirates? Didn't they disband long before Roger was executed? Why did they appear here? Could it be that, like the Whitebeard Pirates, they came to rescue Fire Fist Ace, who is of Roger's blood? Doesn't that mean that the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates will join forces against us? The situation is not good now. As the Oro Jackson approached, the Marine soldiers couldn't help but start to panic. And the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates. After a brief shock, they were all pleasantly surprised. Although there have been many disputes between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Roger Pirates in the past. But some older crew members are very clear. Their father Whitebeard actually has a very good private relationship with One Piece Roger. What's more, Roger Pirates came to Marineford at this moment. Its purpose must be to rescue Roger's son Ace. That being the case, then Marine is the common enemy of the two pirate groups. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Therefore, the arrival of the Roger Pirates is definitely a big boost for the Whitebeard Pirates. A solid ally who may be able to help them break through their current predicament. The other side, Whitebeard, who was still entangled with Akainu, also noticed the arrival of the Roger Pirates. For their arrival, Whitebeard was actually a little surprised. Because of his understanding of Roger Pirates. Advertisement. Even if Roger's son is to be publicly executed, they, a group of guys who had already disbanded and went their separate ways, would not have rescued them. But the other party unexpectedly reunited together for the first time. Almost all the remnants of the Roger Pirates are here. Point 0. This is undoubtedly a very surprising thing. At the same time, Whitebeard also keenly noticed the mysterious masked man standing in front of Rayleigh and Jabba. Who is he? The Roger Pirates don't seem to have such a character. And to be able to stand in front of Rayleigh and Jabba, this person must have a different identity. Why does he give me a familiar feeling? Looking at the mysterious masked man, a look of doubt appeared on Whitebeard's face. But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from in front of him. You dare to be distracted while fighting with me, Whitebeard, you are careless. Along with this icy cold voice came an extremely hot breath. While Whitebeard was distracted by the mysterious masked man, Akainu directly aimed at Whitebeard's head without any hesitation. The terrifying magma giant fist hit the opponent's head straight. If hit by such a blow, even Whitebeard might lose half his life in an instant. Feeling the oncoming hot breath, there was also a strong sense of crisis in Whitebeard's heart. He quickly tilted his head to dodge, but it was still a step too late. Although Akainu's magma fist didn't hit his head, but he directly blasted his raised white crescent-shaped beard to one side. Daddy, Dad, are you okay? Such a thrilling scene also worried countless pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard shook his hands at everyone, indicating that he was fine. Immediately, he stopped thinking about Roger Pirates. Withdrawing his attention again, he continued to fight with Akainu. At this time, thinking too much will not do them any good. Anyway, the arrival of the Roger Pirates is a good thing. Whitebeard just needed to concentrate on dealing with the enemy in front of him. Only by defeating Akainu as soon as possible and getting out of the way can he have a chance to rescue Ace. At this moment, on the deck of the Oro Jackson, Rayleigh and Jabba, who are behind the mysterious masked man, are carefully observing the situation on the Marineford battlefield. Both of them looked serious. Marineford's Pawn 4.4 strength seems to be more than we imagined. There are more than 100,000 elite soldiers. In addition to the 7 warlords of the sea and the 3 current Marine admirals, Garp, Crane, Zephyr, and Kong are actually there. If Marine just wants to deal with the Whitebeard Pirates, there is absolutely no need to use so many troops. It seems that old guy Sengoku must have guessed our arrival. Rayleigh and Jabba kept analyzing the reunion of the pirates. They never thought of keeping it secret. So it's not surprising that Marine got some news in advance. Only the resurrection of Roger. Rayleigh they kept strict secrecy. Not a single word of wind leaked out. Even now, Roger wears a pitch black mask to hide his identity. Their purpose of doing this is to bring an unprecedented shock to the entire Naval Headquarters, and even the entire sea. Everyone thought that the dead One Piece Gordy Roger came back to life. This is undoubtedly something that is enough to shock the whole world. Just thinking about it, Rayleigh and the others felt excited. Soon, the Oro Jackson had come to a stop near the frozen ice. And that also means, Roger Pirates officially joined the battlefield. Chapter 68 Garp do it. Let me take off your mask myself. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. Marineford, the edge of the inner harbor that has been frozen into ice. The Oro Jackson docked slowly. On the deck, Roger, who was wearing a mask, didn't speak. Instead, Rayleigh looked at Sengoku on the execution platform, and shouted from the air. Sengoku, I never thought we would have the chance to meet again. Garp and Zephyr are here too, it's been a long time since. As he said that, Rayleigh's eyes swept over Garp, Zephyr and others. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr and others can be said to be old opponents of the Roger Pirates. However, since the disbandment of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh and others have all retired. These old rivals have never seen each other again. Now that we meet again after more than 20 years, it is inevitable to be a little bit sad. On the execution platform, Sengoku didn't have any intention of reminiscing with Rayleigh and others. With a sullen face, he held the microphone and said in a deep voice. You old guys who have been gone for more than 20 years, why don't you continue to hide and come here? Although he already had the answer in his heart, Sengoku still asked symbolically. Rayleigh smiled, the captain's son is about to be executed, and we crew members can't sit idly by. Sengoku frowned slightly. Roger has been dead for so many years, you gang of disbanded pirates will come to save his child. It's really a group of good partners who value love and righteousness. In the face of Sengoku's words, which are not only sincere praises but also pretending to be sarcastic, Rayleigh and others did not pay attention. Without too much chatter, Roger, wearing a mask, jumped off the Oro Jackson first. Immediately afterwards, Rayleigh and others followed closely from the deck to the ice below the bottom 20. A group of people held weapons and charged forward. Although the number of Roger pirates is not many. But everyone's strength cannot be underestimated. If now, each of them has a bounty of at least 100 million berries. If you want to stop them, at least you need to dispatch marines of rear admiral or even vice admiral level. As for the strongest Rayleigh and Jabba, what's more, it needs a strong player of the admiral level to make a move. And this also means, originally, they could easily deal with the marines of the Whitebeard pirates. It is necessary to free up more advanced combat power. However, at this moment, Marine's 3 admirals are still fighting their respective opponents. Although Aokiji and Kizaru can suppress Marco and Joe's. But look at them. For the time being, it seems that he doesn't want to get away and deal with other people. As for Akainu, even if he had such thoughts, under Whitebeard's fierce offensive, he couldn't escape at all. In this situation, wearing a mask, Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba feel like they are in no one's land. There are other crew members who are responsible for helping them stop the vice admirals who are coming. The 3 of them quickly entered the middle ground from the edge of the ice. It is getting closer and closer to the execution square in Marineford. Sengoku on the execution platform saw this scene and knew he couldn't go on like this. He slowly took out a small phone bug from his pocket. Then he said in a deep voice, activate the siege wall, let the pacifists appear. Yes, a quick and crisp answer came from the phone bug. Immediately afterwards, the next moment, the ice surface of Marineford's inner harbor suddenly began to tremble violently. It's not the shock caused by Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. It's as if something is about to drill out from under the ice. In the sight of everyone's astonishment, only the edge of the ice in the inner harbor. A huge steel wall suddenly rose from the bottom of the sea. Advertisement. In an instant, that is, the entire inner harbor has been surrounded. And this also means, all the escape routes of the pirates were cut off. This war will definitely not end easily until a complete victory is determined. At the same time, in the smoke billowing up around the ramparts, there are huge figures walking out of it slowly. When the pirates saw those figures clearly, they all showed an incredulous expression. Because of the appearance of those huge figures. How Ran looks exactly like Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea fighting on the battlefield at the moment. What's the matter? How do those guys look exactly like bears? Damn, why are these guys so hard? Guns don't work on them at all. My slash fell on them, and it didn't leave any trace at all. They can actually fire laser cannons from their mouths and palms. These guys are monsters, right? It seems that Marine is trying to surround us in it, and it's completely wiped out. With the rise of the wall and the appearance of the pacifists. The Whitebeard pirates, who were already at a disadvantage, were killed and retreated steadily. Even with the crew members of the Roger pirates to help them share some pressure. But their situation is not easy. You know, the pacifist was invented by Naval Headquarters' most talented scientist, Vegapunk. They not only have the same strong body of steel as Bartholomew Kuma. Also has a laser attack similar to Kizaru Sparkling Fruit's ability. Even for supernovas like Luffy, Kid, and Luo with hundreds of millions of bounties. Unite the strength of the whole regiment. It also took a lot of effort to barely defeat a pacifist. And the pacifists now at war. But there are as many as 20 or 30 units. Just these 20 or 30 pacifists. That's enough for a strong team. Therefore, even with the help of the crew of the Roger pirates, the pressure faced by the Whitebeard pirates has not diminished in any way. But, Roger, Rayleigh and Jabba, still no one can stop their steps. The 3 continued to approach Marineford's execution square. At the same time, on the high platform where several old-time Marine legendaries are. After seeing Rayleigh and others getting closer and closer to the Marineford execution square, they finally couldn't sit still. Garp stood up first. From the beginning to the end, his gaze has been fixed on the mysterious man wearing a mask. He can be sure that the opponent is the person he fought against in Impel Down before. But now, the identity of the other party is still a mystery. The only thing that is certain is, the identity of this mysterious person is not as Sengoku guessed before. In disguise by Rayleigh. So, who is he? Why does he have the same breath, voice and even fighting moves as Roger? At this moment, all doubts in Garp's heart were aroused again. At the same time, there was still some expectation in his heart. Could the other party be, really Roger? As he told Ace in the cell last night. Although he thought it was unlikely, he still hoped that this mysterious man was the revived Roger. In this way, the possibility of Ace being rescued may increase a lot. With such expectations, Garp is also eager to know the true identity of the masked man. So, he jumped directly from the high platform. Advertisement. Then at an extremely fast speed, he rushed straight towards the mysterious man wearing the mask. Soon, he came to the opponent. It's Vice Admiral Garp. As Vice Admiral Garp finally going to make a move. That's the Marine hero in Legendary. I heard that Vice Admiral Garp has pushed the Roger pirates into desperation several times. Now that they meet the remnants of the Roger pirates again, they must be able to repel them. Even if Roger is resurrected, he will definitely not be the opponent of Vice Admiral Garp. On the battlefield, the Marine soldiers shouted excitedly after seeing Garp standing in front of Rayleigh and the others. For these Marine soldiers, Marine hero Garp is definitely a legendary-like figure. Rejected several times, Naval Headquarters request to promote him to Admiral. There are countless big pirates planted in his hands. Even Roger, the One Piece, was cornered several times by him. Even the celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, dare not give Garp any orders. Although Garp was never a Marine Admiral, but his status and weight in the hearts of Marine soldiers. But it is much stronger than Marine Admiral. Among the Marine soldiers present, 177. Many of them are even because of admiration for this Marine hero. That's why I decided to become a Marine. Now, they finally have the chance to see Garp make a move. Naturally, I was quite excited. On the execution stand. After Sengoku saw Garp's actions, there was a look of surprise on his face. It never occurred to him. Garp turned out to be the first of several Marine veterans to make the shot. Sengoku was very clear. Ace was actually raised by Garp. With Garp's character, he must have regarded Ace as his grandson. Now that Ace is about to be executed, Garp must be in a bad mood. To be honest, Sengoku didn't actually count on Garp to make a move in this war. As long as the other party doesn't do anything stupid out of impulse, he is already thankful. But he never wanted to fight. In the face of unstoppable Rayleigh et al. It was Garp who was the first to attack. Is it because of that mysterious man wearing a mask? After a little thought, Sengoku could vaguely guess the reason for Garp's shot. In this regard, he did not intervene. Just chose to watch quietly. After all, Sengoku actually wanted to know too. Who is that mysterious man wearing a mask? Is it possible? Is Roger really resurrected? On the ice below. Seeing Garp standing in front of him, Rayleigh and the others also stopped. Rayleigh and Jabba watched Garp silently. The group did not speak. Instead, the mysterious man wearing a mask said slowly. Old friend, I just said we'd meet again. The familiar voice made Garp's pupils shrink slightly. You can't go wrong. This is Roger's voice. So, the face beneath this mask. And who is it? Filled with doubts, Garp narrowed his eyes. Then without saying a word, he punched Dually directly. Let me take off your mask with my own hands. Look who you really are. Chapter 69 The Identity of the Mysterious Person, Take Off the Mask. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. Garp threw a punch. The mighty armament hockey wrapped around the iron fist. Wrapped in a powerful and frightening fist wind, he slammed fiercely at the mysterious masked man in front of him. Seeing this, Rayleigh and Jabba behind the masked man did not step forward to stop him. Didn't even care about each other. Instead, continued to rush towards the execution square in Marineford. Obviously, their goals are very clear. That's saving Ace. Moreover, Rayleigh and Jabba obviously have great confidence in the mysterious masked man. Even if the enemy the opponent has to face is Garp, who is known as some Marine hero. They didn't have any worries either. Facing the oncoming iron fist. The man in the mysterious mask didn't panic at all. He calmly drew out the long knife in the scabbard around his waist. Then facing Garp's iron fist, seemingly swinging a knife casually. On the sword, armored colors intertwine with Conqueror's hockey. It circulates continuously like a series of pitch-black thunderbolts. This knife seems to be random. But the power is extremely amazing. Even Hawkeye Mahawk, who is currently fighting Foil Vista. It was also noticed in an instant. His pair of eagle-like eyes narrowed slightly. Keeping an eye on the long knife in the hand of the mysterious masked man. And the slash that the opponent swung. Then, he suddenly whispered something to himself. This knife is very strong. In front of Hawkeye, Foil Vista, who was fighting with him, naturally heard the other party's whisper. There was also a look of surprise on his face. Being able to make you, the #1 swordsman in the world, say these words, it seems that the mysterious man wearing the mask is also a great swordsman. Foil Vista looked at Hawkeye and said so. Hawkeye nodded noncommittally. More than that, his sword skills. Maybe still above me. As soon as this remark came out, the shocked expression on Beast's face became a little bit more. What? Sword skills are still above yours? Real or fake? If I had known earlier, Hawkeye is recognized by this sea as the #1 swordsman in the world. In terms of pure swordsmanship, no one can match this sea today. But at this moment, the other party actually said that the mysterious masked man's swordsmanship is the strongest. If this word spreads, it will definitely cause shock to all the swordsmen on the sea. Beasta felt a little unbelievable. But looking at the serious look on Hawkeye's face in front of him. It doesn't look like you're joking at all. So, Beasta swallowed subconsciously. He also turned his head to look at the mysterious man wearing a mask. At the same time, a doubt popped up in my heart. Who is that mysterious man? In his impression, in the Roger pirates, except for the dead One Piece Roger. There should be no one else with such powerful swordsmanship. Impossible, the mysterious man in front of you is Roger, who has been dead for 22 years, right? With such shock and doubt, the two swordsmen Hawkeye and Beasta stopped temporarily in tacit understanding. He stared intently at the mysterious masked man, and in their line of sight. Next moment, the slashed by the masked man collided violently with Garp's iron fist. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying aftermath of the battle burst out towards the surroundings. Advertisement. Boom. In a bang, the space around them seemed to vibrate violently. Shocking cracks began to appear on the ground under his feet. It appeared under the feet of the two like a spider web. And above their heads, the clouds in the sky were also torn in half by the haki that collided and overflowed. It stands to reason that tearing the sky apart would only happen when the attacks of King Color Coil collided. Garp, however, does not master Conqueror's haki. But he was still able to do this kind of thing in the collision with the mysterious masked man. That's because, Garp doesn't have Conqueror's haki though. But his armament haki has become so powerful that it is unbelievable. It has even far exceeded the level of internal destruction. This level of armament haki, the entangled attack, is no less powerful than the Conqueror's entangled attack. Therefore, the clouds in the sky can also be torn apart. Before this horrible scene, it gives people the illusion that the end of the world is coming. The people on the battlefield couldn't help but exclaim one after another. My God, the momentum of this battle is too terrifying. Even the sky has been torn apart. Is this really something human can do? The strength of Vice Admiral Garp is too scary. The strength of the guy wearing the mask should not be underestimated. He has been able to fight against Vice Admiral Garp for so long, and there is no tendency to lose the slightest. Apart from Rayleigh, Jabba, and Bullet, who has been arrested and imprisoned in Impel Down, is there anyone in the Roger Pirates with such terrifying strength? Who is that masked guy? Whether it's the soldiers of Naval Headquarters, or the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates. At this moment, they are all curious about the identity of this mysterious masked man. At the same time, the other side, Whitebeard, who was fighting Akainu, also noticed the scene here. After fighting, he turned his eyes to the mysterious masked man colliding with Garp. When you see the long knife in the opponent's hand, and the time of the moves it performed, a rare look of surprise appeared on the face of the world's strongest man. That knife is ace. There is also that move, which is divine avoidance. Why did Roger's saber and moves appear on that guy? In contrast, Whitebeard was amazed. As an existence that competed with Roger for hegemony 20 or 30 years ago. Whitebeard and Roger are also old rivals. Moreover, the relationship between the two is also extraordinary. Not the enemy of common. On the contrary, it is a relationship of friend and foe. Even before Roger turned himself into Marine, I also specially found Whitebeard for a drink, and left with a wave of heart. So, take Whitebeard's familiarity with Roger. Naturally recognized at a glance. The long knife in the hand of the mysterious masked man. It was Roger's saber, one of the 12 works of the supreme quick knife, Ace. Later, Roger's son was also named after this. In fact, it is precisely because of this. Whitebeard only met Ace for the first time. It is confirmed that he is Roger's child. How come Roger's saber is in that guy's hand? And the move just now, it's clearly Roger's special skill of avoiding God. Why is this masked guy able to use Roger's moves? Who the hell is he? At this moment, countless doubts surged in Whitebeard's heart. And amidst his gaze and doubts, advertisement. The collision between the mysterious masked man and Garp is finally over. After a fierce confrontation between God's avoidance and Iron Fist, the battlefield centered on the two has long been devastated. A huge deep pit appeared directly on the ground that was originally cracked. The next moment, stop. A figure also suddenly flew upside down from the deep pit. Like a cannonball, it fell hard on the ground not far away. Aroused billowing smoke and dust. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Look, someone is flying out. It seems that the collision just now has already decided the winner. So fierce and terrifying collision, who is better? I believe it must be Vice Admiral Garp. That's right, Vice Admiral Garp is a man who can even deal with Roger, the One Piece King. How could he not beat that guy who was wearing a mask and pretending to be mysterious? On the battlefield, everyone turned their attention to the place shrouded in smoke and dust. Their eyes were full of curiosity. You only need to see who the figure that was knocked into the air is. You will be able to know who was better in the previous wave of collisions. Is Legendary's marine hero Vice Admiral Garp? Or the mysterious man in the mask? Under the tense and curious gaze of the crowd, The billowing smoke and dust shrouded there finally dissipated slowly. And the figure covered by the smoke and dust. Then it slowly appeared. Strong body, old face, short silver hair, and a cloak of justice stained with a little dust behind her. Hao ran as Garp. There is no doubt that the wave of collision just now. This marine hero has been defeated. He was repelled by the attack of the mysterious masked man and flew out. And such a result caused an uproar on the battlefield in an instant. It's Vice Admiral Garp. Hiss. Vice Admiral Garp actually lost in the duel just now. How is this possible? That's a legendary marine that even Roger the Pirate King can't beat. How could that mysterious man on Roger Pirates be stronger than Vice Admiral Garp? A single blow actually knocked out Vice Admiral Garp. Even if Luo de Jia came, it would be impossible to do it. Who is that masked guy? Why does he have such terrifying strength? For a while, whether it's a marine soldier, or the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates, it is difficult to accept the result in front of me. Garp was actually repulsed by that mysterious man wearing a mask. How powerful is it to be able to do this? Or, is there really anyone in this sea who can do this kind of thing? Even the 4 emperors, I'm afraid it won't work. Doesn't this mean that the mysterious man wearing the mask is stronger than the 4 emperors? Who is the opponent? At this moment, everyone couldn't help asking such a question in their hearts. The identity of the mysterious masked man. It has also become the one thing that everyone on the battlefield wants to know the most. And in such an atmosphere, I saw the mysterious masked man leaping out of the deep pit where they fought before. He came to Garp again. It also entered everyone's sight. Garp looked at the masked man in front of him with a complicated expression, and asked the price in a deep voice. Who are you? Facing Garp's serious inquiry, the masked man didn't answer out loud. But under all eyes, raise your hand slowly, put that jet black mask on your face. Take it down. Chapter 70 FK. Roger is alive. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. On the battlefield at this moment. It can be said that everyone's attention has been attracted to one place. Whether it is a marine soldier in fierce battle, the pirates who are still struggling to resist, our Marine Admiral, Shichibukai, even Whitebeard, Sengoku, and Kong et al. At this moment, they all turned their sights to the same place on the battlefield in unison. Over there, the mysterious man wearing a mask is slowly raising his hand. Take off the black mask on your face. At this moment, everyone couldn't help holding their breath. The other party took off the mask. It means that this mysterious person who can repel the marine hero Garp. It's finally time to reveal your true identity. In this regard, everyone is full of expectations. After the members of the Roger Pirates noticed that the mysterious man was about to take off his mask, there was also a mysterious and tacit smile on everyone's face. It seems to be waiting to see a good show. If we say who is the most calm in Marineford at the moment, that could be Zephyr sitting with Crane and Kong. While the others were waiting with their eyes wide open for the mysterious man to reveal his true face. Only Zephyr maintained an indifferent and unrelated appearance from beginning to end. It was as if he had anticipated what would happen next. It was as if he had already known the true identity of that mysterious person in advance. His behavior like this is very strange. But since everyone's attention is on that mysterious person at the moment, so no one noticed Zephyr's anomaly at all. Even Crane and Kong sitting next to him are the same. In the midst of all this attention, the pitch-black mask worn on the face of the mysterious man was finally slowly removed. And the mysterious face covered by the black mask. And then 877 was finally shown in front of everyone. It was familiar faces to all, it can be said. The 200,000 Marines and pirates gathered in Marineford at the moment. Trying to find someone out of it who doesn't know the face. It is simply more difficult than ascending to the sky. That familiar face, signature grin, curly black beard. Hao Ran is the one who started the current era of great pirates by himself. The only pirate captain who has conquered the Grand Line and reached Raftel, the final island. One Piece, Gall D. Roger. The face under the mask, Hao Ran looks exactly like the One Piece Roger who was executed in East Blue Rock Town 22 years ago. This moment, after seeing the mysterious man's face after taking off his mask. Throughout Marineford, it suddenly fell into a strange silence. It was so quiet that even everyone's heartbeat that was accelerating could be heard clearly. Actually, not just Marineford, even around the world. On the islands where this public execution is being broadcast live. In front of the live screens. At this moment, they fell into an unprecedented dead silence. Until a moment later, I don't know whose exclamation broke the silence first. Immediately afterwards, like a landslide and tsunami. Advertisement. The crowd began to burst into bursts of exclamations and discussions resounding through the sky. My god, I can't be dazzled. That face is One Piece Gore D. Roger. Absolutely. I've seen this face on wanted notices countless times. The culprit who single-handedly started the era of great pirates, I will never forget his face in my life. CACC. But, shouldn't Roger have been executed by Marine more than 20 years ago? That's right. Back then, I made a special trip to the town of Rog in East Blue to watch the whole process of the execution with my own eyes. One Piece, Gore D. Roger, should have died 22 years ago. Why did he suddenly appear in Marineford? The dead come back to life. Am I dreaming? How could such a thing happen in this world? Shocking voices came out one after another. Whether in Marineford or around the world. It's all a mess right now. Just because the masked man showed his true face. The whole sea exploded in an instant. And the reason for all this is that mysterious man is Roger. He is the One Piece who is known to everyone in this sea. It is an existence that has been dead for 22 years. A person who should have died suddenly reappeared in front of everyone. The horror in everyone's hearts can be imagined. What's more, the identity of that person is so special. After an unprecedented shock, everyone raised all kinds of doubts one after another. I still can't believe that the dead Roger came back to life in Naval Headquarters. It's a bit outrageous for people to come back from the dead no matter what. Compared to the resurrection of Roger, I prefer to believe that the Roger in front of me is actually someone else pretending to be. Isn't there some devil fruit's ability to pretend to be other people perfectly? Whether it's appearance, figure, voice or breath, they can be perfectly imitated. The guy in front of me might be some demon fruit power in disguise. But, even if the appearance can be imitated, the strength should not be able to. This mysterious person forced Vice Admiral Garp back with a knife just now. Is it really just as simple as others pretending? A strong man with such strength should disdain to pretend to be someone else, right? According to what you said, doesn't that mean? Is he really Roger resurrected? Among the crowd, everyone is still discussing fiercely. While expressing shock, he kept guessing whether the identity of Roger in front of him was true or not. On the scaffold at Marineford, even Sengoku couldn't help being stunned when he saw this scene. FK, is he really Roger? As calm as Sengoku, he couldn't help but swear at this moment. Before that, he had been unwilling to believe that the mysterious man Garp said was Roger. He would rather choose to believe that the other party is actually someone else pretending to be him. However, at this moment, the man with the mysterious mask had already shed all his disguise. Just standing in front of them so generously. There is no doubt that that face is 100% Roger. And after witnessing the previous scene where Garp was forced back by the other side with a sword attack. It's also hard for Sengoku to believe that someone can really imitate to such an extent. After all, strength cannot be imitated. Only when the person in front of him is the real Roger can he perfectly explain everything before. How to explain the sudden resurrection of Roger, who has been dead for many years. Sengoku frowned. Even as the resourceful general, he. In any case, I couldn't figure out how to explain the situation in front of me. The other side, after Whitebeard saw the face of the mysterious man with his mask removed. The astonishment on his face inevitably deepened a lot. He's Roger. How can this be? Advertisement. Whitebeard's first reaction was disbelief. But after calming down a little bit, Whitebeard thinks that it is very possible. Able to reunite the remnants of the Roger pirates. Can use Roger's saber ace. And use Roger's exclusive stunt to avoid. That kind of people, in addition to Roger himself. There can be no one else. Although the resurrection of the dead sounds a bit outrageous. But in the end Whitebeard chose to accept this fact. No doubt, the guy standing in front of Garp right now is Roger. One Piece Gore D. Roger is back. Thinking of this, a smile slowly appeared on Whitebeard's shocked face. And those who have the same thoughts and reactions as him. And Garp who was standing not far from Roger. After seeing the other party take off the mask. Even with speculation and psychological preparation. Garp was still unavoidably shocked. After all, the familiar face in front of me. He hadn't seen him for more than 20 years. And I thought that it would be impossible to see him again in this life. After these shocks, Garp also quickly accepted the fact in front of him. With his familiarity and understanding of Roger. Plus the two fights against each other in Impel Down and here. Garp can be 100% sure. The person in front of him is Roger himself. It's not someone else pretending to be it. And this also means Roger is really resurrected. Looking at the familiar face in front of me. Listening to the shock and discussion from the surrounding crowd. Garp took a deep breath. Then, with a very complicated look and tone, he slowly opened his mouth and said. Roger, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to come back from the dead. Hearing this, Roger on the opposite side also grinned and said. It's been a long time, Garp, my old friend. The conversation between the two did not deliberately lower their voices. So many people present could hear their conversation clearly. And after listening to these brief sentences, the horror in everyone's hearts was even worse. Listen, Vice Admiral Garp actually greeted the other party. Listening to the conversation between Vice Admiral Garp and him, it seems that he is very sure that the other party is the real Roger. Vice Admiral Garp must have a much deeper understanding of Roger than we do. If even he thinks the other is the real Roger. Then there is no doubt that the mysterious man is the real Roger. Although it's still hard to believe, I have to admit. One Piece, Gore D. Roger, has really come back to life. At this moment, no one doubted Roger's identity. Whether it is the Marines and pirates in Marineford. Or the people who are standing in front of the live broadcast screens around the world at this moment. They all finally accepted the fact that Roger had returned from resurrection. And this news, it also began to spread at an extremely fast speed. Over this sea, set off an unprecedented stormy sea. Chapter 71 Will the rocks be revived too? Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. News of the resurrection of One Piece Gore D. Roger. through this live broadcast of the public execution to the world. And with the help of major media and newspapers, sweeping across the entire sea in an instant at an extremely exaggerated speed. And after hearing the news, those people who did not pay much attention to this public execution, it also aroused curiosity and interest one after another. More and more people began to flock to live broadcast plazas on major islands around the world. The number of people watching the live broadcast of this public execution also increased accordingly. Moreover, this number is still increasing. One Piece Roger returns to life. Lead the remnants of the Roger pirates to appear in Marineford. One move to defeat the marine hero Garp. No doubt. This is definitely the past 20 years. The most important news bomb. The name of One Piece Gordy. Roger. In this sea, it can be said that no one knows and no one knows. His words before his execution. It also opened an unprecedented era of crazy pirates. All the people living in this sea have been more or less affected and affected. So, for Roger's resurrection, there are also different opinions in the hearts of the people. This is too bad, that Devil Roger has come back to life. It is the era of great pirates that he started, which made the number of pirates in this sea grow exponentially. Our islands and countries were invaded and destroyed by those hateful and cruel pirates. And all these evils can all be attributed to Roger, the source of all evils. Now that he has been resurrected and returned, this sea has once again fallen into unprecedented chaos. No, Roger must not be allowed to return to the sea again. The opponent is now in Marineford, the Marines must defeat him and execute him again. Let him be executed with his evil son Ace the Firefist. Marine, this guy must not be allowed to go unpunished. Similar speeches and voices resounded on various islands around the world. For the people of Common, Roger's resurrection is undoubtedly a big bad news. Now they can only pin their hopes on Naval Headquarters. Hope the Marines in Marineford can arrest Roger again and execute him. At the same time, Red Line, Holy Land Mariajoy. In a magnificent palace hall, 5 dignified old men were sitting around a coffee table at the moment. In front of them is a huge projection screen. And what's playing on the screen right now? It is the live broadcast of the public execution at Naval Headquarters Marineford. Looking at the scene on the screen, these 5 elders who possess the highest power on the face of the world's official government and are collectively known as the 5 elders. An unprecedented solemn expression appeared on his face. Roger has come back to life. It's unbelievable. A balding 5 elders with a mustache spoke first. There was a bit of disbelief in his tone. Advertisement. A white curly 5 elders with a felt hat sitting next to him also said seriously. Now, the whole world will probably be shaken. There is no doubt that for a long time to come, this sea will be plunged into unprecedented turmoil. On the other side, a 5 elders wearing a suit and short gold hair snorted coldly. HMPH. Although we don't know how the guy who had been dead for more than 20 years came back to life, we can't just leave him alone and continue to be active. Speak to Sengoku and kill Roger in Marineford at all costs. Above this sea, there is no need for any sea overlord or One Piece. The master of this world can only be our world government. Another old man with White's long hair and White's long beard also said thoughtfully. With Marineford's current strength, even if Roger pirates and Whitebeard pirates join forces, it should be more than enough to deal with it. It's not difficult to kill Roger again. Only. Having said that, the 5 elders with long hair paused slightly. There seemed to be a bit of worry in the tone. Seeing this, the last 5 elders also spoke. It was an old man wearing a white kimono and holding a long sword in his arms. He glanced at the 5 elders with long hair and beard, and said. I know what you're worried about. If it is based on previous guesses, not all the enemies that Naval Headquarters will face have yet appeared. The Golden Lion pirates who have disappeared for 20 years and suddenly reappeared, and the Beast and Big Mom pirates who made an alliance to avenge the rocks. Marineford may welcome more guests in the future, and the current strength alone is not enough to deal with it. Hearing this, 5 elders with gold short hair snorted again. HMPH. What are you afraid of? If they dare to come, at worst, I will personally take them all down. It's just a group of pirates, there is no threat to us at all. What's more, whether it's Golden Lion, Kaido or Big Mom, they were already defeated by us 36 years ago, so there's nothing to worry about. The gold short-haired 5 elders sounded quite determined. It seems that Golden Lion and Kaido are not taken seriously at all. However, after hearing his words, the 5 elders with White's long hair and White's long beard shook his head, and said solemnly. If you underestimate the enemy too much, you will suffer a big loss. You should have understood this lesson when you first faced the rocks. No matter what kind of enemy you face, you must be fully prepared for everything. 5 elders, who had short gold hair, still had a look of indifference upon hearing this. Rocks are rocks and other pirates are other pirates. That guy is really strong, and even poses a huge threat to us. But he died 36 years ago, killed by our own hands. On this sea, there will never be another rocks. As for the other pirates, there is nothing to worry about. From the words of this gold short-haired 5 elders, it can be clearly heard that he still has a deep fear of rocks. However, the rocks are long dead. It is no longer a threat to them today. Now he has nothing to worry about at all. However, just as this gold short-haired 5 elders was thinking this way, the faint words of the long-haired and bearded 5 elders made his complexion suddenly sink. Since even Roger, who was executed and killed by us, has been resurrected. Then it wouldn't be surprising if Rox was resurrected too. Zero looking for flowers. Advertisement. As soon as these words came out, not only the face of 5 elders with short gold hair changed. Even the expressions of the other 5 elders became serious. It's hard to disagree with what the long-haired, bearded 5 elders has to say. Yes, Roger, who was executed by them 22 years ago, came back from the dead. So what else is impossible in this world? Even if Rox, who died in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago, is resurrected. It doesn't seem like something absolutely impossible, does it? And if Rox is really revived, then everything becomes extremely complicated. Even the 5 elders who don't look down on Roger. After thinking about the possibility of Rox's resurrection, they couldn't help but feel dizzy. At the same time, there is still a bit of fear. After a while, the 5 elders with long hair and beard sighed quietly. Oh, I hope it's just me thinking too much. If that guy Rox is really resurrected like Roger, then things will develop to the worst step. 0. At the same time, at the center of the world's attention at the moment, on the battlefield of Naval Headquarters Marineford. Because of the announcement and confirmation of Roger's identity, the atmosphere on the battlefield has also become a lot more dignified. Whether it is the Marine side or the pirate side, the impact they have received is not small. One Piece Roger is really resurrected. I still feel like a dream. A person who has been dead for more than 20 years can really recover his surname after death. It's unbelievable, but since Vice Admiral Garp is saying it, it must be true. It's no wonder that the Roger pirates, which were disbanded more than 20 years ago, can still reunite. However, so what if the One Piece King Roger is resurrected? We Naval Headquarters are fully prepared for this public execution. 160,000 elite soldiers, pacifists, 7 warlords of the sea, Marine 3 Admiral, and Vice Admiral Garp, Mr. Zephyr, these older Marine legendaries. With such a lineup, even if Roger is revived, the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates join hands, it is absolutely impossible to be our opponent. What we have to do is to cheer up and fight the pirates in front of us, and defeat them all. As for Roger and Whitebeard, it is natural to have Admiral and Vice Admiral Garp to deal with them. That's right, no matter how many enemies there are, the only one who will win this war is our Marine. Quote. After experiencing the strong shock, the Marine soldiers quickly regained their spirits. Once again, he devoted himself to the fierce battle with the pirates. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates also recovered from the shock, and their morale was high. Roger's resurrection is not a bad thing for them. It can even be said to be a good thing. Once, their father Whitebeard and Roger were enemies and friends. But now, the two have completely stood on the same front. They all share one goal, to save Ace. Driven by this purpose, their dads Whitebeard and Roger are bound to join forces. And under such a strong alliance, the strength of their pirate side will increase accordingly. This battle for the whole world. The fun has just begun with. Chapter 72 Zephyr takes action. Shocked Rayleigh and Jabba open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. On the battlefield of Marineford. After the shock of Roger's resurrection. This grand war is still going on. Marines and pirates are still fighting fiercely. After all, even Roger was resurrected. It is also impossible to end this unprecedented war on our own. The fight that should continue must continue. Garp looked at Roger, who had taken off his mask in front of him, with a complicated expression. Sorry, Roger, I couldn't take care of Ace for you. The Marine hero whispered to Roger softly. This sentence was not heard by anyone else. And if heard, then there is no doubt that there will be another frenzy of public opinion. The dignified Marine hero actually apologized to a pirate. And the content of the apology is that the other party failed to take pictures of the other party's children. At the moment in Naval Headquarters. Except for insiders like Sengoku and Crane who are very familiar with Garp. Others don't even know. The son of One Piece, Ace, was raised by the Marine hero Garp. Once this news is known to them, it will inevitably affect Garp's image in the minds of Marine soldiers. It is precisely because of this that Garp's voice is so low. And after hearing what Garp said, to the 010, Roger just grinned. It's no use talking about it now, old friend. I will defeat you and save Ace myself. After speaking, he drew his sword again without hesitation. Launched an attack on Garp. Seeing this, Garp's expression was also condensed. It seems that Roger is going to be serious this time. And as a Marine hero, although I really couldn't bear Ace's execution. And also hope that Roger can rescue Ace. But it's impossible for him to just sit idly by. Let Roger break through his defense to save Ace. As a Marine, the duties that should be fulfilled. He still has to do it. So, with this idea in mind, Garp waved his iron fist again. And Roger continued to fight together. A series of strong attacks and collisions continued to spread. The battle momentum between legendary Marine heroes and One Piece can be described as quite huge and amazing. And if there are spectators who observe carefully, will be surprised to find that, in such a battle, Garp has been severely suppressed by Roger all the time. You know, Garp didn't mean to release water at all. He is fighting with all his might. However, he was once able to match Roger evenly. Now he was severely suppressed by Roger. Even Garp himself. It is also inevitable that there is a bit of surprise in my heart. If we talk about the first collision before, the reason why he was directly forced back by Roger's evasion was because he didn't use all his strength and hold back his words. Well, the current situation unabashedly illustrates one point. Roger's strength has surpassed him. To know, Garp's strength has always been at its peak. It has not regressed half a point because of the growth of age. At the beginning, he was evenly matched with Roger, but now he has fallen behind in the fight with the opponent. And this also means that Roger's strength has improved again. But, one has been dead for more than 20 years. The guy who has just been revived recently. It is already considered good if the strength does not regress seriously. How could it be so much stronger? Advertisement. This moment. Garp, who was fighting Roger, couldn't help feeling suspicious again. How did Roger come back to life? Why has the strength increased so much? Who did all this? Who is leading all this behind the scenes? What is the opponent's purpose? Constantly pondering. For some reason, a bad premonition resurfaced in Garp's heart. As if something big was about to happen next. At the same time. The other side of the Marineford battlefield. Unchecked, Rayleigh and Jabba continued to charge forward quickly. Soon it successfully landed on the execution square in Marineford. It is also getting closer and closer to the execution platform where Ace is. Very well, let's rescue Roger's son. Rayleigh and Jabba exchanged glances. Afterwards, they dealt with a group of Marine soldiers who had come under siege again. Prepare to continue approaching the location where Ace's execution platform is located. At this time, the three admirals of Naval Headquarters are all being entangled by their respective opponents. Garp was also severely suppressed by Roger. It seems that no one can stop the footsteps of the two One Piece's left and right wrists. However, just when Rayleigh and Jabba were ready to continue charging forward, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, stood in front of them. That strong figure, a purple short hair. The identity is ready to be revealed. Former Marine Admiral, Black Arm, Zephyr. After Garp shot. Among the four Marine legendaries from the old era who were originally guarding the high platform. Finally, another veteran came out. It's really embarrassing. If it was the previous Zephyr, it would definitely not be shot so early. It seems that the experience of the past few years has indeed made Admiral, who used to not kill, to hate pirates. On the high platform, he and Kong looked at Zephyr below and sighed. And Zephyr's actions quickly attracted the attention of other people on the field. It's Teacher Zephyr. Is Teacher Zephyr going to make a move too? Looking at Mr. Zephyr's posture, it seems that he wants to deal with Rayleigh and Jabba at the same time. Although Mrs. Zephyr is very strong, she used to be Marine Admiral. But Rayleigh and Jabba are known as the left and right arms of One Piece, and their strength should not be underestimated. Mr. Zephyr wants to deal with the two of them alone. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Quote. Even the Marine soldiers, after seeing Zephyr standing in front of Rayleigh and Jabba alone, they couldn't help being a little worried. Zephyr's strength is strong. Otherwise, he is not qualified to be the instructor of Naval Headquarters. Also trained so many excellent students. But is the right and left arm of One Piece. Rayleigh and Jabba also have strengths comparable to Marine Admiral. Zephyr wants one person to deal with two opponents at the same time. It is very difficult. Under the worries of the Marine soldiers, Zephyr, who was standing in front of Rayleigh and Jabba, didn't react at all. His expression was indifferent, and he didn't even say a word. Directly waved two fists. They attacked Rayleigh and Jabba at the same time. Facing such an attack from him, Jabba, who wields a pair of axes, takes the first step forward. At the same time, he turned to Rayleigh and said, "Leave Zephyr to me to deal with, you continue to save Ace." Obviously, he didn't want the two of them to fight Zephyr together. It means wasting all the time on the other party. Hearing this, Rayleigh also nodded. 20 or 30 years ago. They Roger pirates deal with Marine a lot. Point 0. This is not the first time Jabba has played against Zephyr. The past two have always been evenly matched. Advertisement. So leave Zephyr to Jabba alone at this moment. Rayleigh didn't have any worries either. Thinking in my heart like this, he made a gesture to continue rushing towards the execution platform where Ace was. And at the same time, Jabba is also waving the twin axes in his hand. Slash at the oncoming Zephyr. Zephyr, we haven't fought each other for more than 20 years, right? Let me see, the strength of our two old fellows, who has regressed more. As he said that, the double axes in Jabba's hands moved towards Fa's black ball. On the twin axes, also wrapped around the mighty armament hockey. Next moment, Jabba's twin axes collided violently with Zephyr's black arm. And then, before Rayleigh could even lift his foot to leave, the collision between the two has already separated the result. The double axes in Jabba's hands were actually sent flying by Zephyr's black arm. With Jabba's whole figure, also like a kite with a broken string. Suddenly it flew backwards, then hit the ground in the distance. A deep hole was smashed into the ground. The corner of Jabba's mouth also has a trace of bloodline. Obviously injured, under one blow, the strength is divided. This too sudden scene and result. Rayleigh, who was about to leave, froze in place. What's the situation? Jabba was actually defeated by Zephyr. How about evenly matched? When did Jabba become so weak? Or, when did Zephyr become so powerful? All of this is too outrageous, right? Rayleigh was puzzled. However, the situation on the battlefield didn't seem to give him any chance to think. Next moment, Zephyr's figure suddenly appeared in front of Rayleigh. Subsequently, a pair of black arms quickly raised and swung out again. Boomed straight at Rayleigh. A strong 4.7 sense of crisis rose in Rayleigh's heart for no reason. In this situation, Rayleigh only had time to subconsciously raise the long knife in his hand to block. Immediately afterwards, he felt an irresistible strange force coming through the blade of the long knife in his hand. The shock made his arms go numb. Can't wait to lose my intuition. Even the palm that gripped the handle of the knife couldn't help but loosen. The long knife in his hand is like the double axe in Jabba's hand before. Was directly sent flying out. Moreover, that terrifying power has not disappeared. Instead, it continued to hit Rayleigh hard. Next moment, Rayleigh's figure also suddenly flew backwards. Fell hard with Jabba. Another pothole was smashed into the ground. And the face of the vice captain of the Roger pirates. It was also pale at the moment. Obviously, the injury is not light. The repelled Rayleigh and Jabba couldn't help but look at each other. Both of them could clearly see the shock in each other's eyes. They really never thought of it. They are the right and left arm of the One Piece. They were easily repelled by Zephyr one after another. When did Zephyr become so strong? Chapter 73. Do you feel that something is wrong with Zephyr? Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. On the battlefield of Marineford, many people have noticed Zephyr's shot. And the result of the opponent's shot. It also brought a deep shock to the people present. Hiss. Teacher Zephyr actually forced Rayleigh and Jabba back easily. Those are the left and right wrists of One Piece, and their strength is almost the same as that of admirals. Even Vice Admiral Garp can't do that easily. Has Mr. Zephyr's strength become so strong? The Marine soldiers all exclaimed. In their impression, although Zephyr is very strong, it is not so strong. Otherwise, the opponent would not have been successfully attacked by pirates 7 years ago. Almost all the Marine soldiers on the entire training ship were killed. Even he himself had an arm cut off by the pirate. If Zephyr had the strength to easily push back Rayleigh and Jabba with the 2 punches just now. What happened back then was simply impossible. Doesn't that mean? Did Zephyr become stronger after that? However, Zephyr's state in all aspects was not so strong at its peak. Why is it that now that he is old and lost an arm, his strength has become stronger instead? In this regard, everyone felt very puzzled and relieved. And at the same time, there was another burst of exclamation from the crowd. Wait, did you find out a little? Ms. Zephyr's right arm seems to have grown out. Damn it, what you said is really true. Isn't Mr. Zephyr's 20 right arm cut off by pirates 7 years ago? Why does it look completely intact now? I didn't pay much attention to it before. I thought Teacher Zephyr was wearing the Seastone robotic arm as before. Looking at it now, it's actually a real arm. What's going on here? Teacher Zephyr was reborn with a broken arm. Could it be that the Marines Medical Department and Scientific Department have researched some new treatment method? Or is this some kind of special devil fruit ability? Soon, Marine soldiers had a heated discussion about Zephyr's rebirth from a broken arm. And the reason why this matter can make their reaction so great. In addition to its own incredible and unbelievable. The Marine soldiers actually had some expectations. Looking forward to the method of reviving Zephyr's broken arm, can it be used on other people? You know, Marines have all kinds of battles with vicious pirates throughout the year. In such a battle, Zephyr is not the only one who loses his arms and legs. Many Marine soldiers present have witnessed or experienced that their comrades' hands and legs were cut off by pirates and bombarded by guns. And those common soldiers with severed arms and legs are not so interested. They are not strong and their status is not high. After losing a limb and becoming disabled, basically lost the most basic combat effectiveness. In this situation, they don't get the same treatment as Zephyr. Able to have the Marine Science Unit equip them with expensive robotic arms. They are also not eligible to stay in the Marine to hold other positions. Therefore, these Marine soldiers who have broken arms and legs usually only have to retire after receiving a pension. And for those with disabilities, most of them will not have a good life after retiring. But, now, from Zephyr, everyone seemed to see hope. I saw the hope that the disabled can regain their health. In this regard, everyone can't help but look forward to it. At the same time, whether Sengoku on the scaffold. Advertisement. It was Crane, Kong and others who were on the high platform beside them. After seeing Zephyr's powerful performance, there was also a look of surprise on their faces. How did Zephyr become so powerful? Even by using Ain's ability to regress the fruit, his physical condition can return to its peak. But even with Zephyr's peak strength, he shouldn't be able to easily force Rayleigh and Jabba back with his own strength, right? As Zephyr's former comrades in arms, Sengoku, Crane and others are very familiar with his strength. They all know exactly what the strength of the WED method at its peak looks like. Although it is definitely a proper admiral level. But if he wanted to easily defeat Rayleigh and Jabba, who also had the strength of admiral, by himself. Obviously still somewhat unrealistic. At this moment, Zephyr's performance has exceeded Sengoku et al.'s cognition of Zephyr. While being shocked by the strength shown by Zephyr, Sengoku, Crane, Kong and others have another doubt in their hearts. Do you feel that Zephyr has been behaving strangely these days? Naval Headquarters General Staff Crane Vice Admiral sat on a chair on the high platform. Looking at the menacing Zephyr below, he asked Kong at the side. Hearing this, Kong also nodded thoughtfully. Although I haven't seen Zeta for a long time, but this meeting, I can clearly feel that he seems to have become much duller. He wasn't like this before. Did something happen? Crane slightly closed his eyes and shook his head. Not sure, but Zephyr is indeed a little different this time around. And it's not just him. In fact, the Marine soldiers under his command seem to be a little dull these days. I don't know if their team encountered anything before this return flight. In fact, Crane had noticed something was wrong with Zephyr a few days ago. But at that time, the energy of the entire Naval Headquarters was focused on preparing for today's public execution. So the Crane didn't pay much attention. I just thought Zephyr was in a bad mood or something. Until now, after seeing that Zephyr's strength has become so much stronger. She gradually felt that this matter was not as simple as that. Something must have happened to Zeta. As for what happened in the end, the current Crane is still unknown. We can only investigate after this war is over. Although I don't know what Zephyr and the others have experienced, since he can still take the initiative to stand up and fight the pirates, there should be nothing to worry about for the time being. After this war is over, let's investigate again. Kong on the side also said the same thing. Obviously coincides with the idea of the Crane. The other side. The battle between Zephyr and Rayleigh and others did not end there. After being forced back by Zephyr's powerful offensive, the expressions on both Rayleigh and Jabba's faces became a lot more serious. The two Pirate King's lieutenants looked at each other. Each can see the dignified color in each other's eyes. This guy Zephyr seems to have become a lot stronger. If we fight alone, we probably don't have any chance of winning. It seems, we have to join forces. Soon, both Lily and Jabba had made a decision. Although it was only a short fight just now. But only this one fight is needed. Let them understand that the current Zephyr is much better than them. It is absolutely impossible for any one of them to be the opponent of the other party. It may not even be able to contain the other party. It won't take long to be defeated. So the two soon decided to join forces against the enemy. They didn't dwell on why Zephyr became so powerful. Advertisement. Because they knew that the most important thing right now was to rescue Ace. Otherwise, the execution time will come. If Marine is really successful in executing Ace, then it's too late. Thinking in my heart like this. Both Rayleigh and Jabba moved quickly. Two people, one left and one right. In a double teaming trend, he rushed towards Zephyr's position. Jabba swings his twin axes, Rayleigh swings his long knife. Two attacks that can rival admirals attack on Zephyr at the same time. And under such pressure, Zephyr didn't show any panic. I saw him watching Rayleigh and Jabba's attacks approaching him very calmly. Then, the figure suddenly disappeared in place. Out of sight of both Rayleigh and Jabba. So fast. Where did he go? Rao is based on the powerful reaction speed of Rayleigh and Jabba and observation hockey. At this moment, the 767 was completely unable to capture Zephyr's movements. In their view, just now Zephyr's movements seemed to be accelerated several times or even 10 times. It was so fast that they couldn't react at all. Speech spirit hyphenation point time 0. That's right, Zephyr used the time 0 at the 84th serial number in the periodic table of words. After being endowed with dragon blood by rocks, he transformed into a hybrid. Zephyr not only experienced the miracle of being reborn with a broken arm. All aspects of physical fitness have also been greatly improved, and the strength has become much stronger. It is for this reason that he just managed to easily push back Rayleigh and Jabba alone. And besides that, Zephyr naturally also obtained the exclusive ability of the dragon hybrid species. Different from the existences like Golden Lion and Kaido who were created as dragon first-generation species. Each hybrid can only have one kind of speech. And Zephyr obtained the spirit of speech. It is the powerful word spirit in the lineage of the King of Sky and Wind, time 0. It is capable of slowing down the time perception of enemies in the field many times over. In this way, it is possible to achieve a kind of in the eyes of the enemy. The effect of his own speed being suddenly accelerated several times or even dozens of times. Under the action of such spiritual power, Rayleigh, Jabba and others simply can't keep up with Zephyr's movement and speed. Next moment, Zephyr, who had disappeared from both Rayleigh and Jabba's eyes, reappeared. And when he appeared again, already came behind Rayleigh. Then, he suddenly punched Rayleigh in the back. No mercy. Suddenly, Rayleigh felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. He instinctively wanted to turn around. But it's too late for everything. Zephyr's punch hit Rayleigh hard in the back. Hit it hard into the ground. Subsequently, Zephyr followed suit. Before Jabba could react, he also punched him hard. A moment's work. The left and right wrists of these two One Piece kings were once again knocked down by Zephyr, and they were seriously injured. Chapter 74 Let you pay the price for the betrayal 36 years ago. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. The scene where Zephyr knocked down Rayleigh and Jabba again with a thunderbolt. Undoubtedly, it once again caused an uproar on the court. FK. Teacher Zephyr is really strong. I thought that repelling Rayleigh and Jabba just now was just because the other party was careless. But now, Rayleigh and Jabba are taking the initiative to attack, and they are still besieging Teacher Zephyr. Under such circumstances, Mr. Zephyr was able to easily knock them all down in a row. Isn't he too strong? Teacher Zephyr's movement, speed and attack just now are so fast that I can't even react. I didn't even realize what was going on. Rayleigh and Jabba were brought down. How did Mr. Zephyr suddenly become so strong? This is probably stronger than Vice Admiral Garp, right? With such a strong teacher Zephyr, the final victory in this war must belong to us. Seeing the invincible power displayed by Zephyr, the Marine soldiers seemed to have been beaten with chicken blood. Their morale and fighting spirit also became higher and higher under such encouragement. Even their attacks on the pirates became more and more violent. In a war, morale is indeed a key factor that can easily affect the overall battle situation. It is for this reason that Sengoku will give an impassioned speech just before the start of the war. Fully mobilize the morale and fighting spirit of Marine soldiers. But later, with the appearance of Roger and news of his resurrection, there is also the scene where Roger suppressed Garp desperately in the battle. The morale of the Marine soldiers inevitably dropped a lot. But at the moment, Zephyr's shot lifted it up again. The changes in the morale of everyone on the field can be described as twists and turns. On the execution stand, Sengoku nodded in relief after seeing this scene. As the Marine Marshal responsible for coordinating the entire war, he is naturally happy to see the morale of the Marine officers and soldiers greatly improved in such an atmosphere. But at the same time, Sengoku looked down at Zephyr, but there was a bit of doubt in his eyes. What method did Zephyr use just now? Why at that moment, I felt that Rayleigh and Jabba's speed was slowed down a lot, but Zephyr's speed was suddenly accelerated a lot. Is that some special devil fruit ability? Sengoku felt a little puzzled in his heart. With his familiarity with Zephyr, he can be said to be very clear about the opponent's fighting methods. And in his impression, Zephyr had never used such a weird trick as before. Moreover, that is obviously beyond what pure physical skills can do. Only the peculiar devil fruit ability seems to be able to explain everything just now. Could it be that Zephyr got some special devil fruit during the last sea trip? Sengoku guessed vaguely in his heart. After all, Zephyr wasn't any demon fruit power before. You can still eat devil fruit. Perhaps it was the special devil fruit obtained by the other party during the last mission. That's why there is such a leap in strength. In this regard, Sengoku does not rule out this possibility. But even thinking so, he still faintly felt that something was wrong with Zephyr. If Zephyr gained the ability of devil fruit, he should tell us. It is impossible to hide something from us. And this time back, Zephyr has not only changed in strength, but also seems to have changed a lot in character. What exactly is going on? Sengoku was puzzled. But right now, he doesn't seem to be able to ask Zephyr. And, though Zephyr is a little different, but it has no negative impact on this war. Advertisement. On the contrary, it helped a lot. Therefore, Sengoku did not intend to block Jifa's actions. On Execution Square in Marineford, Rayleigh and Jabba, who had been punched by Zephyr before, got up from the ground with some difficulty. The mouth of the two was Kakuzu with a few touches of bloodline. His face was also very pale. Obviously, Zephyr's attack just now had caused them serious injuries. Damn it, is the gap in strength between us and Zephyr already that big? Now, it's really difficult. Both Rayleigh and Jabba felt a little heavy at the moment. It never occurred to them. Even if two people shot together, he was still suppressed so easily by the other party. The strength of Zephyr has even exceeded their imagination. Next, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. At this moment, Rayleigh and Jabba both had a flash of determination in their eyes. Even though they were knocked down by Zephyr again, they still didn't give up the idea of fighting. And, precisely because Zephyr is so strong, they couldn't just let Zephyr leave and join other battlefields. Once Zephyr is added to other battlefields, so whether it's the Whitebeard pirates or members of their Roger pirates, they will all be crushed by Zephyr with great strength. Either way, they'll have to hold Zephyr down. As for the matter of rescuing Ace, I'm afraid I have to leave it to other partners. With this thought in mind, both Rayleigh and Jabba stood up again. Clenched the weapons in their hands. Prepare to fight Zephyr again. However, at this moment, the figure of Zephyr who was standing in front of the two suddenly disappeared again. It's still so fast that Rayleigh and Jabba can't react at all. Even though they were prepared in their hearts, they still couldn't keep up with Zephyr's movements. Next moment, Zephyr's figure suddenly appeared between Rayleigh and Jabba. Then, I saw him stretch out two palms. Grab the heads of Rayleigh and Jabba from behind respectively. With a sudden force, the palms merge in the middle. Rayleigh and Jabba just banged their heads together hard. Then they were pushed to the ground by Zephyr together. Even the ground was pressed out of two deep pits. Rayleigh and Jabba spat out a mouthful of blood again. The injury suddenly became heavier. The breath also became a lot more sluggish. Hee, it's really vulnerable. Back then in the Valley of the Gods, you guys were so majestic. After putting Rayleigh and Jabba on the ground again, Zephyr suddenly murmured to himself for no reason. Rayleigh and Jabba, who fell to the ground, were at a loss. But at the moment, they were seriously injured, and they didn't have the extra energy to think about what Zephyr meant. They struggled to get up again. But he was shocked to find that in the attack just now, they didn't know how many bones were broken all over their bodies. Even if he can stand up again, his combat power will definitely drop greatly. It is simply impossible to fight the monster like Zephyr again. And after this blow, Zephyr seems to have no intention of continuing to fight Rayleigh and Jabba. He no longer looked at the two who fell to the ground. Instead, he turned his gaze to the other side of the battlefield. Advertisement. Where Akainu and Whitebeard are fighting. Now, Akainu seemed to have a slight advantage under Whitebeard's onslaught. Although not yet defeated, but it is obviously impossible to defeat the strongest man in the world in front of him by fighting alone. Seeing this, Zephyr suddenly shouted in the direction of Akainu. Sakazuki, you're in charge of the finishing touches here. Give me Whitebeard. As he spoke, he began to walk step by step towards the direction where Akainu and Whitebeard were. And at the same time, after hearing these words, Akainu, who was on the battlefield not far away, obviously stunned for a moment, he turned his head suspiciously, looking at Zephyr walking slowly towards this side. He hesitated to speak, although Akainu is also one of the students taught by Zephyr. But in fact, before that, Akainu was very disdainful of Zephyr's benevolent style of not killing Admiral. There is a lot of conflict and disagreement between the two ideas. Therefore, in normal times, Akainu might not obey Zephyr's orders. But for some reason, at this moment, Akainu looked at Zephyr who was slowly walking towards him. I just feel that the other party seems to be different. Those stern eyes and cold expression. It's not like the one who didn't kill Admiral at all. And, Zephyr had previously defeated Rayleigh and Jabba with a thunderous force. Akainu also noticed that scene. Akainu was shocked by how much Zephyr had changed. I don't know if it's because of this reason. Facing Zephyr's command, Akainu did not have any refutation or rejection. The ghost nodded and said, yes, Teacher Fa. Afterwards, Akainu's figure retreated rapidly. He distanced himself from Nuomahu Whitebeard in front of him. Hand over this tough opponent to the Zephyr who came. And he slowly approached where Rayleigh and Jabba were. Gu la. Zephyr, are you going to be my opponent instead? Whitebeard looked at Zephyr standing in front of him on behalf of Akainu, and smiled. But judging by the expression on his face, but it can be seen that he is not in a relaxed mood at the moment. The scene where Zephyr crushes Rayleigh and Jabba. Whitebeard naturally saw it too. And he admits, he himself does not have the strength to do this step. This also means, today's Zephyr is even stronger than him. This opponent is very difficult to deal with. If you're not careful, you could end up like Rayleigh and Jabba. Thinking of this in his heart, Whitebeard could not help but subconsciously clench the handle of Amakongan knife in his hand. In front of him, Zephyr looked at him coldly, and said slowly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'm just here to make you pay a small price for the betrayal you committed 36 years ago. The good show that is really waiting for you is still to come. As soon as the words came out, Whitebeard frowned. The expression on his face became both puzzled and serious. He stared at Zephyr in front of him, and asked in a deep voice. Zephyr, what do you mean?
3RR Chapter 75 Whitebeard's Uneasiness, Fear of Rocks Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. Hearing Zephyr's words, Whitebeard's heart suddenly filled with great doubts. Make yourself pay for your betrayal 36 years ago? Whitebeard clearly knew exactly what Chu Zi was talking about betrayal. It was nothing more than backstabbing Rocks in the Valley of the Gods battle. Join forces with Garp, Roger and others to deal with the Rocks pirates in turn. J. Does this have anything to do with Zephyr? Not to mention that Zephyr was not there at all during the big battle. And even if the opponent is present, his betrayal did no harm to Zephyr who was a Marine. It even helped Marine a lot. So, why is Zephyr now saying he's going to make himself pay for his betrayal? It's as if Whitebeard betrayed not Rocks, but Zephyr. The sudden remark left Whitebeard bewildered. He stared straight into Zephyr's eyes, and asked in a deep voice. Zephyr, what do you mean by that? His expression and tone were extremely serious. Hearing this, Zephyr just sneered. What do you mean? You'll know in a while. This good show has only just begun. The real Lord Kakuzu hasn't appeared yet, so don't be too impatient. Saying that, Zephyr walked slowly towards Whitebeard again. And after hearing Zephyr's answer, the doubts in Whitebeard's heart not only did not resolve. Instead, I felt even more puzzled. The fun has just begun? The real protagonist hasn't appeared yet. What is the other party implying? You know, there are already enough big shots gathered on Marineford at this moment. 7 warlords of the sea, Marine 3 Admiral, Garp, Sengoku, Kong, the Whitebeard pirates led by myself. Even Roger was resurrected and led the entire Roger pirate group back. Each one of these people alone is enough to shake the ocean. But judging from the meaning of Zephyr's words, are they not the protagonists of this war? So, who will the protagonist be? Could it be the 5 elders guys? However, from the current situation, there is no doubt that the Marine side is still in a huge advantage. The 5 elders didn't even need to show up, those 5 old monsters. Unless it is a crisis that is really uncontrollable and difficult to solve. Otherwise, it is impossible to make an easy move. In Whitebeard's impression, 5 elders only shot against the Rocks in the Valley of the Gods. The current battlefield may seem very fierce to the world. But for the 5 elders, it seems far from reaching the point where they need to intervene. Moreover, even if the protagonist Zephyr said was the 5 elders. But why did 5 elders make themselves pay for the betrayal of the Valley of the Gods? Please, did I make a mistake? The reason why I betrayed Rocks in the first place? A large part of the reason is that Marine and the 5 elders are secretly fanning the flames and instigating. Moreover, if there is no own backstab at the beginning. Even if Garp joins hands with the Roger pirates, plus 5 elders shot. It is absolutely impossible to defeat the monster Rocks so easily. For the 5 elders, their own betrayal is beneficial and harmless. How could the other party say something like asking him to pay for the original betrayal? The more he thought about it, the more something was wrong in Whitebeard's heart. If there is anyone in this world who would think of making himself pay for the original betrayal, then it could only be the remnants of the original Rocks pirates. Shiki, Kaido, Linlin, those guys who were loyal to the Rocks in the past could all say that. Advertisement, but now the problem is, these guys weren't there at all. Who said this to himself? It's Zephyr, who is Marine. Why on earth did Zephyr say such inexplicable words? What is the protagonist in the good show in the mouth of the other party? At this moment, I don't know why, Whitebeard suddenly thought of someone for no apparent reason. Rocks. Then a very terrifying thought popped up in his mind. The so-called protagonist who has not yet appeared in Zephyr's mouth. Could it be Rocks? Could it be that the overlord of the sea who died 36 years ago is the same outrageous rebirth as Roger coming back? Although it is only a guess, but just thinking about it. Let Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, couldn't help feeling jealous. Just how scary are Rocks? As a member of the cadre of the Rocks pirates, he naturally knew it very well. If Rocks really comes back to life like Roger, then all these things are really going in the worst direction. Frowning slightly, Whitebeard only felt that there was a big stone hanging in his heart. And at the same time, he also suddenly remembered Mrs. Shirley's previous prophecy. When Namuel came back from the Fishman Island, it was the first time Mrs. Shirley's prophecy was told to Whitebeard. For this prophecy, although Whitebeard also felt a little weird at the time. But he didn't take it too seriously, as most people think. Whitebeard at the time thought, the power that can destroy Naval Headquarters, world government and their Whitebeard pirates. It has not appeared in this world yet. The content of the prophecy is absolutely impossible to happen. And, even with some concerns about it, but then the war was coming. The Whitebeard pirates are preparing for the rescue of Ace. How could this alarmist prophecy disturb the morale and fighting spirit of the people? Therefore, Whitebeard at the time also specifically told his subordinates. It is absolutely impossible for the prophecy to happen. However, at this moment, after thinking about the possibility that Rocks might be revived like Roger, Whitebeard couldn't help but start to feel a little worried. If Rocks is really revived, then all the consequences are unimaginable. With the terrifying strength, CACF, and cohesion of that Rocks guy, maybe it is really possible to destroy the Naval Headquarters, the world government and their Whitebeard pirates. Thinking of this, Whitebeard felt a little irritable and frightened for no apparent reason. He took a deep breath, shook his head vigorously. I want to get these messy thoughts out of my head. Now the enemy is at hand, there is no other energy to think about these things. Not to mention the resurrection of Rocks, just the Zephyr who is slowly approaching him step by step in front of him now. All brought Whitebeard a strong sense of oppression. If you don't put your heart and soul into this battle, he's likely to end up like Rayleigh and Jabba, thinking in my heart like this. Forcing himself to calm down, Whitebeard decided to strike first. I saw him holding Tien Kongyun's knife handle tightly with both hands. Legs bent slightly, then the whole body suddenly exerted force together. Advertisement swing the big naginata in his hand towards the position where Zephyr is. On the blade of Kongyun that day, in addition to the extremely powerful armed colors and conqueror's hockey, it also wraps a white transparent energy light ball. That's Shockfruit's ability. Shockfruit is known as the strongest paramecia. At the same time, it has the strongest destructive power. When the Shockfruit's ability is activated together with the armed color and conqueror's hockey's entangled attack. The power of this blow, it may be a bit of an exaggeration to say that the world is ruined. But want to sink an island like Marineford, but it's also out of the question. Facing Zephyr who can easily kill Rayleigh and Jabba in seconds. Whitebeard dared not be careless. As soon as he came up, he used his best. Because Whitebeard understands, only when you come up, you will preemptively strike with all your strength. Maybe I have a chance to defeat Zephyr. The big naginata Ama no Kumo slammed down towards the top of Zephyr's head. The jet black armed color and conqueror's hockey flashed a black lightning in the air. Where the attack has passed, the surrounding air also began to vibrate violently. It was as if the space would collapse and shatter in the next moment. In the face of such an attack, Zephyr still didn't stop his pace. While striding forward, a pair of black arms also burst out suddenly. It collided violently with Whitebeard's attack, in an instant. The whole Marineford shook violently. The ground under the feet of Whitebeard and Zephyr shattered and collapsed. A crack with a width of 4 meters began to spread rapidly from under the two of them. Spread towards both sides at an extremely fast speed. Just for a moment, this huge crack turned into a terrifying deep pit. Almost split the entire Marineford in half. Many Marine soldiers and pirates who had no time to escape. They all fell into the abyss, swallowed by the sea below. No doubt, under such influence, whether Marine or pirate, both sides appear to have suffered very heavy casualties. On the execution platform, Sengoku frowned after seeing this scene. The doubts in my heart are even worse. Not that he blames Zephyr's fight for spilling over to other Marines. But with his knowledge of Zephyr, the other party is extremely kind and kind. Even for pirates, he adheres to the principle of not killing. Naturally, it is even more impossible to let the aftermath of the battle hurt other Marine soldiers. That attack by Whitebeard, with Zephyr's current strength, there should be other better ways to deal with it. If you follow Zephyr's normal style, will definitely not take such an approach. The marine side also suffered serious casualties. There is no doubt that Zephyr has really changed. What happened to that Zephyr guy? Sengoku stood on the scaffold, looking down at Zephyr, who was fighting Whitebeard. Heart Shunin couldn't help but have such doubts again. At the same time, there is still some faint worry. Zephyr's anomaly made him feel that there might be something unexpected about to happen next. And when Sengoku was thinking like this, on the battlefield below, suddenly there was a burst of exclamation from the crowd. Chapter 76 Scars Left by Rocks, The Scariest Hell. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. Daddy, Father, are you all right? On the battlefield of Marineford, exclamations suddenly came from the crowd. And these exclaimed people are undoubtedly the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates. There is no other reason for such an exclamation. That is the result of the previous collision between Whitebeard and Zephyr has now been separated. After a violent collision, Whitebeard's body, which is much taller than Zephyr's, flew upside down first. He fell hard to the ground in the distance. Tien Kongyun, who was originally held tightly in his hand, also fell aside. Obviously, even if you go all out and preemptively strike, Whitebeard still couldn't gain any upper hand in Zephyr's hands. The strength of this guy Zephyr has really become a little scary. Whitebeard got up from the ground, and once again grasped Amakonbumo, who had fallen to the side. In Zephyr's eyes looking into the distance, the look of dread became more intense. Ahem. Suddenly, just as Whitebeard was about to step forward to engage the opponent again, he started coughing violently. At the same time, there were bursts of piercing pain in the chest near the heart. Immediately afterwards, Whitebeard spit out a pool of blood from his mouth in a gulp. The body that had just stood up was uncontrollably about to fall down again. But it was Whitebeard who stuck the sky cloud into the ground to support his figure. Seeing this scene, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates suddenly became more anxious. Dad, are you okay? Damn it, Dad, this is an old injury? I knew that there would definitely be problems after Dad unplugged those medical devices. Father's health is not good in the first place, coupled with the fierce battles with Akainu and Zephyr one after another, and he was directly knocked into the air by Zephyr just now. This kind of shock must have caused the old wounds in his body to pull. If this continues, Nitu's situation will not be good. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates said anxiously. There are serious concerns about Whitebeard's physical condition. Marco, who was fighting Kizaru, was even more anxious. He didn't even care about Kizaru's attack on him in front of him. Transformed directly from a human form into a flying bird with blue flames all over its body. Fly straight in the direction of Whitebeard. Father's current physical condition can't last long, and he must be treated as soon as possible. Marco thought so, and the speed of flying towards Whitebeard was a little faster again. In addition to being the captain of Whitebeard's strongest team, Marco is also a doctor. His Phoenix's green flame has a very good healing effect. A large part of Whitebeard's recuperation on weekdays is also due to Marco. Seeing Whitebeard's old disease relapse at this moment, he was naturally extremely worried. Desperately want to feel the other side go, but apparently, Kizaru didn't intend to let him go. Although Kizaru can be described as quite paddling in this battle. But if you let Marco go like this, that would be a little too much. Afterwards, it is very likely that I will be deducted from my salary by my superiors. It still has to be appropriate. After all, not everyone has the last name Monkey D. The Marco in front of him is not enough to make Kizaru release water to this extent. So, after seeing Marco want to leave his own battlefield and fly to Whitebeard, Kizaru also shot mercilessly. He launched the attack directly behind Marco. Feather Jade composed of countless laser beams moved towards Marco from behind. Although Marco's speed is very fast, but obviously, it's impossible to go faster than the light. Advertisement next moment, Marco's body wrapped in the Phoenix's blue flames was directly hit by countless lasers. You know, Marco is not a Logia fruit-capable person. These lasers fell on him, but they were all real damage. But even withstanding such a violent attack, Marco didn't even frown. The figure still flew in the direction of Whitebeard without any pause. And on him, those wounds previously hid by Bachi Chonguyu, healing quickly under the blue Phoenix flame wrap. In the blink of an eye, they were all healed. Phoenix? Is it really difficult? Seeing this, Kizaru behind him sighed faintly. Then, I saw him put his hands on his chest. Put on a pose like holding a mirror. Next moment, dazzling light burst out from between his palms, quickly condensed into a light mirror. And then, a beam of light also shot out from the light mirror. After refracting several angles in the air, that is, surpassing Marco at an incredible speed, came to him. Subsequently, I saw that Kizaru's body that was still in place was like teleporting. In the blink of an eye, it appeared at the position of the beam of light. Don't rush to run away, Phoenix Marco. Speaking of which, have you been kicked by the light? Kizaru appeared in front of Marco and said something faintly. Afterwards, a dazzling flash of light gathered on one of his legs, suddenly aimed at Marco's head and kicked it down. At lightning speed, even Marco, the strongest team leader under Whitebeard, couldn't react at all. It was directly kicked out by this kick. It slammed heavily on a wall far behind. The entire wall was directly knocked down by such a powerful impact. Marco fell heavily to the ground. From the previous Phoenix form, it changed back to human form. And at the corner of his mouth at this moment, he could clearly see a touch of bloodline. Obviously Kizaru's kick just now was not light. it's just that relying on Phoenix's strong recovery ability, he is not in any serious trouble for the time being. But even so, Marco's expression doesn't look relaxed. Because of this, it will be difficult for him to have the opportunity to treat Whitebeard again. Damn it, Dad, you must hold on until I pass, Marco cursed secretly in his heart. Then got entangled with Kizaru again, and his attacks became more and more impatient. Want to get rid of Kizaru as soon as possible and go to support Whitebeard. But obviously, this is not an easy task, at the same time. Other battlefields. The captains of the Whitebeard pirate team and the pirates who are fighting Marine are also anxious to support Whitebeard who has relapsed. But how could their opponents let them succeed? The Marine's attacks became more and more fierce. They didn't give the Whitebeard pirates a chance to support Whitebeard at all. In this situation, at the moment Whitebeard has fallen into a predicament of isolation and helplessness. After another violent cough, Zero looking for flowers. Advertisement. Whitebeard squeezed the sky clouds in his hand. Stand your body up again, he gasped for a moment. Then, a wry smile appeared on his face. Gu la la la, it seems that I am really old. This old injury from 36 years ago seems to be completely irrepressible now. Whitebeard murmured to himself with a wry smile, although everyone in the Whitebeard pirates knew that their father was suffering from an old disease. But in fact, they don't know exactly how the old disease came about. It seems that Whitebeard has been suffering from these old diseases since they joined the Whitebeard pirates. It's just that Whitebeard was still in his prime at the time. A strong physique and vitality can also suppress these old wounds in the body. It doesn't have much impact on him on weekdays, but as Whitebeard got older, with the continuous weakening of the constitution and the loss of vitality, it is becoming more and more difficult to suppress these old diseases on the body. At the beginning, it was necessary to rely on a lot of medical equipment and drugs to stabilize the situation. No one in the Whitebeard pirates knew exactly where these old wounds came from. Zero only Whitebeard knows, these old diseases on his body. In fact, all of them were in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago. Left for him by Rocks himself, Whitebeard will never forget. After he, Ochaku and Captain John jointly betrayed. Rock's horrifying look when he's angry, Captain John is shrewd and cunning. Therefore, he hid far away early in the morning after the betrayal. But he and Ochaku were not so lucky, it can be said, to face the wrath of the Rocks. Ochaku was killed by Rocks on the spot with a thunderbolt, mercilessly. And even Whitebeard himself was seriously injured by one move from Rocks. Those horrible injuries back then almost killed him. If it weren't for Garp, Roger and others to help him block Rocks in time, I'm afraid he, like Ochaku, died in the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago. Even after so many years, Whitebeard still can't forget that scene. Whenever an old ailment flares up, Whitebeard recalls the horror the Rocks made him feel. This moment is no exception, feeling the sharp pain in the body. Rock's face then appeared in Whitebeard's mind. There's also the terrifying figure of the opponent in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Thinking of this, Whitebeard couldn't help sighing secretly in his heart. If the Rocks are really resurrected and come to Marineford, there is no doubt that this place will become the most terrifying hell in the world. After a dark sigh, Whitebeard's eyes froze. He looked at Zephyr not far in front of him again. Then he took a slow step and walked towards the opponent. Obviously, even if the strength is lost to the opponent, Whitebeard still wanted to hang on to finish the fight. Because he understands, if I can't hold back Zephyr's footsteps, once the opponent is allowed to attack the other members of the Whitebeard pirates, with the opponent's powerful strength, the Whitebeard pirates are bound to usher in a catastrophe. Across the way, Zephyr looked at Whitebeard who was walking towards him again. Then there was a cold look on his face. Unfortunately, in order to allow you to witness the next good show with your own eyes, I can't kill you yet. In that case, then break your arm first. Chapter 77. Whitebeard E. The reason for the betrayal of the Valley of the Gods. Open black lens bracket. Kneeling to subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Since that's the case, then break your arm first. Zephyr's tone was extremely cold. Even Whitebeard couldn't help but feel a shudder. At this moment, Whitebeard only felt that Zephyr in front of him seemed to be a different person. It's completely different from the previous one that didn't kill Admiral. These changes in Zephyr, are they related to the protagonist he mentioned before that hasn't appeared yet? Who is that person? Zephyr just said that in order for me to witness the next good show, he can't kill me now. The so-called good show, what exactly do you mean? Whitebeard's heart Chunin couldn't help having many doubts again. Nor could he be blamed for being too sensitive or suspicious. But this war from the beginning to the present, there are really too many suspicious points gradually revealed. This makes Whitebeard have to worry and wonder, and just when he was wondering about it, Zephyr not far in front of him also moved again. I saw him suddenly rushing towards Whitebeard. At the same time, a pair of black arms waved brazenly, packed with powerful hockey and strong fist style, launched an attack on Whitebeard. Seeing this, Whitebeard didn't dare to neglect at all. Both hands clenched the hilt of Amazona's knife, swing it suddenly with a sharp arc. 887. Armed color, Conqueror's hockey and shock fruit abilities are all wrapped around it. I chose to face it head on. Boom, next moment. The violent collision sounded again. Immediately afterwards, the raging impact continued to spread towards the surroundings again. And with its spread, there is also the crack under the feet of Whitebeard and Zephyr. Yes, this time the two collided. Once again a huge chasm opened in the ground at Marineford. Between cracks, another abyss that was as terrifying as before was formed. But this time, Whitebeard was not knocked out by Zephyr like in the previous collision. His figure stood firmly in place. The expression on his face didn't seem so relaxed. If you look carefully, you can find it. The reason why Whitebeard was not knocked out this time. It was because Zephyr's hands directly grabbed the sky cloud that Whitebeard swung. Made Whitebeard unable to move at all. Kong Yunki in his hand could no longer fall down. In any case, Vice Admiral cannot be drawn from Zephyr's hand. What a strong force, Whitebeard couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, his eyes suddenly fell on Fa, sensitive enough to notice something is wrong. In Whitebeard's sight, he can clearly see, on Zephyr's arm holding Kong Yunch firmly. Unknowingly when it was covered with a layer of blue scales. Even the palms of his hands were completely covered by the blue scales. And precisely because of these blue scales, Zephyr was able to catch a Manakumo's slash with his bare hands. And there is no injury at all. What's with the blue scales? Is it Zone's devil fruit? Whitebeard looked at the blue scales on Zephyr's arm and guessed secretly. And under his gaze, advertisement Zephyr in front of him spoke again with a cold expression. Whitebeard, do you know that? 7 years ago, an extremely brutal pirate attacked the trainee recruit warship I was leading. Almost all the marine recruits and all my students on that ship were killed by that pirate. Even my own arm was cut off by that guy. Zephyr looked Whitebeard straight in the eyes and said coldly. Hearing this, Whitebeard was taken aback for a moment. I don't know what the other party meant by saying these words to me. Zephyr was attacked by Marines 7 years ago and lost an arm. Does this have anything to do with me? It wasn't me and the Whitebeard pirates under my command who did it. Why are you telling yourself this now? Just when Whitebeard was very puzzled by this. Zephyr in front of him also spoke coldly again. You must be wondering why I'm telling you this? Because, that pirate back then, claims to be your son. His name is, Edward Webble. Zephyr's words made Whitebeard's eyes widen suddenly. My son? Webble. That seems to be the child of me and Bajin? Shocked at the same time, Whitebeard also began to frantically search for information about Webble in his mind. Then I remembered, Zephyr said Edward Webble, it is indeed his child. And, it is his only biological flesh and blood, although Whitebeard recognized so many sons. But only one son, Edward Webble, he is truly related by blood. Not only that, the son Whitebeard hasn't seen in decades. In fact, it was also one of the important reasons why he would betray the Rock's pirates in the Valley of the Gods. Edward Webble is the child of Whitebeard and Miss Bajin. But in fact, Whitebeard has no relationship with Miss Bajin at all. 30 or 40 years ago, when Whitebeard was one of the officers of the Rock's pirates. Miss Bajin is just a common pirate under the Rock's pirate group Whitebeard. She is not pretty and has a strange temper. Most importantly, that short stature is very different from Whitebeard's. Logically speaking, it is absolutely impossible for Whitebeard to have S*X with such a female pirate and have children. But that's how it happened by accident, at a banquet of the Rock's pirates. Whitebeard, who has always been a good drinker, was somehow drunk and unconscious. And when he woke up again, it was just that he found himself lying on the same bed with Miss Bajin, candidly. At first, Whitebeard only thought he was drunk and sexual. I didn't pay too much attention to this. After all, for pirates, this kind of thing doesn't seem to be unusual. Nothing to fuss about either. However, looking at the appearance of Miss Bajin on the side, Whitebeard instinctively felt a little jittery. You said it's not good to find someone who has S*X after drinking, but you just found such a thing. But then, Whitebeard gradually found that things did not seem so simple. Miss Bajin found him soon, and told Whitebeard that he was pregnant. The news came as a shock to Whitebeard, but out of a sense of responsibility, Whitebeard still decided to be responsible for Miss Bajin. Later, Miss Bajin successfully gave birth to the child. And named it Edward Webble. Whitebeard is also very fond of this child. Advertisement and feel that the other party does look a bit like himself, it should be his own. But later, Whitebeard didn't even get to spend long with his own kids. Point 0. After he led a team out to perform the mission of the Rock's pirates, it was discovered that both Miss Bajin and Webble had disappeared. He searched for a long time but couldn't find any trace of the mother and son. Until a guy claiming to be the CPO tracked him down and told him, Miss Bajin and Webble mother and son are now in the hands of the world government. If you want their mother and child to live, Whitebeard will have to betray the Rocks in the Valley of the Gods battle soon. As long as he does so, the world government will let go of their mother and son. In fact, the concepts of Whitebeard and Rocks are not compatible at all. This can also be seen from the fact that he became confidants with Roger afterwards. The reason why he is a cadre of the Rock's pirates. It's just because of the powerful strength of Rocks. Now, when the life of my own flesh and blood is threatened, Whitebeard also logically chose to agree to the CPO's request. And really betrayed Rocks in the later Valley of the Gods war. However, after the Valley of the Gods battle, Whitebeard still failed to see Miss Bajin and his children. Only then did he react belatedly. He was actually set by the world's government.
It was not a coincidence at all to have S*X after drinking. Miss Bajin is completely an undercover agent sent by the government of the world. The purpose is to have a relationship with Whitebeard. And Edward Webble, it is not born of Whitebeard and Miss Bajin. But Miss Bajin took advantage of his drunkenness. Take some sample genes from him. then handed over to the world government. Test tube babies created using the most advanced technology. Because of the special constitution, Whitebeard has long been without fertility. This is also the reason why he has no other biological flesh and blood for so many years. Miss Barkin and Wable, it's all just a way for the world government to lure Whitebeard to betray Rocks in the Valley of the Gods. Because the government of the world knows, what Whitebeard values most is not wealth and power, but family. Sure enough, the 4.9 move did work for Whitebeard. Whitebeard was furious when he learned the truth. Since then, I have never seen Miss Bajan and Wable. Now it is learned from Zephyr that Wable seems to have grown into a notorious pirate. He is also inevitably a little bit embarrassed. Opposite him, Zephyr still had a cold expression on his face. Zephyr looked at Whitebeard in front of him with a look of regret, and continued to speak coldly. 7 years ago, your son killed so many of my students and broke my arm. Now, I will break your arm and kill all the pirates under your command. In this way, the grievances between the two of us can be settled. The rest of the bill, I'll settle it with you slowly after the protagonist of this good show. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in Zephyr's eyes. Immediately afterwards, the White Spirit Time 0 starts. Time is slowed down at this moment. Before Whitebeard could react, Zephyr cut off the opponent's right arm holding Tien Kongyan directly. In an instant, blood gushed out. World's strongest man. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Broken arm. Next moment. On the surrounding battlefield, then came the hysterical screams of the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Daddy. Chapter 78 Rocks. Chess piece, the moment when despair really comes. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. Dad. With Whitebeard's right arm severed by Zephyr. The severed arm fell to the ground together with the Amakongyan held in its hand. The hysterical shouts of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly came from the surrounding battlefield. Even the marine soldiers were stunned. They never imagined the most powerful man in the world, Whitebeard, to be cut off by Zephyr so easily. For a time, the battlefield was boiling. Marine shouted and applauded. Pirates here are gloomy and worried. Marco, Joe's and other team captains saw this scene. He was even more impatient to rush to Whitebeard's side. So that when facing the enemy, he was confused. Caught by Kizaru Aokiji and others. The already disadvantaged battle situation has also become more difficult. Looking at it like this, the team captains will soon be defeated. Not to mention the common members of the Whitebeard pirates. Under the crushing force of many times more than one's own side. Coupled with the chaos caused by Whitebeard's broken arm. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were even more defeated. The casualties were heavy, it can be said, on this battlefield at this moment. In addition to Roger's advantage against Garp, all the rest of the pirates are inevitably caught in a disadvantage that may be defeated at any time. If this trend continues, it won't be long before the pirates will be completely defeated. This will be a big victory for Marine. After seeing the current situation clearly, the morale of the Marines has been boosted a lot. On the execution stand, Ace, bound by seastone chains and kneeling on the ground, looked at everything below. The expression on his face was full of pain. Father, because the family. Sorry, it's all my fault. It's all because I didn't listen to dissuasion and insisted on going my own way, which made everyone fall into the current situation. Ace buried his head deeply. Tears continued to drip down the execution platform. He muttered to himself blatantly. At the same time, in front of live screens around the world, the people couldn't help but burst into cheers. Cool, so cool. The former Marine Admiral Zephyr is too strong. First defeating the duo of Rayleigh and Jabba with ease, and now severing Whitebeard's arm. Even the battle situation in Marineford seems to have turned around because of Zephyr's joining. I didn't expect that even the Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates teamed up, and they are still no match for Marine. Looking at it this way, even if the remaining 4 Emperor's pirates come, I'm afraid there will still be no return. That's what I said, but can I stop the crow's mouth? If the other 4 Emperors really come, it will be another fierce battle. Seeing the battle situation in Marineford, the people who yearn for peace and hate pirates all applaud. For them, the defeat of the Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates is undoubtedly the best ending. On the battlefield of Marineford, the brutal battle continues. Whitebeard, whose arm was severed by Zephyr, looked pained. Obviously, first experienced the relapse of old disease. Now he, whose arm was cut off again. The state at the moment is already extremely bad. Ha ha. Whitebeard gasped heavily and staggered twice. The blood was still flowing from the broken arm of the right arm. Advertisement. Across from him, Zephyr was not in a hurry to continue his attack on Whitebeard. As he said earlier, the remaining accounts still need to be settled slowly after the real protagonist appears on the stage. As for who the so-called protagonist in his mouth is, there is no doubt that it is the Rocks. After merging with the dragon blood and transforming into a hybrid, Zephyr is no longer the man he used to be. Today, he has become a loyal subordinate to Rocks. And what he's doing now. In fact, it was all according to the plan that Rocks asked. We are constantly laying the groundwork and warming up for the final appearance of Rocks. Cutting off Whitebeard's arm was also to teach the other party a lesson first. In order to make Whitebeard pay for his betrayal. Let him feel what true despair is. Zephyr can't kill each other so quickly just yet. This war has been going on till now. The real highlight has not yet begun. Only when Rocks shows up in Marineford, This is the moment of despair. Before this, chess pieces including Zephyr, Roger, etc. It's just responsible for pushing this stage play facing the world to one climax after another. Zephyr just stood silently in front of Whitebeard. There is no intention of rushing to continue attacking the opponent. And Whitebeard got more respite as a result. The strongest man in the world has an unprecedentedly serious expression at this moment. He scanned the surrounding battlefield with his eyes. Watching the members of the Whitebeard pirates, his dear sons. Heavy casualties continued to occur under Marine's ferocious offensive. Looking at all this, Whitebeard just felt as if his heart was bleeding. That kind of pain was even more profound than the pain of a broken arm. It looks like I'm going to be planted here today. Whitebeard sighed helplessly inwardly. Even he couldn't see any hope of winning from the current situation. Naval Headquarters is really well prepared this time. It will take far longer than he imagined to gather the troops. Moreover, Zephyr's strength has completely exceeded his expectations. This war waged to rescue Ace. From the present point of view, they Whitebeard pirates can be said to be completely defeated. If there are no reinforcements strong enough behind. So whether it's the Whitebeard pirates, or the Roger pirates, there's a good chance they'll all be wiped out here at Marineford. At this moment, Whitebeard even seemed to have foreseen his own death. He took another deep breath, then turned his gaze away from the surrounding battlefield. Falling back to Zephyr in front of him. Who is the protagonist you mentioned? Whitebeard asked in a deep voice, staring into Zephyr's eyes. The other party had mentioned the real protagonist of the so-called good show several times before. It made it hard for Whitebeard not to be curious about it. Judging from the other party's tone of voice, that so-called main character obviously couldn't be the Five Elders. It seems to be in existence with a deep grievance with him. This reminds Whitebeard of Rox again. Before that, he had vaguely guessed, since even Roger can be resurrected. Advertisement. So why not Rox? Could it be that the main character that Zephyr mentioned is Luke's? However, if the opponent is really Rox, why is Zephyr, who is a Marine, standing on the same front with the opponent? This war is really full of too much fog. Confusing. Whitebeard just wanted to figure out what was going on before he died in battle. Facing his question, the opposite Zephyr replied indifferently. As I said, you'll find out when the show really reaches its climax. Before then, enjoy the screams of your dear sons. With that said, Zephyr sneered. This approach is also the meaning of Rox. The reason why Whitebeard was not killed so early. Except if you want to keep the other party. Let it witness the return of the Rox beyond. Also because, for a strong man like Whitebeard, death is not something to fear. Sometimes it is even a relief. In Rox's plan, Whitebeard, who betrayed him, would not die so happily. It is necessary to make the other party suffer more torture. And for Whitebeard, who values his family very much, let him watch with his own eyes his crew members and sons fall one after another in front of him 380. It is undoubtedly a good torture process. Now, watching the members of the Whitebeard pirates keep falling. The pained expression on Whitebeard's face also became more and more intense. Seriously injured, with his remaining left hand, he picked up Ama no Kumo that had fallen to the ground. It seems that they want to help their crew members. However, how could the law allow him to succeed? Seeing his body move slightly, he stopped Whitebeard's movement. As I said, before the real drama begins, you just stay here and watch your dear sons die one by one. Zephyr's tone was cold, and Whitebeard's mood sank to the bottom again. With Zephyr blocking him, it was impossible for him to escape. On the execution stand, Sengoku looked at the great battle situation on the battlefield below. I couldn't help thinking to myself, let this war end according to this trend, and hope that there will be no more troubles. Although the current battle situation looks good, the balance of victory seems to have tipped in their favor for Naval Headquarters as well. But Sengoku still dare not be careless. Because he knows. There are still many forces eyeing this war. For example, the Golden Lion Pirates. Another example is the Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates, who have already confirmed that they have reached an alliance to avenge the Rox. And the Red Hair Pirates, whom Marine never got any information about. These forces have not yet appeared. And as soon as any of them show up at Marineford, this battle situation may change again. So even now, don't be careless. However, as if to confirm what Sengoku thought in his heart. Next moment, Sengoku's eyes are keen to notice. On the sea far ahead of Marineford, another pirate ship suddenly appeared, heading fast towards Marineford. See, Sengoku's expression stretched a little with difficulty. It sank again suddenly. Chapter 79. The redhead is shocked. What the hell is going on here? Open black lens bracket. Kneeling to subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Damn it, I'm really afraid of something. Sengoku looked at the pirate ship on the sea far ahead of Marineford, and his expression suddenly became gloomy. He was still worried just now, afraid that other forces would come out to disrupt the situation. Disturb the advantage that Marine has finally established. As a result, the next moment, Marineford has welcomed a new guest. A very tough pirate group. When Sengoku noticed an anomaly on the distant sea surface. Watching soldiers on the observation deck at Marineford Harbor also noticed this scene. The lookout soldiers suddenly changed their expressions. Then he immediately picked up the loudspeaker and shouted loudly. It's not good. New enemies have appeared. It's the red hair pirates. The loud broadcast spread throughout Marineford in an instant through the broadcast of the phone bug. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked towards the sea in front of Marineford in surprise. Subsequently, they see, on the far sea, a huge pirate ship is heading here at an extremely fast speed. On the mainmast of the pirate ship, a pirate flag is flying in the wind. The logo on the pirate flag is very obvious. Everyone is no stranger to this. It was a skull with 3 red scars over the right eye. Almost everyone present recognized it immediately. That's exactly the same as the Whitebeard pirates. It is also one of the 4 Emperor's pirates, the logo of the Red Hair pirates. And the pirate ship that was heading towards Marineford. It is the main ship of the Red Hair pirates, the Red Force. After seeing the identity of the person who came. For a while, the battlefield in Marineford was boiling again. Whether marine or pirate, everyone was surprised by the arrival of the Red Hair pirates. What's going on? Why are the Red Hair pirates here? Do they also want to intervene in this war? I heard that the red-haired Shanks used to be an intern on Roger's pirate team. Could it be that he also came to rescue Roger's son? I think this is very possible. But in this way, the strength of the pirates will increase a lot. The advantages we have built with great difficulty may be destroyed because of the arrival of the red hair pirates. The scale of this war seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Will the big mom pirates and beasts pirates appear later? If that's the case, the situation will be terrible. For the arrival of the red hair pirates, the marine soldiers felt a new pressure while being shocked. Originally, they had been able to completely suppress the combination of the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates. Seeing that the victory of this war is about to be won. As a result, at this time, another red hair pirates popped up. The situation of this war suddenly became complicated again. What will be the end result? No one knows. Contrary to the pressure the marine soldiers felt. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates was very excited when they saw that the people who came were actually the red hair pirates. Although they still don't know what the purpose of red hair pirates coming here is. But one thing is certain. That is, there is absolutely no way the red hair pirates are here to help Marine. As pirates, the red hair pirates have been on the opposite side of Marine from the start. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In this situation, the arrival of the red hair pirates is definitely a good thing for the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates. And, Shanks was once an intern on the Roger pirates. This is a well-known fact. And at this moment, advertisement. The Roger pirates are on this battlefield. Even Roger is there. With the relationship between Shanks and them, the two must stand on the same front. So the red hair pirates are fast-tracking towards Malindo. It is undoubtedly a great help for the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. There is hope to help them break through the current predicament and turn the whole situation around. With this hopeful mood, the pirates also began to look forward to the early landing of the red hair pirates. At the same time, on the sea far ahead of Marineford. Above the deck of the Red Force, the red hair pirates are gathering here. Headed by 4 Emperors Redhead Shanks, Vice Captain Beckman, Sniper Usopp, Combatant Lajaloo and others are among them. Boss, Marineford is ahead, and I don't know how the Whitebeard pirates are fighting with Naval Headquarters. The chubby lackey roadside gnawed on a big piece of flesh and said to Shanks who was at the front. Shanks stood at the bow, looking at Marineford in the distance. As Marineford's inner harbor's edge has been raised with a tall enclosing rampart. Therefore, Shanks couldn't see the specific situation on the Marineford battlefield at the moment. He could only see the highest point at Marineford Square. Above the execution platform, Ace kneeling on the ground and Sengoku standing aside. Seeing such a scene, Shanks said slowly. Ace has not been executed yet, it seems that this war is not over yet. I hope we're not too late. Since I have been on the sea before. Therefore, Shanks and others do not know what happened in Marineford. The purpose of Shanks coming this time is also very simple. Just want to prevent the continuation of this war. He knows very well, large forces like Naval Headquarters and Whitebeard pirates. Once they fight, they will definitely die endlessly. But no matter who wins or loses in the final result. It will inevitably have a great impact on the balance that has been maintained in this sea before. Shanks doesn't want to see that happen. I don't want to see the imbalance between the forces on this sea. So, here he is. Shanks' status is very special, although being a pirate. But even if he is on the side of Marine and world government. In fact, they can have some right to speak more or less. Shanks believes, if it is up to him to stop it, whether it is the Marine or the Whitebeard pirates, they should all give themselves a face. Let this endless war end early. With this idea in mind, the Red Force drove the Red Hair pirates at full speed towards Marineford. Soon, the Red Force has already arrived under the tall encircling barrier. Battlefield at Marineford. At this moment, it is behind the tall surrounding barriers. And before such obstacles, naturally, the elite red hair pirates cannot be stopped. Under the leadership of Shanks, everyone quickly jumped to the top of the barrier with ease. Standing on such a high place, the Marineford battlefield below is now unobstructed. Shanks and others also began to quickly look at the battlefield below with their eyes. I want to see how far the battle is going at the moment. And this does not look at it. A view. The whole red hair pirates was stunned. Even Shanks himself had a look of astonishment on his face. On the battlefield below. Advertisement. Not only did the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates not land on the execution square in Marineford. Instead, they were constantly forced back by the surging Marine army. Has been forced to the last side of the ice. On their retreat. There are still many corpses lying here and there. Most of them, at least 70 to 80%. They are all the corpses of pirates. There is no doubt that the Whitebeard Pirates were killed and retreated steadily. How so? How could the Whitebeard Pirates be killed so badly? Looking at such a scene, everyone in Red Hair Pirates was a little surprised. You know, it's a Four Emperors pirate group. Even though Naval Headquarters is stronger. The Whitebeard Pirates couldn't have been killed so badly, could they? And in their doubts, next moment, they saw an even more shocking scene. Somewhere down there on a battlefield, Whitebeard is battling Naval Headquarters ex-Admiral Zephyr. And at this moment Whitebeard is actually holding the knife in his left hand. The right arm is empty. What's happening here? World's strongest man Whitebeard. Bewitched. Who has such strength? Could it be the Zephyr who is fighting it? Is Zephyr so powerful? Look again. Afterwards, everyone saw it on another battlefield. Akainu, one of the Marine admirals, is slowly approaching a certain position. In that position, there were two figures struggling to get up from the ground. Everyone looked intently and was taken aback by the identities of the two men. Pluton Rayleigh, and Zhao's Jabba. Even the left and right wrists of the One Piece came. And he was beaten so badly. Who did it? Everyone in the Red Hair Pirates looked in that direction. Both Rayleigh and Jabba were scarred. His face was also very pale. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. First Whitebeard lost his arm. Then Rayleigh and Jabba were seriously injured. How could these people be beaten so badly? What happened on this battlefield before? At this moment, everyone in Red Hair Pirates was full of doubts. Immediately afterwards, the Deputy Captain Beckman suddenly said. Shanks, did you find out? Not just Rayleigh and Jabba, but the rest of the Roger Pirates seem to be here as well. Hearing this, everyone from Red Hair Pirates also noticed it. Everywhere on this battlefield, there are also many faces of the remnants of the Roger Pirates. This discovery surprised everyone again. But at the forefront of them. Redhead Shanks, after hearing what Beckman said. But it didn't give any answer. He stood there dumbfounded, his eyes fixed on a certain battlefield below. Over there are two figures fighting fiercely. Together, it's Marine hero Garp. And another, Captain Roger. How can this be? Chapter 80 Armistice. Stop shit. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. Now, on the surrounding ramparts on the edge of Marineford's inner harbor. The red-haired Shanks, one of the Four Emperors, led the entire Red Hair Pirates to stand on it. Condescendingly overlooking the entire Marineford battlefield. Shanks' eyes were fixed on somewhere on the battlefield. The look of horror on his face was beyond words. Over there. There is a figure that Shanks is all too familiar with, fighting the Marine hero Garp. Captain Roger. How can this be? Looking at Roger who was fighting Garp below. There was disbelief in Shanks' eyes. Captain Roger, who was executed by Marine more than 20 years ago. How could it appear on the battlefield of Marineford? And got into a fight with Garp. And look at the reaction of the people around. Doesn't seem surprised at all by Roger's presence. It was as if he had accepted the fact that the other party was resurrected. What exactly is going on? Looking at the scene below, Shanks was full of doubts. He just felt as if he was in a dream. Could it be that Captain Roger, who has been dead for more than 20 years, is really resurrected? And brought the disbanded Roger Pirates to Marineford to save people? With such doubts in mind, Shanks was the first to jump down from the high wall. Came to the battlefield at Marineford below. While the rest of the Red Hair Pirates saw this. They also followed Shanks to the battlefield below. Without any announcements, Shanks headed for the battlefield where Roger and Garp were fighting at the fastest speed. At this moment, he has completely forgotten the purpose of this future. Instead of preventing this war and maintaining the balance between the major forces. Shanks now wants to know more about Roger who is fighting Garp. Is it true that Captain Roger is back? Or is someone pretending to be Captain Roger 123? Amidst such doubts, Shanks rushed forward quickly. And at this moment, an angry shout came from the side. Red Hair, stop for me. Accompanied by the shout of anger, there was an incomparably hot breath. Great eruption. Akainu, who was planning to deal with the seriously injured Rayleigh and Jabba. After seeing the appearance of Shanks, he quickly shifted his target. As soon as Akainu came up, he sent Great Eruption directly at the position where Shanks was. Want to block the opponent's footsteps. But in the face of the huge magma meteorite that was attacking him quickly. But Shanks didn't stop there. Didn't even glance in Akainu's direction. Continue heading straight to where Roger is. Next moment. Just when Akainu's Great Eruption was about to hit Shanks. A figure suddenly appeared between the magma boulder and Shanks. It was Red Hair Pirate's mate, Ben Beckman. Akainu, I can't let you disturb our leader. Ben Beckman carries a long gun over his shoulder. Facing the rapidly approaching magma boulder, he actually grasped the muzzle of the spear directly. Did not shoot. Instead, he swung the spear like a long stick. On the gun body, the jet black armament hockey quickly wraps around it. Instantly turned an ordinary spear into an extremely hard weapon. Advertisement. Subsequently, the pitch black spear was swung by Ben Beckman. It smashed hard on the oncoming magma boulder. In an instant. Under such a powerful impact, the huge magma boulder. It was directly smashed into countless magma rubble. Cash scattered on the surrounding ground. Akainu, I advise you to stay there obediently and don't disturb our captain's actions. After negating Akainu's blow, Ben Beckman then turned the gun. Pointing the gun at Akainu not far in front of him, he said in a deep voice. As the deputy captain of the Red Hair Pirates, Ben Beckman naturally knows Shanks very well. After seeing Roger's presence and Shanks' reaction, he just knew what Shanks was thinking at the moment. In this case, Ben Beckman naturally couldn't let anyone interrupt Shanks' actions. Not far from the opposite side, Akainu, after hearing what Beckman said, can't help but snorted coldly. HMPH, Ben Beckman. Since you want to stop me, then I will deal with you first. As he spoke, Akainu took another step forward, moving towards Ben Beckman. However, although what he said was particularly imposing, but judging from the extremely serious look on Akainu's face, apparently he didn't take Ben Beckman lightly. Akainu is very clear. As the first officer of the Red Hair Pirates, Ben Beckman is not weak. It can even be said that it is very strong. Red Hair Pirates are all 4 Emperor's pirates. The only pirate group with double 4 Emperor's combat power. And except for the 4 Emperor's red-haired Shanks, another 4 Emperor's power of the captain is Ben Beckman. Now, against such a formidable opponent, Akainu's heart is also not easy. But obviously, for Bakaman's threat, it's also impossible for him to just stand still like Kizaru in the original book. As a result, a fierce battle soon broke out between the two. With the strength of the two, it is not an easy task to decide the winner. At the moment, they can only restrain each other. And at the same time, the people of Red Hair Pirates also took action one after another. Some of the members, like Beckman, responsible for stopping the Marines who want to block Shanks' footsteps. While the other part, it started to quickly support the Whitebeard pirates in a big headwind. Although Shanks did not issue specific orders, but given the current situation on the battlefield, the folks at Red Hair Pirates also knew exactly what they needed to do. With members of the Red Hair Pirates joining, the pressure on the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates also eased a lot. No longer being killed and retreating like before. But, if you want to use this to win back a city, if you rush into Marineford's execution square to rescue Ace, there is still a lot of difficulty. The other side. Under the tacit cover of the crew members, Shanks is like entering no man's land. Soon came to the location where Garp and Roger fought. Captain Roger. Advertisement. Shanks stood aside. Looking at Roger who was fighting with Garp, he called out in a low voice. Hearing this, Roger turned his head to look at him. Then with a trademark grin, Taguchi said, "Yo, it's Shanks. I haven't seen you for more than 20 years, you have grown so big. Listening to Rayleigh and the others that you are now one of the 4 emperors like Whitebeard, that's amazing." Roger has always had the upper hand in his fight with Garp. So totally able to dedicate energy to talking to Shanks. Hearing what Roger said, looking at the signature smile and familiar expression on the other person's face, Shanks suddenly felt unreal. It's true, Captain Roger. Although only a few short exchanges. But Shanks has already identified the person in front of him. After all, the demeanor, tone, and expression are exactly the same. And seeing Garp's reaction on the opposite side, Shanks also became more determined in this idea. Captain Roger, how did you come back to life? After confirming the other party's identity, Shanks couldn't help asking. Roger responded with a smile. It's a long story, and I'll explain it to you later. Shanks nodded, and didn't ask any more questions. Suddenly, Roger spoke again. Heard Rayleigh, you entrusted my straw hat to a boy. Hearing this, Gu Kessie was stunned for a while. Then slowly opened the mouth and said. Yes, his name is Luffy. Captain, do you know? Luffy, he actually said exactly the same words as you did back then. I think he must be the inheritor of your will, that's why I entrusted that straw hat to him. Hearing Shanks' answer, Roger burst out laughing. Luffy, sounds like a fun kid. I have a hunch that I'm afraid it won't be long before I see him. Quote. After Roger finished speaking, Shanks was still waiting for any response. Garp on the opposite side was furious and said. You fart. That kid Luffy was brought on by you and Shanks. And Ace too. I have to be some kind of pirate. If you had listened to me and joined Marine obediently, these things would not have happened now. Being pressed and beaten by Roger before, Garp was already suffocated. Now I heard Shanks mention Luffy to Roger again. Garp was even more angry, blowing his beard and staring. And for Garp's reaction, neither Roger nor Shanks paid much attention. Roger turned to look at Shanks and said, I can handle this alone, you can help others. Even with your participation, it will not be easy for us to win this war. Hearing what Roger said, Shanks nodded slightly. Then turned and left. Now that we have figured out that the person in front of us is the real Captain Roger, then Shanks has nothing to worry about. Although I don't know why the other party will suddenly come back to life. But right now Shanks is more concerned with ending the war. I saw his figure move again. No one can stop him quickly across the crowded battlefield. Came to the execution square in Marineford. There is only a short distance to the execution platform where Ace is. Then, Shanks looked at Sengoku on the execution platform, and said loudly. I'm here to end this war. It's not going to do any of us any good if this war goes on like this. I hope everyone can give me a face. Let's stop the war. Shanks' voice was very loud and spread to every corner of the battlefield. Everyone who was fighting was stunned when they heard his words. Sengoku on the execution platform showed a complex expression, as if he was thinking about how to respond. However, he did not wait for him to speak first. A deafening sound suddenly came from somewhere on the battlefield. Stop the war. Stop the fart. Chapter 81 Undead. Sengoku's concerns kneeling to subscribe. Stop the war. Stop the fart. This sudden roar made everyone on the field stunned. Even Shanks himself was taken aback. Good guy. I only sacrificed the ability to save face a second ago. In the next second, someone actually scolded him so mercilessly, regardless of his own face. My face is useless. Shanks couldn't help frowning slightly, and looked in the direction where the voice came from. The rest of the people also looked in that direction. The person who yelled at Shanks was beyond everyone's expectations. It turned out to be Luogia who was fighting Garp. I saw that Roger changed from his previous laughing and carefree appearance at this moment. Seriously looking in the direction of Shanks, said in a deep voice. Shanks, do you think war is a child's play, a play? This war has been doomed from the very beginning. Between Marine and Pirate, there is no end to death. There is no longer any room for détente between us. You still want a truce. It's too naive. Roger is eloquent and his voice is extremely loud. Everyone present heard what he said clearly. Can't help but nodded. Yes, war is no child's play. How can it be said that a truce is a truce? If they just stop, so what counts for the lives of comrades who died in previous battles? What is the bloody battle they have been fighting for? As Roger said, from the beginning of this war, between Marine and Pirates, it is doomed that one party must completely fall. Never die. What's more, this war is still being broadcast live in real time to the whole world at this moment. How many people are looking forward to the outcome of this war? How many people yearn for peace and hope that Marine can wipe out all the pirates? Even Marine, who is on the opposite side of Roger, agrees with his statement very much. So, lots of it. Whether it is a Marine soldier or a pirate on the battlefield. They all shouted loudly one after another. That's right. There can be no truce. These pirates dared to invade Marineford and challenge the majesty of Naval Headquarters. How could they just let them go? These Marines killed so many of our brothers. Today I either die here, or I will avenge those dead comrades. There is also the revenge of the broken arm of the old man, which must be avenged. This war will never end without death. Unless all these Marines pirates are wiped out, this war will never end. The cries of such and such were heard endlessly, resounding throughout Marineford. On the execution stand, Sengoku's expression looked complicated. Originally, after hearing Shanks' proposal for a truce, he also paused, hesitated and thought for a few seconds. Because he felt that what the other party said was indeed reasonable. Also, Shanks has a special status. Even the 5 elders have to listen to each other sometimes. So Sengoku hesitated for a moment, whether to accept and adopt the proposal of the other party. Yet before he even made up his mind, Roger was the first to speak out. And just a few words aroused the emotions of everyone in the audience. Both Marine and Pirates have firmly expressed their will to reject the truce. Under such circumstances, Sengoku can't say anything more. Even if he is the Marine Marshal, it is impossible to go against the will of the public at this moment. So, his eyes froze. Advertisement. Looking at Shanks below with a serious expression, he said in a deep voice. Shanks, as you can see now, there is no room for any de-escalation in this war. Even if it's your proposal, I can't accept it. But I still hope that you don't get involved in this war and leave with your red hair pirates. Sengoku issued an exhortation to Shanks. If you can. Sengoku really didn't want to conflict with the red hair pirates. Except for the reason of Shanks' special status. One more 4 Emperor's pirates joined. It will undoubtedly increase the pressure on Naval Headquarters a lot. It was hard to see the situation that was about to win. Maybe there will be some reversals because of the other parties joining. That's not what Sengoku wants to see. However, at this moment, Shanks didn't care what Sengoku said to him. His eyes were fixed on the direction where Roger was. The expression on his face was somewhat astonished and puzzled. It never occurred to him. Facing his proposal, the first one to stand up and refute himself on this battlefield. It's actually Captain Roger. That's not Captain Roger's style. As an intern who has been in the Roger Pirates for several years, Shanks knew Roger's character and demeanor very well. Logically speaking, Captain Roger couldn't possibly say that he would never die with Marine. How do you feel that Captain Roger's personality is a little different from before after he's resurrected? At this moment, Shanks couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. Previously immersed in the joy of reuniting with Captain Roger, he didn't pay much attention to Roger's too. But at this moment, he was vaguely feeling something is wrong with Captain Roger. But specifically, he couldn't tell the reason. You can only observe it later for a while. Well, in that case, let's fight. Shanks sighed resignedly. Immediately a decision was made. Apparently, he didn't heed Sengoku's dissuasion to stay out of the war. When I first arrived in Marineford, he had already seen the situation on the battlefield clearly. Except that Captain Roger still has some advantages in the battle against Garp. The rest of the pirates are at an absolute disadvantage. If it continues like this, the pirates may even be completely wiped out. And that's not what Shanks wants to see. If the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates are all wiped out by Marine here, then the balance of this sea will be greatly affected. Shanks came here this time to try his best to prevent such a thing from happening. In his opinion, if the war can be ceased under the proposal he made just now, nature is the best. But now that the plan for a truce has been completely shattered, then Shanks can only stand on the side of the pirate camp. The result of avoiding the destruction of the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates happened. On the execution stand, Sengoku clenched his fists involuntarily after seeing Shanks' decision. It seems that things are still going in the worst direction. With the addition of red hair pirates, today's naval headquarters is equivalent to facing 3-4 emperors level pirates. Sengoku only felt a sudden surge of pressure. Zero looking for flowers. Advertisement. Actually, it's not bad if it's just these 3 pirate groups. With our adequate preparations this time, it is not impossible to deal with it. But if there are other forces coming to meddle behind, I'm afraid things will get worse. Sengoku looked down at the battlefield, worried. If only the red hair pirates intervened. Sengoku thought it was acceptable. After all, their preparations were quite sufficient this time. Before red hair pirates appeared, Marine has completely gained the upper hand in this war. The Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates have been killed and retreated steadily. Moreover, there are actually many strong players on Marine's side who haven't made a move yet. For example, Crane and Kong sitting on the high platform. And Sengoku himself. And, Sengoku also knows. In addition to sending reinforcements led by Kong, the 5 elders. Even the CPO, the top spy organization of the government of the world, also under the sign of the 5 elders, sneaked into Marineford quietly. At this moment, those powerful guys are lurking in the surrounding corners. Once the situation on the field begins to develop in an uncontrollable direction, CP0 will act in time to save the situation. Therefore, just the addition of the red hair pirates, it is not enough to completely change the situation of this war. But what Sengoku is most worried about at the moment is the enemy's naval headquarters has to deal with may not be the only forces on the field at this moment. A few days ago, they received the information, said that the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates formed an alliance. Kaido and Big Mom are coming to Marineford to avenge the rocks. After that, the air pirates appeared in Wano. Conflict with Kaido's Beast's pirates. But after this information, the undercover agent Marine sent to the Beast's pirates never heard back. Even Marine took the initiative to contact. Still can't get in touch with each other. This worries Sengoku a bit. I don't know what's going on with Wano. In case the Golden Lion doesn't stop Kaido. In case the conflict between the Flying Pirates and the Beast's pirates is over. So does it mean Marineford will welcome more new enemies? If the Big Mom pirates and the allies of the Beast's pirates do show up in Marineford, there will be no Flying Pirates led by Golden Lion to join. Then it will be a disaster. The battle situation will go to the worst situation. This is what Sengoku is most worried about now. And that's when Sengoku was concerned. Shanks on the battlefield below has drawn his saber griffin from his waist. He walked slowly towards the battlefield where Whitebeard and Zephyr were. It looks like he wants to help Whitebeard deal with Zephyr. After all, Whitebeard's status can indeed be seen at a glance. Not only was his arm broken, but he was also seriously injured. It's already a bit of a dead end. If you leave it alone, the world's strongest man may not last long. However, just when Shanks was ready to help Whitebeard, on the high platform in the distance, there was a figure slowly getting up. At the same time, Dao's loud voice came out. Red hair, let the old man be your opponent. Chapter 82 Kong strikes. The Straw Hat Pirates are coming. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. Just as Shanks was about to go to the rescue of Whitebeard who was in trouble. On a high platform in the distance, a figure slowly got up from the seat. Strong body, old face. A head of white hair stands up like a mountain shape. The muscles all over his body are even bigger and stronger than Garp. It is the former Marshal of Marine, and now the Commander-in-Chief of the whole world's government, Kong. After seeing the red-haired Shanks ready to join the fray, Kong, who had never made a move before, finally couldn't sit still. He slowly stood up from the high platform seat. With a pair of eyes staring straight at Shanks below, he said in a deep voice. Red hair, let this old man be your opponent. At the same time as the voice fell, Kong also jumped from the high platform. The robust body directly landed heavily on the battlefield below like a cannonball. Landed in front of Shanks. It's Marshal Kong. I didn't expect that Marshal Kong would also make a move. The former Marine Admiral, the former Marine Marshal, the current Commander-in-Chief of the entire army. This is another true legendary. If the Marshal is free to shoot, what if the opponent is Shanks the Red Hair? Even if the Red Hair pirates join this war, the ones who will win in the end will still be our Marine. As Kong joined the battlefield, the Marine soldiers became excited. There are not many opportunities to see Kong, the Commander-in-Chief of the army, make a move with his own eyes. For them, this is undoubtedly an honor. Kong came to Shanks. His figure is much taller and stronger than Shanks, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Red hair, although you have a special status, But if you insist on joining forces with those pirates, then let this old man deal with you personally. Kong said in a deep voice, aggressively. On the opposite side, Shanks held the Western Sword Griffin and responded with a smile. It's meaningless to talk about anything else now. I will do my best to prevent this war, even if the opponent is you, I will do my best. After the voice fell, Shanks moved first. The saber in his hand was swung out, and Ling Lai slashed towards the opponent. Armor color and Conqueror's Haki are all wrapped around the blade. Obviously, he didn't have any intention of keeping his hand. As soon as it comes up, it uses the Conqueror's entanglement attack. Shanks, Conqueror's Haki is extremely powerful. Even among the 4 emperors, his Conqueror's Haki is the fishiest one. And, among other things, Shanks' swordsmanship is also quite good. Even compared to Mihawk, the world's #1 great swordsman, it's not too far behind. The two had often sparred in swordsmanship before, and were both enemies and friends. The slash with Conqueror's Haki entwined in front of him is quite terrifying. In the face of such an attack, Kong on the opposite side didn't dare to be careless at all. Seeing him look serious, he snorted coldly. Advertisement. The next moment, the originally very strong body suddenly began to swell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge monster covered with brown hair. It looks like a huge orangutan. Zone monkey fruit phantom beast species King Kong form. This is the devil fruit ability that Kong has. King Kong is a powerful monster in Legendary. Not only has a huge body, the defense is also extremely amazing. Even with countless shells bombarded, it is also impossible to break through the defense like a copper wall and an iron wall on his body. This is where the title of Kong, owned by Kong comes from. At this moment, Kong, transformed into a giant King Kong, suddenly swung a palm at Shanks' slash. On the huge palm, the jet black armament Haki is entwined. At the same time, there is Conqueror's Haki, although not as good as Shanks, but not much worse. As the former Marshal of Marine, now the Commander-in-Chief of the whole army. He can be said to be a natural leader. And how could it not be Haki from Conquerors? The huge palm fell down with a bang, as if covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Just this palm. It is enough to smash and explode a marine warship in an instant. Next moment, the giant Vajra palm collided with the tyrant slash. An incomparably frightening impact erupted. The whole Marineford trembled violently. The ground beneath his feet began to crack. And above that sky, the cloud was once again split in half by the overflowing Conqueror's Haki. The battle scene between the commander-in-chief of the army and the youngest 4 emperors is shocking. Looking at such a scene, the people on the surrounding battlefield, as well as the people watching the live broadcast in front of the live broadcast screen at this moment, couldn't help expressing their emotions again. Look, the sky has split open again. The battle between the top powerhouses is really terrifying. This battle was fought so fiercely that the sky of Marineford has been split countless times just today. Not only that, but there are more and more cracks on the ground under our feet. I'm afraid that if the fight continues like this, the entire Marineford may be completely torn apart and sink to the bottom of the sea. This war is absolutely unprecedented. 2 4 Emperors pirates, plus 1 Roger pirates, against Naval Headquarters plus the army of the world government. I didn't even dare to think about a war of this scale before. Whether it is warriors on the battlefield, or the people in front of the live broadcast screens of islands around the world. After seeing the scene of the battle in front of me, I couldn't help expressing various emotions. And at the same time, in view of the current situation and situation of Marineford, everyone is also engaged in quite intense speculation and discussion. You said, since the red hair pirates are here, will the other 2 4 Emperors pirates led by Kaido and Big Mom come to join in the fun? If even the remaining 2 4 Emperors pirates come to Marineford, then this war will be a real world war. All the most powerful forces in the entire sea are gathered together, and the scene is shocking enough just to think about it. However, if the Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates really come to Marineford, I'm afraid the current strength of the Naval Headquarters will not be able to deal with it at all. Advertisement. According to the current situation, it is already the limit for Naval Headquarters to deal with Roger, Whitebeard, and Red Hair 3 pirate groups at the same time. If there are 2 more 4 Emperors pirates, it will be impossible to deal with it. After seeing the appearance of Red Hair pirates who are also 4 Emperors, everyone couldn't help but start guessing. Will the remaining 2 4 Emperors pirates also appear in Marineford? After all, whether it is Big Mom or Kaido, these 2 4 Emperors don't look like they are some kind of quiet masters. Point 0. At the moment Marineford is the center of the world's attention. Such a battle, such excitement. There is no reason why Kaido and Big Mom don't come to join in the fun. And if they really come, then the scene will definitely become more exciting. Having said that, I think that if the Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates really come, they may not be in the same camp as Whitebeard. Kaido and Whitebeard have had a long-standing grievance. This is a well-known fact in the sea. The Beasts pirates and the Whitebeard pirate group have been in constant conflict over the years. Therefore, even if Kaido came, it is impossible to stand by Whitebeard. Yes, the relationship between the Big Mom pirates and the Whitebeard pirates is also very bad, but the relationship with the Beasts pirates is not bad. If these 2 4 Emperors pirate groups really come to Marineford, then the situation on the battlefield is likely to become a 3-legged situation. That scene seems to be very interesting. There is just one thing that I can't understand. Why is the relationship between Kaido, Kaido and Whitebeard so bad even though Whitebeard, Kaido and Big Mom are all from the Rocks Pirates. The specific reason, I am afraid that only they, the parties, know. I'm more curious about another thing. There were so many strong men under the Rocks back then. The scale of the Rocks pirate group is stronger than that of any four emperors pirate group. How could it be disbanded for no reason? How did that Rocks, known as the overlord of the sea, get killed? Also, tell me, since even Roger the Pirate King has been resurrected, is there a possibility Rocks is also resurrected, and will also appear in Marineford later? As everyone continued to discuss fiercely, their thinking became more and more divergent. Everyone began to speculate about various possibilities. And curious about how this much anticipated war will continue to develop. On the battlefield of Marineford, the battle between Shanks and Kong continues. Shanks kept 5.1 swinging a series of slashing and domineering strikes. Kong, who had transformed into a giant King Kong, met the attack with a pair of huge and extremely hard palms, and he didn't lose the wind in the slightest. The strength of the two is evenly matched, and it is not an easy task to decide the winner. However, Kong did not intend to decide the outcome with Shanks. Due to the special status of the other party, Kong didn't intend to defeat each other from the beginning. All he had to do was to hold back Shanks' actions and prevent him from intervening in other battlefields. When Kong and Shanks were fighting hard, other places on the battlefield will still be fighting fiercely. Rayleigh and Jabba, who were badly injured, were stopped by Naval Headquarters' two quasi-admirals, Momoshige Gion and Kaka. Ben Beckman holds Akainu back. The participation of other members of the Red Hair Pirates. It also reduced the pressure on the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates. However, the situation is still not optimistic. It is even more difficult to rescue Ace. And at the same time when such fierce battles continued. On the sea beyond Marineford, another pirate ship slowly approached from a distance. On the pirate flag waving in the wind, it's a skull logo wearing a straw hat. Chapter 83 The completely reborn Straw Hat crew fell from the sky. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. On the sea in the distance of Marineford, after the appearance of Whitebeard Pirates, Roger Pirates and Red Hair Pirates. Another pirate ship came rapidly from afar. Go straight in the direction of Marineford. This pirate ship is not big in size. Whether it is compared with the Moby DK of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Oro Jackson of the Roger Pirates, or the Red Force of the Red Hair Pirates, it is much smaller. The bow of the ship is a sun-like and lion-like shape. On the pirate flag that is waving in the wind, it's a skull logo wearing a straw hat. Without a doubt, it is the Straw Hat Pirates led by Luffy.
At this time, on the deck of the Sunny, all members of Straw Hat crew gathered here. Luffy sat on the lion's head at the bow, staring at Marineford who appeared in the distance, dazed. Luffy, Naval Headquarters Marineford is right in front of you. Behind him, Hang Poseidon Nami reminded suddenly. Robin on the side also said slowly, there is still about an hour before the public execution time set by Marine. Luffy, don't worry too much, Ace should not be in danger now. Hearing this, Luffy who was sitting on the bow of the boat suddenly got up. He returned to the deck and stood in front of everyone. On weekdays, he was joking and laughing, but at this moment he was extremely serious. Luffy looked at the partners in front of him, reached out to put on the straw hat hanging behind him, and pressed it. Then he said in a deep voice, everyone, thank you for willing to accompany me to save Ace. The next battle may be very dangerous, so be careful. The tone is 20 rare serious, while saying these words. Luffy couldn't help but think of the fiasco at Sabaody Archipelago a few days ago. At that time when facing Marine Admiral Kizaru. There is no resistance at all, if the Golden Lion hadn't suddenly appeared and rescued them. Maybe the current Straw Hat crew should have been arrested by Marine long ago? It was also the fiasco a few days ago, let Luffy understand how weak their strength is. Understand how big the gap between them and Marine Admiral is. Just a Marine Admiral, it is enough to make the whole Straw Hat Pirates fall into a desperate situation. And now, in order to rescue Ace who is about to be publicly executed, they're heading to Naval Headquarters Marineford. There are 3 Marine Admirals, in addition, there are many other powerful opponents. How dangerous this operation is, Luffy knows very well. Therefore, he is rarely so serious, he wanted to save Ace, even if it cost him his life. This is true, but Luffy is also unwilling to see what accident happened to my partners in order to help me rescue Ace. In front of Luffy, Straw Hat crew also nodded seriously after hearing Luffy's words. They were very clear about what Luffy was thinking. On the side, Usopp saw that the atmosphere seemed a little serious and dignified. So he waved his hands with a smile and said, I said that there is actually no need to put on such a serious expression. It's true that the enemy this time is very strong, but we are no longer what we were a few days ago. Since merging with that group of dragon blood, our strength has been greatly improved. It's no exaggeration to say it's reborn, advertisement. In this way, we will be able to successfully rescue Ace. Usopp's words instantly eased the atmosphere on the court a lot. Chopper also echoed. Yes, Usopp was right. After undergoing the transformation of the dragon blood, my strength has become much stronger. No matter what kind of enemy we face, we will never lose again. Sanji escaped a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out and held it to his mouth. Then he took out a match, lit the cigarette, and took a deep breath. Speaking of which, Those so-called dragon bloodlines are truly miraculous. They can actually make us so much stronger in just a few days. What's even more amazing is that it can give us so many strange abilities without using Devil Fruit's ability. Even my most coveted abilities, as Sanji said, he suddenly changed from his previous serious expression to a nympho with a heart in his eyes. Seeing his appearance, Nami seemed to remember something. Suddenly showing an angry look, he directly raised his hand and gave Sanji 2 punches. If you don't tell me, I'll almost forget, Sanji, if you dare to use that ability to sneak into the bathhouse and watch us take a bath next time, you will die. Robin on the side also nodded noncommittally. You perverted cook, even the abilities obtained from the blood of the Dragon Clan are used for such dishonest purposes. Zoro also couldn't help complaining from the side. Sanji suddenly became furious. What did you say? You green algae head, believe it or not, I will kick you into a meat sauce. I think it's more likely that I cut you in half first, you curly eyebrow. Soon, Zoro and Sanji, a pair of enemies, were beating each other. And the rest of the Straw Hat crew didn't have the slightest intention to step forward to break the fight. Hey ho 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 ho, it seems that everyone's spirits are very good, and I couldn't help but get excited. Although I'm just a bone, I don't have HEO da da da. Brook also delivered one of his signature bad jokes at the right time. Frankie pushed his sunglasses and gave Luffy a thumbs up. Luffy, don't worry, I've checked the Sunny thoroughly and everything is fine. After Ace is rescued, this ship will definitely be able to take us out of here as soon as possible, without any worries. Follow the words of everyone in the Straw Hats. The atmosphere on the deck of the Sunny also instantly relaxed a lot. Luffy looked at the scene in front of him, and listened to the support and encouragement of his partners. A smile appeared on his face again. That's right. Now we are no longer what we used to be, we will be able to successfully rescue Ace. That being the case, let's keep going at full speed towards Marineford. Oh, with Luffy's order, Sunny carrying the Straw Hat crew. Start heading towards Marineford at top speed. The front edge of the inner harbor is blocked by a huge encircling barrier. It looks like there should be a big battle going on inside. We have to find a way to get in. Soon, everyone came to the edge of Marineford's inner harbor. Came to the raised huge surrounding barrier. The huge surrounding barrier blocked the way of the Sunny. Also makes the Straw Hat crew invisible to the Marineford battlefield. Only the sound of fierce fighting could be vaguely heard from inside. Don't worry, this brick wall will not trouble our Nico. Frankie, who was at the helm, said confidently to everyone. Then, I saw him turn the rudder in front of him, started a pass operation. Meanwhile, Sunny's energy chamber. 3 full barrels of coke began to continuously deliver energy to the Sunny. At the stern of the Sunny, a surge of surging energy continued to accumulate. Everyone, stand still, advertisement, we're getting ready to take off. Wind come spray shoot, as Frankie's voice fell. Next moment, a powerful storm burst out from the stern of the Sunny. That powerful recoil, in an instant, the entire Sunny was sprayed into the air. The Sunny was directly above the high altitude, and easily crossed the huge surrounding barrier. Immediately afterwards, from the sky, straight down to the battlefield at Marineford below. Now, Marineford. Sengoku, who was on the execution platform, immediately noticed the abnormality in the sky. He looked up sharply. I saw a pirate ship appearing over Marineford. That is. Sengoku looked extremely serious, narrowing his eyes slightly. I want to see who the uninvited guest is this time. Is Kaido and Big Mom's alliance? Or the flying pirates of the Golden 373 Lion? However, when he saw the pirate flag hanging above the pirate ship clearly, his eyes suddenly opened wide, incredible written all over his face. That's the Straw Hat Pirates, grandson of that Garp guy. Why are these guys here? Sengoku muttered angrily to himself. And Ace, who was kneeling beside him, naturally heard Sengoku's words clearly. He raised his head suddenly, his eyes also full of horror. Straw Hat Pirates? Is it Luffy? Ace stared blankly at the Sunny which was falling high above the sky. Seeing the flag symbolizing the Straw Hat Pirates, I was shocked. He really didn't expect that even Luffy came here. As for why the other party came here, you don't have to wonder if it's to save yourself. While shocked, Ace was full of worries, he who kneels on the execution platform. But he has witnessed everything in this war from beginning to end. It is precisely because of this that he is more aware of how dangerous this battlefield is. Even his old man Whitebeard, it is now in a state of self-defense. Come here with Luffy's strength, it's just asking for death. Thinking of this, Ace couldn't help but began to worry about the safety of Luffy and others. At the same time, high above Marineford, after the Sunny lost the power to jet from the wind, it just fell straight down towards the battlefield below. The Straw Hat crew were all thrown out of the deck accordingly. Constantly falling rapidly down in the air, Luffy took the lead and landed at the forefront of everyone. Even at high altitudes, he still found Ace from the huge battlefield below at a glance. At this moment, Luffy's eyes fixed on Ace on the execution platform. Then he took a deep breath and shouted, Ace. I'm here to save you, shouts, resounding throughout Marineford. Chapter 84 Everyone's shocked, Nami's words. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. Ace. I'm here to save you, Luffy's shouts resounded throughout Marineford in an instant. For a moment, everyone on the battlefield was shocked. What's going on? Where's the sound? Look at the sky, is that a pirate ship? How did the pirate ship go to the sky? Look at the logo of the pirate flag, it seems to be the Straw Hat Pirates led by Monkey D. Luffy. Straw Hat. The same supernova who P***** Diophanes lobby and Celestial Dragons in the Sabadi archipelago? How did they show up in Marineford too? Judging from the shout just now, it seems that the Straw Hat Boy is also here to fight Fire Fist Ace. These guys are really good at attracting, however, a mere Straw Hat Pirates is nothing to the scale of this war, and should have no impact. After the Marine soldiers were a little shocked by the sudden fall of the Straw Hat Pirates, they stopped paying attention. Although the Straw Hat Boy is still famous nowadays, he is a member of the most evil generation of pirates. The bounty is also as high as 300 million berries. But, with the current size of the Straw Hat Pirates, it is nothing at all on this battlefield where the strong gather. If big moms like Big Mom or Beast's pirates come, they may also feel flustered. But in the eyes of the public, the addition of a Straw Hat pirate group can't make any waves at all. Therefore, the Marine soldiers didn't pay too much attention to it. However, although the Marine soldiers of the common didn't care about the arrival of the Straw Hat Pirates, but many big names on the field, after seeing Luffy and others falling from the sky. But it was not so calm. Gecko Moria is controlling the zombie army and fighting with the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates. Look up at the Straw Hat crew that is constantly falling from the sky. The expression on his face was shocked at first, and then quickly turned into anger. Straw Hat Boy, I didn't expect us to meet so soon. I still remember the hatred from last time, this time, I will not let you go. Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, said viciously. Thinking that he was actually defeated by this group of people not long ago. Even the zombie army that he worked so hard to build was almost humiliated by the other party. Moria was so angry that her teeth itch, seeing the appearance of Luffy and others at this moment. He can't wait to go forward and teach the other party a serious lesson immediately, to avenge his shame. The other side, Hawkeye Mahawk, who was fighting Foil Vista, also noticed the arrival of Straw Hat crew. His evil-like eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes fell on Luffy and Zoro. Straw Hat, and Noah Zoro, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. It seems that you have grown a lot during this time. However, this battlefield is still a little too early for you. Hawkeye murmured a few words to himself, and then continued to fight against Vista in front of him. In fact, with Hawkeye's strength as the world's #1 swordsman, if he fights seriously, Foil Vista may have already lost. But the fight has been going on for so long, Hawkeye has no intention of defeating the opponent at all. It's just to suppress and restrain the opponent's actions. After all, for Hawkeye, he doesn't care who wins or loses this war. He didn't even think about how much effort he really had to put in. Just pick a makeshift opponent and do 2 tricks, just pretending. Advertisement. It is enough to be able to cope with the summoning order of Marine and the world government. It is for this reason that Hawkeye has been fighting Vista for so long. And like Hawkeye, who are obviously paddling, there are Kizaru and Aokiji. The 2 admirals were also from the very beginning of this war, fighting with Marco and Jose, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. But until now, their battle did not produce any results. Moreover, this is when Marco, Jose and others have been distracted by Whitebeard's injuries several times. If this kind of battle had been replaced by Akainu, it would have ended long ago. On the other hand, look at Akainu at this moment. The admiral, who possesses extreme justice, first fought Whitebeard really hard. Now they are fighting fiercely with Ben Beckman, who also has the strength of the Emperor. The successive battles also caused Akainu to suffer a lot of injuries. A marine uniform and justice cloak have become even more tattered. Look at Kizaru and Aokiji, even their hairstyles are not messed up. Now, these 2 Moyu admiral, who had more or less dealings with Straw Hat crew. They also noticed Luffy and others who fell from the sky. Both Kizaru and Aokiji had surprised expressions on their faces. Oh, it's Straw Hat crew, it's amazing how dare you come to Marineford. Both Kizaru and Aokiji made similar sighs, then continued to fight with the opponent in front of you. The other side, Shanks was also drawn to Luffy's voice. When he saw that the person who fell from the sky was actually Luffy, the expression on his face was a little shocked. Luffy? Didn't expect even him to come, it seems that he has assembled a group of good partners. But this battlefield is too dangerous for Luffy now. Shanks couldn't help but feel a little worried about the safety of Luffy and others. At the same time, some attention was paid to them. Once he finds that Luffy and the others are in danger, he will rescue them as soon as possible. Same. Garp and Roger, who were fighting, also noticed the arrival of Straw Hat crew. Roger glanced at Luffy and the others, with a mysterious smile on his face. It's finally here, Straw Hat Boy, he whispered to himself. Judging from his tone, it seems that the arrival of Luffy and others has long been foreseen. However, Garp, who was opposite him, did not notice the abnormality of this sentence. Garp's eyes and mouth widened at this moment, staring blankly at Luffy falling from the sky. There was a look of hell on his face. Luffy? How did this brat come here? Garp's mood was startled and angry at the moment. Seeing his great-grandson actually ran to this purgatory-like battlefield. As a grandfather, he is also extremely worried, he must have come here to save Ace. But, with the strength of this stinky brat, what can he do? It's just a death in vain. Garp knows how terrifying this battlefield is. Even the 4 emperors like Whitebeard came and almost confessed here. With the strength of Luffy and his group, it is impossible to rescue Ace. There may even be annihilation of the entire army. Thinking of this, Garp couldn't help but began to worry about Luffy's safety. He didn't want to see Luffy die in front of him too. The execution of Ace has caused the marine hero to suffer a lot. Advertisement: if even Luffy, his grandson, dies on this battlefield by then. Garp thinks he might go crazy, among the different reactions of everyone on the battlefield. Straw Hat crew also fell from a high altitude very quickly. Under the action of gravity when they were about to reach the ground. The speed of the fall was already terrifying, if it hit the ground directly like this. Rubber people like Luffy and physically strong monsters like Zoro and Sanji are probably fine. But those with weaker bodies like Nami and Usopp. It will definitely be thrown badly, and even serious injuries may be possible. But strangely, the usual timid trio of Nami, Usopp and Chopper. At this moment, there was no scream at all, he looked very calm. Next moment, just when they were about to hit the ground hard. I saw Nami raised his hand slightly, a gentle air current then appeared under everyone's bodies. The airflow is constantly flowing at high speed. Dissolve all the powerful impact generated by the falling of the crowd silently. Then everyone landed on the ground steadily and lightly. But before everyone can make a move, the marine soldiers around have been waiting for a long time. The erected guns were aimed at the Straw Hat crew who had landed. Backquote: bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the rain of bullets and gunfire all over the sky attacked Luffy and others. It seems to want to swallow them all in it, however, in the face of such ferocious firepower. Straw Hat crew didn't make any moves. There is neither evasion nor the intention of defending. Next moment, the dense bullets and artillery fire had already arrived in front of everyone. It was about to swallow them up, however, and at this moment. The force is like a wall hitting the moon, in midair, some distance away from the Straw Hat crew, it exploded. The billowing smoke completely submerged the figures of Luffy and others. But when the smoke dissipated, Luffy and the others seemed to be fine. The ferocious firepower did not cause any harm to them at all. Around them, the high-speed rotating airflow is constantly surrounding. A transparent air barrier formed. It was it that blocked all the previous attacks. Word spirit. Clean land. Inside the air barrier, Usopp, Chopper and others looked at Nami, and couldn't help sighing. Nami, your words of the clean land are really strong. Jumping down from such a high altitude, being surrounded by so much firepower, nothing happened at all. Even in the past few days of practice, everyone has already seen the magic of the spirit. But at this moment, he still couldn't help sighing again. Nami smiled slightly. After merging the blood of the dragon and awakening the power of speech, we will definitely be able to help Luffy rescue Ace. Everyone also nodded. That's right, Luffy, don't worry, we will be able to rescue Ace. Hearing this, Luffy grinned. Then looked straight ahead at Ace on the execution platform ahead. His eyes are firm and his expression is determined. Ace, wait for me there, I'll be right there. Chapter 85. The audience is stunned. What exactly did they go through? Open black lens bracket. Kneeling to subscribe. Close black lens bracket. After a shout, Luffy initiated the charge first. Quickly rushed towards the direction of the execution platform. The other members of the Straw Hat crew followed closely behind him. During the process, a large number of marine soldiers continued to attack Luffy and others. But these common marine soldiers, even the Straw Hat crew without enhancements can handle it with ease. So it didn't have much blocking effect. Seeing, Luffy and others are getting closer and closer to the execution platform where Ace is. Straw Hat boy, I didn't expect to meet you here. This time, I will never let you run away again. I want to arrest you in the name of justice. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from not far away. Immediately afterwards, a figure also quickly struck from that direction. It was quickly blocked in front of Luffy and others. The man had 2 cigars in his mouth, and smoke was coming from all over his body. It's Straw Hat crew's old acquaintance, Smoker. As Marine, Smoker was also called to join the war. With the power of Logia smoke fruit, his performance on this battlefield is also quite good. And when he saw the Straw Hat pirates falling from the sky, I can't help but be shocked by it. Then, make up your mind. Be sure to arrest Luffy et al. Here, in order to arrest the Straw Hat crew. He chased him all the way from the town of Rog in East Blue to the Grand Line. During the period, Luffy and others escaped from their hands several times. This much to Smoker's chagrin. Therefore, no matter what this time, he must arrest the other party. They will not be allowed to escape again. Ah, it's the Smoke Man. Seeing Smoker suddenly standing in front of him, Luffy couldn't help sighing. But judging from his expression at the moment, 950 doesn't seem to take Smoker too seriously. If put in the past, Luffy, who suffered several losses in front of Smoker's incomprehensible smoke fruit ability. The first time you see Smoker, you will show a look of panic. But now, this is not the case. Luffy didn't stop when Smoker blocked his way. The speed did not slow down at all, and continued to move forward. At the same time ready for battle. See, Smoker couldn't help but feel a little strange. He frowned slightly and bit the cigar in his mouth. What's the matter with this guy? Looking at him like this, it seems that he is planning to attack me. Has he forgotten that all his attacks have no effect on me in Logia? It seems that this guy still doesn't have a long memory. Seeing that Luffy was going to attack himself, Smoker only thinks that the other party is too eager to save Ace. Thus, he forgot the lesson of having suffered several losses under his own hands. He didn't pay much attention to Luffy's upcoming attack. Next moment, Luffy, who was running, suddenly shook his arm. Afterwards, his rubbery arm was compressed several times like a pump. Immediately afterwards, the blood in the body began to flow faster. There was also a layer of crimson on Luffy's skin. At the same time, wisps of steam continued to emerge from his body. Into second gear. Advertisement. After entering the second gear, Luffy's speed skyrocketed. The figure suddenly disappeared from Smoker's sight. It's shaved. I didn't expect Straw Hat to even master the shaving in Marine 6 styles. Smoker recognized it at a glance. Luffy's high-speed movement that makes his figure disappear is exactly one of the Marine 6 styles. This surprised him a little. There is no doubt that the Straw Hat Boy in front of him has become much stronger than the last time he met in Alabasta. But even so, Smoker still didn't panic too much. HMPH, even if you have mastered shaving, how fast is it? Without mastering hockey, it is absolutely impossible for your attack to hurt me, a Logia Devil Fruit capable user. Facing the disappearing Luffy, Smoker didn't try to capture the opponent's figure. There is no intention of defending and evading. Just standing there, keeping his body elemental, waiting for Luffy to attack. At the same time, prepare to attack with 10 hands of seastone weapons. Next moment, Luffy's figure appeared in front of Smoker as if teleported. He stretched out his arms and punched Smoker's body that turned into smoke. Rubber, JET pistol. The arms stretched backwards were quickly retracted, and a punch was aimed at Smoker with the icy fist wind. And above that fist, there seems to be a jet black energy medium wrapped around it. At this moment, Smoker's eyes suddenly opened wide. A strong sense of crisis surged into my heart instantly. He stared wide-eyed at Luffy's striking black fist, shock-ridden in his eyes. That's the armed-colored hockey. How can it be? Smoker was shocked. There is no doubt that the Straw Hat Boy in front of him has mastered the means to attack the Logia Demon Fruit power, the armed hockey. But how is this possible? Before the distance, the two met in Alabasta. At most, only 2 or 3 months have passed. You know, Luffy knew nothing about hockey at the time. Might not even know hockey exists at all. How did he, in this short period of 2 or 3 months? Have you mastered the armed-colored hockey? At this moment, Smoker's heart was full of doubts and horror. From Luffy's brazen punch, he felt an extremely strong sense of crisis. Subconsciously, he just wanted to dodge and dodge. However, it was too late. Boom. The punch wrapped around armament hockey hit Smoker's elemental body hard. The elementalization that was once invincible in the face of Luffy is now completely ineffective. Smoker took Luffy's punch well. For a moment, Smoker felt nothing but a severe trauma to his abdomen. Stomach upside down. CACG. Then he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The figure flew backwards quickly like a shell being blasted out. It fell heavily on the ground in the distance. Under Luffy's blow, Smoker passed out directly. On the battlefield not far away, seeing this scene, Tashigi couldn't help but let out a cry. Smoker Commodore. How did this happen? The Smoker Commodore got punched by the Straw Hat Kid? Not long ago, he was powerless in front of the Smoker Commodore. For such a scene, Tashigi was also full of puzzlement. And at the same time Luffy punched and knocked Smoker out. Another 2 huge figures quickly attacked from the battlefield on both sides. Aim straight for Luffy. Advertisement. One of them is Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He. Straw Hat Kid. I have to settle the account with you at the Thriller Bark before. Moria, holding a pair of huge scissors, quickly struck from not far away. Shadow fighters transformed from shadows lurk at his feet, waiting for an opportunity to move. Obviously, Moria wanted to take this opportunity to seek revenge on Luffy. And another huge figure attacked Luffy. It also appears to be one of the 7 warlords of the sea as well. Bartholomew Kuma, however, there are some differences. That's not Bartholomew Kuma. It's Vegapunk's war machine pacifist based on Bartholomew Kuma. PX1. Arrest the Straw Hat crew. Behind the pacifist, Zon Taowen sternly shouted. Last time in Sabaody Archipelago, the Straw Hat crew escaped because of the appearance of the Golden Lion. This time, I will never let you slip away from me again. Zon Taowen said firmly. Then, Gecko Moria and the pacifists are double-teaming from left to right. At the same time, it attacked Luffy in the middle. And faced with such a situation, Luffy didn't care about it at all. Continue to rush straight towards the direction of the execution platform. There is no intention of fighting back against Moria and the pacifists. Smelly brat, how dare you ignore me, die. Seeing that Luffy ignored her directly, Moria couldn't help being even more angry. Raising the huge scissors in his hand is ready to stab Luffy. At the same time, the shadow warrior who was lurking under him moved out. Luffy was also targeted. The other side, pacifist PX1 also opens its mouth, points laser cannon at Luffy. However, just as they were about to launch an attack on Luffy. But 2 figures suddenly rushed out from behind Luffy. Get in the way of Moria and the pacifists. 3-sword style demon slash. Devil wind foot hyphenation point sheephead shoot, accompanied by the sound of the voices of Zoro and Sanji. The giant scissors and the ready-made shadow fighter were instantly cut off by Zoro. There was also a deep scar on the chest of Moria's body. As the blood gushed out, the 7 warlords of the sea who had caused Straw Hat crew a lot of suffering not long ago fell to the ground in an instant. Lost all fighting ability, no consciousness, at the same time. The other side. A pacifist whose body is made of extremely hard alloy. It was also directly kicked by Sanji and broke his neck. The entire machine was immediately scrapped and exploded. This scene directly stunned all the surrounding marine soldiers. How is it possible? Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the pacifists were all instantly killed by the Straw Hat crew. Since when did Straw Hat crew become so strong? This kind of strength is completely different from the information we have. After seeing the performance of Luffy et al. Just now, the Marines who didn't pay much attention to the Straw Hat crew finally felt threatened. Zon Taowen, who was not far away, was even more dumbfounded. I still remember the Straw Hat crew fiasco at the Subodhi archipelago a few days ago. This made him feel a little unbelievable. Why did these guys suddenly become so much stronger? What have they experienced in the past few days? Chapter 86 Development of Nibelungen, Rock's Plan. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. Until now, Zon Taowen still can't accept the facts before him. Obviously just a few days ago, on top of the Subodhi archipelago, Straw Hat crew is still driven to a dead end by Mr. Kizaru and the pacifists. If the Golden Lion had not descended upon me suddenly, Subodhi lands and insist on taking Straw Hat crew, Luffy and others are probably imprisoned and impelled down now. At that time Straw Hat crew, even trying to defeat a pacifist. It is also necessary to concentrate the strength of the whole regiment. It took all of its strength to barely win, but now, just now, the pacifist was kicked by Straw Hat crew's black-footed Sanji in seconds.
Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was also dealt with directly by Noah Zoro, the pirate hunter.
Even the Smoker who has the ability of Logia Devil Fruit. Also in the state of elementalization, he was directly punched out by the Straw Hat Luffy. At this moment, the strength displayed by the Straw Hat crew. It's a world of difference from a few days ago at Subodhi archipelago. How can this be? How could their strength improve so much in just a few days? This unscientific. Zon Taomaru stared blankly at the Straw Hat crew in the distance, and opened his mouth wide. There was still an unbelievable expression on his face. Could it be that what happened to them after they were taken away by the Golden Lion? But what exactly did they have to go through to make them have such a reborn change? Zon Taowen couldn't figure it out. Want to be stronger in this world. There has to be a gradual process, in addition to means like devil fruit, which may increase people's strength in a short period of time. For the rest to become stronger, it will take a long process. It takes a lot of sweat and hard work. The sudden collective strengthening like the Straw Hat Pirates has never happened before. All of this is really incredible, when Zon Taowen was shocked by it. The footsteps of Luffy and others did not mean to stop at all. They continued to rush towards the execution platform quickly. Thanks to the mysterious man that Uncle Golden Lion brought us to meet. He not only gave us a powerful dragon blood, but also let us enter the magical place called Nibelungen. In it, you can actually see what our future will look like, and help us simulate and cultivate to obtain future strength. Thanks to that mysterious man, our strength will become as strong as it is now. With such strength, we will be able to successfully rescue Ace. In the process of rushing towards the execution platform, Luffy and the others couldn't help expressing emotion again. The reason why they can have such a strong strength now. All thanks to the mysterious man the Golden Lion brought them to meet. Luffy and others still remember when the Golden Lion led them into the captain's cabin of the airship. When seeing the mysterious figure sitting on the dark throne on the high platform. How strong is that oncoming sense of oppression? That is the power that Luffy and others have never felt. Even when facing Admiral, they never felt like this. And when they saw that mysterious person, they expressed their desire to become stronger no matter what. The mysterious person first bestowed each of them with a blood-red energy. That is the blood of the Dragon Clan, advertisement. After fusing those dragon bloodlines, Luffy and others can clearly feel that. They have changed dramatically. Not only has the body become stronger under the transformation of the dragon blood. Strength, speed, defense and other aspects have been greatly improved. At the same time, each of them has obtained a special Wu Nang called Yan Ling. Besides, the mysterious man also led them enter a mysterious space called Nibelungen. In that mysterious space, Luffy and others actually saw their future self. Saw many battle scenes that took place in the future. And it was after witnessing the scene of the future. Through continuous practice, everyone has obtained future strength and means in advance. Even more amazing is that, they clearly felt that they had stayed in that mysterious Nibelungen space for a long time. But when they come out of it, the outside world has not even passed a day. In just one day, Luffy and the others underwent radical changes. This made Straw Hat crew feel like a dream. It also made them feel extremely grateful and in awe of that mysterious person. After completing this transformation, Straw Hat crew bid farewell to the mysterious man and the Golden Lion. They first returned to the Subodhi archipelago to retrieve the Sunny, which was still docked in the port. Then they set sail, headed for Marineford, and came here. Recalling these, it is obvious that it happened in the past few days. But Luffy and others all have a feeling of unreality. At the same time, they were extremely curious about the identity of the mysterious person. What kind of existence is it, to be able to possess such powerful strength and such mysterious means? I don't know if we still have a chance to see that mysterious person again? When we left the airship, the mysterious person seemed to have told us to see you in Marineford. Could it be that he will come here too? If someone as powerful as him came to Marineford, what would it be like? Luffy and others said with emotion while running towards the execution platform. Meanwhile, following the performances of Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and others, the rest of the Straw Hats also showed off their skills one after another. In addition to the strength gained from practicing in the Nibelungen, which is comparable to his own strength 2 years later. There are also various kinds of spiritual means, such as Nami's word spirit clean land, and Usopp's speech scythe Itachi, Frankie's speech bronze throne,
Brook's speech was instant, etc., with so many means.
Straw Hat Crew was all about going forward. Luffy and the others showed their talents and immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Both Marine and pirates were shocked by the strength they showed before. Kizaru, who was entangled with Marco, said in surprise. Why do you feel that these brats are much stronger than a few days ago? It's really scary. Aokiji, who had just finished a move with Joe's, also touched his head, puzzled and said. I remember when they were in Eni's lobby they weren't that strong. Garp also had an unbelievable expression on his face. When did Luffy learn hockey? While Shanks swung the knife at Kong in front of him, he looked in the direction of Luffy with a gratified smile on his face. Luffy, your growth has exceeded my expectations. Zero looking for flowers. Advertisement. A pair of eagle eyes stared straight at Zoro, who slowly retracted the 3 knives into their scabbards, and said in a deep voice. Noah Zoro, it seems that your footsteps are getting closer and closer to me. I'm waiting for the day when you overtake me. Whitebeard, who had a broken arm and was still struggling under Zephyr's hands, coughed violently, and cast a hopeful look at Luffy and the others. Straw Hat, is Ace's younger brother? Perhaps, you really have hope to save Ace. On the battlefield, countless strong men responded to the previous performance of Luffy and others. At the same time, above the sky above a certain sea area of the Grand Line, a huge island-like pirate ship is quietly floating among the clouds. It is the Golden Lion's Hikari pirate ship. It's just that on this pirate ship at the moment. Not just carrying the members of the Golden Lion and its flying pirates. Kaido's Beasts pirates and BIGMOM's Big Mom pirates are also on this ship at the moment. With the size of Haikong, it is completely capable of carrying the forces of 3-4 Emperor's pirate regiments at the same time. They are waiting quietly at this high altitude at the moment. MNM waiting for the moment of final action. At this time, the captain's room of the Haikong. Only Rox was there. As usual, he sat on the jet-black throne. The whole figure is shrouded in a pitch-black shadow. His slender fingers flicked the armrest of the jet-black throne. The sound of da-da echoed in the huge captain's room. Suddenly, Rox chuckled. It seems that everything is proceeding in an orderly manner as I thought. Although I have been in this captain's room, I have never gone out. But with Rox's current strength, the coverage of his knowledge and color perception has reached an extremely terrifying level. Everything that happens in Marineford, nothing could escape his perception. After perceiving the performance of Luffy et al. In Marineford, Rox is also very satisfied with this. Monkey D. Luffy, an important part of his plan. It is precisely because of this that he personally helped the Straw Hat Crew become stronger a few days ago. In addition to giving them dragon blood, Rox also let them enter the Nibelungen for special practice. The Nibelungen is a separate world fully controlled by the Rox. In fact, it has a lot of plasticity, to simulate the future scenario in it and adjust the time flow rate inside for people to practice as Rox conjecture about the development direction of Nibelungen. Rox let Luffy and others enter the Nibelungen for practice. In fact, it is also to take this opportunity to verify and test your own ideas. At the same time, it is also to complete a part of his revenge opportunity. But now, under his perception, after knowing everything that happened in Marineford, Rox knew that his plan was proceeding in an orderly manner. There is no mistake, it's not far away from my final grand debut. Before long, his revenge plan will be completely completed. At that time, the whole world will witness the return of the king. Those former enemies will feel the real despair. In this regard, Rox is looking forward to it. On top of the dark throne, he muttered a little to himself. Monkey D. Luffy, Warrior Joey Bowie the Liberator, Nika the Sun God. I hope you don't let me down. On Chapter 87 the last line of defense, the kill order from 5 elders. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. On the battlefield of Marineford, the Straw Hat Crew, whose strength had increased greatly, still rushed towards the execution platform with an indomitable momentum. Because at this moment, whether it is the Marine Admirals or Garp, Kong and others, they are all entangled with their respective opponents. So for a while, there seemed to be no one on Marine's side who could stop the footsteps of Luffy and the others. On the execution stand, Sengoku saw the Straw Hat Crew getting closer. He couldn't help frowning again. Garp's grandson is really not a fuel-efficient lamp. If they are allowed to continue like this, I'm afraid they will really be sent to the execution platform. Whether this public execution can be successful is related to the majesty of the entire Naval Headquarters and even the world government. We must not let them save Fire Fist Ace just like that. Even if he is Garp's grandson, there must be no mercy at this moment. Sengoku thought so seriously in his heart, immediately also made up his mind. We must stop the actions of the Straw Hat Boys, thinking in my heart like this. Sengoku's eyes froze, then suddenly jumped off the execution platform. It crashed down in front of Luffy and the others like a Mount Tai meteorite. Straw Hat Boy, next, I will not allow you to take a step forward, 017. Standing in front of Luffy and the others, Sengoku shouted angrily. His loud and clear voice spread throughout the entire Marineford battlefield in an instant. For a time, everyone was shocked. What, even Marshal Sengoku is going to take action? Marshal Sengoku is the last line of defense guarding Fire Fist Ace. Even in such a fierce battle before, Marshal Sengoku never made a move. I didn't expect to make a move now. It seems that the Straw Hat Boys are indeed a big trouble. The main reason is that Marine's other advanced combat power has been held back by other enemies, and it seems that the only ones who can deal with Straw Hat Crew are Marshal Sengoku and Crane Vice Admiral. This war has progressed so far, and it can be said that all forces on Marine's side have already entered the battle. Marshal Sengoku and the others should be able to stop the Straw Hat Boys, but if there are other new enemies coming later, I'm afraid Marine is really going to be overwhelmed. I hope there will be no new enemies. With the addition of Sengoku to the battlefield, there was another discussion on the field. At the same time, the moods of the Marine soldiers also became heavier. Because Sengoku's participation in the war means that this war has really reached the critical point the Marine can bear. Sengoku, as the Marine Marshal, acts as the last line of defense guarding the executioner Fire Fist Ace. Before Ace was successfully executed, he should have been standing on the execution platform watching Ace. It is absolutely impossible to make a move unless it is absolutely necessary. And now, Sengoku is joining the battle. This means that the time of last resort has arrived. When the Straw Hat Pirates debuted, the Marines haven't taken them as one thing yet. After all, compared with the 2 Four Emperors Pirates and 1 One Piece Pirates on the field, a mere Straw Hat Pirates really doesn't have much deterrent power. In the eyes of the original people, for this battlefield, the arrival of the Straw Hat Pirates, it's just a few more insignificant little guys. However, the facts were completely beyond everyone's expectations. The powerful strength displayed by Straw Hat Crew undoubtedly slapped everyone in the face. At the same time, Marine once again felt great pressure. So much so that Sengoku had to fight himself, in front of the execution platform. Sengoku stood majestically in front of Luffy and the others, looking menacing. Advertisement after seeing his movements, the crane on the high platform beside him. It was also an instant understanding of what Sengoku was thinking. She finally stood up slowly from the high platform seat. Then he jumped down lightly and came to Sengoku's side. After Zephyr, Garp, and Kong, the last Marine veteran sitting on the high platform was finally about to make a move. Crane came to Sengoku's side, and calmly watched Luffy and others who were rushing forward. He closed his eyes slightly and said softly, although the opponent is the grandson of that Garp guy, in this case, we don't seem to have any room left. Just hope Garp doesn't blame us for this. Aside, Sengoku nodded solemnly. Obviously the same idea as Crane. Later, I saw these 2 old comrades who had fought side by side for decades attack at the same time. Sengoku's body began to collide rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a giant Buddha as tall as the Titans. The whole body of the Buddha is still shining with dazzling golden light. Human fruit phantom beast hyphenation point great Buddha form. Sengoku, who transformed into a Buddha form, swung his huge palm violently. Slap down on Luffy and others from a high place, in the palm of your hand. An extremely strong shockwave also erupted thereafter. While Sengoku was attacking, the crane also moved. Although she looks like a weak old woman, but has an existence that even Doflamingo fears. As the most respected big sister of Marine Admiral Momoshige Gion. How could Crane's strength be weak? When Sengoku's palm is snapped, the figure of the crane also suddenly disappeared from Straw Hat Crew's sight. One of Marine 6 styles, shaved, when the figure of the crane reappears. It has come behind Luffy et al. Afterwards, she waved her hand lightly at the location where Luffy and the others were. Many transparent soap bubbles gushed out from her palms in an instant. It rushes towards the Straw Hat Crew like a tide. The appearance of this fruit when its ability is activated. It is somewhat similar to the CP9 member Khalifa that Nami dealt with in Eni's lobby before. It's not the soap fruit that Khalifa has, though, it's Paramecia Chishashi fruit. Its fruit ability is to wash enemies like clothes. And it can turn enemies into flat clothes and hang them on the clothesline. It can flush any object or life form. Washed items lose their form, and washed life forms lose their strength. Even part of the evil in people's hearts can be washed away. It can be said that this is a rather buggy ability. And in the hands of Crane, the chief of staff of the Naval Headquarters, the power is even more extraordinary. That's all. Sengoku and Suru attacked Straw Hat Crew in tandem. Under the attack of these 2 strong men, even the Straw Hat Crew, whose strength has soared, still dare not be careless. Nami launched the word Spirit Clean Land, manipulating the high-speed rotating air barrier. It resisted most of the washing fruit foam rushing from behind. Usopp, Chopper, Robin and others also launched attacks with their speech spirits one after another. Defense against Crane's fruit ability. Point 0. While ahead. Advertisement. Luffy directly entered the 4th gear. Unleash the Ape King Lance to fight Sengoku's blaster. But even with his greatly increased strength, faced with the impact of the Buddha that seriously injured the entire Blackbeard pirate group with one palm, it is still a bit reluctant. Zoro and Sanji hurried forward to help. Only then did Sengoku's Buddha's impact be successfully offset. But the confrontation between the 2 sides did not stop there. Sengoku and Suru continued to attack Straw Hat Crew one after another.
Luffy and others worked together, but they were still able to deal with it. Continue to block and resolve the attacks of the two. However, under such an offensive, it is indeed difficult for them to move on. Can't get any closer to Ace's execution block. Just when Luffy and others were fighting Sengoku and Crane non-stop. In a remote corner of Marineford where no one notices. Several guys in masks and white suits are lurking here. Quietly watching the scenes on the battlefield not far away. They are the highest espionage organization of the government of the world, CPO. Long before the war started, they had been instructed by the Five Elders to sneak into Marineford. Once any uncontrollable factors appear in this war, they will solve it immediately. Blue blue blue. Suddenly, a phone bug rang in the quiet corner. A white-masked CPO headed by took out the Vice Admiral phone bug from his suit pocket and connected. Master Five Elders, do you have any orders? The CPO asked very respectfully. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he already knew the identity of the caller. The highest authority in the world government, Five Elders. The phone bug he held was specially used to contact Five Elders. From the other end of the phone bug, an extremely deep Tato voice came out. Destroy Straw Hat Luffy at all costs. The order given by the Five Elders was succinct. Only 12 short words, but it cheered up the CP0 present. Let them kill a man at all costs. Five Elders have not issued such an order in 4.9 for a long time. Obviously, in the eyes of the Five Elders, that Straw Hat Luffy has become a huge threat. It is an existence that must be obliterated no matter what. Without any hesitation, the Crow of the White Mask replied in a deep voice, got it. Then, the phone bug was hung up. Put away the phone bug. The CPOs hiding in the dark turned their attention to the Straw Hat Luffy who was fighting Sengoku on the battlefield at the moment. In the bottom of his eyes, a murderous intent emerged. At the same time, red line, Holy Land Mariajoy. Inside the bustling palace hall, the Five Elders sit together. One of the Five Elders slowly put down the phone bug in his hand with a serious look on his face. I didn't expect that devil fruit to appear in our sight again. Judging from the performance of the Straw Hat Boy, the fruit is already faintly showing signs of awakening. If you really awaken that devil fruit, it will be troublesome. No matter what, we must nip this possibility in its infancy. Straw Hat Luffy must die. The Five Elders said so with serious expressions and incomparably fierce tones. The hall was instantly filled with a chilling and murderous aura. Chapter 88 CP0 Feet S Backstab, Luffy's Desperate Situation. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. Inside the palace of Mariajoy, the Five Elders were still discussing with a serious face. Over the years, we have been trying to find a way to recover the devil fruit. But as a phantom beast, it seems to have its own consciousness, and it keeps running away from us. Even after so many years, we still haven't been able to recover this devil fruit. I didn't expect this devil fruit to appear on Garp's grandson. At first, we didn't think it was a big deal. After all, the real name of the devil fruit has been erased by us, and the world only knows him as rubber fruit. This fruit has not awakened for 800 years. Speaking of this, one of the Five Elders suddenly sighed. I thought it would be the same this time. But judging from Straw Hat Luffy's performance in Marineford, the devil fruit is showing faint signs of awakening. Just a few days ago, Straw Hat Luffy was just a guy who couldn't fight back against Admiral. I didn't expect his strength to become so much stronger in just a few days. Among them, there is likely to be the reason why the devil fruit is about to awaken. Once the fruit in the legendary really awakens, everything will be terrible, and the world will once again fall into unprecedented turmoil. In order not to let him threaten the rule of our world government, no matter what, the Straw Hat Luffy must be wiped out. Inside the hall, as the Five Elders continue to speak, a chilling and murderous air permeated the air in an instant. That is killing intent. It is the Five Elders' strong killing intent on 20U Luffy. It's been a long time, and no one has been able to make them make up their minds that they have to kill it. The last time was 36 years ago, and the object that had to be wiped out back then was rocks. But, not the same reason why the Five Elders want to kill Luffy. 36 years ago they wanted so strongly to kill the rocks. He didn't even hesitate to dispatch all 5 of them in person. Not because of any devil fruit factors, but simply because the existence of rocks has seriously threatened the rule of the world government. The strength of rocks is so powerful, even the Five Elders have never seen it before. Even they feel, even if the devil fruit in the legendary is awakened, the threat to the world government may not be as great as rocks. Therefore, they expended so much energy 36 years ago. He even did not hesitate to join forces with the pirates to count rocks. Completely bury the opponent in the Valley of Gods. Now, 36 years later, another target that the Five Elders had to kill finally appeared. Although Luffy's threat is not as great as rocks. But it can't just be left alone. Be sure to take advantage of this war. Before the fruit of Luffy has really awakened. Get rid of it completely. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. The battle on the battlefield is still extremely fierce. We can even say, incomparably tragic. Every moment, there are Marine soldiers or pirates falling down with blood. As the war continued, regardless of pirates or Marines, it seems that they are all red-eyed. Kill all these pirates. If you dare to invade Marineford, you must let them come and go. Advertisement. Kill all the Marines and avenge the dead brothers. Must get ace out. Similar cries and fighting sounds resounding throughout the battlefield at Marineford. No doubt, now this naval headquarters, it has already turned into the most terrifying purgatory on Earth in the world. Even those people who are watching the live broadcast in front of the live screen at the moment. After seeing this increasingly tragic war, I couldn't help but feel shocked by it. This war seems to have far exceeded the expected scale. Until now, whether it's Marine or pirates, I don't know how many people have died. Marine and pirates have already invested all their forces, and they are evenly matched. If we continue to fight like this, I'm afraid we will end up with a loss for both sides. But the matter has come to this point, the two sides in the war have no way out, the only option is to die. It is conceivable that after this war, the pattern on this sea will definitely be reshuffled. Who would have thought that the original cause of this war was just to execute a Fire Fist ace? Things have developed to this point, and it is not known whether it is good or bad for the world. People all over the world lamented after seeing this scene on the Marineford battlefield. At the beginning, they may have some expectations for this war. Expect Naval Headquarters to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates. But when the war evolved to the scale it is today, they are no longer looking forward to this war, but deeply concerned. In front of the execution platform, Straw Hat Crew's battle with Sengoku and Crane continues. Although both Sengoku and Crane are legendaries of the older generation of Marine, their strength is quite good. However, under the concerted efforts of the Straw Hat Crew, who have integrated the blood of the dragon and gained strength after more than 2 years of special practice. In a short period of time, there is no way to take the other party. The tricks of these brats are really weird. During the battle, after seeing the Straw Hat Crew's newly acquired psychic abilities, Sengoku and Crane couldn't help sighing. That is different from the weird method of Devil Fruit's ability. It made these two well-informed Marine veterans feel a little puzzled. What kind of power system is this? Why have I never seen it before? In doubt, Sengoku and Crane's attacks also did not hold back. Boom. Sengoku, in the form of a Buddha, punched out again. The huge golden palm fell towards Luffy with a terrifying shock wave. On top of the devastating attack, Conqueror's Haki is entwined. Luffy in 4th gear is also not to be outdone. A Great Ape King gun blasted out fiercely. Goes head-to-head with Sengoku's Buddha shock. Zoro and Sanji also assisted Luffy. The three main forces of the Straw Hats will fight against Martial Marine together. The battle was fought ferociously. And what surprised Sengoku the most was that he found Luffy in such a fight. The strength is still improving. After withstood several attacks from his own Conqueror's entanglement. The other party has also successfully mastered this most advanced Conqueror's Haki combat skill. Sengoku can be sure, when the two sides first met, Luffy still definitely won't be entangled by Conquerors. As a result, after seeing myself using it a few times, advertisement, actually mastered it directly. This makes Sengoku can't help giving birth to the illusion that he is being a teacher to the other party. This brat's potential and talent are truly astonishing. If he is allowed to continue to grow like this, he is very likely to reach the top of this sea and become the new One Piece king. Sengoku sighed secretly in his heart. Immediately, his eyes became sharper again. As the Marine Marshal, I absolutely cannot allow this to happen. But this kid is Garp's grandson, so he can't do things too badly. It is definitely impossible to kill him, but he must be locked up and controlled. Soon, Sengoku made a decision in his mind. Immediately, his eyes narrowed, and he looked at Luffy more seriously. Then, I saw Sengoku's legs bent slightly and sank, and then he gave a sudden force. The huge Buddha body suddenly jumped up. Sengoku turned around in the air, head down. When the figure began to fall rapidly, a huge palm shining with golden light suddenly blasted downwards. From top to bottom, aimed at Luffy in 4th gear. This palm technique descended from the sky, stronger than any of Sengoku's previous attacks. Obviously, Sengoku wanted to make this battle come to an end as soon as possible. On the distant battlefield, 070. Garp saw this battle made by Sengoku. A worried look appeared on his face. He knows Sengoku very well. Naturally, he knew how powerful the opponent's palm was. He was a little worried about Luffy's safety. However, with Sengoku's character, he shouldn't be cruel to Luffy. In Sengoku's hands, it's like falling into someone else's hands. Garp sighed inwardly. From the beginning to the end, the line of sight never left the battlefield where Luffy was. Luffy, be careful, this palm is much stronger than the previous attack. Don't be careless. Beside Luffy, Zoro and Sanji reminded. Hearing this, Luffy also nodded solemnly. The three main forces of the Straw Hat Regiment are ready to fight. Looking at Sengoku's attack from the sky, he didn't dare to be careless. Soon, Sengoku's giant palm of the Buddha fell down. With a brilliant menace to Luffy, Zoro and Sanji went all out. They are all ready to attack with their strongest means. However, just when they were about to act, three figures suddenly jumped out from the shadow not far away. Came behind the crowd. Exactly CP0. Their goal is directly at Luffy. Luffy, watch out! The exclamation of the partners suddenly sounded. Zoro and Sanji reacted immediately and stopped 2 CPOs for Luffy. But even so, there is still a CPO who broke through the line of defense. The CPO came behind Luffy like a ghost. Hug it directly from behind. Lock all of Luffy's limbs tightly. Iron body. Under such a sudden attack, Luffy couldn't move at all for a while. Oops. Luffy thought something was wrong, trying to break free. But above the head, Sengoku's attack is also approaching at this moment. That palm that fell from the sky crashed down with an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. At this moment, Luffy has no possibility of evading at all. Chapter 89 Garp is furious. FKU 5 Elders. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. In midair, Sengoku, who was falling rapidly, also noticed the abnormality below. I was shocked in my heart. It's a CPO. Damn it, why are these guys making trouble at this time? Looking at Luffy, who was tightly locked by CP0 below, he secretly said something was wrong. Original. He cast this palm with all his might. It's about breaking the defense of Luffy, Zoro and Sanji. Arrest the Straw Hat crew as soon as possible. He never thought of hurting the lives of Luffy and others. But now, Zoro Sanji was dragged by 2 CPOs. Luffy was locked by a CPO from behind with an iron body, unable to move. In this situation, if one's own shot falls, then Luffy can be said to be defenseless and take his full blow head on. At that time, the opponent will be seriously injured if he does not die. That old fellow Garp didn't know what stupid things he would go berserk and do. This is not what Sengoku wants to see. However, it's too late. After the previous momentum, at this moment, his attack has no way to withdraw. There is no way to change the target either, even if Sengoku doesn't want to. Now he could only watch helplessly as his attack descended towards Luffy, who had no power to resist. Luffy. The surrounding Straw Hat crew naturally noticed this situation. They were very anxious and wanted to come forward to help. But there were several CPOs who quickly jumped out from the side. Suspend the Straw Hat crew action completely. For a while. No one had time to help Luffy. Boom. The next moment, a loud noise came out. Sengoku's giant Buddha palm has fallen. Without any suspense, it directly hit Luffy, who was locked by the CPO. The CPO retreated rapidly 1 second before the giant palm fell, narrowly dodging Sengoku's attack. But Luffy was not so lucky. This palm directly enveloped Luffy's entire body in it. Then, he slapped it fiercely into the ground under his feet. Above the ground, in direct response, a huge palm-shaped pit was blasted out. The terrifying impact entangled with the armed color and conqueror's hockey continued to rage and explode in the deep pit. The whole Marineford trembled violently. Ah! In the deep pit, there was also a burst of Luffy's screams. Taking Sengoku's full blow head on without any defense. Even Luffy, who has become stronger, will definitely not feel good. At the same time as the screams came out, Luffy's aura also began to weaken significantly. When Sengoku's attack is over, there was no sound in the deep pit. Next to the pit, Sengoku transforms from Buddha form back to normal human form. He looked at the CPO wearing the white mask in front of him with anger and displeasure. Who allowed you to intervene? Facing Sengoku's questioning, the CPO did not panic. He just pulled the brim of his hat calmly, and responded in a deep voice. This is an order from Lord 5 Elders. Straw Hat Luffy must be wiped out. Hearing the CPO's answer, Sengoku inevitably frowned. A kill order from the 5 Elders. Advertisement. Is there something about the Straw Hat that the 5 Elders fear? Since it was the 5 Elders' order, Sengoku couldn't continue to reprimand the CPO. After all, even as the Marine Marshal, he must obey the 5 Elders' orders. However, having said that, Sengoku's heart is still very unhappy. At the same time, there are still some worries. He looked down at the huge palm-shaped pit in front of him. In this deep pit, Luffy has changed back to normal from the original 4th gear form. Lie down at the bottom of the deep pit in a large font. Drenched in blood, his eyes turned white. The breath is extremely weak. Apparently he was seriously injured and lost consciousness. Looking at Luffy's appearance in the deep pit, Sengoku sighed helplessly. Now, it's hard to explain to Garp. Around the battlefield, many Marine soldiers and pirates witnessed the scene just now. After seeing it, everyone couldn't help being a little stunned. Straw Hat Luffy seems to have been killed by Marshal Sengoku. Who are those masked guys that appear out of nowhere? If they hadn't intervened suddenly, Marshal Sengoku's move just now might not be enough to seriously injure the Straw Hat boy. Those guys seem to be the highest intelligence organization of the world government, CPO. Even the CPO came to Marineford. They are an organization directly under 5 Elders' orders. It seems that the attack on Straw Hat crew is also an order of 5 Elders. I heard that Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid, is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. Now that he is being attacked by the CPO, I wonder how Vice Admiral Garp will react. There were constant voices of discussion coming from the crowd. The other side, Shanks, who was fighting Kong, also noticed Luffy's situation. He had been paying attention to the actions of Luffy and others before. Originally, I thought that if the other party was in danger, I would help. But later, after seeing the amazing strength shown by Luffy and others, Shanks just felt that he seemed to have underestimated Luffy before. Even without my own help, with the strength of Luffy and his partners, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to it later. Instead, he focused on the battle with Kong in front of him. By the time he notices the danger Luffy is in, it's too late. Even if it is him, there is simply no time to do anything. You can only watch this happen. Luffy. Shanks looked in Luffy's direction. Observation Haki sensed the extremely weak aura of the other party at the moment. There was a bit of worry in his eyes. Sudden. His observation Haki seemed to sense something. Shanks suddenly looked in another direction. There, that's where Garp and Roger are. Shanks can clearly feel, there is an extremely strong killing intent emanating from that direction. At this moment, the marine hero's expression was terribly gloomy. He fixed his eyes on the direction of Luffy, and clenched his fists tightly. Then, take a big step forward. With a strong killing intent, he walked forward step by step. The weird thing is, Roger, who had been fighting Garp all this time. At this moment, there was no move to stop him. Instead, he just stood there quietly watching Garp leave. There was also a meaningful smile on his face. Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, what are you doing? Wherever Garp passed, many marine soldiers noticed his abnormality. Advertisement. It was the first time for them to see such a terrifying expression on each other's faces. That expression, that look, that momentum, it's like being able to swallow a person alive. It made the surrounding marine soldiers shudder. At this moment, they felt that the Vice Admiral Garp in front of them seemed a little strange. Even the surrounding pirates were overwhelmed by his strong killing intent, and didn't dare to step forward to stop him. Soon, Garp came to the pit where Luffy was. Garp. Sengoku looked at Garp in this state, with deep worry in his eyes. Even he who has fought side by side with Garp for decades. It was also the first time to see Garp bursting out with such strong mood swings and killing intent. Garp ignored Sengoku's call. He jumped directly to the bottom of the deep pit. Came to the side of Luffy. He squatted down and hugged Luffy, who was seriously injured and unconscious, in his arms. Feeling the weaker and weaker breath of life in my arms. Garp's eyes were bloodshot and he was shaking. Luffy, sorry. It's all my grandfather's fault. After whispering something to the unconscious Luffy, Garp gently put Luffy back on the ground. Then slowly stood up. Relax, Luffy. Grandpa will avenge you. At this moment, Garp's eyes burst into a fierce color. Immediately afterwards, his legs kick the ground violently. The whole body soars into the sky in an instant. Returned from the bottom of the pit to the battlefield above. His cold eyes were fixed on the CPO who had sneaked up on Luffy earlier. Then, the marine hero clenched his fists. Step by step towards the CPO in the white mask. Wherever he went, killing intent permeated the air. Garp, calm down. Don't do anything stupid. Seeing Garp's actions, Sengoku's face darkened. Knowing that what he was most worried about still happened. Hastily voiced dissuasion. However, at the moment Garp simply can't listen to this. The footsteps did not stop at all. In front of him, the white-masked CPO, Good Kings, didn't move. He calmly looked at Garp who was walking towards him, and said in a deep voice. Vice Admiral Garp, killing Straw Hat Luffy is an order from Lord Five Elders. Even if he is your grandson, there can never be any exceptions. I hope you take care of yourself and don't disobey the Five Elders' orders on a whim. Otherwise, you will be at your own peril. The white mask CPU directly moved Five Elders out. In his opinion, no matter how angry Garp is, he would never dare to disobey the Five Elders' orders. After all, that is the highest authority in the world government. However, after hearing what the CPO said, Garp's footsteps not only did not stop, but suddenly accelerated. A dodge is already in front of the opponent. Immediately afterwards, the Iron Fist blasted out. Before the CPO could respond, the terrifying Iron Fist had already hit his face directly. White's mask shattered and exploded in an instant. The CPO was blown away by Garp's punch. Accompanied by the gushing blood, an extremely tragic arc was drawn in the air. After flying hundreds of meters away, it landed heavily on the ground. The face under the mask is already bloody, not human. For a moment, the audience was silent. In this silence, Garp's voice suddenly came out. FKU 5 Elders. Chapter 90 Abandon Justice. Garp and Roger join forces. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. On the battlefield of Marineford, everyone was dumbfounded. Whether marine or pirate, never thought of it. Garp, the marine hero. In front of so many people, even in the case of broadcasting live to the world. Let's fight against the CPO who represents the will of the world government and the Five Elders. The actions of the CPO are all directly under Five Elders. To some extent, the CPO is like the embodiment of Five Elders' will. As for the CPO, means disobeying the Five Elders' orders. It is against the government of the world. If pirates like Shanks, Whitebeard, and Roger attack CPO, everyone is not so surprised and amazed. After all, they were standing on the opposite side of the world government. It has been hostile to the world government from the very beginning. But now, hit the CPO by hand. But marine hero Garp. Naval Headquarters is under the jurisdiction and deployment of the world government. Even the Marine Admirals and Marine Marshal Sengoku have to obey the Five Elders. Before that, but no Marine has ever dared to disobey the Five Elders' orders. Not to mention beating up the CPO in front of so many people. At this moment, the audience was silent. There is dead silence. Everyone was so shocked by Garp's actions that they were speechless for a while. And then, Garp's FKU 5 Elders. It horrified the audience. FK, warrior, how dare you scold the highest authority in the world government like this? And, it was Garp who said it. It's a heroic Marine. The idol in the minds of countless Marine soldiers. At this moment, everything in Marineford is being broadcast to people all over the world through 550 live broadcast. People are totally unimaginable. Garp's actions and words just now. What kind of uproar will it cause all over the world? Besides, what is even more unimaginable is that, after this incident, what will the world government and the five elders do with Garp, a Marine hero? After a long silence and dead silence, there was finally an uproar on the Marineford battlefield. Damn it, did I read it right? Vice Admiral Garp just knocked out that CPO with one punch. The whole face of the CPO was beaten to a bloody mess. Judging by his appearance, it is obvious that he will not survive. It's understandable for Vice Admiral Garp to do this. After all, my grandson was attacked by others and was seriously injured and dying. If it were me, I would probably die of anger. But in this way, Vice Admiral Garp has completely offended the world government and the five elders. Now, I'm afraid it will be difficult to end. Now. After Garp punched the CPO who attacked Luffy in seconds. But it didn't stop there. Instead, he stepped forward again. Turn around and walk towards the other CPOs who are entangled with Straw Hat crew. The killing intent emanating from his body has not diminished in the slightest. It seems that he wants to settle all the CPOs. Enough. Garp. Seeing Garp's move, Sengoku couldn't stand it any longer. He hurriedly dodged to the front of Garp. Blocked his way. Sengoku. Get out of the way. Advertisement. Don't force the old man to fight with you. Garp didn't stop walking, his tone was cold. Sengoku frowned slightly, not giving an inch. Garp, you have to remember, you are a Marine. This CACG is the battlefield for fighting pirates. Straw Hat Luffy is your grandson, but he's a pirate. You seriously injured the CPO because of a pirate, openly opposing the government of the world. This is a big taboo. If the five elders blame you, you can treat your actions as a traitor on the battlefield. That's a capital offense. Sengoku spoke in a deep voice, admonishing him earnestly. I hope this can calm down Garp, who was in a rage, and stop doing outrageous things. But Garp at the moment completely ignored Sengoku's rhetoric. In his mind right now, what keeps emerging is that Luffy was attacked by the CPO before. And the scene of being seriously injured and lying unconscious on the ground, covered in blood, and weak in breath. Garp has only one thought now. That is to kill these CPOs and avenge Luffy. Sengoku, I repeat, dirty. Otherwise, don't blame me for not remembering the past love. Garp looked directly at Sengoku, and whispered. But how could Sengoku get out of the way? That's why he's been Garp's longtime friend. It is absolutely impossible to watch Garp go further and further down this wrong path. At the same time, the crane not far away also saw all of this. In this situation, she also didn't have the heart to continue entangled with Straw Hat crew. Instead, he quickly withdrew from the battlefield. Like Sengoku, he came to Garp. Garp, calm down. If we stop now, we can still say a few words for you in front of five elders, so it won't cause too much impact. But if you continue like this, you will completely fall out with the government of the world. At that time, not only will your Marine status be deprived, but your life will also be lost. Crane is also earnestly trying to dissuade Garp. But Garp remained unmoved. His eyes were piercing and his expression was extremely cold. If I can't even protect my own family, what's the point of me doing this, Marine? No matter how much you persuade me today, I must kill the CPO when gang bastards. Garp said very firmly. In fact, he made such a decision not just because of Luffy. Long after knowing the news that Ace was going to be executed, Garp once fell into deep self-blame and self-doubt. He is a dignified Marine hero. But he can't even protect his own family. So what's the point of being a Marine hero? Before that, Garp also once had a desire to abandon his Marine identity. Desperate to get Ace out. But in the end, he was still stopped by the justice that was carried on his body. Choose to do nothing. He could only watch helplessly as Ace was led to the execution platform, and was about to usher in the end of his life. However, fate does not seem to intend to let him go just like that. Even his own grandson fell in front of him now. Seriously injured. The moment I saw Luffy fall, Garp has completely lost his mind. Garp is actually very clear. There is absolutely no way the CPO would shoot Luffy for no reason. There is definitely a five elders inspiration behind this. And this means, the five elders really wanted to kill Luffy. If you do nothing, Luffy will most likely die in front of his own face. This moment, what a Marine hero, what shitty justice. All of them were left behind by him. Advertisement. CPO must die. Garp stared at Sengoku and Crane in front of him, and said again in a deep voice. Sengoku, Suru, get out of the way. But how could Sengoku and Crane give in? Still firmly blocking Garp's way. For a moment, the atmosphere among these three old friends was a bit upside down. See this scene. The Marine soldiers on the surrounding battlefield couldn't help feeling a little worried. What's the situation now? Look at this. Imp Vice Admiral is going to fight Marshal Sengoku and Jin Vice Admiral. Evidently there are still so many pirates present. Is there actually going to be a fight inside the Marine? This time, the situation is not good. Everyone said with great concern. And just when they thought Garp was about to fight with Sengoku and others, a voice sounded suddenly. Haha, Garp, I never thought you would have such a difficult day. Don't worry, I'll help you stop Sengoku and Suru. Just let go and do what you want to do. What kind of shit world government? What kind of shit five elders? Lousy disliked them decades ago. With this person's shocked voice sounded. A figure also appeared behind Garp. It's Roger. As Roger going to help Vice Admiral Garp, One Piece teamed up with Marine heroes. All of a sudden, bursts of exclamations came from the crowd. And amidst such exclamations, Roger came to Garp's side with the saber ace in hand, and smiled at him. Then, no extra nonsense. He directly attacked Sengoku and Suru in front of him. The strength shown by Roger at this moment, far stronger than when he played against Garp before. Neither Sengoku nor Crane alone can resist the opponent's attack. Only by joining forces can we barely contend with it. Seeing this, Garp was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Roger still retained his strength when he fought him just now. It also did not expect that Roger would actually help him at this time. However, Garp didn't hesitate because of this. While Roger pinned down Sengoku and Crane, his expression sank again. With endless killing intent, he walked towards the CPO who was fighting Straw Hat crew. Several CPOs were shocked when they saw this. Before seeing Garp, he punched their companions without hesitation. At this moment, they didn't expect Garp to dare to attack them because of his scruples. The enemy is now. Several CPOs quickly got rid of the Straw Hat crew and got together. Prepare to take on the menacing Garp and Straw Hat crew, without the entanglement of CPO. Finally, freedom of movement was restored again. They didn't go after the CPO. He didn't continue to rush towards the execution platform. Instead, they rushed to the deep pit where Luffy was at the first time. Compared to others, they are most worried at the moment. It's Luffy's case. However, when the Straw Hat crew came to the pit, when looking towards Luffy at the bottom of the pit, everyone was stunned for a moment. Now, in their sight, at the bottom of that pit, Luffy's body turned out to be like melting. The whole person has become a liquid feeling. And on Luffy's face, at this moment, there was actually a brilliant smile on his face. At the same time, a voice came from Luffy's mouth. Nika. Chapter 91 Awakening. Sun God Nika. Crazy 5 Elders. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. What's wrong with Luffy? Why does the whole person seem to be melting? Could it be that the attack just now was accompanied by high temperature, which melted Luffy's rubber body? But why is there a smile on Luffy's face? What happened to that sound Nika just now? Luffy, will he be alright? For a while, Straw Hat crew standing on the edge of the pit looking at the bottom, Luffy. Looking at his strange appearance and state at this moment. Everyone's faces were full of puzzlement and worry. No, whatever it is, I have to treat Luffy right away. Chopper, who is the ship's doctor, was shocked after a short period of time. Still did not forget their responsibilities. Immediately jumped into the deep pit. Take out a bunch of medicine and medical supplies from your backpack. Prepare to heal Luffy. However, at this time, there was another sound from Luffy's mouth. Nika. It's Nika again. What the hell does that mean? Luffy, do you want to say something? Chopper looked at Luffy suspiciously. At the moment, most of Luffy's face is covered by melted rubber. Chopper could only see the smile on his lips. This state is really strange and weird. Chopper, who had the Grandmaster's medical skills, was also a little confused. It doesn't matter, let's get emergency treatment first. Chopper muttered gravely to himself. Then he picked up some medicines and prepared to treat Luffy. However, treatment has not yet begun. Chopper suddenly heard another similar loud and violent drumbeat coming from Luffy's chest. What's that sound? Could it be Luffy's heartbeat? Chopper looked at Luffy's heart in disbelief. It can be clearly felt. That loud drumbeat came from there. What's going on? How did Luffy's heart beat so fast? Could it be some danger? Hearing the increasingly rapid drumming from Luffy's chest, Imba became more worried. But next moment, he suddenly felt, as the drums continued to sound, Luffy's already extremely weak aura started to become stronger rapidly. A strong vitality. With the rapid beating of the heart, it is continuously sent to every corner of Luffy's body. The wounds on Luffy's body also began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he was completely healed. Such a scene can be said to have completely dumbfounded Chopper. Can it still be like this? Luffy is already cured without my treatment. What exactly is going on? Chopper was full of doubts at the moment. The Straw Hat crew on the edge of the pit also noticed this situation one after another. Zoro narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with a serious look. Luffy seemed a little strange. Sanji lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. Then he exhaled the smoke from his mouth. Although it is a bit strange, it does not seem to be developing towards any bad situation. Nami stared at Luffy below with wide eyes, and said in surprise. Advertisement. Luffy's injuries have all healed. Is it because of the dragon blood? Usopp also exclaimed. Look, Luffy's hair has turned white. Not only that, even his clothes have turned white, and his appearance seems to have changed a little bit. Exclaiming, everyone noticed the change in Luffy one after another. Not so long ago, Luffy's body seemed to be melting, showing a liquid feeling. But at this moment, his body has recondensed into shape. It's just that there are some big differences from the original appearance. First of all, Luffy's hair, eyebrows and even clothes. They all suddenly and inexplicably turned into white. He also seems to be much bigger than before. A layer of flame cloud was wrapped all over his body. The hair is flaming and the eyebrows are curled. The smile on his face seemed to grow brighter. In the eyes of Straw Hat Crew, Luffy is like a different person at this moment. And after completing such a change, Luffy's closed eyes finally opened slowly. Completely woke up from the coma. Luffy, you're awake. Seeing this, Chopper shouted excitedly, ignoring Luffy's strange changes. Luffy turned his head and grinned at him. Hee hee, Chopper, I'm fine, don't worry. I feel better than ever. It's really interesting. Hee hee. Luffy laughed and stood up from the bottom of the pothole. Then he looked up at the top of his head. With a light leap, he jumped directly into the sky. Get out of that pit completely. Luffy didn't fight anyone in the first place. Instead, they happily jumped and shuttled on the battlefield of Marineford. Every time he jumps, the figure can jump hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters high. He didn't do anything, just kept jumping back and forth like this. Under the sun, there were shadows bouncing back and forth. At the same time, his laughter also spread throughout Yulin Fando. Ha ha ha, it's so much fun. Hee hee, this feeling is really amazing. Fun, I don't know why, but I feel very happy. What an incredible state. Luffy jumped back and forth, laughing and shouting. Such a scene, it directly stunned everyone present. FK, who is that guy? Why does it feel a bit like the Straw Hat Luffy who was seriously injured by Marshal Sengoku? But it looks a little different. I just saw him jump out of that deep hole with my own eyes. It must be Luffy in the straw hat. But how did this happen? He was attacked by the CPO and hit head-on with the full force of Marshal Sengoku, but nothing happened. It's not just that nothing happened at all. Why do I feel that he has become stronger? You can see that he can jump so high with a single leap. Is this really something a human can do? What the hell happened to that guy? What does he want to do now that he is bouncing around? On the battlefield, everyone was attracted by Luffy's actions. Watching the opponent jumping up and down on the battlefield. Everyone's faces were full of doubts and incomprehension. Garp, who was approaching several CPOs, was also stunned. He looked up at Luffy's appearance, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Is that Luffy? Is he all right? But I just saw that he was still seriously injured. And what's with this strange look? Garp couldn't help but stop. Advertisement. All the attention was shifted from the CPU to Luffy. The other side, Shanks, who was still fighting against Kong, also noticed this scene. Zero looking for flowers. There was also a look of surprise written on his face. But compared to everyone's doubts, he seemed to be much calmer. This look, has Luffy's fruit actually awakened? It's incredible. Unexpectedly, under such a mistake, Sengoku's palm actually helped Luffy complete the awakening of the fruit. Devil fruit, which has never awakened successfully for 800 years, is awakened at this moment, and I don't know how the five elders will react when they find out. I'm afraid even the beard is crooked now. Shanks thought to himself amusedly. Different from everyone's doubts, Shanks because of his special status. In fact, he knows many secrets that ordinary people, even Sengoku, Garp and others do not know. And among them, there is a secret about dry rubber fruit. Shanks know. In fact, the real name of rubber fruit is not rubber fruit. This is just a cover made up by the world government to cover up its real name. The real name of rubber fruit is actually called human fruit, phantom beast, Nika form. Nika is the sun god in legendary. Be the liberated warrior. Wherever Nika goes, she can bring laughter and liberation to people. As early as 800 years ago, a warrior named Joey Boy ate the human fruit, phantom beast, and Nika form. With the power of this fruit, Joey Boye had a great impact on the rule of the world government at that time. It even almost overturned the rule of the entire world government. After Joey Boye's death, the government is afraid of the power of Nika fruit once again posing a threat to their governance. So it was renamed rubber fruit. Cover up all the truth. And in these years, the government of the world has been trying to recycle rubber fruit. Take control of this threatening force in your own hands. However, every time rubber fruit can just escape from the hands of the world government. It's as if it has its own consciousness, deliberately avoiding the government of the world. Now, this devil fruit, which has not been awakened for 800 years. Finally, the awakening was completed again on Luffy. The power of the sun god Nika has once again reappeared in the world. Shanks predictable. The five elders must be freaking out about this right now. And just as Shanks expected, Mariajoy at this time, in the palace hall. A five elders was so angry that he slapped the coffee table in front of him. Smash that tea table into pieces. Damn, how is this possible? Nika fruit has really awakened. The CPO shot not only failed to kill Straw Hat Luffy, but also helped him complete the awakening of the fruit by mistake. What a bunch of trash. If it wasn't for that guy Garp who suddenly went berserk and rebelled, the CPO might have had time to make up for it just now. Damn it, Nika fruit has successfully awakened, and now we're in big trouble. And now everything about Marineford is being broadcast live to the whole world. I'm afraid it won't be long before Nika's story will spread throughout the ocean. This is definitely another major crisis that the world government is facing after the rocks. The five elders looked extremely serious and angry, and said in a deep voice. With Marineford's current strength, I'm afraid it can't do anything to the awakened Nika fruit. It looks like we can only do it ourselves. Chapter 92 The Action of the Revolutionary Army, The Arrival of the Mixed Race Army. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. In the palace hall of Mariajoy, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly serious and dignified. The five elders at the moment were shocked and angry. It never occurred to them. Luffy, the straw hat boy who insisted on obliterating. Under the surprise attack of the CPO, after receiving Sengoku's full force palm from the sky. Not only did not die, on the contrary, he successfully completed the awakening of the fruit ability. Let the human fruit, phantom beast, and Nika, which have disappeared for more than 800 years, reappear in the world. For the world government and the five elders, this is definitely the last news they want to see. After the greatest threat to the world's government, the rocks, had been eliminated 36 years ago. Nika fruit is undoubtedly the existence they are most worried about now. And when this worry really became a reality under their noses, the five elders couldn't sit still any longer. They who know the powerful ability of Nika fruit don't hold out hope that anyone in Naval Headquarters can handle Luffy in Nika's form at this moment. At this moment, all the forces guarding Marineford have been dispatched. Naval Headquarters has all the cards in it, plus Garp's mutiny. No one at Naval Headquarters has a hand free to deal with Luffy. If you just leave the other side alone, this war will eventually end with the defeat of Naval Headquarters and the world government. In this situation, the five elders understand. It's time for them to act again. Since the Battle of the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago, the five elders never shot again. And now, such a moment is finally coming again. Although even the straw hat boy who has awakened Nika's form is far less threatening than Rocks back then. However, I suggest that since we are about to make a move, we should just end this war in one go. Whether it's the Whitebeard pirates or the Roger pirates, since they've come to Marineford, let them go and never return. And Garp, the traitor who eats inside and outside, must be dealt with. The majesty that Naval Headquarters lost in front of the world before, was taken back by the five of us. Go to Marineford now and put an end to this farce. Let us five old bones exercise our muscles and bones after a long absence. 11. The five elders slowly got up from the sofa while talking. Everyone's body burst out with an incomparably powerful and lingering aura. This momentum, even compared to four emperors, is much stronger. As the highest authority in the world government, not only do they have the highest power in the world, at the same time, it also has the strength to surpass the entire sea. Even beyond the four emperors level. This is the main reason why the world's government can firmly sit on the dominance of this sea. At this moment, these five top experts in the sea finally decided to do it themselves. Accompanied by that powerful and lingering aura burst out from their bodies. The five elders turned around slowly and took steps. Walked out of the hall and came outside the palace. Subsequently, no more conversation. Five people stepped on the moonwalk to fly high into the sky at the same time. Fly rapidly in a certain direction. Their speed was so fast that only 5 phantoms were left in the air. In the blink of an eye, it has disappeared into the sky. And the direction they flew, exactly where Naval Headquarters Marineford is located. At the same time, the second half of the Grand Line, New World. On an island called Baldigo. On the surface, the island looks deserted. Like an uninhabited island, there is no vitality. Advertisement. The island is full of strong winds all year round, and there are white rocks and hard soil everywhere. Therefore, it has the title of the Island of White Soil. Ordinary people don't even know this seemingly barren and uninhabited island. In fact, it is the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, an organization that is a headache for the government of the world. In the center of the island, there is a large mountain made of white rock. It looked extremely barren and dangerous. And the secret base of the Revolutionary Army. Hidden inside this white earth mountain. At this moment, the secret base of the Revolutionary Army. A spacious conference room. A dozen figures sat side by side on both sides of the conference table. Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo. Bello Beatty, Commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army. Molly, Commander of the Western Army of the Revolutionary Army. Lindbergh, Commander of the Southern Army of the Revolutionary Army. Crow, Commander of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army. It can be said that all the important cadres of the Revolutionary Army are gathered in this meeting room at this moment. And in front of them, at the front of the conference table, also sitting was a middle-aged man wearing an ink green cloak and a red tattoo on the left side of his face. He is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Duo Lage. It is the existence that was once called the most ferocious criminal by the government of the world. In front of the dragon, there is also a huge projection screen. What's playing on the screen right now? Exactly what it looks like inside Marineford. Looking at the white figure on the screen that is constantly jumping and shuttling in the sky of Marineford. All members of the Revolutionary Army, including Long, were dumbfounded for a while. Shock was written all over his face. Dragon, is this straw hat boy really your son? Bello Betty, commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, couldn't help asking. Long nodded silently. There was a trance look on Sabo's face, and he muttered to himself in a low voice. Monkey D. Luffy, I always feel that I have heard this name somewhere before, and it gives me a very familiar feeling. Southern Army Commander Lindbergh couldn't help sighing. Long, this son of yours is really a surprise. There's no doubt that he looks exactly like Luca, the liberating warrior sun god in Legendary. As a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, they naturally know many mysteries that the world does not know. As for the liberation of warrior Nika, as well as the deeds of Joey Boye, the Revolutionary Army has a grasp. It is precisely because of understanding these. They will always be committed to fighting against the world's government. Want to overthrow the rule of the world government. Let this sea usher in liberation once again. Now, after seeing the Nika form shown by Luffy, the Revolutionary Army was naturally incomparably shocked and surprised. The sun god Nika reappears in the world. The drum of liberation has sounded. This is definitely a good time for our Revolutionary Army to act. Mo Lee, the commander of the Western Army, also said excitedly. Even the taciturn Northern Army commander Crow nodded and said. Moreover, Nika is actually the son of the dragon. This is definitely an arrangement of fate. Action at this time, we will surely bring the dawn of liberation to the world. While looking at the figure of Luffy on the screen, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army, they kept discussing excitedly, apparently, after seeing Luffy awaken in Nika form. These Revolutionary Army warriors couldn't sit still. In the midst of such intense discussions. But the dragon never said a word. Just silently looking at the figure of Luffy on the screen. Point 0. After half an hour. Advertisement. The leader of the Revolutionary Army slowly stood up. Seeing the dragon get up, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army who were still discussing excitedly fell silent for a moment. Because they knew that the dragon was about to issue an action order. The meeting room suddenly fell silent. Under the watchful eyes of the cadres of the Revolutionary Army. Long silently glanced at a group of people present. Then, he said in a deep voice. Order to go on, let the comrades of the Revolutionary Army assemble as quickly as possible. Our fleet is ready to sail. Hearing this, the faces of the cadres were filled with excitement. Good. The cadres responded loudly. Sabo looked at the dragon and asked. Boss, are we going to Marineford? Hearing Sabo's question. The cadres also set their sights on the dragon one after another. Waiting for the other party's answer. They are also like Sabo. Subconsciously, the dragon made them set sail for Marineford. After all, it is the center of the world's attention right now. Most of the top forces on this sea are gathering there at this moment. What's more, Nika, the sun god who has awakened, is also in Marineford. The dragon prepares the Revolutionary Army to set sail. I am afraid that they are also among the Uzumaki who are preparing to join the war. Join Luffy in his awakened Nika form to overthrow the world's rulers. Fulfill the long-cherished wish of the Revolutionary Army. However, Long shook his head slowly. No, our target is Red Line, Maria. Hearing this, the cadres couldn't help being a little surprised. Ligeia, aren't we going to Marineford? Boss, what do you mean? We took the opportunity to take the celestial dragons and the lair of the world government. The cadres asked aloud. Long nodded solemnly. That's right. Luffy has awakened Nika form, and the 5 elders guys will definitely not be able to sit still. Such a threat, they have to eradicate it with their own hands to be at ease. So 5.0 I guess, they are probably already on their way to Marineford. In addition, the world government has already dispatched a large number of elite soldiers to reinforce Marineford. So Mariajoy at the moment is bound to present a defensive void. And this is a good opportunity for us to take advantage of it. Instead of going to Marineford for a melee with unknown outcome, this is an opportunity to inflict serious damage on the celestial dragons and the home of the world's rulers. Long analyzed calmly. Even at this moment, his father and son are still on the battlefield in Marineford. But it still didn't affect his most rational judgment. Never act emotionally in front of the big picture. This is also one of the important reasons why Long can become the leader of the Revolutionary Army. After hearing this, all the cadres nodded their heads in agreement. Soon, they took action. The warriors of the Revolutionary Army assembled as quickly as possible. At the hidden port of Baldigo Island, dozens of warships are ready to go. Long boarded the head of a warship and stood on the bow. Looking at the sea in the distance, the eyes are extremely firm. And just when he was about to give the order to set sail, above the heads of the crowd, a huge shadow suddenly descended. A huge island-like pirate ship appeared above Baldigo without warning. Chapter 93 Long, the captain wants to see you. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. High above Baldigo, the island of white clay, a huge pirate ship suddenly appeared without warning. A large shadow descended heavily. All the Revolutionary Army fleets located in the port of Baldigo were enveloped in it. This sudden change, the Revolutionary Army was startled. What's the situation? What's the matter with this ship? It's as big as an island. How did such a big ship fly into the sky? How did such a big man suddenly appear?
Why didn't we notice any traces and anomalies at all before? Look at the shape of this ship, and the sculpture of the gold lion head on the bow. Isn't it the golden lion's Phaikong? Golden lion? Why did he suddenly appear here? Could it be that they are targeting our Revolutionary Army? But we have nothing to do with these pirates at all. On the decks of warships, the warriors of the Revolutionary Army raised their heads one after another. Looking at the Phaikong in the sky, he discussed in confusion. And at the bow of the first warship, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, also had a puzzled expression on his face. Why did Golden Lion come here suddenly? It was indeed reported that the Golden Lion, which had disappeared for 20 years, suddenly started to take action again, but the purpose was never clear. That Golden Lion guy, what exactly do you want to do? How did he know where our 20th Revolutionary Army is? Looking at the Phaikong that suddenly appeared, Long felt a little dignified. The other party does not appear sooner or later, it just happened to appear when he was about to lead the Revolutionary Army to attack Mariajoy. No matter how you look at it, this does not seem to be a coincidence. Could it be that the other party is trying to stop his actions? Or, is it going to war with the Revolutionary Army? Prior to this, Yin had obtained information, said that the flying pirates led by Golden Lion suddenly became active on the sea. And it is constantly challenging all forces, after defeating the opponent, bring it into your own command. From the looks of it, it seems that they are expanding the power of the flying pirates at an extremely fast speed. And now, the flying pirates suddenly descended on Baltigo. Could it be that the Golden Lion wants to annex the Revolutionary Army? Just when Long thought so in his heart, above the sky, a figure flew out from the deck of Phaikong under the eyes of everyone. Then it descended at a very fast speed, came to the front of the dragon. It is the Golden Lion Shiki. Is this guy Monkey Me, the leader of the Revolutionary Army? Looking at the dragon in front of him, Golden Lion thought to himself. As those Revolutionary Army warriors said before, Golden Lion had no previous contact with the Revolutionary Army. After all, the establishment and formation of the Revolutionary Army is also a matter of these 2 decades. In the past 20 years, however, Golden Lion has basically stayed in the original world of high-altitude powerhouses. Concentrate on studying the IQ Beast experiment, he never dealt with the Revolutionary Army at all. He even saw the appearance of the dragon from the Wano notice. I don't know what the captain is looking for this guy specifically for. Regarding the purpose of coming this time, in fact, even Golden Lion himself is not very clear. He's just following orders from Rocks, controlling Phaikong came here. As for why such a huge Phaikong suddenly appeared in the sky, there was no trace of it before. The reason is actually very simple, Ling Ling Mingqiao. This is the word spirit with the serial number 69 in the word spirit periodic table. The origin of the bloodline is the lineage of the King of Sky and Wind of the Golden Lion. The releaser can form a small field with himself as the center through the speech spirit. Light refracts in strange ways in the field, this creates an invisibility-like effect. Advertisement in fact, not long ago, Phaikong has already hovered above Baltigo. And under the influence of Yan Lingmingqiao, the Revolutionary Army didn't notice at all. There is also such a huge pirate ship parked above their heads. Until the fleet of the Revolutionary Army is ready to sail. Only then did Golden Lion remove the ability to cast shadows. Let Phaikong appear in front of everyone. Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. My captain wants to see you, come with me. Golden Lion looked at the dragon in front of him and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the dragon at the bow of the warship frowned slightly. Your captain? Long felt very puzzled by this, although he has never had an intersection with Golden Lion before. But he still knows the name of the dignified flying pirate. Such a famous pirate, how could he suddenly call someone the captain? Doesn't this mean, Golden Lion is not the captain of the flying pirates now, but has already invested in the command of others? But, who can make such a flying pirate willing to take refuge? There may have been a Rocks a few decades ago, but now, Long really couldn't think of a suitable candidate. At the same time, Long felt very puzzled in his heart. Why did the captain of the Golden Lion want to meet himself? Amidst such doubts, Long looked at Golden Lion with blazing eyes and responded. Who is the captain you are talking about, and why does he want to see me? No beating around the bush. Long straight to the point and asked the doubts in his heart. He was not familiar with Golden Lion at all, there's absolutely no need to hide it now. But, faced with such inquiries, Golden Lion did not give a clear answer. He just replied in a deep voice, when you meet the captain, you will know naturally. His tone was very cold, and he didn't seem to take the dragon seriously. As soon as this remark came out, still waiting for the dragon to respond. The few Revolutionary Army cadres behind him couldn't hold back anymore. Boss. You must be listened to by this guy, we have nothing to talk about with pirates. Ghost knows what this guy Golden Lion is up to. If he wants to do something, it's because he can't go to war. Our Revolutionary Army will not be afraid of mere pirates. The cadres of these Revolutionary Army are quite displeased with Golden Lion's attitude. However, beyond everyone's expectations, after the dragon pondered for a while, it turned out to be affirmative nod. Good, then take me to meet the captain you mentioned. Hearing this, Golden Lion suddenly smiled. Sure enough, as the captain said, you are a smart person. Come with me. As he spoke, Golden Lion turned around directly. Fly towards the flying number hovering in the sky. But Long first turned his head to glance at the Revolutionary Army cadres behind him and said in a deep voice. Don't worry, I'll go back as soon as I go. Then, it was in the eyes of a group of cadres who were surprised and puzzled. Turned into a ray of wind, floating towards the sky above. Advertisement at the same time. Naval Headquarters Marineford. The battle on the battlefield is still going on. Luffy, who had awakened Nika form, jumped on the battlefield for a while. It finally stopped slowly. This power is still very magical. But it doesn't seem like the time for joy right now, let's rescue Ace first. Luffy said to himself, then he looked firmly at Ace who was on the execution platform in front of him. Immediately afterwards, he quickly rushed towards the direction of the execution platform. However, the next moment, several figures suddenly appeared in front of Luffy. Blocked his way. It was those CPOs, While Garp was still dazed by Luffy's change, they took action again. Several CPOs have not forgotten the previous orders given by the 5 elders. Kill Straw Hat Luffy at all costs, although they don't know why Luffy is still acting like a normal person after suffering the previous trauma. It's also unclear what happened to Luffy's current form. But as the world's top espionage organization, they will never disobey the 5 elders' orders. Now that the 5 elders have told them to kill Luffy at all costs. 57,731 complete the task with a fixed price, even at the expense of life. Straw Hat Boy, you must die today. Several CPOs stared at Luffy fiercely. Without any hesitation, they blatantly launched an attack towards the opponent together. And at this moment, Garp, who was still in a daze, had already reacted. Watching several CPOs approaching Luffy again, the anger on Garp's face was unabated. How dare you hit Luffy again in front of me, you lackeys of the Celestial Dragons, go to hell. Garp let out a snarl. The figure rushed out immediately. Swinging a pair of iron fists, he attacked the CPOs from behind. However, even feeling threatened by Garp, the few CPOs didn't even intend to dodge or defend. They still face Luffy and concentrate on attacking each other together. Obviously trying to kill Luffy with one blow. I don't want the situation like before to happen again. The joint attack of several people blasted towards Luffy with mighty and invincible force. In the face of such an attack, Luffy in Nika's form didn't panic at all. There was even a bright smile on his face. Next moment, I saw Luffy's hands suddenly grabbing the ground below him. Instead, pull it up. The originally hard ground suddenly turned into extremely elastic rubber at this moment. He was pulled up from the ground by Luffy and blocked in front of him. CPO's joint attack was easily blocked in this way. And even more exaggeratedly, Luffy didn't stop there. Suddenly shook the rubber floor in his hand, immediately afterwards. Those attacks that pounded hard on the rubber floor. It was all bounced back, along the original route. He slammed towards several CPOs fiercely, caught off guard. Several CPOs were hit by the rebounding attack, and at the same time. Behind them, Garp exuding endless anger and murderous intent. A pair of iron fists has also struck. Advertisement chapter 94 What? You said Golden Lion called him the captain? Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. When several CPOs were caught off guard by an attack rebounded by Luffy. Garp also brandished a pair of iron fists and rushed from behind them. Endless anger and killing intent radiated from all over his body. Although Luffy appears to have recovered from his serious injury at the moment. It does not appear to be life-threatening, but that wasn't enough to appease Garp's anger. Not to mention, he had already attacked a CPO before. And joined forces with Roger in full view. There is no turning back for Garp today. It can be said that they have completely fallen out with the world government. In that case, it's better to do nothing, get rid of all these bastards in the government of the world. Then help Luffy and Ace escape from here, although this approach. It is undoubtedly a betrayal of the justice that Garp has always insisted on in his heart. But anyway, if you do this, he can protect his family. In any case, he has to make a choice between the two. At the beginning of this war, Garp is also able to, after going through complicated entanglements in his heart, enduring the pain and choosing to stand on the side of marine injustice. But just now, just when he witnessed Luffy being attacked by the CPU, and after the appearance of being seriously injured and almost dying, that moment, the pain and anger of losing a loved one completely replaced the justice in Garp's heart, although I don't know why. Luffy recovered from such a serious injury so quickly, and unlocked a strange form. It seems that there is no serious problem. But the painful feelings of loved ones in the previous body. Garp doesn't want to go through it again, whether it's Luffy or Ace. Garp doesn't want to see anything happen to them. Therefore, after some mental struggle, this marine hero who is admired by thousands of people and who has upheld justice in his heart all his life, finally decided to betray the justice in my heart. Completely fight against the government of the world. In any case, make sure Ace and Luffy escape from here. As for how much impact his move will have on Naval Headquarters, Garp doesn't want to think about it anymore. On the battlefield, Garp came up behind several CPOs, swinging a pair of iron fists. At this moment, the CPO was caught off guard by Luffy's rebounding attack. There is no time to get back behind the defense, then. Garp's iron fist waved dense fist shadows in midair. In an instant, the CPO and the others were completely engulfed from behind. Although the strength of CPO is very strong, but there is still a big gap with Garp. In the Wano Kuni Onijima War 2 years later in the original book, these CPOs were either instantly killed by Kaido, or die with the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. From this it can also be seen that, advertisement. Although the CPO is the highest espionage organization of the government in the world, but the strength shown is far from that of Marine Admiral. Naturally, it is impossible to be Garp, the Marine's opponent with the ceiling of combat power. Under Garp's menacing and merciless iron fist attack, coupled with the pincer attack from Luffy in the form of Nika in front, several CP0s were defeated without any suspense. They were seriously injured and fell to the ground in blood. There is no longer any possibility of meddling in this war. And such a scene, undoubtedly, everyone on the field was stunned again. Sengoku and Suru, who were fighting Roger, saw this scene. The expressions on their faces were quite dignified and serious. Garp, this guy. Confused, now, there's really no room for reconciliation between him and the world government. Not only that, but his marine status will also be stripped. Betraying the faction on the battlefield, attacking the CPO, the highest intelligence organization of the world's government with pirates, openly defying and provoking the dignity of the world's government and the five elders. These charges alone are enough to turn Garp from a marine hero to a marine sinner. Garp, Garp. Why are you doing this, as an old comrade who has fought side by side with Garp for many years? Sengoku and Crane can actually understand why the other party made such a move. Their tone at the moment is not accusation, rather worry. Because Sengoku and Suru understand, after Garp made such an act, it is absolutely impossible for the world government and the five elders to spare each other lightly. Not to mention, Garp did all this under the watchful eyes of the public. During the public live broadcast to the world, the other party has no possibility of excuse and escape. Even though Garp was once a marine hero admired by all. But the moment he hit the CPO, from a hero to a criminal. If Garp falls into the hands of the world government, then there is only one final result, the death penalty. As old friends of Garp, Sengoku and Crane are naturally unwilling to see such a result. However, there is nothing they can do about it. At the same time, whether on this battlefield, still in front of live screens around the world, there were continuous bursts of heated discussions among the crowd. My God, is it true? Is Vice Admiral Garp completely turning against the government of the world? Help the pirates to deal with Marine and the world's government in turn, and even give away all the CPOs. This time, things are really making a big fuss. How can Vice Admiral Garp, as a Marine, do such a thing? Actually, it's not incomprehensible. After all, Straw Hat Luffy is the grandson of Garp Zhonglin. My own grandson was seriously injured just now because of being attacked by the CPO, and I'm afraid I would lose my mind with anger. But even so, Vice Admiral Garp, as a marine hero, has done such a thing, and the world government is absolutely impossible to forgive him easily. I wonder what the five elders will do with Vice Admiral Garp after this war is over. All kinds of comments came overwhelmingly. There were accusations against Garp. Some people understand Garp, but no matter what, one thing is indisputable. That is, in the past, Garp was the image of the marine hero in everyone's mind. It has completely crumbled to pieces, and there is no going back. Advertisement for everyone's discussions and thoughts. At the moment, Garp didn't pay much attention to it. After solving the CPO, Garp looked at Luffy, who came in front of him. Looking at the other party's completely different appearance from before, he said with concern. Luffy, are you okay? Luffy grinned and said, don't worry, Dad. I feel better than ever, and feel stronger than ever. Hearing this, Garp also asked curiously, what's the matter with you now? Also, why did you change so much in a short period of time? I remember the last time I saw you in the capital of Seven Waters, you were far from being as strong as you are now. After solving the CPO, with the other top powerhouses restraining each other at the moment. There is no one else on this battlefield who can stop their grandpa and grandson. Therefore, Garp couldn't help but relax a little and answer the doubts in his heart. After Straw Hat Crew debuted and showed strength beyond everyone's imagination, Garp was very curious about how Luffy and others suddenly became so strong. Because in Garp's cognition, in this world, apart from devil fruit and some technological transformations, it seems that there is no other way to make a person's strength so much stronger in a short period of time. And judging from Straw Hat Crew's previous performance, apparently the reason they get stronger doesn't fall into either of those two categories. So, how did Luffy and the others achieve such a surge in strength? A few days ago, Straw Hat Crew suffered a fiasco at Sabadi Archipelago. And the news of being taken away by the Golden Lion. Garp actually knew it too. Obviously, the Straw Hat Crew was not as strong as it is today. And this also shows that the strengthening of Luffy and others was completed in the few days after being taken away by Golden Lion. It stands to reason that the Golden Lion and the Straw Hat Pirates should not have any intersection before. Why did they suddenly and inexplicably save them? What happened to Luffy and the others after they were taken away by the Golden Lion? All these issues are what Garp is very concerned about at the moment. After hearing Garp's inquiry, Luffy also smiled and reached out to touch his head. Then thoughtfully replied, to be honest, I still don't know what is going on in the current form. It should be related to my rubber fruit, I will call it the fifth gear for the time being. As for why we, ours, suddenly became so strong, we have to thank Uncle Golden Lion and the mysterious man he brought us to meet. Having said that, Luffy seemed a little excited. That mysterious person allowed us to fuse something called dragon blood, and also let us enter a very magical space. In that magical space, we can see our own fighting methods and strength in the future, and we can practice together. What's even more amazing is that we stayed in that space for a long time, but it turned out that less than a day had passed outside. It is with the help of that mysterious person that we have the strength we have now. Luffy said excitedly, while Garp in front of him listened, but unconsciously frowned. Golden Lion took you to meet a mysterious man? Luffy, do you know who that mysterious man is? For some reason, after hearing what Luffy said, Garp faintly felt something was wrong. He was also extremely curious about the identity of the mysterious person that Luffy said. I didn't see the appearance of that mysterious person, nor did I know his name. All I know is that Uncle Golden Lion seems to call that mysterious man Master Captain. Luffy Kaido thoughtfully. After hearing Luffy's answer, Garp was shocked. What? You said that the Golden Lion is called the captain of the mysterious man. Chapter 95 Rocks revived. Garp's anxiety and fear. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. What? You said that the Golden Lion is called the captain of the mysterious man. After hearing what Luffy said, Garp was shocked. When did Golden Lion get a new captain? This is impossible. In the pride of that Golden Lion guy. How could he casually submit to other people's command? Except for the dead Rocks, is there anyone else that the Golden Lion can call himself the captain of his own accord? Garp was very puzzled by this. Seeing his reaction, Luffy nodded and continued to answer. That's right, I clearly heard Uncle Golden Lion calling that mysterious man Lord Captain. And from the looks of it, Uncle Golden Lion seems to respect him. But it's normal, after all, that mysterious man is really strong. And also has the means to help us become so strong in a short period of time. He is really an incredible mysterious person, Luffy spoke with great enthusiasm. The more Garp in front of him listened, the more serious his expression became. An existence that can make Golden Lion submit willingly, and call it the captain. Who the hell? At this moment, countless doubts and worries emerged in Garp's heart. Although Golden Lion has been in a state of disappearance for nearly 2 decades. Garp has not had any intersection with each other for a long time. But based on his experience of fighting the Golden Lion so many times decades ago. With his knowledge of the Golden Lion, the other party is actually quite a rebellious person. As the name suggests, a person is like a lonely lion. It is absolutely impossible for such a person to surrender easily to others. And the same, once he surrenders to a person, it is absolutely impossible to change one's loyalty easily. 30 or 40 years ago, 297 Golden Lion is one of the cadres of the Rocks pirates. He was also absolutely loyal to Rocks, the sea overlord at the time. Before the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the government of the world actually tried to instigate the Golden Lion. Hopefully he will betray the Rocks in the Valley of the Gods like Whitebeard, Ochaku, and Captain John. But no matter what means the world government uses. But it has never been successful and effective, even in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. When Rocks encountered the enemy's cooperation and the betrayal of his subordinates. Golden Lion, Kaido, and Big Mom always chose to side with Rocks. Has been fighting desperately to the end, and after the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. After the fall of Rocks and the collapse of the Rocks pirates. Although Golden Lion established the flying pirates on its own. But it still has not given up the idea of revenge for the Rocks. In those years, Golden Lion led his flying pirates. Constant friction and disputes with Marine, World Government, Roger pirates and Whitebeard pirates. The purpose is to avenge the Rocks. I want to avenge those enemies who fought in the Valley of the Gods. He almost wiped out the Roger pirates in the Battle of 8 Wall. He single-handedly broke into Marineford, destroy half of Marineford on my own. Such behavior, everything conveys a point, that is. Even though the Rocks have been dead for years, advertisement. Golden Lion is still loyal to each other. Garp can hardly believe it. A man like the Golden Lion will suddenly turn around and pledge allegiance to another person. Will address another person as captain the same as addressing Rocks. Even as an opponent, Garp felt that it was impossible for Golden Lion to do such a thing. So how to explain what Luffy said? At this moment, Garp's heart Chunin couldn't help giving birth to a bold and horrifying guess. Could it be that the mysterious person Luffy mentioned is Rocks? In fact, after fighting Roger and Impel Down, after hearing the prophecy of Lady Shirley of the Fishman Island from Sengoku, Garp had faintly had such a guess in his mind, but at the time he wasn't sure yet. What was said in the prophecy? Will the sea overlord who will wake up in return be Roger or Rocks? After that, in the previous war, Garp witnessed Roger's resurrection and return. At that time, he actually breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It appears that the prophecy speaks of Roger, not Rocks. For Garp, this is undoubtedly good news, after all. Compared to that monster Rocks, Roger, but much better. After seeing Roger revived, Garp didn't think about it too much. However, at this moment, after hearing what Luffy said, Garp couldn't help having such doubts and worries again in his heart. Will it? Rocks really revived? Otherwise? How could Golden Lion have an extra captain for no reason? Although this guess is somewhat unbelievable, but now that Roger, who has been dead for 22 years, has been resurrected. A Rocks resurrection doesn't seem out of the question. But, if the mysterious person Luffy said is really Rocks, then why did he ask Golden Lion to go to the Subodinates archipelago to save Luffy and the others, and also specially help Luffy and the others to become stronger? What is the dragon blood that Luffy said he fused with? And the mysterious space that can see the future and provide the conditions for practice, what is going on? I don't remember Rocks ever having these weird tricks. Garp thought very solemnly and seriously in his heart. Logically speaking, with the previous grievances between myself and Rocks. If the other party is really revived, he will inevitably take revenge on himself. And Luffy is his grandson, if Luffy falls into the hands of Rocks. It's good if the other party doesn't kill him, and how could CACG go out of his way to save Luffy and help them become stronger? Such a move really made Garp feel a little unbelievable. For some reason, he always had a bad premonition. If the mysterious man is really Rocks, judging by the means he has now, his current strength may have far exceeded my original understanding of him. If Rocks is really resurrected, then no one in this sea will be able to stop his footsteps. At that time, this sea will surely usher in a new disaster. Thinking about it, Garp had already prepared for the worst in his heart. Although he is not sure whether the mysterious person in Luffy's mouth is Rox. Advertisement, but that didn't stop him from worrying about it. However, if Rox is really resurrected, it is absolutely impossible for him to miss this live broadcast and war for the whole world. Why is there no trace of the Golden Lions appearing until now? Could it be that the Golden Lion really got into a fight with Kaido, as the previous intelligence said, and couldn't get away? Garp kept thinking, and when he recalled the information sent back from Wano a few days ago, he seemed to have suddenly thought of a possibility. His eyes suddenly opened wide again, etc. Why does Golden Lion go to Wano to trouble Kaido for no reason? And, when Kaido made an alliance with Big Mom, ready to avenge the Rox. If Rox is really resurrected, will he reunite the Golden Lion, Kaido and Big Mom? Thinking of this, Garp couldn't help but feel shocked. If everything is really as he guessed, then very likely. Not only the Golden Lion, even Kaido and Big Mom are back with the Rox. When these amazing guys get back together again, the forces they combined may even have far surpassed the Rox pirates back then. 4 Emperor's pirates, there's also a flying pirate group led by Golden Lion. And possibly the returning Rox, if such a lineup and forces are really combined in everything. Then over this sea, it is absolutely impossible for any other force to compete with it. This moment, Garp couldn't help but sounded the prophecy of Mrs. Shirley from the Fishman Island again. The King of Black is back. The overlord of the sea wakes up and returns. Whitebeard pirates, Naval Headquarters, world government. Everything will be destroyed. At this moment, Garp felt as if he had finally understood all the meanings in this prophecy. If the truth is what I think, then they indeed have the strength to destroy the Whitebeard pirates, Naval Headquarters, and the world government at the same time. And, aren't these 3 parties the same forces that besieged Rox in the Valley of Gods battle? The more he thought about it, the more Garp felt that his guess was more correct. At the same time, I couldn't help but start to feel a little worried and fearful. If that's the case, then everything can't be worse. How I wish all this was just my overthinking. Garp took a deep breath, trying to calm down his excitement. Withdrawing his thoughts, he sighed helplessly. No matter what the facts are, the most important thing right now is to get Luffy and Ace out of here safely. Thinking of this in his heart, Garp's eyes froze accordingly. He stopped thinking about Rox. Instead, he looked at Luffy and said in a deep voice. Luffy, listen up. After the waiting party rescues Ace, you all get out of here immediately. Run as far as you can. Garp's tone was extremely resolute and determined. Hearing this, Luffy was stunned for a moment, then he nodded heavily. The voice fell, and the two of them did not delay too much. Immediately looked towards the direction of the execution platform where Ace is. Get ready to go and get Ace out. No one can stop them on this battlefield now. It is still very easy to rescue Ace, however, just when the two were about to act. They are keenly aware, high above Marineford far away. Something strange appeared. Chapter 96. You will never be allowed to leave Marineford alive. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. B. Garp and Luffy are just about to rush towards the execution platform where Ace is. That is, he keenly discovered the abnormality in the sky far ahead. Now, Marineford, far above the sky, there are 5 figures are flying rapidly from a distance. High speed. In the blink of an eye, I have come to the sky above Marineford from the distant horizon. Both Garp and Luffy can clearly perceive the powerful aura emanating from the 5 figures. It is even stronger than the powerhouses of the 4 Emperors level. 5 elders. They came so soon. Noticing the 5 figures approaching rapidly above the sky, Garp's expression changed suddenly. Then, he turned his head to look at Luffy beside him. Eagerly urged, Luffy, hurry up. Get Ace out now, and get out of here. The tone is urgent. Hearing this, Luffy was slightly taken aback. But seeing Garp's extremely serious expression, he didn't ask any more questions. After nodding heavily, neither Garp nor Luffy hesitated. He rushed towards the execution platform where Ace was at the fastest speed. Because they were already very close to the execution platform before. Therefore, under such a full speed charge, soon came to the execution platform. Come to the side of Ace. Ace, I'm here to save you. Finally boarded the execution platform, Luffy looked a little excited. He looked at Ace excitedly and said, and Garp on the side didn't have any delay. He directly grabbed the seastone handcuffs and seastone chains that imprisoned Ace with both hands. Next moment, armament hockey penetrates its interior. The most complete destruction was done from within. Even the incomparably strong seastone shattered in an instant. Clang. Accompanied by the crisp sound of the shackles and handcuffs falling to the ground. Fire Fist Ace is free. In this scene, it also fell into the eyes of countless people on the battlefield. Look, Ace is rescued. Great, now Ace is fine. Unexpectedly, in the end it was the marine hero Garp who rescued Ace himself. And Ace's younger brother, the Straw Hat Boy, is also really strong. Without the two of them, it would be very difficult to rescue Ace with our own efforts. Now that Ace has been successfully rescued, our goal has been achieved. Next, just think about how to get out of Marineford safely. Guys, get ready to retreat with Ace. As long as we successfully leave here and return to New World with Ace, we will win this war. Cover Ace. Start retreating. After seeing Ace rescued by Garp and Luffy, The first to exclaim were naturally the members of the Whitebeard pirates. These pirates were very excited, after fighting bloody battles for so long. Ace was finally rescued successfully, the purpose of their trip to Marineford. Even half done. Next, they only need to find a way to escape from here, then this war will be a victory for them. For a while, the fighting spirit and morale of the pirates couldn't help but increase a lot. Advertisement seeing this, Whitebeard, who was being suppressed by Zephyr, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With a broken arm, he had a smile on his face. Great, although the process was a bit unexpected, fortunately, the final goal has been achieved. Next, I just need to let my children leave safely. Whitebeard looked in Ace's direction. Looking at Ace, who has been freed from the handcuffs and chains, he smiled with relief. Afterwards, it seemed that some kind of resolution had been made in his heart. A gleam of determination flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. Seeing this scene, Zephyr, who was opposite him, just sneered and said, "Whitebeard, I would like to advise you, don't be too happy. This war has progressed here and the good show has just been staged. Next, I'm afraid there will be more surprises waiting for you." A few meaningful words made Whitebeard a little puzzled again. Actually, in this battle, it wasn't the first time Zephyr had said something like that to him. Every time, it's this kind of trickery. Has the real fun just begun? What exactly is the good show Zephyr is referring to? Besides, fighting till now, Whitebeard actually knew very well in his heart. With the strength shown by Zephyr, if the other party really wants to be serious, I am afraid that I have already lost or even died. But, since Zephyr broke Whitebeard's arm earlier, he never fought with all his strength, just keep shooting to block Whitebeard's actions. Make him unable to interfere in other battlefields. This confuses Whitebeard. What is the purpose of Zephyr doing this? Why is it clear that you have enough strength to end this battle? Yet doing nothing? Zephyr gives Whitebeard a feel. It was as if he was waiting for something to arrive. As Zephyr said to Whitebeard earlier, the protagonist of this good show has not yet boarded. Who is the so-called protagonist? What exactly is Zephyr waiting for? Whitebeard was puzzled by this, also feel very uneasy. The other side, when the pirates rejoiced that Ace was rescued. The atmosphere on Marine's side visibly sank. Not good, Firefist Ace was rescued. I really didn't expect that the person who rescued Firefist Ace in the end was actually Garp in the middle. This is not a good time. This public execution is being broadcast live to the whole world. If they just let them save Firefist Ace, our Marine's face will be completely discredited. No, they must be stopped, no matter what. The pirates can't leave Marineford with Firefist Ace. At all costs, Firefist Ace must be killed. And these pirates, we must keep them all here. In this war, our Marine can only win and not lose. Even if the opponent is Vice Admiral Garp, there must be no mercy. Vice Admiral Garp has betrayed Marine and the world government, he must be arrested together. While the Marines exclaimed that it was not good, they also made up their minds again. However, although they have such determination, but in fact, still feel a little helpless. Advertisement because at this moment on the battlefield, no one seems to be able to stop Luffy in Nika's form and Garp's betrayal. The strength of these two people is so powerful that they have seen it before. Zero looking for flowers. To stop these two people, at least 2 Admiral-level combat experience group controllers need to be dispatched. However, at this moment, among Marine's 3 admirals, Aokiji is still fighting Josie, Kizaru is still entangled with Marco. As for Akainu, he couldn't get any benefits under Beckman's hands. Marine 3 Admiral all couldn't get away, same. Zephyr is dealing with Whitebeard, Kong is stopped by the Redhead Shanks. Sengoku and Crane can only compete with Roger together. These legendary Marines with Admiral strength also couldn't spare to stop Garp and Luffy. In this situation, it seems that Marine can only watch Ace, Garp and Luffy escape from the sky. Thinking of this, both the Marine and the soldiers of the world government were a little frustrated. Not optimistic about the next battle, however, at this moment. A shout suddenly came from above the heads of the crowd. Garp! How dare you? How dare you betray Marine and the government of the world, and join the pirates to rescue the executed criminal Firefist Ace? Today, there is no way I will let you leave Marineford alive. A shout full of anger and majesty resounded throughout Naval Headquarters. Hearing this voice, everyone looked up in surprise. Until now, they just noticed, I do not know when 5 figures appeared above Marineford high altitude. It was firmly parked on top of everyone's heads. Those were 5 old men who looked very old. But the spirit is still quite abundant. Give everyone present a strong sense of oppression. Who are those 5 old men? Someone in the crowd below raised such a question. They didn't recognize it immediately. The 5 old men in front of me are the highest power holders in the world government, 5 elders. In fact, this is also very normal. After all, the 5 elders rarely make public appearances. It can even be said that there is basically no all this time, they have been calling the shots from the Palace of Mariajoy in the Holy Land. Basically, there is nothing that requires them to come forward and solve it by themselves. Since killing Rocks in the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago, the 5 elders haven't left the Holy Land of Mariajoy for a long time. Therefore, it is normal for these Marine soldiers and pirates not to recognize them. But the fact that Marine in common doesn't know pirates doesn't mean that other people don't know each other either. Kong, who was fighting Shanks, was the first to shout. Master 5 elders. Why are you here in person? As the commander-in-chief of the world's government today, Kong naturally had a lot of dealings with five elders. And after he shouted out the identity of the five elders, those marines and pirates who had doubts about the identity of the five elders were shocked. What? Five elders? The five elders actually came to Marineford in person. I heard that the five elders not only have the highest power in the world, but also possess strength beyond the four emperors. They are the existences that really stand at the pinnacle of this sea. Their arrival will undoubtedly make the strength of Marine and the world government skyrocket again. Now, the situation of this war may be reversed again. In a sound of exclamation and discussion, the figures of the five elders who were high above the sky began to fall rapidly. In an instant, they were in front of Garp, Luffy and others. Five elders, officially joined the battlefield. Chapter 97 next, it's time for our debut. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. The arrival of the five elders. Not only has a new wave of frenzy been set off on the battlefield at Marineford. Same, in front of the live screens of islands around the world. After the people saw the five elders come to Marineford, they were all incomparably surprised by it. Crazy, even the five elders are joining this war. This is really the first time I've seen the five elders show up. I didn't expect this war to go on until now, and even the five elders ended up in person. This war really gathered too many strong people. Naval Headquarters and the Army of the World Government, Whitebeard, Roger, Redhead and the Straw Hat Pirates, and now even the five elders are here. The scale of this war can be called unprecedented. Who would have thought that the purpose of this war at the beginning was just to execute a Fire Fist Ace? Even if Fire Fist Ace is the blood of the pirate, 670, King Roger, it's a bit too exaggerated for such a terrible battle to break out? I don't know why, but I always feel that behind this war, there seems to be a pair of invisible big hands fueling the flames, which made this war develop step by step to the current scale. Now the five elders have also joined the battlefield, and I don't know how this war will end in the end. Where will the world go after this war? All kinds of opinions are constantly spreading around the world. People are also increasingly looking forward to the outcome of this war. At the same time, this war has been fermenting for so long. It also attracts more and more people from all over the world. Gather in front of the live screen to watch the latest real-time battle situation. On those islands, on the square in front of the live screens. Everywhere is crowded with people and voices, no doubt. The influence of this war is unconscious. It has been enlarged by an unknown number of times than it was at the beginning. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is truly world-renowned. Marineford. The five elders plummeted from high above the sky. Then it landed firmly in front of Garp, Luffy and others who were about to flee with Ace. The five elders looked icy. There's a strong killing intent in the eyes of Garp and Luffy. One is a marine traitor who eats inside and out. One is the great threat that has awakened Nika form. Whether it's Garp or Luffy, they are all targets that five elders must kill. Of course, Ace is no exception, as the blood of One Piece Roger. Advertisement at the same time, the chief culprit of this war. Ace must die too. Certainly, not just them, all the pirates present at the moment. In addition to the special red-haired Shanks and his pirate group. Everyone else, five elders are not going to let go. Just take this opportunity, an unprecedented cleansing for the pirate world. At this time, the five elders stand side by side in a row. Lined up, although great breaths burst out from them. Brings a strong sense of oppression, not done yet. Garp, Luffy and others in front of them felt great pressure. And around the battlefield, everyone couldn't help turning their eyes to this side. In front of Zephyr, Whitebeard, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, couldn't help but become serious again. Damn it, I didn't expect the five elders to come. It was so hard to rescue Ace, but I ran into these hard stubbles again. The next battle will only be more difficult. With the strength of the five elders and the others, even Garp might not be able to handle it. Whitebeard thought with some chagrin, during the Battle of the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago. Whitebeard has seen the strength of the five elders firsthand. He can be sure, the five elders are even stronger than the four emperors. In the original battle in the Valley of the Gods.
Without the five elders, there's no way they can handle the rocks either.
Now that the five elders are about to strike again. A strong sense of crisis suddenly appeared in Whitebeard's heart. The other side. Sengoku and Crane, who were struggling with Roger, saw five elders ready to make a move. There was no joy in the look on his face. On the contrary, there is a bit of deep worry. Is it finally here? Five elders. Now, Garp really has no way out. Both Sengoku and Suru sighed in their hearts at the same time. In fact, they have already expected such a result. Advertisement after all, before this battle started. The five elders once said, once something uncontrollable happens, they'll take care of it themselves. So Sengoku and others were not surprised by the arrival of the five elders. However, they couldn't help but feel worried for Garp. Once the five elders do it, even Garp has absolutely no chance of winning. After betraying Marine and the world government, the attitude of the five elders towards Garp can be imagined. It is absolutely impossible to let the other party go so easily. Garp's fate, Sengoku and others can't even imagine. I can't bear to imagine. The five elders stand in a row. First, he gave Garp and Luffy a cold look, then he quickly scanned the entire battlefield with his eyes. Soon, they had already decided on the target to be eradicated first. In addition to Garp and the Straw Hats, Whitebeard and Roger must be eradicated as soon as possible. Catch the thief first and capture the king first. As long as they are dealt with, the other pirates don't even need us to do anything, and they will soon be defeated. After a brief discussion, 2 of the 5 elders were the first to move. They didn't attack Garp and Luffy and others in front of them, but spread out, attack quickly in the direction of Roger and Whitebeard. The remaining 5 elders followed closely behind, walking towards Garp, Luffy and others in front of him with a turbulent momentum, step by step. 4.9. A new war is about to break out, and at the same time, just as the 5 elders were about to make their move to end the war in Marineford. New World. The sky over Baldigo, the island of white clay. The captain's room of the Hikari, Golden Lion, Kaido and Big Mom stood under the high platform, looking reverently at the rocks on the high dark throne. Captain, just now, Monkey D. Dragon and the revolutionary army he led have set off. Reported by Shen Shungwi of Golden Lion. Hearing this, Rocks, who was sitting on the jet-black throne, nodded slightly, then slowly opened the mouth with a majestic voice. In that case, it's time for us to go. The Marineford drama is almost over. Next, it's time for our debut, Chapter 98 or Woozy Hawkeye. The beaten 5 elders open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. Naval Headquarters, on the battlefield of Marineford. The 5 elders attacked almost simultaneously. The 5 elders with bald head and glasses wearing white training clothes and holding a long knife are called Sanmohanda. He is an out-and-out swordsman. His swordsmanship is even higher than that of Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman. And the long knife in his hand, like Mihawk's Black Sword Knight, Whitebeard's Amazono, and Roger's Ace. They are all listed as one of the 12 works of the Supreme Fast Knife. It's called First Generation Onodoru, and, even among all the 12 works of the Supreme Quick Knife, its quality can definitely be said to be the top one. Now, Sanmohanda is holding the First Generation Onitsu. Quickly attacked Roger, who was fighting Sengoku and Suru. At the same time, the First Generation Ghost in his hand is out of the sheath brazenly. An incomparably cold knife light flashed, with a seemingly ordinary knife, cut suddenly in the direction of Roger, on that blade. But it contains the extremely terrifying armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Unlike the powerhouses at the 4 Emperors level, the armament Haki on the blade of Sanmohanda and the Conqueror's Haki are both extremely restrained. In the process of swinging his knife, if you don't feel it carefully, it's hard to even notice the presence of Haki on it. But when that knife was fully swung, armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, which were restrained originally, burst out suddenly. Like a volcanic eruption, it was violent, showing a destructive aura, faced with such a blow. Even Roger, who has been strengthened after merging with the blood of the dragon, doesn't dare to push him too hard. Not to mention, Roger still has 2 strong opponents, Sengoku and Crane, in front of him at this moment. Therefore, when the attack of Sanmohanda came, Roger did not choose to hardwire. Instead, the soles of his feet moved slightly and his figure flashed, dodged the opponent's sharp knife at an extremely fast speed. The knife of Sanmohanda missed Roger, the razor-sharp slash fell to nothing, flying straight towards the high sky in the distance. After flying a long distance, the armed Color and Conqueror's Haki that were restrained in it exploded loudly. There was an extremely violent impact on the sky. Disperse all the surrounding clouds, even on the Marineford battlefield far below. Everyone can still feel the terrible impact, without any doubt. If they were hit by the previous terrifying slash, will definitely die without a burial place, even Hawkeye, who was still fighting Foil Vista. When seeing the power of this slashing attack by Sanmohanda, they couldn't help but feel ashamed, as the world's #1 swordsman recognized in this sea. Mihawk is extremely sure, the bald 5 elders holding the First Generation Ghost is definitely far superior to himself in swordsmanship. I didn't expect such a powerful swordsman to exist among the 5 elders. I really want to try it out. How good is his swordsmanship? Mihawk narrowed his eagle-like eyes slightly. He stared straight at Sanmohanda on the battlefield in the distance. Advertisement. Next moment, he made a move that surprised Vista. Hawkeye actually turned around and stopped writing about Vista. It's Haidao Yi, one of the 12 unparalleled swordsmen, walked slowly towards the location of Sanmohanda. At this moment, the world's #1 swordsman burst out with an unprecedented high-spirited fighting spirit. He ignored the surprised eyes of the people around him, just walked straight towards Sanmohanda. Foil Vista stood in place, watching Hawkeye's back slowly leaving after a moment of surprise. It also quickly understood the other party's thoughts. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Is this the courage of the world's #1 swordsman? Now he is much more serious than when he was fighting with me." Not far away, Shanks also keenly noticed Hawkeye's actions. He was a confidant with Hawkeye, so he naturally saw what the other party wanted to do at once. Mihawk, this guy really hasn't changed at all. With a strong swordsman like Sanmohanda appearing in front of him, he will never give up this rare opportunity. However, in this case, I'm afraid his position as Shichibukai will be lost. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Mihawk never cared about Shichibukai's seat anyway. At worst, invite him to my red hair pirates, let him go. Shanks looked in the direction of Hawkeye and muttered a few words to himself. At the same time, Hawkeye has already come to Sanmohanda holding the Black Knife Knight. At this time, San Mohanda was about to launch another attack on Roger, who had dodged. Noticing the eagle eye that appeared in front of me, the 5 elders inevitably frowned and said, "Dracul Mahawk, what do you mean?" There was obviously a hint of displeasure in his tone. "You say you are a Shichibukai, don't help Marine and the world government to deal with those pirates. What did you come running to me instead? Could it be that you want to fight with me?" While Srila Mohanda was thinking so displeased, Ly Hawkeye in front of him said in a deep voice, "Your sword skills are very strong. Stronger than me, so, I want to see how big the gap is between me and you." Hawkeye's tone was quite firm and resolute. Obviously what he just said was not child's play. As a result, San Hanmono was a little stunned. San Mohanda turned cold and said sharply, "Mahawk, do you know what you're talking about? You mean, do you want to fight with me? What you do is no different from betraying the world government. Just based on your current actions, it is enough for me to revoke your 7 warlords of the sea status, arrest and obliterate you." Sri Mohanda's tone was quite serious. Obviously, he was a little annoyed by Hawkeye's confusing behavior. First, Garp shot and killed CPO, and the pirates rescued Fire Fist Ace. Then Hawkeye stopped him suddenly, saying that he wanted to fight him. Co-authored by the world government, this raises a group of youngsters, right? Facing threats and warnings from Sri Mahada, Hawkeye was completely unmoved. His expression was still extremely serious, did not say anything more. Mahawk waved the black sword in his hand directly. "Take the lead in attacking San Mohanda. The actions he is doing now. Nothing to do with his position. It is entirely because of Hawkeye's own persistence and obsession with swordsmanship. When a great swordsman with stronger swordsmanship than himself appeared in front of him, Hawkeye doesn't think about the identity of the other party at all. Advertisement at this moment, Mahawk has only one thought in his mind, which is to learn from each other. It is precisely because of this persistence and obsession with swordsmanship. Mahawk will grow to the position of the world's #1 swordsman today." Seeing Mahawk, who was attacking him with the black knife Kaido, San Mohanda looked a little colder. "Since you are so obsessed with your obsession, then let's get rid of you too. Anyway, you are not the only one who can be qualified for 7 warlords of the sea. A disobedient dog, just kill it." San Mohanda was no longer entangled. He directly swung the first-generation Kidoru in his hand, and clashed fiercely with the oncoming Hidauya. Clang! Boom! With the collision of 2 great swordsmen. The sound of swords and swords also followed. The 2 sharp slashes collided continuously, revealing their sharpness. The sky and the earth seemed to be torn apart under such a collision. After a moment's confrontation, the black sword in Hawkeye's hand was bounced off first. Mahawk's figure also abruptly retreated a distance of more than 10 meters. On the other hand, San Mohanda didn't move at all. Still standing firmly in place. In one blow, the judge will be judged. "It's really strong, come again." One hit was a disadvantage, but Mahawk was not the slightest bit frustrated. A pair of eagle-like eyes burst out with radiant spirits in 890. He was full of fighting spirit, and charged forward again with the black knife Yi in his hand. Seeing this, San Mohanda frowned slightly, although he really didn't want to waste time on Hawkeye. But right now, we can only get rid of the other party first. Thus, first-generation Goosh reappeared, another brazen confrontation with Hawkeye. As a result of this confrontation, Hawkeye also lost. In fact, as the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye is powerful. He has also played against the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, several times, evenly matched. Completely has a combat power comparable to that of 4 emperors. If it weren't for Hawkeye, who was only immersed in his own way of swordsmanship, has no interest in forming factions. Otherwise, I am afraid that it is not the 4 emperors who dominate the new world, but the 5 emperors. But even Hawkeye can rival the mighty 4 emperors in swordsmanship alone. But still can't get any benefits in the hands of Sheng Mohanda. In several confrontations, he was defeated without exception. If it wasn't for being strong enough, I'm afraid it would have already been defeated. But about this, Hawkeye didn't feel any discouragement or fear. On the contrary, the more you fight, the more courageous you are. Come again, careful, I haven't felt such a strong sense of oppression from a swordsman for a long time. He was repulsed again, and continued to rush up again and again. Hawkeye was completely immersed in the battle with San Mohanda. I have long forgotten that as a Shichibukai, I should be in the camp of the world's government. What a tough guy, just kill you with one blow. After being haunted by Hawkeye for a long time, San Mohanda also got a little impatient. He stared coldly at another oncoming Hawkeye, prepared to accumulate strength and completely defeat the opponent with one sword. However, at this time, Roger on the side saw this opportunity, quickly throwing Sengoku and Suru away in front of them. Then he rushed straight towards the position of San Mohanda. A sharp knife was swung out. God avoids. Chapter 99 Unexpected Shot. Another 25-year-old boy? Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. Damn it. Noticing Roger attacking from the side with full force, San Mohanda cursed secretly. He understands in this situation, if you continue to attack Hawkeye, perhaps Hawkeye will be defeated by his own hands. But he himself will also be seriously injured by Roger's attack. Without any hesitation, San Mohanda immediately stopped the attack in his hand. Quickly moved his figure and dodged to the side, only then did Hawkeye and Roger dodge the attacks. Roger, I hope you don't interfere with my fight. Mihawk frowned slightly, glanced at Roger, and said in a deep voice. To this, Roger did not give any answer or reaction. It just turned around again and became entangled with Sengoku and Crane who were chasing them. Hawkeye glanced at Roger's back, and a bit of doubt flashed in his eyes. For some reason, he always felt that the Roger in front of him seemed a little different from the One Piece in his impression. Sometimes the other party's performance made him feel like two different people. However, Hawkeye didn't think too much about it. After all, he was not very familiar with Roger. There is no need to worry about these things. His eyes narrowed slightly. It is to focus on Saint Mohanda again. He continued to engage in a fierce confrontation with the opponent with relish and high spirits. Actually, with the strength of Saint Mohanda surpassing the four emperors level. It is not difficult to defeat Hawkeye, but much to the annoyance of Sri Mohanda. Every time when he was about to fight Hawkeye to decide the winner, Roger on the side can always suddenly come out with the next wave of black hands. Saint Mohanda's attack had to be interrupted, and precisely because of this. He was so aggrieved to be entangled in this battlefield for a long time. Such a scene, it also stunned everyone present. I really never imagined that Hawkeye would suddenly attack Master Five Elders. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he should be on our side. Such behavior is really unbelievable, and Roger, I thought he was a man who would fight upright. Why did he start a sneak attack now? If he hadn't been at the side to take the opportunity to attack, Lord Saint Mohanda would have ended this battle long ago, right? I don't know why, but the current Roger seems to be quite different from the One Piece Roger in my original impression. Could it be that because of his rebirth and resurrection, his personality has changed? Advertisement a group of people were discussing, and it's not just them. Even Whitebeard, Shanks, Garp, Rayleigh and others who are very familiar with Roger. After seeing Roger's behavior like this, I also felt quite strange. Based on their knowledge of Roger, the opponent in the past was not the kind of guy who would sneak attack while others were fighting. Now Roger's behavior is really abnormal, but in the present situation, everyone really didn't have much energy to think about it. The other side, just when San Mohanda was temporarily held back by Roger and Hawkeye. The rest of the 5 elders have also taken action. One of the 5 elders, wearing a suit and short gold hair. Directly with his bare hands, he charged at Whitebeard, who was firmly suppressed by Zephyr at an extremely fast speed. The 5 elders are named Saint Wilhelm. He is an out-and-out hockey master. Whether he is on top of knowledge color, armed color or conqueror's hockey, it can be said that they have reached the peak level. His fighting style is somewhat similar to Garp and Zephyr. Unarmed, and did not use any weapons. A pair of fists wrapped with powerful armed colors and conqueror's hockey is the best weapon. Now, Saint Wilhelm shakes his fists, straight towards Whitebeard. Obviously wanting to kill the opponent with one blow. In his opinion, Whitebeard was already suppressed by Zephyr. It doesn't take much effort to kill it, and once Whitebeard is killed by himself, then the leaderless Whitebeard pirates will be quickly disintegrated. With this idea in mind, Saint Wilhelm has come to Whitebeard. Immediately, he punched hard and blasted out. Whitebeard, who was tired of dealing with Zephyr and had already lost his arm, had no time to react. Watch as Saint Wilhelm's punch is about to hit him. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates on the surrounding battlefield saw this scene. They were all shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. Papa! Watch out! Oops, Dad can't dodge at such a close distance. If this punch goes down, Dad will be seriously injured if he doesn't die. What should we do? We don't even have time to support Dad. Damn it! Advertisement among the exclaimed members of the Whitebeard pirates. Saint Wilhelm's fist had already reached Whitebeard. He is very confident in the power of this punch. When Whitebeard had no time to defend and dodge, the end was obvious. Saint Wilhelm has even foreseen the scene where the other party will be punched to death by him in the next moment. However, at this moment, a fist wrapped around powerful armament hockey and conqueror's hockey suddenly blasted from the side. The punch was not aimed at Whitebeard, but Saint Wilhelm. In the face of this sudden attack, Saint Wilhelm was startled. Hastily withdrew the fist that hit Whitebeard, and blocked it in front of him. Boom. The next moment, the two fists collided. A terrifying shock burst out. It actually directly knocked Whitebeard back several steps. Although Saint Wilhelm did not retreat half a step. But at the moment, the expression on his face was not pretty. He stared intently at the front with a pair of eyes. Staring at the figure that suddenly attacked him. He looked puzzled and angry. Zephyr, what do you mean? Saint Wilhelm demanded angrily. It never occurred to him. Who shot to stop himself from killing Whitebeard? It turned out to be Zephyr who broke Whitebeard's arm and kept suppressing him all the time, Zhao Qianhao. And at the same time, there was also an uproar among the surrounding crowd. Hiss. What's going on? Why did Mr. Zephyr suddenly attack Lord Five Elders? Master Five Elders' punch just now was about to hit Whitebeard. If this punch goes on, Whitebeard will be completely crippled if he doesn't die. At this juncture, why did Teacher Fa stop it? Obviously he has driven Whitebeard to a dead end several times before. There's no reason to help Whitebeard. WWW. Everyone was shocked and puzzled by Zephyr's unexpected shot. And in such an uproar, Zephyr in front of Saint Wilhelm looked at him. Slowly opened the mouth and said, although this guy Whitebeard has to die. However, I can't let him die by your hands. The person who really wants to kill him has not yet appeared. Gang. Chapter 100 Unexpected Result. Angry 5 elders open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. The person who wants to kill him hasn't appeared yet. What Zephyr said made Saint Wilhelm frown. The guy who's going to kill Whitebeard isn't here yet. What do you mean? Who are you talking about? Saint Wilhelm looked at Zephyr with a very serious expression, with some doubts in his tone. Zephyr's words really made him a little confused. This war has been going on till now. Whitebeard pirates, Roger pirates, red hair pirates and straw hat pirates have already appeared one after another. Now even their 5 elders have personally dispatched. It can be said, most of the top forces in this sea have already gathered here. However, Zephyr actually said that there are still people who have not appeared. Who is this missing person? Could it be the remaining 4 Emperor's pirates? Kaido and Big Mom? Or, is it the Revolutionary Army led by Monkey D. Dragon? But no matter which of these forces, the 5 elders don't seem to be too much of a threat when they play together. Moreover, these forces do not seem to have any relationship with Zephyr. The people who haven't appeared in Zephyr's mouth should not be referring to them. So, is there another force, or someone who has never shown up, and wants to take Whitebeard's life? For a while, Saint Wilhelm seemed unable to think of an answer. And amidst his doubtful gaze, Zephyr just replied indifferently to 917. Everything will be revealed by Bailey when the time comes. And my task is to ensure that Whitebeard will not be killed by others before that adult comes on stage. Oh, by the way, and that old guy Garp. He is also one of the indispensable actors in the next good show. Not even you 5 elders can touch them until the real show begins. Zephyr's face was expressionless, and his tone was very indifferent. It seems that he didn't pay attention to the 5 elders who held the highest power in the world government. And to hear what he said, Saint Wilhelm's expression couldn't help becoming a little colder. The grown-up, Zephyr, though I don't know who the unseen guy you're talking about is. But what you are doing now is undoubtedly going against the government of the world, right? Saint Wilhelm's tone was extremely cold. Zephyr didn't answer, just nodded lightly. Seeing this, Saint Wilhelm sneered. Since that's the case, it doesn't seem to be a problem for me to kill you, a traitor. While speaking, a strong killing intent burst out from Saint Wilhelm's body. Apparently, the 5 elders had already ordered Zephyr to be killed in his mind. Although Zephyr is a former Marine admiral, his reputation in Marine is also very high. But same as Garp and Hawkeye. Once, CACC, they betray the world government. Advertisement, then the 5 elders are absolutely impossible to have the slightest mercy. It will definitely be wiped out, for the world government. They don't need disobedient men. No matter how strong this subordinate is, no matter how high his contribution is. Once betrayed, there is only one dead end, and, with the background and appeal of the world's official government. It is also not worrying that after they are obliterated, there will be no other strong people to replace the other side. Therefore, at this moment, Saint Wilhelm has already decided to kill Zephyr. And feel the killing intent from Saint Wilhelm. Zephyr didn't panic in the slightest. Still standing in place, ready to fight at any time. Such a scene, instead, Whitebeard on the side was stunned. It never occurred to him, Zephyr who lost his own arm earlier. At this moment, he would actually take action to save his own life. And not hesitate to do it with 5 elders. This was beyond Whitebeard's expectations. The person who wants to kill me hasn't appeared yet, has he? Gu la la la, it seems that there are really many people who want my life. Who is that person in Zephyr's mouth? Whitebeard gave a self-deprecating laugh at first. Then he also had doubts about what Zephyr said earlier. In this case, from the beginning of this war to the present. Whitebeard had heard it from Zephyr more than once. This also made him more curious, the so-called mysterious person who has not yet appeared in Zephyr's mouth. Who is it? At the same time, around the battlefield. The previous scene where Zephyr stopped 5 elders and saved Whitebeard was also seen by many people present. Such a move by Zephyr inevitably caused waves again. Great. Daddy's all right. I just didn't expect it to be Zephyr who rescued Dad. First Hawkeye attacked Saint Mohanda, and then Zephyr rescued Whitebeard from Saint Wilhelm. What is the situation now? How do you feel that these big shots have suddenly betrayed their camp one by one? Hawkeye's behavior can still be explained. After all, he simply wants to learn from Saint Mohanda, who is outstanding in swordsmanship. But what Zephyr did is really beyond comprehension. As a Marine, he really had no reason to fight against 5 elders, not to mention that he cut off one of Whitebeard's arms with his own hands, and now he wants to save the other's life, which is really unfeasible. Did you hear what Zephyr just said to Saint Wilhelm, that the person who really wants to kill Whitebeard has not yet appeared, and Zephyr actually called him an adult? I heard it too. It's really hard to imagine, who is that adult in Fa's mouth? Looks like there will be a guy coming to Marineford later. Amidst the discussions among the crowd, the battle between Zephyr and Saint Wilhelm also began. The way the two fight is very similar, advertisement. They were all unarmed and did not use any weapons. It is completely relying on powerful physical skills to fight against hockey. This kind of confrontation, fist to flesh, is shocking. And in the sound of explosions and collisions, Zephyr and Saint Wilhelm were inseparable. For a moment, you can't see who is stronger and who is weaker. So strong. When did Zephyr become so strong? Saint Wilhelm felt a little weird. Secretly exclaimed in his heart, you know, the strength of 5 elders surpassed that of Admiral and 4 emperors. If a normal admiral or 4 emperors is in front of 5 elders, the situation on the court should be like the battle between Sengoku and Hawkeye. Although Hawkeye may be able to hold out for a while. But every collision is at an absolute disadvantage. If it weren't for Roger's interference from time to time, failure is only a matter of time, logically speaking. Even at his peak, Zephyr only possessed admiral-level strength. Not to mention that the strength has regressed a lot over the years. But now, the other party can actually be evenly divided with himself as 5 elders. Such a result made Saint Wilhelm somewhat surprised and unacceptable. No matter how much he strengthens his attack, for a while, it seemed that the two of them couldn't do anything to each other at all. This is destined to be a tug of war, and just when both San Mohanda and San Wilhelm were temporarily held back, the other 3 5 elders also took action one after another. The 3 rushed towards Luffy, Garp and Ace respectively, obviously wanting to kill them all on the spot, but with the power of Garp and Luffy, who has awakened Nika form. In addition, with the assistance of all members of the Straw Hat Pirates, it is also difficult for the 3 5 elders to end the battle in a short period of time. This can't help but make the 5 elders a little annoyed. Obviously in their plan, as long as the 5 of them make a move, definitely be able to end this war quickly, put an end to this farce. But now it seems that it is still a bit difficult. Even with their strength, maybe we can still win in the end. But it takes a long time. This has far exceeded the expectations of the 5 elders. It annoyed these 5 old men who were usually high above and in control of everything. And in the midst of such a difficult battle at the same time. On the sea beyond Marineford, but there is another huge warship coming rapidly from a distance. Chapter 101. Blackbeard's actions, reaping the benefits of the fisherman. Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. On the sea in the distance of Marineford, a huge warship is approaching rapidly from a distance. Look at the appearance and standard of that warship. And the flags hoisted on its mast, it appears to be a warship belonging to Marine. On the lookout at Marineford Harbor, a lookout soldier also noticed the arrival of the warship immediately. Strange, how could there be a Marine warship coming at this time? Could it be reinforcements dispatched from other places? The lookout soldier murmured to himself with some doubts. Then, bring your eyes closer to the telescope. I want to see exactly who is on that warship. And when he magnifies through the telescope, after seeing the figures standing on the deck of the warship clearly, the originally puzzled expression instantly turned into horror. In shock, his footsteps also staggered a few steps. Cold sweat streamed down from his forehead all of a sudden. In his sight, on the deck of the warship sailing rapidly from the distant sea, many extremely powerful figures are gathering, frontmost position. It was a man with a black beard, a big waist, and several missing teeth in his mouth. It was Blackbeard, who was recently promoted to 7 warlords of the sea, Marshal D. Teach. And behind him, there are also members of the Blackbeard pirates such as Badgers and Vanoka. Not only that, elsewhere on the deck, there are more imposing and powerful existences. One of the former 7 warlords of the sea, Shah K. Lok Dar. One of the former 7 warlords of the sea, Hai Shah. Impel Down Deputy Warden, Shiryu of the Rain, Devil's Spawn, Deathless Bullet. Lonely Red, Baloric Redfield, these figures, advertisement. That's why the watchman on the watchtower turned pale with fright. What happened? Why did all the prisoners in Impel Down escape? It's a big deal now, the lookout soldier, after enduring a severe shock. Finally, I forcibly stabilized my emotions, pick up the loudspeaker on the observation deck and shout. Oh no! The Blackbeard pirates are leading a large group of fugitives from Impel Down, heading towards Marineford. The loud broadcast sound spread throughout the battlefield in an instant. And such a broadcast undoubtedly set off a turbulent wave on the battlefield again. What? Blackbeard pirates? Is that the new 7 warlords of the sea? I was still wondering why all the other Shichibukai came, but he didn't show up. Could it be that he ran to Impel Down? There are a group of vicious criminals imprisoned in Impel Down, and it seems that Blackbeard and the others have released them. Damn it, this is really a wave of ups and downs. What the hell is Blackbeard trying to do when he brings a group of Impel Down prisoners here? Everyone was shocked by such news. After Sengoku heard the news, the expression on his face changed instantly. What? Blackbeard with a bunch of Impel Down prisoners? Surprised, he didn't even have the intention to entangle with Roger in front of him. Instead, the body quickly stepped back, then suddenly jumped onto a high platform, looking out to sea in the distance ahead of Marineford. Then, he saw the figures standing on the deck of the warship. Clock Doll, Jinbei, Shiryu, Bullet, Redfield. What the hell did that be ********** D Blackbeard do to Impel Down? Those most vicious prisoners in the world who were imprisoned on the 6th floor have all been released. Now, it's really going to be a mess. At this moment, Sengoku's expression was even uglier than eating Shang. As the Marine Marshal, he knows very clearly what kind of existence these guys released by Blackbeard are. They are all the poorest and most vicious criminals in the world. When these people get together, advertisement the strength and scale even surpassed any 4 Emperors pirate group. Their arrival, for the current Marineford, it is definitely adding fuel to the fire and adding frost to the snow. It will definitely make the already chaotic battle situation even more messy. 0 for flowers, and, what worries Sengoku even more, all these guys who were imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Down appeared here. Doesn't that mean that the entire Impel Down has been released? There are countless prisoners in that deep sea prison. Once lost, the entire sea will be plunged into unprecedented riots. Sengoku is extremely worried about this. On the battlefield below, the expressions of 5 elders and others were equally serious. Damn. Things seem to be getting out of hand. This has to end as soon as possible. If this continues, it will not be easy to end, the 5 elders all thought so anxiously. At the same time, on the sea ahead of Marineford, Blackbeard stood on the bow of the warship, looking ahead. Thief, ha ha ha. I don't know how Naval Headquarters is fighting with the Whitebeard pirates. Calculating the time, the outcome of this war should have been decided, right? The old man Whitebeard must have been seriously injured by this time. It's time for me to appear. While talking to himself, Blackbeard also glanced at Bullet and the others behind the deck from the corner of his eye. Although these guys are not willing to join my Blackbeard pirates yet. However, as long as they watch my performance that can shock the world later, they will definitely follow me willingly. Blackbeard laughed, anticipation and ambition written all over his face. For the next performance, he planned for a long time. Just wait until Naval Headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates fight to the death. I then took the opportunity to attack Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. You will surely reap the benefits of the fisherman. While shocking the whole world, he will also replace Whitebeard as the new strongest man in the world. Thinking of this in his heart, Blackbeard is also a little impatient to land in Marineford. Go see how the situation on the battlefield is going. So, he looked at the members of the Blackbeard pirates behind him, waved his hand and said, ready to land in Marineford. Next, it's time for our performance. Chapter 102 Blackbeard, Who Doubts Life? Why is it completely different from what I thought? Open black lens bracket kneeling to subscribe close black lens bracket. With full ambition and expectation, Blackbeard continued at full speed towards Marineford. At the same time, behind the members of the Blackbeard pirates, the vicious prisoners who escaped from the 6th basement of Impel Down were scattered on the deck. Everyone looked at Marineford, who was getting closer and closer, with their own thoughts. Lock Doll was smoking a cigar, wiped the golden hook on his right hand, and said with a sneer, I wonder how the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and Naval Headquarters is going. Hope that old man Whitebeard doesn't die so soon. I'm still waiting to take his head off myself. Haishia Jinbei at the side heard his words, and responded in a deep voice. HMPH, Lock Doll, I won't let you attack the old lord. Even if it's my life, I must stop this war, and I can't let Chi Ba Chi, Si and Dad die. Jinbei's tone was extremely firm and resolute, but his words directly attracted the ridicule of many prisoners. Jinbei, quite a few of us here have ideas about Whitebeard's head. Can you really stop us all by yourself? Impel Down guard Shiryu Changyu held a knife in his hand and said coldly. On that knife, there is still a lot of blood stained at this moment. That is the blood of a large number of jailers who were beheaded when they rioted in Impel Down. On the other side, the former Roger Pirates member, Devil's Descendant, Bullet also said coldly. Whitebeard? I heard he is now called the strongest man in the world. At the beginning, Roger and Whitebeard played against each other several times, and they were evenly matched. Since Roger is dead now, I'll change the challenge to that guy Whitebeard. As long as I beat Whitebeard, it is enough to prove that I have surpassed Roger. Bullet burst out with a high-spirited fighting spirit. Among the group of people, perhaps the most calm one was Red Earl Redfield. The lone Red just quietly looked at Marineford in front of him without saying a word. Soon, the warship carried everyone under the high wall on the edge of Marineford's inner harbor. Previously it was because of this high wall that blocked. It made it impossible for them to see the specific situation on the Marineford battlefield. However, this high wall was not an obstacle to them, and they easily climbed over it. In the blink of an eye, a group of people came to the high wall, looking down on the battlefield at Marineford below. From a bird's eye view, everything on the battlefield is unobstructed. Advertisement, thieves ha ha ha, Marine and Whitebeard, are you ready for my debut? After climbing up the high wall, Blackbeard couldn't help but let out a loud cry first. For today's action, he has been planning for a long time. In his estimation, it has been a long time since the outbreak of Summit War. For such a long time, on the scale of the Whitebeard pirates and Naval Headquarters, a full-scale battle will inevitably cause great casualties. Even a 4 Emperors level powerhouse like Whitebeard. Under the siege of the Marine Admirals, he must have been seriously injured. The snipe and the clam compete with each other, reaping the benefits of the fisherman. At this time, it's time for his Blackbeard to appear. Take the opportunity to kill Whitebeard who has been seriously injured. Then use your own dark fruit ability to take away the shock fruit ability in Whitebeard's body. At that time, he will surely become the first legendary existence in history with double fruit ability. With this live broadcast to the world, he can also show everyone how powerful he is. By then, the name of Blackbeard will surely spread all over the world. Just thinking of these, Blackbeard couldn't help feeling a little excited. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates has endured for so many years, and he finally ushered in a real turning point. After this war is over, he, Blackbeard, will replace Whitebeard and become the new emperor of the sea. Thinking about it, Blackbeard stood on the high wall and laughed loudly. However, he quickly noticed something was wrong with the surrounding atmosphere. Whether it's a member of the Blackbeard pirates, or those great people who were released from the 6th basement of Impel Down. At this moment, his expression became incomparably dignified. It was even a little shocking. At this moment, they are all staring at the battlefield below, as if they have seen a ghost. What happened? Seeing this, Blackbeard frowned. Then he also looked towards the battlefield below with suspicious eyes. And when he saw the situation on the battlefield clearly, he froze in place for an instant. As far as he could see, the number of people on the battlefield had already far exceeded his expectations. Just looking at the dense crowd of people on the battlefield below. Advertisement can be seen at a glance. The two sides of this war are definitely more than Naval Headquarters and Whitebeard pirates. That is, Redhead Shanks, and all the red hair pirates he leads. Rayleigh, Jabba, the remnants of the Roger pirates? Damn it. Wait, who is that? Could it be that my eyes are dazzled? Why does that man look so much like Roger? Is the Straw Hat crew here too? Ace has been rescued? Even the guys from the Five Elders got off themselves. Also, how come Hawkeye, Garp, and Zephyr are fighting the Five Elders? Aren't they supposed to be together? Looking at the scenes on the battlefield below, at this moment, Blackbeard doubted his life. There are so many unexpected scenes on the battlefield. It made Blackbeard's brain unable to react for a while. All of this is completely different from what he expected. If you insist on saying the same thing, that may mean that Whitebeard is indeed seriously injured at the moment. Not only that, but the opponent also lost his arm. But, so what? 4.1 In this chaotic situation, there was no way Blackbeard would have had the chance to take on Whitebeard. Not to mention the ability to kill the opponent and take away the shock fruit. Not only that, at this moment, I appear here with a fugitive of impelled down. It is likely to become the target of public criticism. Even the Five Elders are dispatched by Marine and world government. With his current strength, he simply cannot compete with it. If it is involved, it is very likely that the entire army will be wiped out. Thinking of this, Blackbeard's face couldn't help but become extremely ugly. At the same time, he couldn't help but whispered angrily. What a ghost, this battlefield, what happened before? Why did things become like this? Chapter 103 The Runaway Situation, Five Elders Trump Card, Open Black Lens Bracket Kneeling to subscribe Close Black Lens Bracket. On the high wall at the edge of Marineford's inner harbor, Blackbeard fell into a life of deep doubt, looking at the complicated situation on the battlefield below. For a moment he felt in a dilemma, in this situation. It seems that regardless of continuing to carry out their own projects, or just give up the plan and retreat, neither is a good choice. Damn it, how did things get to this point? All this is completely different from what I thought. In a dilemma, Blackbeard couldn't help but curse secretly again. While on the other side, unlike Blackbeard's dilemma, after seeing the situation on the battlefield below, Bullet, Redfield and others, although they were all shocked, but after a brief shock, several people, however, all acted in unison, leaping swiftly from the high walls of the ramparts, rushed to the battlefield below, and the goals of several people are also different. K-Lock's body turned into yellow sand all over the sky, quickly swept from the air towards Whitebeard's position. Old man Whitebeard, you look so ugly. 20. I didn't expect that you, the strongest man in the world, would have your arm broken, ha ha ha. Die. With a low shout, Clock Doll has come behind Whitebeard. At the same time, he raised the golden hook on his right hand and swung it straight at Whitebeard's head. Obviously, they wanted to take the other party's life without mercy. However, before Whitebeard could make a move, a figure of blue is also rushing from a distance. Blocked between Lock Doll and Whitebeard, boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, all of Clockeater's attacks were blocked. Clockdale, I won't let you hurt Papa. Jinbei's hands wrapped around Armament Hockey grabbed K-Lockadar tightly and said very seriously. Damn. Don't get in the way. Lock Doll roared angrily and attacked again. But they were all blocked by Jinbei. Father, are you all right? Advertisement while fighting, Jinbei did not forget to ask Whitebeard with concern. Whitebeard shook his head slightly. Gee-you-la-la-la, it's okay, I won't die for the time being. Although the answer was easy, judging from his pale face at the moment, it was obvious that he was not in a good state. The other side. Bullet, a former member of the Roger Pirates, rushed straight to where Roger was. On his face, there seemed to be some joy after seeing Roger resurrected. But such joy is not because of how good his relationship with Roger is. But because, that's great, Roger, I didn't expect you to come alive. This is just right, then let me challenge you again after so many years. Let me beat you upright, Bullet yelled, and directly attacked Roger without hesitation. He had joined the Roger Pirates as a challenger before. For so many years, he has only one goal. That's beating Roger with your own hands. It's a pity that before he could achieve this goal, Roger surrendered to Marine and was executed. This made Bullet angry. It also made him lose his goal for a while, and began to wreak havoc aimlessly. It was not until the Buster Call jointly dispatched by Sengoku and Garp that he was finally arrested and imprisoned and impelled down. Now that I managed to escape, I just happened to bump into the revived Roger. This got Bullet excited. I can't wait to fight Roger again and beat him with my own hands. Seeing the Bullet attacking him, Roger didn't have any special reaction. Instead, Ace waved the saber in his hand blankly to fight back. God avoids. With one strike, the toughest Bullet was directly sent flying. How can it be? Roger, are you stronger than before? Bullet, who was knocked into the air, forcibly stabilized his figure, looking at Roger with incredible eyes. There is no doubt that the Roger in front of us is stronger than 20 years ago. And to Bullet's surprise, for some reason, he always felt that there was something weird about Roger in front of him. There is an indescribable strangeness, but he didn't think too much about this issue, and launched an attack on Roger again. The other side, Sengoku and Crane, who were still fighting Roger, did not take this opportunity to attack Roger. Because they know that if they attack Roger at this time, chances are it will end up with Bullet turning around and helping Roger deal with them. Advertisement after all, Bullet used to be a member of the Roger Pirates anyway. When facing Marine, it is still possible to be united. Therefore, it is better to just let the other party entangle Roger. And at the moment, Sengoku has more things to deal with. First saw the Marine Marshal's eyes fixed, and he rushed to a certain place on the battlefield. There, Shirley of the Rain was on a killing spree. Whether it's Marine or pirate, he can kill them all, extremely cruel. Shirley, what the hell did you do? What about Impel Down and Magellan? Sengoku rushed towards Shirley with a face full of anger. The other party is the chief warden of Impel Down, but now he appears here with such a posture. There is no doubt that it must be a traitor. This made Sengoku very angry, but also eager to know the situation of Impel Down and Magellan. Since you're so worried, why don't you go and see for yourself? Shirley of the Rain didn't answer Sengoku's question, but just made fun of it with a sneer. Damn. You be ****************. Sengoku was furious and immediately attacked Shirley 230. The two quickly fought fiercely together, and at the same time. Everywhere on this battlefield, they are all joined by prisoners who escaped from the 6th floor of Impel Down. These vicious prisoners have their own thoughts, and they all participated in this war one after another. And, no matter Marine or pirate, they are all within their attack range. Therefore, for a while, the situation on the field became more and more chaotic. The number of casualties is also constantly expanding. Seeing this scene on the field, even the 5 elders are feeling down right now. If the current trend continues, I am afraid that this war will be difficult to end in the end. The 5 elders really did not expect, in the case that all 5 of them made their own shots. This farce not only did not end, instead, it intensified. If this continues, the casualties of Naval Headquarters and the world government will surely reach an extremely terrifying number. Not only that, but the authority of the world government will also be severely impacted. This will have a great adverse effect on their next rule. We must find a way to end this as soon as possible. On the battlefield, the 5 elders scattered all over looked at each other. They all understand each other's meaning and ideas. It seems that we have to use that trick. Chapter 104. The whole army retreats? Huge shadow over Marineford. Open black lens bracket. Kneeling to subscribe. Close black lens bracket. It seems that we can only use that trick. Seeing the situation on the field gradually go wild, the 5 elders looked at each other, and they had already made a decision in their hearts. Immediately, the 5 of them quickly escaped from the hands of the enemy in front of them. As the figures retreated quickly, they quickly gathered together. There is no intention of continuing to shoot, and their actions. It also made everyone on the field feel puzzled. How is this going? Why did the 5 elders stop fighting all of a sudden? Looking at them like this, it seems that they are preparing to adopt another method of combat? Could it be that the 5 elders have other trump cards? I don't know why, but I always have a bad feeling. The sudden retreat of the 5 elders was a bit confusing. Even Garp, Luffy and others who were fighting with them were at a loss. What's going on? Why didn't you play well when you played well? Luffy in Nika's form said, a little puzzled. Originally, he was still on the rise. Although at the beginning, even the Nika form did not account for the slightest benefit in the hands of 5 elders. But as the battle continued, under the dual stimulation of Nika's form and dragon blood, Luffy's strength is improving and breaking through at an extremely fast speed. The effort of fighting just now, Luffy has gradually changed from being defeated by the 5 elders to being able to compete with the opponent without losing the wind. He feels that if this trend continues, just give him a little more pressure and time, his strength will completely surpass 5 elders. Can easily defeat the opponent. When the time comes, the 5 elders won't be a threat. The balance of victory in this war will also tilt again. However, just as Luffy became more and more courageous in the battle, the 5 elders stopped fighting suddenly. This made Luffy very annoyed and had a very unsatisfactory feeling. I can't wait to fight with the opponent for dozens of rounds. Forget it, Luffy. Since they won't stop us, let's take this opportunity to leave here quickly. Anyway, our goal has been achieved. Garp on the side saw that Luffy still wanted to go forward to fight the 5 elders, so he couldn't help dissuading him. Yeah, Luffy. We came to Marineford this time not to fight, but to save Ace. Now that Ace is out, let's bah. Usopp also echoed. Hearing everyone's dissuasion, Luffy nodded resentfully. Okay, then, we will leave Marineford with Ace and Uncle Whitebeard. Luffy didn't hesitate and made a decisive decision. Then they rushed towards the battlefield where Whitebeard was with Straw Hat Crew, Ace, Garp and others. Obviously wanting everyone to get out of here together. HMPH, want to run? Where do you run? Meteor Volcano. However, at this moment, a loud shout came from a distance. I saw that Akainu temporarily pulled out from the battle with Ben Beckman at some point, and aimed at the position where Luffy and the others were, and fired a meteor volcano. Hot magma rained down from the sky, hitting Luffy and the others densely like a meteor shower. Seeing this situation, Luffy first yelled, "Oops." Then he made an exaggerated surprised look, the kind that even the eyeballs were about to protrude. Then he grinned mischievously again. Advertisement. Reach out and grab the ground beneath your feet. Immediately afterwards, the ground made of solid rock was assimilated into a rubber-like material. He was grabbed directly from the ground by Luffy. A rubber shield wall covering the sky and the sun was formed above everyone's heads. The magma that fell like a meteor shower was completely blocked by it. And, with Luffy's sudden force, the magma was actually bounced back by the rubber shield wall. Fortunately, there were no other marines or pirates around the place where Akainu was located, and no casualties were caused. Seeing this, Akainu frowned tightly, with a cold look on his face. Straw Hat, I won't let you leave here with Ace. If you just rescued the prisoner who was about to be executed by Marine, what's the face of Naval Headquarters? What's the face of the world government? Akainu said coldly, while walking towards the direction where Luffy and the others were. Sakazuki Kid, do you want to fight the old man? Just when Luffy was about to fight Akainu, Garp stepped forward to block him. At the same time, he turned his head and whispered to Luffy, you take Ace now, I'll stop Sakazuki. Opposite, Park Dhogg after hearing what Garp said, but he just snorted coldly and said, Humph, Garp. Don't think you're still the marine hero you used to be. Now you are nothing more than a traitor who betrayed Marine and the world government and colluded with pirates. I will kill you, Straw Hat and Fire Fist Ace. Marine's righteous name will be upheld by me. In a word, Akainu obviously didn't show any affection to Garp. In fact, long before that, Akainu, who implements and insists on absolute justice, is already very unhappy with Garp's sloppy marine. If it weren't for the fact that the opponent was holding the title of a marine hero, Akainu would have already turned his back on the opponent. Now, seeing Garp wants to do it with himself, Akainu is also wished for. It just so happens that the old and new grudges are settled together. Let me try it out, what kind of abilities you, a former marine hero, have. As he said that, Akainu began to see extremely hot magma surging all over his body. Fighting intent and killing intent burst out together. Seeing this, Garp said with a serious expression. HMPH. If that's the case, then I just came to teach you a lesson, you little b********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* more intense. Not far away, Sengoku, who was fighting Shiryu of the Rain, saw this scene and frowned slightly. Did Sakazuki make a move with Garp? This kind of fighting scene is not what he wants to see. And just when Garp and Akainu were about to fight. In the distance, 5 elders shouted loudly, "Sakazuki, stand back." The imperative tone is extremely firm, and no rejection is allowed. Hearing this, Akainu, who was about to make a move, was stunned for a moment. He turned his head in astonishment and looked in the direction of 5 elders. But he saw that the 5 old men who were in charge of the highest power in the world's government and who were also his immediate bosses looked extremely serious. It didn't look like he was joking at all. Why? Akainu asked puzzledly. The footsteps did not move away because of this. Don't talk nonsense. If you are told to quit, you will quit. Seeing that Akainu didn't obey his order immediately, the 5 elders looked a little displeased. Not any good tone at all. And upon hearing such an answer, Akainu's complexion suddenly became even uglier. Boy, I am fighting desperately to maintain the dignity of the Marine and the world government. But you told me to quit, still berating me like this in front of so many people? Advertisement, are you saying I don't want to lose face? However, although the heart is very unhappy and angry. But Akainu finally chose to obey the other party's orders. Silently backed away. No way, who told 5 elders to be my immediate boss? As a soldier, Akainu implements the absolute justice in his heart. It is the bounden duty of a soldier to obey military orders. Although Akainu was puzzled and upset by the order from his immediate boss, 5 elders, he had no choice but to obey in the end. After seeing Akainu step aside, the expressions of 5 elders softened a little. Then, their eyes swept around the battlefield. Immediately afterwards, he opened the mouth with an incomparably loud voice. Naval Headquarters and soldiers of the world government, listen up. Immediately give up the battle in front of me and withdraw in a concentrated manner. If the retreat is slow, all the consequences will be at your own risk. The loud voice instantly resounded throughout Marineford. And such a sudden order also made everyone present feel extremely astonished. What's the situation? Did I hear you right? Master 5 elders told us to retreat. What's going on here? Does it mean that the 5 elders are going to have a truce and stop fighting? But it's clear that the war has already progressed to this extent, so why not fight if you don't want to fight? Are you going to just let the pirates go? Could it be that the 5 elders have some other trump card? For a moment, the soldiers of Naval Headquarters and the world government all guessed with full of doubts. Not only them, the pirates also looked confused. I don't understand what 5 elders' order is for. But even so, although very puzzled, Naval Headquarters and the soldiers of the world government still began to retreat obediently. Quickly distanced himself from the pirates. After all, not even Akainu dared to disobey the 5 elders' orders. It's even more impossible for them little guys not to listen. Money is good. Seeing that the soldiers of Naval Headquarters and the world government retreated one after another, the pirates did not stop them. After all, the purpose of most of them coming here is not to fight to the death with Marine and the world government. Instead, he wants to save Ace. Now that Ace has been rescued, there is no need for them to continue fighting. Therefore, I am also happy to see the retreat of Marine and the soldiers of the world government. That's all at the command of the 5 elders. The Marineford battlefield, which was still in fierce confrontation, suddenly divided into 2 distinct sides. On one side are the Marine and the world government, and on the other side are the pirates. At the same time, after the 5 elders saw that their soldiers had almost retreated, he nodded slightly imperceptibly. Afterwards, the 5 old men took out a small whistle at the same time. Then, blow them all at the same time. Call, 5 whistles blended together, crisp and loud. It resounded throughout the battlefield, and also resounded throughout the sky. What are they doing? Seeing this, everyone felt puzzled. Fight well, how about whistling? However, the next moment, and someone was horrified to discover, in the sea of clouds over Marineford, suddenly, an incomparably huge figure appeared. That size is even bigger than the entire Marineford island. Lift.